Alright, we're live now. Hello. Hello, sorry for making you all wait. All my
Hello,
students in the
folks!
building. This is the Roundup. We have our first presenter here already, ready to go. But let me explain the game that we're playing along with this really quick, as well as make an announcement. For the game, every presenter has a code word or phrase that they're going to slip in at some point. You will have until Monday morning to get me the code phrases. Prizes include Body Pillow, $35, or Starman Super's new book.
The claw on it is enormous. It's even
You do not decide which prize you get.
As I suggested, we do a follow-up like a Sunday
Now, the
episode
scoring metric, of course, will be whoever gets the most code words the fastest.
This is among the first dinosaurs known.
You know, pretty reasonable. This is like a classic thing that you'll find in any school, really. As you can see, like we've pinned art to the wall. There's a clock there that doesn't work. This is just like any old American high school. So welcome to a blast from the past. We recently got a grant that gave us smart boards. And as for the announcement, Sarge is going to run late.
Always more to be said.
Well, that just means that you get more learning.
You're getting grants.
You're gonna get knowledge.
All right, Rob, if you would like to start your presentation.
Give him the stick.
So let me share this.
We mentioned in Herrerasaurus there was a 2020 paper that looked at the metabolism of Plateosaurus and what does
just stream to the Discord.
Possibly the first truly giant herbivorous dinosaur look like as far as...
Y'all see it?
Oh god.
Yeah, we see it.
Wait for it.
Demi-stiffying. Bro, I'm stiffying right now.
Rob, you can have your priority push to talk set up, and in this channel you can just mute people if they're obnoxious.
I'm too dumb for this. I'm finna head out.
I have it ready whenever you are.
So, like, what's the priority thing?
It's just a setting in Discord for push to talk. But you can just go off voice activity if you want.
Okay. I guess I'm mad. Or you can play Rob. It's whatever. And I was asked to chat about particle physics today. So, that's what I'm going to chat about. And I think the way I'll do this is I have quite a bit of slides, but we can kind of have this be like a Q&A a little bit. So I'll talk about things, and if you guys have questions, just feel free. So let me click in here. Let's talk a little bit about my experience and why I'm kind of qualified to talk about this kind of thing. So I have, how many years is it now? Nearly 6 years of particle physics experience now, doing like research stuff, lab stuff, all kinds of stuff. So I'm a PhD student right now. In my undergrad, I did atomic physics for about 4 years. I got these pictures of pieces of accelerator that I worked with. I can turn my volume down. Hold on.
No, that was my end stuff.
Oh, okay. 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 And so the kind of thing we did here is we ionized atoms. We just stripped them of electrons with this ion source. And then we shot them down a beamline at rather low energy, mind you. And then we hit it against like either a foil or later on I did like this a radiation experiment with solar panels. And so we did that. I also did some calculation theory stuff, but that's mostly what my undergrad was. Let's talk about what I do now. So right now, I'm not quite directly part of CERN yet as part of the one of the collaborations, but I work with people at CERN. It's a little complicated, the way joining the collaboration works. I have to get like a certain amount of hours as part of the experiment to be officially part of like the author list. But right now, I'm working in high energy physics. Been on analysis for almost like a year and a half now. My first analysis as part of my PhD is almost done now, but it's not quite at the point where I can talk publicly about it. But I can talk more detail about the kind of stuff that we do indirectly. But basically, what we do, and I put a little red arrow to kind of signify the experiment I'm part on, CMS, is we look for new physics. So a good example of that is there's been the search for dark matter or like a quantum gravity theory for 40 to 50 years on both of those for now. But there's other things, which I'll talk about later in more detail. I think it's about time I grief you. No, not yet. Okay. So, what was I planning to squeeze in the hour, finally? All these topics. I was going to talk about, what do we mean when we say particles in particle physics? And I want to talk about like all the like popular like pop science concepts and why people might be wrong about some of them. But anyways, we're going to talk about what particles are, what it means to be quantum, as well as the flaws of Schrödinger's cat and double slit experiment. And I'll talk about the more frontier topics like quantum field theory, what the hell's a virtual particle, and we'll talk about dark matter and stuff like that. And then maybe I'll try and figure out something to fill in some extra time since Sarge is out. But yeah, this is roughly the idea. And so there's going to be a lot of related concepts to these. It's time to grief yet? Here we go. So, the good news is, the goal of this talk is not to make you understand this hideous equation.
What fucking cursed Latin is that?
That looks like it summons demons.
I hate math.
So, there's going to be... I'm going to show equations in my slides, but the goal is not for you to understand, like, everything about them. It's just, like, to have something to guide us along. So what you're looking at here, basically all these letters, for the most part, they're either couplings or fields. And this is the equation, it's called Lagrangian, for the standard model. It basically dictates and describes how all of the forces we can describe the standard model and all the fields and particles work and interact with each other. Which, in this case, that would be the strong force, the weak force, the electromagnetism, and not gravity, because we don't have a working model for quantum gravity. Maybe I'll talk a little bit about that as like a post thing. But I just wanted to grief you guys with the expanded form. We'll talk in more detail about some things. But yeah. So here's a little joke. What's particle? Well, it's the kind of thing we've been going at for a very long time. I mean, surely there was probably this kind of conversation way back. We can talk about Democritus thinking that, all things are made of smaller things, and like the whole concept of atomos. So that really does take you back. But what we mean? So when we say particle, we basically mean anything that we could approximate as just like a small point that projects through space and time. So like a good example is, the apple falling on Newton's head. Whether or not that actually happened or not, I don't know. And projectile is something that I'm sure many people who are interested in weapons are very familiar with. As a fun little example, I just put a trebuchet in here because that's a fun example. But yeah, So basically, particles are supposed to follow a trajectory, and it's something that we wanted to know in physics, at least in the classical sense. And so, what do we want to do if we want to know how a particle moves? Well, the classic axiomatic way is just to follow Newton's laws, right? And that's something that we teach people when they have like a high school physics class or a intro college class, like engineers, life sciences, all the ropes. They really, that's how they go about learning things. But the funny thing is that's actually not the most fundamental way to go about things, and there's a deeper pattern that just shows up again and again in physics the deeper we go. So for 100 years, we danced around a couple different questions. And so the idea is that, say you have some particle that wants to go from either space point A to space point B, or time point A, time point B. An optimization thing that people kind of wanted to do like back hundreds of years ago, at the very least, probably thousands of years ago. Because I know it at least goes back to like the ancient Egyptians, ancient Greeks. Is how do we minimize or find the minimum distance it takes for object to go from point A to B in either space or time? And so that allows these concepts of least distance, shortest time. And so like ultimately it was the French who figured out the solution to these problems, ironically. And so the reality is although these looks like they might be like different things, they're not actually. They're the same thing. And they're a reflection of this quantity called action. So the action is just some equation that gives us a number given some path that a particle takes, or any object takes, for that matter. And if we vary that path and set it to 0, that allows us to derive naturally an equation of motion. It just so happens that this concept permeates basically everything. And we'll come back to that in some time. But what the hell does this have to do with, particles in like quantum physics? What I really want to talk about in this talk. We'll get there. But let's start with how we even get to quantum physics in the first place. So, although the earliest discovery of a subatomic particle is the electron in the 1800s, I think it's like late 1880s, we didn't have any clue about atomic structure or quantum mechanics just from that discovery alone. And in fact, when we discovered the electron, we didn't actually think about it as a particle per se at that time. We thought about it as rays. The real start of considering this concept of these quantum particles really goes back to the photon. So what I'm showing here on the right is this graph of basically intensity and wavelength. And so basically, what happened near the dawn of the 20th century is that we thought we had almost everything figured out. And we wanted to predict what would happen if you had a box that can absorb and radiate light in all wavelengths. Something much like the sun. What would happen to like how much light would come off of it at different wavelengths? And so originally, before we observed this idea of quantum, we thought that it would just go off for infinity as wavelengths got shorter and shorter and shorter. But we quickly found out that is not the case. It follows this, what we now call the Planck radiation formula, or the Maxwell-Boltzmann distribution. And basically, what this means, in order for us to make light do this, or at least model light in a way that does this, is that we can only allow it to oscillate at allowed frequencies. And that's what we mean when we say something's quantized. It can only be at specific values. rather than a continuum. And from there, everything just kind of started going crazy. From there we observed atoms, and then all the models of atoms became a thing. Like here, I got an example of the Rutherford gold foil experiment, where we really observe quantum scattering for the first time, which will be very, very important in these later slides. But I think before getting into anything, there's one experiment that not a lot of people know about, but is really, really important in illustrating all the important things in quantum mechanics. And that's the Stern-Gerlach experiment. It happened quite a bit later, but it's really foundational in just illustrating everything. So the concept is, and I have this picture here to try and help us visualize what's happening. Oh?
Your stream's still up.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
You're fine.
No,
I was confused. Hold on.
I had something extra going.
Okay. So basically, what happens is we prepare a source of say silver atoms. There's a reason for that, and I can talk about it again later. But anyways, we have a bunch of silver atoms. They have a bunch of electrons that orbit them, and you set them in a furnace, which allows us to ionize them. Much like what I did in my undergrad. And then you pass these atoms along a beam and have them pass through this uneven magnetic field. So it allows them to come out with one of two different kinds of spins, basically. Spin up or spin down in some direction. Like XYZ or something. So classically, if we're just doing things with no quantum, we would expect that if they hit a sheet, say release light off of it, we'd expect it to just be a smooth line, a continuous line. That's not what we observed. What we observe is that we see two spots. We see a spot that has the up and a spot that has the down. Nothing else. There's no other magnetic alignment. So what we find is that this too is quantized, which is a evidence of the quantum nature of electrons bound to atoms. So quantization is the first thing we learned about that. The second thing that this teaches us is that there's uncertainty. And by uncertainty, I mean the classical Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Normally we just call it the delta X, delta P, greater than or equal to H bar, which that H is the same H in the energy equation for light. But anyways, similar thing here. If you want to measure a different axis for the spin, you can only know so much about each axis, basically. And a good show of that is that you can do sequential Stern-Gerlach experiments. So you can just add another uneven magnetic field in another direction, and you can see that you can't measure both X and Y to complete certainty. But there's another thing that will happen if you have enough magnetic field regions, and that is if you continue to do this experiment at different stages, the information you had at the first one will no longer be preserved. So if you have, say, the magnetic field aligned along the X, then along the Y, so that no X is allowed through anymore, and then back along the X, any information from the first step of the experiment will be gone, and you can still end up with an X-aligned spin at the very end, which is very weird. It's actually one of the things that really confuses people about quantum mechanics, but it's a consequence of how it works, which I will get to shortly. So basically, experiments like this and others tell us all kinds of properties about the particles that we call quantum exhibit. And a bunch of smart guys, some of you may know their names, found what math they satisfy. And by these people, I mean like Schrödinger, Dirac, and Heisenberg, people like that. They satisfy linear algebra, which is just advanced algebra with some extra concepts. Specifically, they're described by vectors that are complex, and by that I mean vectors that involve components of imaginary numbers. That entire concept is the reason why we find out that things have uncertainty, that information destruction is a thing, and all the crazy shit that happens in quantum mechanics is a consequence of that. But before we go any further, I want to address the big elephant in the room that this introduces. So let's talk a very tiny bit about philosophy of physics. So classically, like going back to Newton, Galileo, that kind of stuff, physics is deterministic, right? So if you throw a ball, you can predict where that ball is going to stop exactly, just about. But quantum mechanics, because of having these complex vectors, introduces uncertainty. And then this comes to this concept of wave function collapse, which I'll talk about here in a bit when we talk about double slit. And so, because of this, you have to have an interpretation of quantum mechanics. And there's a lot of them that are popular. And so, the most popular one is the idea that quantum mechanics is just probabilistic. So, what that basically means is that if you produce identical systems to your initial thing you want to measure in quantum mechanics, that you'll have a statistical likelihood of seeing something or process that you want to see happen. And that one's very useful. We can do a lot of science with that. We've made all our greatest predictions doing that. The second one, which is very popular in pop media, pop science, that kind of thing, is the many worlds interpretation, or the Everett Wheeler idea. And basically the idea that whenever you measure something, every possibility that could happen happens in another quote-unquote world. But the issue with that is that there's no true observable. We can't predict anything using this, so it's no longer physics or science at all, for that matter. So, for the most part, it's basically like a abandoned idea in actual science. But it does make for some fun media. Then there was Einstein's concept of hidden variables. So the hope was that it's not that the states are complex vectors or anything, but there's something hidden that we don't know. Unfortunately, we've effectively proven this idea to be wrong. And maybe if I have time, I could talk a little bit more about that, as a post topic. I don't know. But the shtick is that for measurements we've done, we've basically proven that there are no hidden variables and that state vectors tell us everything there is to know about a particle. There's yet another, but we'll get there later. So let's talk about Schrödinger's cat. As the first major big topic that people get confused about. And to not to clear up confusion, I'm actually going to show you a picture that really shows you all the real elements of this thought experiment. So basically the idea is that yes, there's a cat in a box that maybe you're alive or dead when you open the box, right? Except there's a lot more going on that makes this probabilistic, like I was alluding to. So you may notice that there is this black vial in here, and the vial is supposed to be a vial of poison. And then we have a hammer attached to the side of the wall of the box that is tied to a radioactive source. So basically, there's a random chance that that radioactive source is going to emit radiation that's going to hit the hammer enough times to break the glass. So there really is a truly random chance that you open the box and the cat is dead. But ultimately, the goal of Schrödinger's cat is just a thought experiment to illustrate what leads Schrödinger to his equation. And so, like, an important thing is we have multiple observables, like what's happening with the radioactive isotope atoms or nuclei, whatever you choose. The state of the poison, state of the cat. These all have the same features I mentioned before. They have uncertainty, information non-conservation. They're quantized. And it's all probabilistic. And by that I mean we have these states, and they're normalized. That's basically the concept. Which leads us to Schrödinger's equation. Another math equation that people are not guaranteed to understand. The only thing I really wanted to say here is that given some state we call psi, Schrödinger equation allows us to evaluate what we call the time evolution of that state. That's just a fancy way of saying the Schrödinger equation allows us to predict what's going to happen to some particle at some time. Not to 100% certainty, of course, but we can predict something about the state. That's basically the concept. So now I want to talk about the double slit experiment, okay? This perhaps is the more contentious of most of the topics that I'm going to talk about. So the idea of double slit experiment, for those who are uninitiated, is that say you have some beam of particles that you can shoot through two slits. In this case, we were looking at like electrons. You can do the same thing with photons. So the idea is that if it's a classical particle, we expect it to go through one of two holes. However, that's not always what we observe. And there's two things that come from this that are very commonly quoted in the pop media. The one is, of course, the uncertainty principle, right? You don't know with exact certainty what's going to happen. The other is the wave-particle duality, right? Depending on how this experiment is done, how you detect particles or how you observe them. They're supposed to exhibit these wave or particle properties. But what if I told you the answer is not both, the answer is neither? I'll explain that here in a couple minutes. So basically, what this is an example of is what we call quantum scattering. So before we do that, I have to explain what regular scattering is. So basically, scattering is what happens when you throw one thing at another thing, and the first thing bounces off of it. Or they both bounce off of each other, if the scatterer is the same size, basically. But anyways, in classical mechanics, you can bounce something off of each other, and you can predict basically exactly what they're going to do. You can't do that in quantum mechanics. Alright, so there's a few things that make it a lot more tricky with quantum mechanics. The first of which is uncertainty. We can't know with exact certainty position, momentum, or energy and time, or any other set of properties. The second that truly complicates things is that every particle of the same kind is identical. So if you were to naively get a bucket filled with electrons, there's no way that you can pick out individual electrons and label them. Every time you measure or detect a particle of that type, you have no idea if it's the same electron or not. So because of that, if you have two incoming, two outgoing particles, when you scatter, you have no idea what's coming in or what's coming out. So when a quantum object scatters, you have no idea what's happening during the scattering. And so what we did as part of trying to understand this is we discovered this equation called propagator. It just some fancy math that happened as part of trying to resolve this funky business with quantum scattering. But this introduces a third problem, which really illustrates something deeply wrong at the heart of quantum mechanics, or just physics in general, because propagator appears in classical like electromagnetism too. But the idea is that we see that in the denominator here, we have this p squared minus m squared, which means that given the right mass or right momentum, we can get a 1 over 0, which gives us an infinity, which that's a big problem. We can't measure infinities, and if anything goes infinite somewhere, that means we can get like things like infinite energy, which is ludicrous. But some really smart mathematicians already invented a way to do this like over 100 years before quantum mechanics. And so that's basically by taking this equation and smearing it out to be in the complex plane. That's just a fancy way of saying we're adding a complex component. And I show that here in like the right. And I have like this little picture of the complex plane where we have a real axis and an imaginary axis. And so basically we contort this integral such that we go around the singularities. And we get rid of the infinities by doing this. The good thing is this allows us to predict things about quantum states. And so we can run calculations and we can make predictions that are very accurate. The problem is that since we smeared out this propagator into the complex plane, it means that it's no longer physical. Once you have those imaginary numbers in the propagator, it becomes a physically undefined quantity. Which means that when something scatters, we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we can't know what's going to happen just because of the properties of quantum states in the propagator. So this, in fact, does mean that in the double slit experiment, particles are not both waves and particles. They are neither when they're scattering. So that's a fun little idea. So what's this about wave function collapse? So when you observe a particle or some system, you're forcing it to take a stand on some particular state. So that's what we mean when the wave function collapses. These double slit experiments, they showed that. Oh, I already said all this, didn't I? All right. Anyways, let's move on.
This is physics 101. You're going to double over on accident more than once.
This is some of the most fascinating shit. I love this. This is great.
It's a good morning exercise to wake up to.
Yeah. Of course.
Yeah, doing it 4 hours of sleep is fun.
You've done this
slightly
before.
better than you in that regard.
So, why are things like this? Well, let's take a detour. So, I didn't mention what's the last major interpretation in quantum mechanics, and that's the Feynman interpretation, or path integral formalism, as we call it. So, going back to the idea that what dictates the motion of all things is the path it takes, right? And that's described by an action. So Feynman thought, okay, then what if we could figure out a way to represent the probability of observing something to that concept, the concept of the action? Well, he found a way to do that. And you'll see in this equation on the right that if you remember the form of the action from before, it's right in there. And so what happens is if you take this h value, or h bar, which is just h divided by 2 pi, and you send it to 0, you get regular physics right out of quantum mechanics. Which means that regular physics is already embedded in quantum mechanics. It's just a consequence of when things get too large. So, quantum mechanics is actually more fundamental than regular old classical physics. But that's not the end of all of it. It's time to start doing crack. So, let's talk about quantum field theory. So,
Oh boy, I've heard you talk about this before.
I'm about to tell you that although there is a lot right with quantum mechanics, we made a lot of very successful predictions and measurements. There's a lot that's wrong with it. So, namely, the biggest thing is that if you try to make predictions for anything that's going like close to the speed of light, you're fucked. It doesn't work. And there's a few reasons for this. So, quantum field theory is supposed to be basically the solution to this kind of problem. So in quantum field theory, instead of having states of particles, we have fields, and you're measuring field configurations. And we get antimatter as a consequence of doing this. However, the bigger consequence of once we go relativistic is that you can no longer do things in this probabilistic way. Probability is not a thing that's conserved anymore. Instead, the number of particles is, specifically the number of particles and antiparticles, is always constant. So, basically what happened is we derived similar things to the Schrödinger equation, but instead for fields. So here I have two of the most popular ones. So on the left we have the Klein-Gordon equation. For the most part, this equation describes force carriers. Things like, Higgs boson could probably naively be described this way. Whereas the right side, the right equation, that's the Dirac equation. And that's what describes like electrons, positrons, and any lepton, that kind of thing. Any spin 1/2 particle can be described by that equation. And actually, through quantum field theory, any type of particle that satisfies both quantum mechanics and relativity, we already know how to describe. You just have to change masses, couplings, that kind of thing. The problem is that what do we actually measure? Since we've abstracted away quite a bit at this point, right? So the thing we measure in classical physics, or even regular quantum mechanics, is we were able to measure things like position, momentum, and energy of some system or some particle. That, since we have abstracted the fields, though, it's a little more what's going on here, right? So in QFT, we're able to calculate things like cross-sections, which are basically a representation of the probability of observing some process. Like, for example, the probability of seeing a proton scatter off a proton, that kind of thing. Branching ratios, which is, in the context of just high-energy particle physics, is the idea of watching one particle decay into another particle. In regular quantum mechanics, we also had that, but that's just like the probability of one state going into another state. And then there's also lifetimes, which tells us how long those states last. And so we use quantum mechanics, QFT, to make predictions of these quantities. I showed an example of like what a cross-section equation looks like. The most important thing in this equation that is like QFT specific is this m squared thing. That's what we call a scattering amplitude. And that's something that we calculate using these things called Feynman diagrams. So you may have seen these things going around the internet in some places. I don't know. I remember I saw them growing up quite a bit. But basically, at a first glance, they're a nice picture of some scattering process that happens, right? You have 2 electrons that come in, 2 electrons that come out. Well, actually, no. In this case, this is 1 electron, 1 positron go in, 1 electron, 1 positron come out. So this is Baba scattering, I think. But oh no, it's Compton. But anyways, this is very similar to that picture I showed before, except I've unobscured the center, basically. But the reality is that this is not just a picture, but each line and vertex in this is just a representation of math. And so, and actually, in this case, the lines have additional factors because they have electrons. But it's just a mathematical model. So this begs the question, what are virtual particles, right? So if we go back, let me see if I can go back. If we go back to this picture, right? We have our incoming particles and we have our outgoing particles. And we have this particle in the middle, which is just a photon. So in this case, we normally call this an exchange particle or a force carrier. But what really is that, right? This is actually something that a lot of people stumble on, and people like who've been in the field far longer than me struggle with this. I've noticed, and that is that people talk about these exchange or virtual particles as if they're real physical things that are measurable, and they're not. The whole concept of virtual particles is that they aren't observable, right? But the reality is that they're not something that exists in the first place. People for years used the idea of uncertainty to try and excuse that they could exist, right? Like you do a delta E times delta T greater than or equal to H bar. But that's really not what's going on in these Feynman diagrams and in these actual processes in real life, really. Really, anytime you have these internal lines or these loops, which I have some little pictures for examples, that's just a collection of propagators mathematically. It doesn't represent any real particle. It's just math. That's it. So let's talk about another concept that's a little fun, that really flips a lot of things on their head. Something that I only really recently came to terms with myself. That is that are things in science that we call laws truly immutable? How can we be so sure that we're right about things? Well, the truth of the matter is we can't. The scientific method can only definitively prove theories, models, whatever, wrong. We can't objectively prove something that is right. There are things we call law, but I'll show you that things aren't airtight. I'll go over a couple examples to illustrate this. Starting, unfortunately, with a more complicated one. So, it's all fine and dandy that in QFT we could predict something with no loops, what we call a tree level, basically the first term in a series expansion. It's basically just the first term in our approximation. But the moment we start introducing corrections to that, going to the higher order terms, we start getting infinities. And that's where our concept of things no longer being as definite as we believe them to be starts to go away. So this is about the good time for me to explain this concept of action in a little more detail. So the Lagrangian is this quantity that we had in the action before, and it's also the equation that we use to describe how particles interact in standard model, or any object behaves in general. It's basically this concept that's much like, say, total energy. It has the same exact units. We just manipulate it a little bit. in classical physics, it's just the quantity kinetic energy minus potential energy. In particle physics, that's not too different in reality. It's just kinetic term minus mass term. Plus interactions, but that's about it. But the way these work in particle physics is that we write this quantity in terms of fields, which is things like this A and psi symbol. And then we have couplings, things like E, which is just like charge. And so when you have an interaction, it's coupled together by different fields. But there's a bigger idea here, and that is going all the way back to when we first started describing nature using the concept of this Lagrangian. Everyone really thought this is a holy equation. And actually, a kind of scary thing is that Dirac, in his later years, he just kind of like gave up on QFT, and because he believed this quantity to be sacred, that there was no getting around it, that it was the definite equation. But the reality is, it really isn't. Because of the fact that these aren't the things that we measure. We don't measure the absolute value of a field or its couplings. These are abstract things that do allow us to get quantities, at least at the tree level. However, a way that we found a way to get around these infinities is that instead of writing this Lagrangian in terms of the bare values of these fields, these couplings, we write it in terms of our observables, our cross sections, our lifetimes, or what have you. And when you do that and let these couplings, these fields move, then we can actually make predictions that are obscenely precise. That's actually what allows us to make the standard model what it is. And it's what led us to the situation we have now, where the standard model is the most accurate model of anything we have out there. So the consequence, the Lagrangian is no longer absolute or holy, but we have a very useful model. But this isn't only true of quantum mechanics. All models have limits. And to really illustrate this, let's go back to a very simple example. So say you have a rope, and you whip the rope up and down so that you're seeing the peaks and the troughs as it's a wave, right? I'm sure this is an example that some people had when they were in high school, or it's something that happens when we have an intro physics class in college. So what someone might do as part of like an upper level undergrad course is they could model this rope as like a bunch of individually oscillating segments that go up and down. And that's basically what this equation is doing. It's just modeling it as a bunch of harmonic oscillators. But this model has the exact same problems that we had when we did QFT. That if you go to the limits of this, say if you have arbitrarily small distance or mass, things start going to infinity. So what do? You redefine the model in terms of observables, and you introduce a cutoff, and then you can make your predictions and go about your life. The point of this, though, is to illustrate that everything has limits. We can't arbitrarily, which by that I mean know the infinite accuracy, anything. Another good example of things that we can't know the infinite accuracy is zeros, right? So like a prediction that we have from the standard model and classical electromagnetism is that this concept of the photon has to be some object that doesn't have a mass. So mass equals 0. But that's not something you can prove. You can't prove 0. And that's actually like a fun thing that's been going on for like well over 100 years is that every few years, it's been getting longer and longer now because it's getting harder and harder to set limits. People set further and further limits on what the mass of a photon may be. we never can know with complete certainty that it's zero, because every detector one would have has a limit to how certain it can be. And so let's start talking about these fringe topics, right? So the standard model is great, quantum mechanics is great, but there's many questions that it doesn't solve, or at least we have no solution for at present. One of the big ones is this concept of matter-antimatter symmetry. So if one is to believe that Big Bang is a thing, then one would rationally believe that there was an equal amount of matter and antimatter at the very beginning, yet there really isn't right now. So what the hell is on with that? What about gravity? Is there a quantum model of gravity? Not everyone's convinced. Some are. Where is supersymmetry? We've been trying to observe whether or not particles have these heavier partners for, I think, like 30 years now. We don't have any direct evidence of supersymmetry, but we do have indirect evidence. And that would be that the Higgs boson has the mass it does. We had one chance in all of our efforts to completely disprove supersymmetry. But the fact that we observed the Higgs boson and observed it at the mass we did means that supersymmetry is on the table and we can't completely rule it out right now. Which leads to another topic. Why do things have the masses they do? Alright, the Higgs boson is much lighter than it should be for reasons that we don't fully understand. And in fact, for whatever reason, it couples obscenely strongly with a top quark, and no one really knows why. Because the top quark is more massive than the Higgs boson is, and that's a fun question. Neutrino oscillation is another fun one, although a little bit outside my field of expertise. Next,
Yeah, he died.
that's the idea that we have at least. Oh, I hear.
You died for a couple seconds.
Yeah, I noticed my connection was going down for whatever reason. My internet sometimes a little weird.
Campus internet be like.
I'm not even on campus. I haven't been on campus all week, except for like Monday, when I have the great exams. Neutrino oscillation is just the idea that given these three flavors of neutrino associated with each generation of electron, they can oscillate between their flavors while they propagate. I know quite a few people who are involved in trying to measure these things. And there's more stuff related with neutrinos that are big questions too, like what masses do they have? Are they massless? Are they their own antiparticle? We don't know. And then of course there's the big question that everyone's been wondering for a long time now is, what the hell is dark matter? Which I'll clear that up a little bit. So, a long while ago, back in the 1900s, like 1950s, 1960s, we expected to observe galaxies that have rotation that depends on its the radius from the galactic center. And that's what like this dashed line shows in this plot, right? But when you actually observe the rotation velocity at different distance from the galactic center of galaxies, you find that it's like a flat curve, which completely flies in the face of what anyone would expect. And so we just alleviated this. Well, I say we. I mean the astronomers, the astrophysicists, alleviated this by adding an extra term to predictions, and we called it dark matter. And so this topic has evolved quite a lot now. So we've been in search of this thing called dark matter. We have solid reasons to believe that it may be a particle, but there's nothing really for sure that tells us that that's the fact. But cosmologists are rather convinced. They did a lot of fun little predictions based off of taking the Big Bang Theory to be true. And so that allows us to set limits on like how much mass comes from matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And so for a long time now, we've been doing these particle searches looking for dark matter. I've been hearing about a lot of different ones in recent times, past couple of years. In general, we call this the dark sector. Some people call it the hidden sector. It's just basically something that it's hard for us to observe. In the particle physics sense, the way we define dark matter is it's something that doesn't interact strongly with anything else in a standard model, which is the reason why we haven't observed it yet. So like one such, and that's the reason why we call it the hidden sector, dark sector, that kind of thing. One fun model I heard of is the concept of dark atoms. So that's just the idea. It's part of like this whole group of ideas. There's also like the dark standard model, that kind of thing. That instead of there just being like one dark matter particle, there's several. And not only are there dark matter particles, there are dark matter bound states, so they can form dark atoms. One fun astrophysics idea I saw a talk on was something about the concept of if there are dark atoms, then they can accumulate on the surface of moving stars because of the warping of space-time. So one could possibly observe them indirectly doing that, measuring the motion and emissions of a moving star. I've heard some interesting experiments talking about dark photons. So there's a experiment, I think it's called Light Through a Box, that some collection of national labs is working on. Basically the idea that there is like some way to couple dark photons to, which is just a dark matter photon, to regular standard model photons, so that it could pass through a box in some such way that we can measure. Some sort of Higgs interactions we call the Higgs portal. That's actually a little closer to what I work on. So one could assume that if there is a Higgs for regular matter, what if the Higgs interacts, either the Higgs interacts with dark matter, or what if there is a dark matter version of the Higgs? So those are things that we look for. That's kind of a project I'm on right now. Some people think that dark matter might be another kind of neutrino called the sterile neutrino, which is much more massive than the regular neutrinos. And then the mass regions that like we expect these things to be. For a long time, we expected them to be massive particles, but we spent a long time on that, and so now people are trying to push down into the lower mass region. But there's a lot of stuff on that. I could, if I really spent a lot of time trying to think about all the stuff I've heard about this topic, I'd be here for quite a while, but I don't remember all off the top of my head.
What I know is that there's always something smaller.
No, do I? Oh, I think that's the last slide I had.
Well,
knowledge.
It sounds like you played your time very, very well to the initial 1 hour.
I mean, this is not the first time you've ever done a presentation, and you're not doing it at such a stiff crowd like with like the professors.
I'm quite willing to learn just about anything in any sort of way. It sounds like Sarge will be like 15 minutes actually late. So, Rob, what do you got for 15 minutes?
So,
I don't know.
Property.
So
maybe ask you some questions, and then we can just go do it back and forth.
We got Meister. He seems.
Okay, yes. Hello. I wanted to wait till you were done with your presentation to pop in. That was fascinating.
Thank you.
I'm trying to think of where to even start. So I guess the biggest thing, just to kind of hop right into a statement, just to kind of start a dialogue, is I'm just so interested in the fact that, right, you actually work in a field of research that is actually pushing the boundary of our understanding of the universe that we live in. I work in a very established field, so it's fairly well known, electrical things. So, right, there's not a whole lot of boundary pushing other than application of existing technology. So the fact that you're working with stuff where, right, you're not talking about laws and known factors. You're sitting here and pontificating about what could be, and that's actually how the boundary is being pushed, right? There are theories as to how these things may exist, and we don't even know. So that's just fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's a fun thing, right? Because especially for people who have only done high school or have done a bachelor's, you're taught things at various levels, and then you're even taught in such a way that you believe things to be definite, to be laws. And when you learn that that's actually not true, it kind of boggles the mind a bit. And it kind of led me to understand something a little weird about how education works. So the way I've ultimately come to terms with it is that really what we do, starting from like some of us have like pre-education. Like I had like a pre-K I went to when I was younger. But at every level of education, basically what happens is we're told lies that resemble the truth more and more until you're ready for the truth. The higher you go up. And
Yeah,
so
that's a pretty good way to put it.
It's fascinating because of the fact that people who do not pursue that any further hold what they were taught as the absolute. And so it leads to like fun little misconceptions that permeate like wildfire.
Oh yeah, right. And you end up with people that go into their respective fields with this absolute monolithic knowledge of this is the way things are, and then if something challenges that, they don't know how to react to it. What do you mean that what do you mean that what I know is wrong?
What do you mean I got given a half truth when I was 6 years old and got reinforced that for another 5 years?
Well, or what do you mean this concept that I've been applying my entire career is actually incorrect when you operate outside of the narrow scope that I use it in, that it's actually valid?
What do you mean Newton wasn't 100% correct in the 18th century?
What do you mean Ohm's law has problems?
Ohm's law is a fun concept, actually.
Oh, okay. I mentioned that I'm electrical. I was gonna say yes. I am an electrical engineer, and I work in a field where Ohm's law regularly is kind of. You would be better off applying Maxwell's equations, and a lot of the people I work with don't like that. Right. The concept that electrons actually travel as a wave and not as little particles along a piece of copper boggles the mind of some of these engineers who have been there for 30 years.
The funny thing is that's not even the correct statement either.
Oh, please go on. I'm on. Okay, no, yes, please explain.
The electron doesn't move in a conductor. It's the energy density of the electron field moves.
Yes, right, yeah, yes, it is the propagation of the wave front that is generated by the electron hole in pair, basically.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm
okay.
working in a field where shit goes downhill, and don't look at too much for the key rules that I have to live with.
And you know what? That's important because if our shit didn't go downhill, it would pile up in our homes.
Yeah. We'd be like London until 50 years ago. I get into trigonometry. Okay, I do that.
This is an open invitation for any UKers to come in and fight us. So.
Yeah. Well, they know that I'm right, so they can't fight me on this.
The thing I've noticed that's kind of funny. So I'm an experiment guy. I'm friends with theorists. But a thing I've noticed about other experiment people in my field is that once they get done taking their classes, they do their PhD, Just like most other people, a lot of the like advanced knowledge just falls out the back of their head. I've legit been at places. I've been at like labs where they're giving a tour talking about some complex. Like I think the more recent one is I got to see the muon G -2 experiment over at Fermilab. And the guy giving the tour started talking about these virtual off-shell particles as if they were real things, and I'm like, buddy. But it's okay. Like, I get that people don't get this by default, and if you don't really try to get it, then yeah, things are going to not connect right.
Well, and that's why this. I mean, right, to put it one way, from a more layperson's perspective, this sounds like magic, or this sounds like bullshit. Right? It's so unintuitive. It's so esoteric, unintuitive. It doesn't make sense with the way that you can interpret the observable world using your basic senses. That people are just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
The fun thing, though, is that in a way it's better than magic because we can actually predict what's going to happen.
I would make a joke about RF, but this stuff goes way beyond RF.
The bigger problem is that on the low energy condensed matter side of things, and even like the statistical physics, is that for decades there was a lot of like flimsy models that just flew around for years, and they work to an extent. Don't get me wrong, but they're definitely not factually correct with what's actually happening.
When you say flew around, does that mean physically thrown to an airplane, or just like, yeah, this is something that you can use?
Something that you can use. But, like a good example, like in condensed matter, I would say is the Drude model was prevalent for years. Just a model of conduction as like a gas of electrons, like an idle gas, and that's just not how a quantum gas works. But, I mean, we got some decent results out of doing it until you measure heat capacity.
It's always thermodynamics that fucking gets you.
Honestly, thermodynamics is one of the hardest subjects, like, when you get down to it.
I have never had to take a formal thermodynamics class, and every time I try to engage with it, I am very careful to not overstep my bounds, because I fall down rabbit holes so fast, and it's like, I don't know what I'm talking about. I need to stop.
Is one of the few laws that are as close to being absolute as possible, I think. Like, it is of the most absolute.
It's absolute within the definition of your system.
Yeah.
Which that's its way proving the point I was already pointing out, which is that there are always bounds to your definition of law. You just have to choose them in an intelligent way.
Yeah. Well, right. That's why coming up with a unified theory of everything is almost a fool's errand, because you can't possibly define a scope of everything.
Yeah, remember, if anyone ever tells you to have a grand unified theory, they're probably smoking dope.
Exactly.
I tell you, it's really
So
funny
they have that in
getting.
common with those blue-collar guys, eh?
It's really funny getting the emails in my spam folder from X guy who finally figured it all out, mass emailing our entire department.
Yeah.
The only perpetual motion machine I see is your fucking mouth.
Remember, the hardest
No,
part
really.
of perpetual motion is hiding the batteries.
I think the funniest thing I've learned since like actually talking to people in the field a lot recently is that the dealing with the conspiracy nut thing has been a thing for at least 50 years.
Yeah.
Since the phrase was popularized by the CIA.
So when you say that you get, so I guess just to kind of poke at that a little bit, you say that you get people emailing around saying they've come up with like, a grand unified theory of everything or whatever. Do you actually get people that somehow get your email or your department's email and are like just emailing you crackpot theories every once in a while?
Absolutely. I'll actually see if I can dig one up.
Yeah, absolutely. I would be very curious to hear, right? What's the funniest one that's gotten passed around, right? The one that's like, oh my god, everybody, take a look at this.
I think the funniest one is probably there was some like group of spam emailers that try emailing suggesting that the axis the Earth rotates on is a physical axis.
What?
The globe model is absolute, as in there is literally a rod through the middle of the Earth
going through the center of the planet to hold us in place.
No, really. There was like a group of emails I got about that. Actually, like several people that I know got it.
Listen,
shish kebab Earth theory.
The most accurate model I think I've seen, the best way I can describe it is that the orbits of the planets around the sun make a cone that are close to the sun as it is, well, closer, I guess. As it's closer in diameter, it's closer in distance. I'm going to say on the vertical. Vertical doesn't make sense, but you know what I mean. As one dimension is closer, so is the other.
Yeah, I don't know if I still have these anymore. I think like the spam filter must have deleted them or something.
Damn.
All good. I was just curious.
Says, obviously, that's what my globe has.
He figured it out.
Yeah, I think the most common one I've been getting lately is people trying to suggest that all forces are just electromagnetism. But that did not work.
Waves, man.
The moment you try to apply the strong force as electromagnetism, everything will fall the fuck apart.
Yeah. No,
Clearly, because this is my highest level of understanding, this must be the truth.
Yes. No, people are like, everything's a wave, man, which, I mean, it's usually potheads to say that, which, that's not true, but a lot of our non-touch perceptions rely on the same waves, like hertz ranges. Your sight and hearing, to my understanding, are on the same scale, they're just different sections of the scale.
Yeah, the whole, we're all just waves, man. We're all part of a larger entangled system. People who think that doing DMT once gives them all knowledge of quantum mechanics.
No, our sight and sound perception are waves. Everything else is very physical.
Well, and all right, and this is a bit of my I have a hammer, everything looks like a nail way of understanding things, but at least from an easier to grasp angle, thinking about a lot of that stuff as waves isn't that incorrect. At least at a higher level.
It's not incorrect, but it's not correct in the way most people mean it.
Yes, exactly. Right. Again, if you dig too deep, all laws are probably incorrect to some degree. It's just at a macro scale, this is where I'll have to puff out my chest and say, on an applied level, they are laws. They're very practical. They're functional. On an absolute level, no, they're probably wrong. Right. Like Ohm's law. On a practical application, Ohm's law is very correct. On a microscopic, if you really dig down into it, Ohm's law has problems.
Yeah, overall, I think the funny thing about classical mechanics is that anything that has to deal with something that is of the scale of us, personally, we have, perfectly described.
Yeah.
But once we exit our wheelhouse, we're lost.
Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's where I go from the at least for our current level of technology, on the practical level, on the macro scale, they're correct. They're very useful. But then when you start to drill down, once you exit our technological understanding and you start to push that boundary, that's where you get into problems.
It's actually what makes one of the foundational axioms of quantum mechanics really interesting is the fact that yes, it's something completely outside the range of our senses and our logic. We did still discover that everything about a quantum state is complete. it gives us complete information about the system or whatever particle in that state that we want. And that's like counter to the whole like thing about hidden variables. But the fact that we can describe something that we have no familiarity with as complete information of what's going on is truly baffling.
And I think that's what fascinates me the most about it, is that I just have such a poor intuitive grasp of it. Again, right? I hear you saying these words. I can try to follow the equations, but it's just like
on a human
can't.
level, we're not going to have intuitive grasp into these concepts.
Yeah.
That's why we call it a counterintuitive field of study.
Yes.
That's why Feynman himself said that if someone says they understand quantum mechanics, they're lying.
Well, and I suppose that also makes it very difficult to easily explain quantum mechanics to somebody who isn't in your field, because the field that you're in is less well understood, so there really aren't, masters. There aren't people who truly fully understand mostly everything, so it's going to be very difficult to break it down to a point where you can actually easily explain it, because you have to start getting into the weeds really, really fast to even try to explain what's going on.
Yeah, that's kind of why I structured what I was talking about in the way I did.
Yeah,
I decided to go with common misconceptions, just because of the fact that that's the easiest way to really rein in these topics. Because if we really get into the weeds, we really, really get into the weeds.
Oh, exactly right. You at some level you can no longer just use analogy, and you have to start cracking out equations, and that's where you're going to lose everybody.
Yeah, I didn't want to bust out good old Sakurai, just give you a lecture out of the characteristics.
So Rob, can you please explain to me why physicists like to use a bunch of weird equation symbols?
You'll have to be more specific. I mean, notation is horrible. I'll give you that. Like using the Greek letter rho for 5 different things, it gives me a headache.
More like about the ego thing.
The ego thing. I mean, sure, we have complicated equations, and yeah, we have a lot of symbols, but I mean, I think at the end of the day, people just like the Greek symbols. I think also it's because of the fact that they don't want to write a bunch of equations using, like, Latin.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not
in just such a way.
Yeah, not using the standard Latin or Arabic alphabet when you're actually writing.
To be fair, though,
equations probably makes more sense, because then you can differentiate it better, right? Mu, tau, whatever, pi.
For using equations, it's just so that we can communicate physics in a way that goes across language barriers.
Yes. That is also important. Yeah, it's
9.
Don't worry. We're back. We're so back.
Cat knocked out the power, as in tripped the breaker, or as in unplugged the cord?
The cord got unplugged.
Okay.
Nuked the power station.
All right, we're back. I was able to reconnect the broadcast. We're fine. It's all fine. God damn it, man. I'm gonna have to fix it. It happened again.
Or heavier element like uranium or anything like that.
In the lab,
It's back up. Everything's fine. I have.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to confine the creature to solitary.
So currently, most of my analysis is basically running jobs on a server right now. But on my undergrad, I did work with cobalt sources, cesium sources, those kind of things. So I do have experience working with them. It's not as complicated to work with as one would think. 'Cause, like, cesium and cobalt sources are not like the most radioactive, so there's not really much protection you need if you're doing like a low energy like scattering experiment. But if you were to do things in like the MeV or GeV scale, then yeah, you'd have to have all the concrete walls, which I've been in facilities like that.
Gotcha. Just curious because I have very briefly worked in a facility that had one of those, right? The cobalt source actually was sunken down into a large chamber that was buried in the earth some number of meters down, and you had to put whatever you wanted to irradiate in this little box, and the tube would descend down into the ground, clear the area, turn on the source.
Oh, so like it's an ambient counting experiment. I see. Okay.
Well, this was more just having a cobalt source as a source of gamma rays to test the degradation of electronics.
Yeah, that's always a good thing to test.
Yes. Right. Again, right. This was less experimentation. This was more application, but it was a cobalt source, and I don't know. I'm just anytime I get to talk to people about that, it's interesting.
I guess one other thing I'll say from experience is I'm still not 100% sure that quantum computers are real.
Yeah, anytime I hear quantum computer, I just kind of file it away in the okay, sure part of my brain.
Like I've seen one hypothetically, like a 2-qubit machine, but I've never seen one actually running. I hear people talk about them all the time, and like try to like throw shit up my ass about, oh yeah, we use a resonator to make these measurements. It's like, okay, how the hell does that work?
Yeah.
And then they just dance around the question. I'm not fully convinced that it's not just a scam yet, but I'll believe it when I see it, especially when they can do something that's not just I diagonalize this matrix.
Yeah. At this point in time, it's almost one of those, this wireless device looks inside, actually still has wires. Right, okay, is it actually a quantum computer, or are you just observing quantum phenomena in something that you built?
Hey, so do you want to kind of describe your sulfur experiments with your undergrad stuff?
That's something I am clear to talk about.
I'm gonna.
It didn't ever really work out very well, but
That cat alive.
That's it. Both those cats, timeout box.
Yeah, of course.
So you mentioned that you've done experiments with solar, I guess. What were you doing with that?
so that was part of one of the newer grants that was awarded to my undergrad for the DOE, where basically they're trying to test the radiation hardness of solar panels for space applications. Which is a fancy way of saying we want to put shit in space. How we power it. So basically, what we did is we repurposed the experiment I was already on to allow us to put panel samples in. So it's just like little tiny things. I had a picture of it on my slides, but we just mounted them to our holders inside our foil chamber, and then we just hit them with a proton beam. Although that project, I started it up with a couple professors. It's still going, and I believe the first publication of it's supposed to be coming out within this year, I think, because I believe they just submitted it like last month or something.
Very interesting. So they were experimenting with, right, say, new types of solar cells and checking their radiation hardness for use in space missions and that sort of thing.
So some new, and then since the machine I was working with was on the lower energy range, it was actually providing results that hadn't actually been done yet because of the fact that almost every other experiment that was measuring the radiation hardness was for like MeV and GeV scale. They were not testing for KeV, which like the machine I worked on in my undergrad was like 300 KeV. Yeah, basically for like the CAD-TEL, we were providing the low energy, like lower bound behavior, which is actually where the most damage happens, ironically. Because when you get a high energy, so basically the penetration and the damage to any material is proportional to the energy that happens that when you impinge on it with, say, a gamma ray or like an ionized proton. And that's because at different energy level, at different energies, different processes are taking hold. So when you have a very high energy particle, it either just passes right through or it gets fully deflected by the electron to the surface. Whereas if you have a very low energy particle, all of the scattering and interactions happen at the nucleus level. And so that distorts the lattice inside. And that's where a lot of the damage is going to happen.
Yeah. Huh.
I mean, the good thing is materials like CAD-TEL are really hard to damage, though, because it has a self-annealing property. So over time, the lattice will just distort back to its like roughly the original configuration.
I would assume that there's some or I guess I would call it plastic deformation. I don't know if that's the correct term, but right, there's some permanent damage, right? There is some annealing property, but I'd imagine if you bombarded it with enough, gamma radiation, that you'd damage it irreparably.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah. And I do have a little bit of background with solar, but more specifically, right, like photodiodes, photodetectors, PN junction stuff. More basic, but
Everything's a PN junction when you think about it.
well, okay, roll one. Everything's a PN junction unless it's, gallium arsenide or one of the more exotic materials. It's still a PN junction, I guess, but whatever.
Alright, hopefully the alterations I've just made will help allow him to not unplug my fucking cord when he goes behind the couch. Sorry.
His goose is cooked.
Yeah.
Oh,
I might have
you're
a
too
succulent
far away.
Chinese meal later.
Hi, Sarge.
Howdy,
Oh,
Sarge.
hey, Sarge is here.
Yeah.
Hello, gentlemen. I am very sorry to be so late.
I think you're actually right on time for your segment.
About a half hour late.
Are you?
Yeah.
Yes.
A wizard.
Oh, whatever.
A wizard's never late.
I don't think the half hour was wasted. It was fun to pick Mr. Kiyuma's brain. I am butchering that pronunciation. I'm sorry. I do not the animes.
Kiyoma.
Kiyoma, thank you.
Obscure physics anime reference.
I will mention that whenever somebody says the code word, I will flash it up on the screen. I should probably... Not the word, just that it was spoken.
Alright. Well, I caught a little bit of the conversation about quantum physics, wackadoo stuff. Should I, did y'all have any, closing thoughts you wanted to have on that, or am I,
I think I'm good.
I think it's a good place to kind of probably move on to the next topic, because I know that the hours are kind of close with these subjects, and that's going to branch off to longer subjects afterwards.
Yeah, you're not wrong with that. Let's see. I guess I should probably start off, because I happened to see a particular little message that I thought was funny. So, hello to everyone. I'm Sergeant Genitals, also known as Literally Who. You might know me from a recent thing that has been plaguing the fucking Buru recently for, 2 days now?
Yeah, about to.
Yeah, about 2 days.
Number 2 pose.
Aw, don't cry there, Snoot fan! Yeah. Oh, fucking A. That was its own little funny thing, but it's not what we're here to talk about. My little segment here is supposed to be talking about the importance of world building. and how, in certain aspects, it is probably one of the most important things that you can put down to make sure that anyone who is reading, watching, or playing anything that you had a hand in will actually give a shit about the greater encompassing world. Because at the end of the day, it either has to make sense or is captivating enough to keep someone fucking invested. And the first thing you do with world building is you don't focus on it at all. The first thing you should do is just pick the one thing that interests you. So, sci-fi, fantasy, horror, like whatever. You pick that and you start throwing in shit that you like that might not even be part of that. You can have a horror thing, you have a bunch of comedy shit in there, you have specific jokes, you have specific types of monsters that aren't considered horror, but you can make them horror. You just toss a bunch of shit in. And the first thing that you're supposed to do is now figure out how to make that shit make sense. That's what world building is. It's putting all of your little checks of autism in there and then just checking a little box to make sure, yeah, that's what I like. And yeah, now it makes sense. Or you could go in the more enjoyable fashions of it makes sense because it doesn't make sense, because you decide to make all the rules of the world around you that much more little chaotic. Because nothing is set in stone, chaos is therefore the rule, not the exception. But I'm divulging. How I could possibly put it into a good little metaphor would probably be something along the lines of some things that I've done. Like, in one of my fantasy things that I am writing currently, I wanted to have wizard towers. But I needed a reason. I need an actual reason as to why wizard towers would exist. And the reason for those... the reason that those wizard towers exist, that I found out, is that they would commune with sky serpents that would teach them how to cast magic. So there's always just a little. You have to reason out the stupid shit that you want, because again, it can be as stupid as you fucking want. You want fucking babes in chainmail bikinis? Cool. Give it a reason. Give it a reason as to why that is an actual thing that someone wears and believes it will protect them from danger. Now, I don't have that in mind personally. Not that I don't enjoy it, simply because I haven't thought of anything yet. But for the most part, it is simply just going to be very simple things given reason. Like sci-fi setting. I wanted rednecks in space. And I thought it was hilarious. Well, how could I like cultivate this little culture that I'm trying to create? Well, you make things like fucking Leonard Beauregard. Leonard Beauregard was a fucking hick that won on a lotto scratcher and decided to build a weapons manufacturing company with his earnings. He is essentially
Uncle Bubba.
Yeah, he's Bubba. His friends call him Bubba. So he essentially just started making a whole bunch of guns that you would see made in some dude who has a Ford F-150 or a Chevy Tahoe and thinks that is the car that God drives. It's got dents. It's got a fucking truck rack on the back. There may or may not be a possum somewhere within the engine cabin. and he loads his own ammunition and almost always works perfectly fine, except for that one time it didn't.
Yes, the piss and hot loads.
Yeah, hot loads.
It definitely works fine. Definitely did not blow up internet, like interspatial YouTube celebrity at one point.
Definitely did not cause monumental damage to the inside of a ship.
Yeah.
Space Kentucky ballistics.
Yeah. So with Leonard, a lot of the things that just kind of encompass him is just it's just the funniest. It's just funny stories you would imagine a redneck getting up to, but you just add on in space. That's entirely what it is. It's stupid, it's goofy, but that's the entire point of what the sci-fi setting is supposed to be. It's supposed to be the dumb shit that I do while I'm causing never-ending torture to the denizens of the fantasy world.
So you're telling me there's a whole planet that just grows corn?
Stop! You're giving me ideas.
Well, hold on. They're just stuck in the labyrinth system, aren't they? I don't know that they have.
Current. Okay, so with how current things are, the funny thing about the sci-fi setting is that all the world building that you're hearing does not apply to anything of where the story will begin. It is simply the explanation of here are the people we have, here's the history they have. It has nothing to do with where they are now. It has no bearing. Now, it does affect how those people interact with each other now that they're stuck here. A Lord of the Flies scenario, if you will. Except this version of Lord of the Flies has about 80 chapters where the boys just kind of figure out who each other is, and then the plane crashes and they all start killing each other for ascertained reasons before.
I hate you. No, I hate you more.
I'm a fish, and you like to go fishing. I'm gonna shoot a brick.
This space pig is mine.
I see you got your space overalls on. Well, let's go down to the Hogswash and take the truck mutton.
You know what? You just gave me a fucking hilarious idea of someone just, you know how they'll just like stick their thumbs in the bands of the of where the overalls kind of clip onto the button.
Yeah.
I just imagine him tugging on those, and it has that like those little circle rays shooting out of it. Yeah, he just woo woo woo, and it just shoots out those 3 circles, and it's just like ah! He fucking dies. And now that I've thought about that idea, I have to go and think about the tactical value of those things and where the fuck which company made it and like what year it came out.
It's a quick release for your oxygen supply.
No, wait. It specifically wasn't made by any like manufacturer that you think of. It was made by a jeans manufacturer. They're branching out to making other products that failed horribly commercially.
Ah, yes, Levi's jeans, also known for their more controversial step into death rays. So yes, it's important to have things. Now, the most important thing about world building is that things do not happen in a petri dish. So if you have one thing happening in one portion of the world, yes, that is going to be a solely located there event. However, as time passes, news of that event or the culture that surrounds, the fact that that event happened is going to then spread as people come and go, and you'll have traveling tradesmen and just general foreigners coming and going at at leisure, all the time. A good instance for this would be in the fantasy setting in Gaslorn. There is a region called the Dunner Woods, or they're next to the Blackwood, actually. But there's this little town called Dunner. Now they have this little festival that recounts an old fairy tale about the Dunner Witch, and the whole thing about the Dunner Witch is it was this little story of this man gets lost in the woods, and he asks a woman to he asks this old witch, this old hag in the middle of the woods in this cabin, to show him the way out. So she says okay, and she essentially gives him a list of chores, and he proceeds to complete them. And what the witch does in return is she brews a little potion and hands it to him, and when he drinks it, he turns into an ent, like a living tree monster. And for being slighted in this fashion, he chases the witch into the woods, and neither of them are ever seen again. Now, with that story, the Dunner Witch Trials in Dunner is essentially, they have this like 4 to 5 day long festival in which it has a bunch of sturdy of age men enacting in competitions where they will essentially mock the trials that the man in the story went through for the witch. And the last one is the guys have to wear these tree trunks around their bodies that have kind of been hollowed out so that they have like armholes. And they select an elderly woman of the town, and she has to escape all of these grown men wandering around in tree logs, and she has to make it to the tree line. And if she does, she escapes, and all the men are supposed to be forever cursed as ents, even though they just have to wear the log for the rest of the festival. But if someone catches her, they get to take off the log, and they get to enjoy the festivities. It's sort of like hurrah, you caught an old woman, congratulations. But that's essentially the main thing of the Dunner Witch Trials. And the thing is that this started off as just like a tiny little story. People thought it would be fun to turn it into a festival, an excuse to have some fun for a week. So they do it yearly. Now, of course, when you have a festival, there's a reason for such. Or rather, it doesn't necessarily stay in one place. So people will go, and they've heard about this. Like, oh, I was traveling over to Dunner, and I saw that they were having a festival. I was wondering what that was about, and they told me about this Dunner Witch Trial nonsense, and that's when this festival starts going from place of word of mouth, of letters, of all these different fashions, and now everyone in the greater region of Gaslorn kind of knows about the Dunner Witch Trials that happens yearly. So a lot more people show up, so the festival's gotten quite big.
Everybody, including other witches.
Possibly, I don't know. There was one woman that was actually, she was so quick. I think there was a good chunk of years where she was chosen to be the woman that ran, and they never caught her, not once. They started to joke saying that she was the Dunner Witch, come back to show them how it's done. So it's little things like that you just like, you get this little twitch in your brain of like, oh, this is a little story that can go on. So those little stories aren't isolated, and then they become ripple effects. Other people start interacting with it, and sure, this is like a good thing, but you also have things that are bad. Case in point of Mildred kind of fucking up constantly. But one particular one that was deemed a fuck up was when they tried taking over Ascan. Now, Ascan, for case in point, when Mildred was trying to invade, they had a little bit of they didn't have all that much of their land properly covered. In the essence that they they were just a bunch of savages, essentially. Now, not savages in the proper sense, but more tribesmen. They respected the land because there was freaky shit out there that if you didn't appease it in some various fashion, or if you just pissed it off by existing, you were kind of fucked. So they're very what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of like spiritualistic. They're concerned about things that go bump in the night that they don't quite understand, and there's no way you could understand it without, fucking with it. So, Ascan is an undeveloped country of tribesmen. Mildred is a completely developed country with proper total war style combat military. Big old boxes of troops. Walking single file directly into another big old box of troops, single file. Or, well,
boxes.
Yes. So the whole thing with the war for Ascan was that it wasn't going in their favor because, despite them being tribesmen, it was their land and they knew how to work it. They also knew how to fuck with the wildlife to cause issue for the Mildred troops. So there was never a moment where they weren't getting fucked over by something. You fight people during the day, and you have a bunch of deer or a pack of wolves or a fucking giant grizzly bear show up and fuck up your camp while you're trying to sleep. So morale's not a thing. It just doesn't exist. If you need a kind of an understanding of how it was like, what's the most autistic way? I know the most autistic way I can describe this. It was essentially the Hist. It was essentially the Imperials trying to invade Black Marsh in fucking Elder Scrolls. And we all know how that went.
Nothing can invade Black Marsh.
Nothing can invade Black Marsh. Not even the fucking Daedra could invade Black Marsh. Literal hell.
It was the Argonians invading hell and taking it over.
Yes.
Argonians can survive anywhere.
Yes.
Even in the cold, somehow.
Don't worry about it.
Because they're made in the image of man. So the
Hist
probably gave them warm blood. Who knows?
So this was getting to a point that it was getting ridiculous. So the Mildred one of the Mildred kings, the Silver Crown King, general of the armies, and essentially responsible for external threats and whatnot. He says, "Fuck this! Get me one of those old ancient elven technology things that we don't know how it works or what it does." He goes to the researchers, and they say, this should just create like a light show and scare them. He created a light show, and it tore a fucking hole along the southern border of the country that is now known as the Glowing Scar. Over 100 years later, it's still glowing. And there's bad shit down there. The Askani, when they saw this, were like, oh, these guys are fucking crazy. We give up. And Silver Crown King, kind of not expecting the power he just kicked out, was a little bit shook. So he kind of stopped the whole thing. Everyone was like, man, this was kind of a wet fart of a war, now wasn't it? They gave up, and we're not even too sure if we should take it.
Wait, it was that easy?
Yeah, not that it was that easy, it's just, oh my god, this is how we fucking won. Was literally cheating with doomsday weapons. That we didn't know how it worked. That could have pointed directly into my chest. He had intended to keep the land, which, I mean, you can't really... I get it, it's wilderness, but you can still keep the lumber, you can keep the stone. I mean, the connection with the portion of... The connection with the portion of land that he cut through could have actually been a valuable route through the Elder Green.
And he transformed it into magical radiation.
He transformed it into magical radiation that has caused horrific things to be down in that fucking chasm. They don't go outside. They don't like the sun or open air. They prefer it where it's all fucked down there. So this whole little finagle, that whole story I just told you, was entirely so the religious order can talk to the two crowns and essentially place themselves as essentially we have a purpose. We get to complete this purpose by any means necessary. So we get to do whatever the fuck. And that purpose is rounding up all of that old ancient elven technology and keeping it away from people. So it's just the Brotherhood of Steel in fantasy setting.
So now you have world police in the form of the Order of Order.
Pretty much.
And all it took was dropping a nuke.
Yeah, all it took was creating a horrible fucking... a literal hell chasm on Earth.
Yeah, pittance for world creators.
Yeah, pittance. So that's essentially how deep it can go. That I wanted a religious order that had a purpose, because I knew that when the elves made their little fucking technology, they couldn't have it. Otherwise, you could just... A fight begins between two people, someone pulls out what looks like a fucking pencil, and it shoots out miniature suns. And they just win. So
Points at you with a binky, drops a nuke.
Gaga, bitch.
Goo goo gaga, bitch. Oh my god.
This giant
All of
suit of
it.
armor that looks like a mech? Coffee machine.
The one thing I will also state for world building and anyone who is having any sort of issue, if you are having something that you are not 110% confident that you can write for, just leave it alone for now. Just leave that one portion alone and come back to it. These 2 points that I'm bringing up are going to intersect. Come back to something and never, ever fucking erase anything. The one rule I will give everyone who tries to start writing and they're like going into world building, write in pen. Make sure you have a physical little journal that you can carry around wherever the fuck you go, and make sure you are writing in pen. Because it's permanent. And the only way you're going to get rid of it is by crossing it out and wasting ink. So, with... Go ahead.
When you make a note, you can use it later.
Exactly.
I remember you telling me a few stories about that with the Fisherman's Tale stuff.
Yes, the story that I can't finish because it's cursed. The reason I say it's cursed is I had dropped my pen while I was writing it, and I hadn't noticed that the tip of the pen had been pulled off, essentially the ink stopper. And it had dropped big-ass fucking drops of ink onto the page, and they soaked through. And so as I'm flipping through the story now, I just see these giant fuck-ass blotches of ink that look evil and sinister as the story goes on. I'm just like, I can't finish this. This is evil. That's a sign. Especially if it's it involves sailors, so they're very skeptic. That was the fucking word. Or
not skeptic. Skeptic. No, not suspect. Fuck. What's the term again? Where you believe in like wise tales.
Superstitious.
Fuck.
Superstitious. Thank you. Yes, that's what the Askani were as well. But yes, sailors are superstitious folk. So, did I send you a picture of what that fucking page looks like?
I don't think you did. If you have it on hand, I can throw it up.
You know, it's fine. I don't. I've already wasted enough time with trying to get here on time and failing that miserably.
Oh, you're fine.
You're not dead, at least.
Yeah,
I prefer it that way.
Me too. Surprised to hear. So the one thing about not erasing everything is that you will have an idea. Just jot it down. And it may not work with what you're currently trying to figure out an idea for, but if you have an idea, just write it down, and I guarantee you, maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not even next week, but at some point, that idea is going to come up, and it is going to fix a fucking problem that you are having right then and there. And the best part is, you'll have physical notes that you can flip back through and kind of get where your head was at the time, and then you'll have this new, fresh concept that this idea works fucking perfect for. So, oh man, I had this idea fucking weeks ago, and I was wondering how to make it work, and I got it! For the longest fucking time, I was struggling with, I'm still struggling with Vena. Fucking Romans, but they are their own thing. They are legitimately segregated by a mountain range that no one cares to cross.
That's the big thing about world building, is that there's so much shit like you start going down this rabbit hole, then it's like, oh, I want to do this, then I want to do that, then I want to do this, and it's like, fuck, I got to get back to the original point. And it's like, wait, then there's this entirely other thing I wrote down on a fucking note that I forgot about.
And it works perfect for what I'm currently working on. All right, we're going back into the trenches.
And now, some reason I need to write about the original thing about humanity.
This is a necessary struggle for those who want multiple things going on in the same world, multiple narratives being spun at the same
Pretty
time.
much. Well, that's the thing about a world, is that while something is going on, several thousand other things are going on at the same time.
There's other shit happening.
And then you got Japanese developers doing this since the 90s, and it's like, what the fuck is this cocaine you're on?
Cocaine's too expensive these days.
Coca-Cola, put it back in, please.
Look back at it with a cabinet of clapping.
What?
Look at the channel.
Having a clapping. Oh, God.
Let me pull up the clip.
Oh, my God.
Hey, Monk every now and then decides, it's time to make bangers.
Yeah, no, but the only thing I know with world building, to a certain extent, is that you don't always want to completely enshroud yourself into just doing that, or else you have a world but no story to tell. And that's a tricky one that you might just stuck yourself to add this, that. What am I going to do with it? I've spent all my time developing this world, but really, what am I telling?
So, the greatest joy that I have is that in certain instances, the world itself will be a story in of its own. Like, if you look at Warhammer Fantasy, there's so much shit going on. So much shit.
Some may argue too much shit going on.
Some may argue too much shit. They're wrong and they should feel bad about their shitty opinions. Well, so the whole thing about too much shit going on, look at the world around you, motherfucker. This is the age of technology, where you can see everything going on at once. The horrible, horrible thing about the age of technology and being able to see everything all at once is that it's always been this way. You just didn't know it was fucking happening. Back in the day, the only time you knew something was happening was because someone wasted the fucking ink to write it down and send it somewhere else.
Or nail it on the wall of a door.
Exactly.
Or post it to a post. Hence why we call it posting.
Exactly. Just, the only reason you know everything that is going on in this day and age is because you have a little fucking computer that is connected to the entire fucking world. The internet. It is connected to the internet, where the internet has allowed us to figure out what is happening at any given moment, here, or here, or here, or there. You can just figure it the fuck out at any given time, and it all comes back to, hey, if you're writing a world, a full-on fucking living, breathing world, there's going to be ripple effects. There's going to be shit going on all the fucking time. And you know what? That's fucking fantastic. And it's real as fuck. So if you have a world in which it always seems something is happening and it's never stopping, cool. That's how it's supposed to be. There's a day-to-day slog in every small town you see. And guess what? In most cases, the most thing they're going to worry about is the fucking trout population. Unless you pull out a smartphone and, well, now they have all the answers of what's going on anywhere else but there.
Also, the trout's not even in their region, it's walleye. They're like, wait, what's not trout?
Look at, what the heck are you?
You get my point.
We get the point on it. I believe.
So the whole idea with world building and why in recent years it's honestly kind of pissed me off is that people who are making these worlds, sci-fi, fantasy, just basic, just modern, Western, ancient Roman, whatever scenario you have, fiction. You have a fictitious world. It's not fucking real. Make me believe that you think it's real. Make me believe that the writer who wrote this down gave a shit enough and actually made this world a living, breathing thing that as soon as they take their hands off of it, it can run and no one's going to stop it. I'll ask you a question. I'll go back to the Warhammer Fantasy. Hell, I'll even go back to fucking Elder Scrolls. Do you believe if the player had no fucking input at any given moment that the world would continue moving on?
There are multiple occasions where the worlds of Elder Scrolls would have ended if the player did nothing.
Well, what I'm meaning is without the touch of the player in the essence of...
Oh, no, everyday life continues on without you.
Exactly.
Even
occurs.
The world continues moving without your interaction. Now, sure, it's a Bethesda game and it doesn't progress, but it continues nevertheless.
I mean, yeah, even with Arena, if, let's say, nobody actually stops Jagger Tharn, there's still a world that's going to move onwards from that. It's just a fucked up one, possibly, but yeah.
Well, it's also the instance of, say the player character completes their thing and then vanishes from fucking existence, fucking Avatar: The Last Airbender style. And when the world needed him most, he vanished. The world continues moving on. Everything's perfectly fine. There's no next crisis except until the next era, so we don't need to fucking worry about it. The world continues moving on. The whole thing with just the world moving on is that you could look at Warhammer Fantasy, and the world is alive. It breathes. You understand that there are microcultures within macrocultures, in the same way we have here. We are. Yes, I just wanted to check real quick. Yes, we are all in here Americans. However,
the one's Canadian.
Technically American on the continent.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, but essentially, there's other shit going on around the world at the current moment. Like, something's fucking happening in, like, Nambia right now.
Sorry, my roommate just brought me burritos.
Hell yeah.
Even then, look, while we're sitting here in our room, roommate brings burritos.
Exactly. That's some fucking world building right there. My point is proven. Exactly what I needed.
Now, there'll always be worlds where basically, does the world continue upon this point without player input? Well, it's kind of hard to be given at certain points with the world, because they don't make it either obvious, or it's that just
you are the center of the entire experience. Which, sure, you are, however...
Dragonborn walk into Whiterun, the characters all move around, they go about their daily schedules, they sit down to eat, they do their job.
Most people treat you like a fuck-ass ignorant piece of shit for talking to them. And that's perfect. Because the first words out of their mouth usually sum up to, who the fuck are you?
Why do you think you're mad at me, dog? Why are you stepping to me?
Got stones in your ears? I said Greymane or Battleborn. I want to know how I can be accurately racist to you.
You know what? Technically, a very good example would be like Mass Effect, for if Shepard didn't exist, and like let's say there is no player input throughout the whole entire first 3 games, that world still has a probable link of what's going to happen with what the world has built around it.
Exactly. But we're going into we're kind of getting lost in the weeds here. I think I may have explained my my point. What I'm meaning with this diatribe is that if I believed that the worlds were not touched by the need for a player to exist, the world would actually move on its own. You know, the Dragonborn without the touch of a player. In lore, in story, the Dragonborn does kill Alduin. And then the world goes back to fucking normal. Or at least as normal as it can be. There's still a war going on, or maybe not. It's all up to fucking chance. And with Warhammer Fantasy, there's just so much shit there. There are cultures that continue to move on. There are entire cities that rise and fall within the matter of an entire fucking story. There's shit that's happening across, like, the known world of what was it fucking called? Like, an entire lizard empire like climbs and falls in the matter of one book that happens in the Empire. I'm sorry, Skaven. An entire Skaven underhive rises and falls within the story of one fucking Empire book. And it's all happening off fucking screen. You don't know that it's happening because that's not the story you're reading. That's not where you are right now. But it's happening. And it's happening as that story is going on.
And then in the other part of the world, a fucking meteor just fucking hits a town and creates a whole video game.
Shut the fuck.
And then also somewhere in the middle, butt fuck nowhere in the desert, some guy comes back up to life and he's fucking angry. That's Warhammer Fantasy.
Stirring his cauldron and saying, "Oh, you're a good sport, little doggy. Let me toss you in the fucking cauldron."
And then there's just an entirely separate other continent that fucking exists where a bunch of people are having a battle royale going on because who the fuck knows what's going on half the time.
Yeah.
That Warhammer Fantasy has a lot of shit going on
In a
that could take
small space.
years. Yeah. But for
In a relatively small space
it,
to something like 40K where there's so much shit going on, it actually seems stale.
well, it also suffers from the problem that it's same problem as almost Star Wars, where it's so large of a universe that it's like it's not possible to encompass everything that you could try to put into the world.
Does Empire have any sort of hold on this outer rim world, light years upon light years away? Which I understand it's part of the, suspension of
The joke.
Yeah, and also they do address that the Imperium doesn't have control over all human-infested worlds.
I like how you said infested.
I couldn't
That's
think of a
great.
better word.
No, it's perfect.
I mean,
it's literally perfect.
Hive world. So,
Like, there is a counter
Also
Terra, there is a bunch of other planets that have humans on them that the Imperium has forgotten about. And there are worlds where some guy is the king of the world because he found a lasgun. And there's no
Yes.
other lasguns.
Yes.
and then you have, like, and this might be just a problem with 40K and for the fact there's multiple writers for said universe, then you run into problems where one part of the universe completely has this set of rules. Then you go to another part of the universe, and it doesn't.
Yeah. So, I got, like, pulling back to the point being made. If you put the necessary love and care that is required for a story to feel alive, then you don't really have a worry. It's just, you just have to think of thing, make thing make sense. And then you make other things, make those things make sense. And then the conflict of world building, you have to make sure these two things can exist and make sense while making sense to each other. Or explaining why it makes sense that these things don't make sense together. There can be contradictions. There can be, this does not equal this. There can be just straight up, no, it's not like that here. Here's why. You don't have to have it as exposition. You don't even have to have it as someone sits down and explains things like it's a modern day video game, but for the most part, when you have two things within a world that coincide or contradict, both are perfectly fine to exist in the same fucking place. You want a more controversial take? Look at religion. Look at the Abrahamic religions, specifically. You have the Christians and the Catholics, which believe in Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. You have the Jews, which do not believe Jesus to be the Messiah, just that he was a cool dude. And then you have the Quran, which worships Allah, which, yes, I know still translates to God, but the translation is such. And they all believe in the one same God. They just believe it in different fashions, and that's where that's what the conflict comes from. You have contradictions existing in the same fucking place. And guess what? The only difference, the only reason that they can all exist together is because it is up to a matter of fucking opinion at that point. And that opinion is, which camp do you fall into? Now, majority these days fall into the lucky little camp of number 4 of, I choose not. But, again, all of those can exist in the same fucking place, even though they all contradict each other. It is a wonderful little thing that the more you look at real life and try and start creating applicable things for world building, it just smears across the surface like fucking butter on toast. It's perfect.
Not just any butter on toast, but warm butter on toast.
Warm butter on warm toast.
Yeah.
A warm
You
knife
know,
on
the butter
cold
you
butter.
Had in the dish that lives outside of the fridge for the week of the holidays or whatever, when your family's coming over for Christmas, when every day you're getting up and cooking
punished
eggs and toast and bacon, otherwise you're gonna get bitched at by your grandma.
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Oh, yeah. No, just
The-
good
the-
experiences.
The punished butter.
Punished.
I need someone to send me a stick of butter, but it has an eye patch and a fucking piece of metal sticking out the top of it.
It's got to be a butter
It
knife.
was ours.
It's got to be a broken, like, plastic butter knife at the top of it, I think.
A broken plastic butter knife sticking out of the top. That's actually perfect.
Man,
Oh.
it's playing in the background.
It wasn't in the game!
It wasn't in the game, but it fits so well.
It does.
It fits so nice and evenly.
Oh, Duran, what have you done?
They've given
What's
people
funny-
love for synth.
I mean, what's funny is that band did kind of exist during the time period that 5
they
is
could
set
have
in.
chosen a different Duran song, and it would have worked.
Yeah. But no, this is, as always, a fun topic to think about. It's a good one for especially for any beginning writer that wants to make an expansive world, or even a D&D campaign for making Scratch.
Exactly. Though probably the one thing that is probably the funniest thing that I've seen for D&D campaigns is I have this buddy at work. His campaigns have the concept that there is always a ticking clock. Now, his players can experience certain things. However, there are just some things that if they take too long, they will just not experience, they will just not encounter those things, and the events will play out without their input. And there is a already preordained thing that will happen if they do not interfere. So, with that being said, I like the concept of take the first Fallout game.
The water chip.
The water chip. You have a literal
Month.
You have a time limit. And things happen within that time limit. Now, you're not going to miss out on any content because that can kind of screw you over. But if you do take too long, it is game over.
The mutants will kill the necropolis if you expand your water chip's time. And then you don't have the ethical dilemma of, do I take the water chip or not?
Yep.
There's a couple interesting things, actually, with somewhat the reactive world of Fallout 1. Because there's a couple of things that you can do that kind of affect other areas. It's not a lot of them.
Oh, yeah. If
but
you
there are.
expand your timer, that caravan leads the mutants to your vault.
Yep.
It decreases
there's also, I
the
think,
second timer.
Yeah, because there's a secret second, as I know of.
There's the water chip, and then there's the super
master.
mutant timer.
Yep.
It's
it's
fantastic.
It's a wonderful game. I highly recommend anybody pick it up. It's probably like $5 on Steam right now.
As me and my brother could attest, Fallout 1 and 2, very much good games to play. They are a little bit buggy. I will not lie. There is still the save crash bug.
Ever existed that isn't buggy.
It's something
What's
inherently
this? You tried playing a game that existed back in the fucking 80s on Windows 10? Good fucking luck, chump.
It's more like that bug exists even at the time.
Yeah.
So in 1995 to 97, which was the release dates for 1 and 2. In 95, Fallout 1 was like really technologically advanced. In 97, Fallout 2 was really fucking behind because they moved away from isometrics.
Yeah.
But we still got Arcanum from basically the same guys.
Oh, God. Coming from the real devs that brought you Fallout 1 and 2.
Those devs are not there.
I know.
No, wait, there's still Feargus. Feargus has been involved with every Fallout project still.
That's
adorable.
adorable.
What is his role?
I think he's just the same lore guy since beginning. So it's weird.
Reed, I was really hoping you would just go,
No, it's a good question what Feargus... He's just been in every fucking Fallout project.
He's
some
one
fucking
of the
reason.
producers.
It's fucking wacky that he's still around in that.
The Fallout TV show kind of fucked up Shady Sands, I think.
Fallout...
Kind of?
Yes and no. It's kind of weird because all the original developers of Fallout 1 and 2 are just like, well, it was actually this. Well, it's actually this. Because all of them had different ideas for how any of that shit was going to go. None of them agree on anything.
The NCR just stagnated in size and stabilized. That's what I would like to believe.
You went NCR for your playthrough, didn't you?
No, I went house for Vegas.
God bless you.
Listen, they stabilized in California. They did not expand past Nevada. They are now
Today
under
is
the
Friday in California.
Look, man, I can't wait for the She to actually have a game.
I wish to know where you get your optimism.
Man, my optimism is hoping the fan base actually makes a game.
Never.
It's way easier for the fan base just to bitch about there not being a game, you know. So that's just how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
Or they make Fallout London.
Or
They make Fallout London, and Todd gets his fucking jimmies in a twist.
England is not important to the Fallout universe. There's nothing there anymore. It decentralized or whatever the fuck.
The best thing we get is the Wasteland series, and that is
Wait, hold on. Do you
maybe
think
it.
Elizabeth II reigned for the same amount of time? Because she was born before the timeline split of Fallout.
Oh no, I think she's a ghoul. I believe that's what everybody. That's what I've heard.
Well, she would have died before ghouls existed, because those experiments happened in the 2050s,
Yeah.
I think.
Nah, we got Mecha Elizabeth II.
Wait. Did they change it and they made ghouls are now experiments instead of just naturally occurring shit like random
They are
chance?
somewhat naturally occurring, but only with high doses of radiation that they wouldn't have been experimenting with at the time, most likely. And so they started like doing the like the FEV stuff in I think the 2050s, I want to say. And then the actual FEV virus came out in like 2071. It's been a while. Okay. Admittedly, since I've gone into the deep dive of Fallout lore. I know the new plague struck in 2060s ish, in that decade. And that would have caused some ghoulifications to happen. But Elizabeth is dead by now. In probably both universes. Before ghouls were discovered.
Damn, I'm wondering if that mod was made before Elizabeth's death, if she would actually still just be a thing, because everybody assumed she'd live forever.
Yeah. In which case, she becomes the Empress of Mankind, just due to the fact that she's the oldest living thing, or whatever.
God, what was the New Vegas mod where you went to like London for a bit?
I don't know.
I
just remember
I don't know what you're fucking talking about.
Was doing a thing on it. Yeah, no, like before the Fallout 4's version of Fallout London, there was a New Vegas version that was just like
Really?
a very small. It was a very small area that you could explore.
You're an MP. No, I'm not. You're an MP. I'm fucking mad. New Vegas shitpost mod.
Yeah, just like it's just a guy who shitposts a lot in New Vegas mod assets. He makes all good products, I assure you. I just don't remember his name.
You know what? That's actually a good point to talk about world building. Is fan world building from an existing setting and how to approach it in general.
Ah, yes, branch off.
Yeah. Like, because I've noticed, like, with, say, certain worlds that do exist that are kind of old, or, like, that are old enough to where it's, like, it's not being written anymore, people just say, fuck it, I'm gonna do my own expansion from that, but it's, like, my fan thing. Like,
Behold,
I'm pretty sure,
Garfield
like...
effect.
Garfield effect, but that is fucking a shit post of a story. Or hell, even technically Snoot and fucking Wani Fix are like that. They are a branch off world building in their own right.
It makes me more comfortable if that guy really thought he was the hot shit. I'm coming for you, Shakespeare Hemingway.
No, you're not.
I'm trying to think of like the best example for something that isn't just like, tabletop stuff for making an expansion to it. Sarge, you got any ideas up top your head for that?
For one more time?
So, like how you get a fan base to run around like a certain world and stuff, there will be basically fans that will make their own expansions or side things to the world itself to try to world build their own headcanon.
Right, they'll homebrew shit.
Monk has come through, by the way, in the Roundup chat.
What?
In the Writer's Roundup text channel, Monk came through for you, by the way, Sarge.
Oh, you're a fucking G.
Or even like shit like SAP, where it's like basically this community world building thing going on.
I mean, that is definitely an interest.
I'm talking also pre-SCP going completely shit.
Listen, I don't even know what you're talking about when it comes to SCP.
The like creepypasta stuff, how that all combined into a weird thing.
But it is
turned into dog shit. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's its own like self-contained kind of world-building scenario going on. But you have like hundreds of people that are writing like entries into this world to kind of build something around it.
And then every once in a while, you'll get one of this is the 10th post this month of someone writing fan fiction of Jeff the Killer fucking Slenderman.
Yeah.
Kind of, but a little bit
Dr.
different.
Bright,
Where it's
fucking more bitches.
Yeah.
Yes.
No. That's canon. That's canon.
That is the problem with the SCP as of the current moment, but
They're
it
obsessed with
was
central
more.
figures.
But it used to be this collaborative effort to make these stories revolving around a world or different, because one of the SCPs is just a reset fucking button for emergency reasons. So you can have like a bunch of these like different like stories written around this with material that does exist on the site to make like this kind of unique world. It's shamed what happened to it now.
The shame is, it's a shame that the SCP Foundation is supposed to be a faceless organization, but people get so obsessed with these figures that it's now forced to have a face.
Yeah.
Like, dog. It's kind of like the Men in Black.
It's what it's turned into now.
What it's supposed to be. Actually, yeah, no, Men in Black is another good example of that same thing happening. Men in Black is supposed to be like, this is two members of a faceless organization. But now, because of how popular that IP is, those are now the faces of the organization.
Yeah.
But I figure Men in Black's gonna be easier to just assume that you know.
It's just one of those interesting prospects of a community world building thing, because you don't see too many of those really pop up or even last as long as like with the quality that SCP was at some point. Because normally that shit will either just last for maybe a couple of months and then it just kind of burns in a wrecking fire because there's so much creatives that are arguing over each other that everybody just kind of leaves.
For, 15 years?
Yes.
I remember this quote from my one of my local radio stations. It's a rock station. There's he's Stephen Thrill Hill. The thing he said was they were talking about guys like bands that got popular, and when they started like making music, once they were popular or rich and famous, they didn't have the same kick as their like the early stuff. And the thing he said was, the best stuff you will ever make is when you are starving and broke. That is where legitimately the best shit you will ever make in your life comes from, is when you are starving and broke, and it will have the most emotion and real. It'll be real, it'll be authentic, it's not like clouded by anything. Like, you don't have luxuries clouding you from the art. Which, yeah, I know that's fucking retarded saying it that way, and it kind of is. But in the same sense, there's some truth to it, that you will not have the legitimate authenticity of what you want this to be if you like get rich off of it, because then you're just trying to make money. Which, for my shit, part of me has this hope that it does get popular and people do enjoy it, because I know people like it. The difference being is that the concern always comes across of, you're making this so that people who like it will like it. You're not making it for the sake of, this is what this will do.
Sarge, I need you to make marketable plushies right now, by the way.
I mean, technically you could kind of look at like maybe one of the writers that you can't put the same thing as like with Tolkien, because Tolkien just wanted to write the story anyways.
Right.
He's like, he's like, I'm writing this not for necessarily like to make money per se or anything like that. He's like, I'm writing the story for his kids. And he had this experience throughout life, and he's like, you know what? I could take my experience and put this down on paper.
He put it down on paper, and the only reason that it actually got as popular as it was is that he sold the rights to the Lord of the Rings for
I'm trying to remember how.
he sold the rights to create shit for the for Lord of the Rings out, and that's how we got a lot of the other stuff that we've gotten for Lord of the Rings.
And it's just interesting with some of these people, because I'm assuming that even if he made like this shit ton of money and owned the full rights, I don't think he'd be making it just because. I don't think he'd be making it to keep chasing that. He just still, because his personality was unique for somebody that would get that popular. A lot of people I don't think have the same mentality.
There are a lot of people who do things out of passion even after they get famous, and that passion that they had is why they become famous in the first place. Like, look at Bon Jovi. Bon Jovi, that music stayed of the same quality for the longest time because John Bon Jovi was just he remained a regular guy up. So I think he's still alive, so he's just still a regular guy.
And then you got the opposite.
Money on drugs and cars. He just has a restaurant where you pay what you think the meal was worth, and he's like, all right, good enough.
And then you got the opposite was like Rolling Stones, where essentially they keep making albums constantly to try to trace the money and relevancy. Constantly.
Where they made a magazine.
Yeah.
They made a magazine, and now it's the only thing anyone remembers the Rolling Stones for.
Yeah, the Rolling Stones magazine.
Yep. Other than, they're that Vietnam era band.
Remember that.
So the one thing that I think we got a little sidetracked, so I'll try and yank us back if y'all don't mind.
Go ahead.
So, rolling it back, the importance of world building is that if your world, I just had that fucking thought. Come on now. Son of a bitch! I swear to God, I'm having a stroke right now. I literally just had the fucking idea and it's gone.
Do you smell burning toast?
I smell pennies and nickels.
I mean, that might be your septum piercing.
I've done that.
How fucking dare you accuse me of having a fucking septum piercing? I have a very close relationship with my parents, I'll have you know.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, it was too good to not.
Yeah, no, it was good. It was good. Fuck you for it, though. Oh.
Don't you love when it tastes like car keys?
Whatever. Fucking Red Wings.
That's a hockey team.
What an unfortunate hockey team. So, the importance that draws back to it is that this is something that I need to tell myself constantly when I'm writing, is that so long as you legitimately hold faith in what you are writing, that you're not doing it for any other sort of reason than this is what the world needs or this is what would make sense within the world, it will be genuine. And it will be what that project or that world needs to feel genuine. Because if it feels genuine, it will feel alive, it will feel like it has a beating heart. Now, I'll admit, for one of my fucking maps, for the updated version of like the Eastern Kingdoms, it looks like a heart. I didn't intend for that. That's just how it fucking happened. But for all intents and purposes, it's actually quite thematic because the Eastern Kingdoms has so much going on in it. It is the beating heart of Urtaf. Because that is where all of the lore exists. So much shit has happened in that specific area of the world. And sure, it's only in the perspective of humans, but nevertheless, so much shit has happened there. The literal arrival of God incarnate showed up and erased a species from existence. That's the level of important shit that has happened in that specific place. So yes, it is the beating heart of Urtaf. Also, hello, good sir. Good morning, and it's good to see you.
Hello.
Oh, did you look in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, I'm looking at the chat. Trying to would also point out, write what you need, like you don't need to thing on what happened 10,000 years ago unless it's important.
10 millennia ago is not important unless it is important. If it's not important to now, you get it.
So the funny thing is that whole deal with I had mentioned that elven technology. Now, technically, all the elves are no. You're good, Jake. Technically, the elves have been dead for fucking decades, if not a couple hundred years by this point. So, when that little ancient ball tears a hole throughout the thing, it is literally the past coming to bite them in the ass. And fuck, if going even further, a bunch of undead Frenchmen come back from a country that everyone believed was fucking myth by that point, because when it was destroyed, it was destroyed by a species that they didn't even know fucking existed in the first place. They thought it was a myth.
Just like
they're like, oh yeah, what's that?
Just like France should be. Listen, I'll take the sacrifice of no more crying French women for France.
Fair enough. Fair enough. But go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I was mumbling to myself.
But yes, for all intents and purposes, in my heart of hearts, I do believe if you are going to build a setting that stories can exist within, it needs to have heart and it needs to be sure that it is alive. Is that going to take more time than necessary to actually build the world and then have your story? Yes. I've been writing this fucking thing for 3.5 years, and I have barely started the first chapter of the fucking story that this was intended to be. And it takes place in such a specific portion of time that everything else around it that was supposed to exist to just give this story a reason to exist seems insignificant. This story, in the grand scheme of things, seems so insignificant until the last fucking part. But, nevertheless, the world still exists. It breathes, its heart beats, and you can see it happen as the story goes on. Because stories can exist within a world with stories. You're not just writing one story. You are creating a world with thousands of stories. And so long as that world has thousands of stories, you'll never run out of stories to tell. That's what makes things so fucking amazing. That's why people like Star Wars, because it lived. It was alive. There was enough shit there that people would just latch onto it and go, you can make shit from this. You'll never run out of shit to do in Star Wars, unless you're Disney.
Somehow Palpatine returns.
When you nuke a actual breathing world building universe with the expanded universe stuff, yeah.
When you kill Legends,
that kind
just, licensing it out, you know. Wow.
Yeah, that is probably the worst way to handle world building, is to take a world that you basically are handed on a silver platter and toss it in the trash.
I think
not a good
beyond
idea.
A silver platter. That was a golden platter right there. If they were smart, they would have. Listen, Disney would own everything if Star Wars went as it should have.
Yeah, and I get the whole idea of doing your own thing, but it's kind of hard to do that when your directors start taking stuff from that, stuff that you thought you're not going to use.
I miss Luke's wife. She was really cool.
I'm sure Luke misses Luke's wife as well.
Yeah.
The Disney handling of the Ujan Vong. When is that going to happen?
Making Luke into just like what the Jedi Council used to be, as opposed to just like, yeah, I'm just going to do my own thing that's actually here for balance in the Force, instead of being like, let's use this one specific thing and create a dogmatic value.
Yeah, but
he just became Yoda.
Yeah.
He just became jaded Yoda. That was it.
Yeah. No,
where's Kyle Katarn?
With the Legends thing, in Luke's new Jedi Order, it's basically like he taught people, this is how you use your emotions correctly, this is how you have a positive outlook on your emotions. He just taught people to, like he taught his apprentices to be more well-rounded in Legends, and why the fuck would you take that away? Why would you take away, I understand you're having emotions, and you can do productive things with them. And I know I'm making it sound like he's a therapist, but that's basically what he did.
That's what a Jedi Knight is. A counselor for the Jedi is essentially someone who assists in understanding emotions and guiding how they are properly perceived, or how to utilize said emotions without letting them overcome you.
Yeah, and that's the thing that the old Jedi Order stopped doing in favor of just suppressing emotions.
It's just also to a greater point of a failure of also having somebody that doesn't want world building in the first place. Because a lot of stuff that was written,
their audience.
It's specifically like a director, and I'm going to say Rian Johnson's bad director. He is not good at world building. He does not know how to fucking world build, or taking a pre-existing thing. That is his problem. And when you have an established universe that already has a world to it, even if you want to just consider the movies to be the only thing that's canon now, he doesn't know actually how to do any of that. He's not a good writer. He doesn't know how to fucking write or direct.
You have to subvert expectations, though.
There's ways to do that correctly.
Yeah, episode 8 was better than episode 7.
I believe we also have somebody in here who, on their segment, is going to talk about how to correctly subvert expectations.
Oh, there goes my wife.
Yeah, but that is something for just greater world building. Is something I'm noticing with more modern interpretations of a lot of different settings now. That nobody wants to have consistency in world building, especially in a Western written kind of thing going on right now. I don't know why. Yeah, it may be rolling, but her shit is kind of stagnant from what I know of. You had the game that came out recently, but that's not really a major expansion.
So, here is what I will say on the matter. if you respect your setting, if you respect your world enough to give it the proper tender love and care, some good old fashioned TL fucking C, it will come out exactly as it needs to be. Care about it. Care about what you're writing. Care about what you're creating. Give it the time to actually breathe. Give it the time to ride around without the trading wheels. Sure, it may fall over, but guess what? Better than not trying and keeping it on. Nothing sucks worse than world building that doesn't try, or at least just try something interesting with itself. I think we got about 11 minutes left of my segment. Is there... Worst one was where the lore channel said that lore didn't matter. That one hurt. That one hurt to read. I was just gonna ask for some questions, or if any of y'all wanted a more specific topic of conversation to kind of dig needles at.
God, I love sticking needles where they don't belong.
I mean, generally, with the way how this whole thing's going on today, if we want to move to more just general conversation shit, we can. And just random shit at this point until we get to the next...
Yeah, we got about 10 minutes, so...
Yeah, transitional period. Let me get the...
We've got a whole 24 hours.
Yeah, we got a whole day. We got a whole day to waste here. Right?
And we only said the fucking code word once. Bra fucking vo.
No,
I don't know.
The code words are in. Actually, you said it twice.
Yeah. Me?
Yeah, you did. And I flashed on screen that it was spoken. Now they get to figure out what it was. Smooth Rock, why can I not grab your sprite? Why are you invisible?
What?
Oh, I'm doing the preview thing in the studio mode of OBS. So I'm just trying to get set up for the next segment. How bizarre.
Well, let's hope that it's not completely invisible, because I'm coming up in like 9 minutes.
Yeah, I know. By Duran
I think
Duran.
I'm going to dig into this burrito.
Delicious burrito. What kind of burrito is that, Sarge? Perchance eggs and sausage?
Steak.
Steak and eggs?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. There we go. Something happened. There we go. I don't know what I did to fix it. It's just fixed now.
The wonders of technology.
Man. That's bullshit right there. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm just a button push. Oh yes, I love silence in between topics. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. It's great. This is how radio goes, right? This is where I should like have an ad break and be like, hey, some fucker's coming out with something somewhere. I have a word from the sponsors. Oh yeah, that's an interesting topic.
Just start doing adverts for gas station dick pills.
Yeah, you'll be hung like a horse after this, because I'm gonna string you in a tree.
But the hypertension might just kill you.
hung like a goose. You'll have so much dick you'll be able to spiral it.
Yeah. You will be, by the length of your penis will be 1/5 your body length. I haven't clicked a button. You'll be visible in a second, Smooth. If you'll let me. There we go. Behold! I've done it.
Sorry, I heard we were talking about gas station dick pills, and I had
Yeah,
come in.
You have personal experience
Yeah.
you want to share?
No.
I've not gotten into the dick pills, but I have gone into the caffeine pills the gas station sells.
So, are those supposed to be like suppositories, or do you just like pop it in and it'll just work
No,
through your
no.
system?
I don't know.
They're oral.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. They're. Oh God,
What is it like?
They
Is it
can.
supposed to be like Diet Viagra, where it just gives you an erection?
No, they're just like borderline illegal stimulants, right? They exist in a FDA gray zone, right? So I don't want to go off on too much of a tirade on this, but they're kind of really bad. But basically, they are non-regulated substances that act as very powerful stimulants. And one of the side effects is that, yes, you will get a boner, but also it's going to spike your blood pressure. And if you take too many of them, you basically could have like
You
a
go into
stroke.
cardiac arrest.
Basically, yes. Right. They are a super potent stimulant that is not illegal.
Man, that is such a bad idea.
And you should never take them because they are not regulated at all. So, anyway, that's my tirade on gas station
Regulation is for
pills.
pussies.
I think the NDA. I mean, I think there's some agencies that might not really agree with that, including OSHA, which I think you know.
I'm quite aware of OSHA. That's one of the few government agencies that exists to actually help a common citizen. One of us peasants, as they would put us, I'm sure.
They're also one of the very few very dangerously effective organizations because I swear to God, you give them access to something, they'll look at it practically and be like, okay,
Remove the hazard.
you have a problem, remove the hazard immediately. But I need to smoke. No cigarettes allowed on site.
You
don't have a
gotta
hard
walk
hat?
around the fucking block. God motherfucking damn.
You have to be at least half a mile away.
This is a food site. You have to go across the street to the Walmart. Actual.
Don't got a hard hat? Well, you are boned.
You're fired.
Don't. You know, yeah, you're just fired.
You're gone. Sorry, pal. You're gone. Fuck
A
off.
job site when a surprise OSHA inspector comes in, foreman takes a literal shit on the ground.
We all know who the leader of the job site is.
The people?
No, it's OSHA. Whenever OSHA's
Oh,
around.
no.
And up until then, it's whatever imaginary force sits in the trailer all day and doesn't come out to inspect anything.
Yeah, it's whatever that one other guy that walks in that trailer and talks to, and then that person exits and says that with his 10 tablets, what's going to be done for the day.
Yes. Make sure that whoever's the foreman on the site sits in his truck staring at an iPad all day in the AC. And if his AC gets out, he has to get out of the truck, get really angry at something that doesn't affect the job site at all, and get into somebody else's truck to sit in their AC.
Damn. Spoken like from experience, huh?
Yeah. Yeah.
Construction, baby.
God, I love being a plumber. I love being paid almost $30 an hour. I'm living like just like a fucking. I'm living like a ghetto billionaire here, obviously.
This is the Oats 11:59 Flex Minute, everybody.
Yeah, I guess you're not moneyed up like I am.
You mean the 12:58 for us that are on Eastern Standard?
I mean, yeah, if you live in the wrong time zone, sure.
Yeah.
If you live in an inferior time zone.
CST is the BST.
Yeah, man. And obviously it's mountain time.
I can't believe those people look at those hills and be like, "Yup, it's mountain time.
It's time to mountain.
It's time for mountain."
Oh.
Grab your girl.
And those And those poor sods on West Coast time.
Yes, PST.
Fuck you. That's good. I like that.
Presence. I can no longer
Okay,
do that
well,
with the new mic, but I have
God has told us to fuck ourselves. So with that, it is noon. So Mr. Smut.
Yeah, Smooth, are you ready?
All right.
All right. Well, let's get this little shit show on the road then, shall we? What we're here today is very effective, very simple, and direct. Push the goddamn boundaries. Otherwise known as How to Write Differently. So what does that actually mean? What does pushing the boundaries mean? Have you ever thought about what makes your favorite fic stand out? Like, what is your favorite story? Like, what makes it special to you? Is it because it just does the same thing over and over? Does it do nothing for you in particular? Like, or, I don't know, does it tickle the back of your brain like a funny little jellyfish? Who knows? What makes it different? Is it the story? The narrative? Genre? Like, what actually matters? And, frankly put, everything. Everything matters. People have a greater connection with a story that challenges what they know. An audience will go into any story expecting some certain elements to appear. But authors that push themselves to write things a little bit differently, with changes to those expectations, can see some variable degree of success. So, for instance, we can see this with some really common literary elements, such as character growth, settings, romance, motivation, narrative, and even the endings. No matter what, you're always going to see some stories out there that are going to just make things a little different, perhaps. Or you'll see stories that just blow things out of the water and say, fuck it, we're starting this all over again. And a lot of times, there's various degrees of success. And you just got to kind of wonder, everyone knows about those stories out there. There's been a few writers on this channel in the past that have stories that just kind of blow everyone's minds. The question is, why? What made it different for you? Why was it fun? And then you got to figure out, why would I do that if I want to write this? Why should I, some viewer, some audience member, go about writing my own story? How do you experiment? How do I do that? And what do I gain from it? Well, honestly, everything and nothing. Because, simply put, you grow as an author. No matter what you do, if you just do a little thing differently, if you do a big thing differently, it doesn't matter in the end, because no matter what you're doing, you're changing something, and that's how you grow. That's how you do things that people remember. Let's get a little bit into that. So, do we as audience members like to see the same thing over and over and over again? Or do we like variety? The answer really is personal, obviously, but I, myself, like to see some variety out there. I like to see, like, let's say we're going to hover around Snoot fics. Man, getting some nice, cool, weird shit out of the way is really, really fun. For example, Nothing to Something. Ouroboros. Porcelain Doll. Ghost in the Snoot. And this is the hot one, and I'm not saying everyone has to love these ones, but also Cotton Love and Volcano High Heroes. So, what I mean is, are these different? Yes. Do they have an impact? Yes. Does everyone need to love them? No. Not really. There are all kinds of fics that do things differently and push the boundaries and just push expectations beyond belief. That doesn't mean you have to love them to death. For instance, I personally love Ouroboros and Porcelain Doll because they are rather traumatic in their executions. However, that doesn't mean everyone else does have to. Some people love Cotton Love. I do not. But I have to admit that it is a wild take, and honestly, no author that gets out there and puts out their stuff should be ridiculed. This person, I've seen quite a few people not really like the story, but you have to admit, this is a bold take. And honestly, kudos to them. I've read a few chapters, not my favorite, not my kind of spiel. But this author has balls. big brass balls. Then we gotta examine, say, Ghost in the Snoot. Yeah, that's an E1 code fic. How the fuck? Who knows? But in the end, people like it because it's different. It's an E1 fic where, oh, yeah, this is still happening. I guess Anon and Fang are still together somehow. How does that work? Well, Arlok won't tell us, and Meister won't tell us, so we have to just keep guessing and guessing and guessing and see what happens next. But, all the same, these stories push the boundary on us. They make us experiment. They make us uncomfortable sometimes. But it's important, because that's growth. So, what does this mean for an author? Whenever you try to experiment, whenever you try to do new things, there are going to be failures. There are going to be mistakes. However, no matter what, you will still grow. You will still find new things, new experiences that will make you a better author. Because at the end of the day, you'll find something in there, that little golden nugget, that will make this all a better experience for yourself and for your audience. Okay, so I kept saying these words over and over again. Push the boundary, but what does it actually mean? So, there are two words to kind of take notice of. Experimenting and pushing the boundary, like I said multiple times. Experimenting is taking what you know and adjusting it slightly. This can range from writing what you know, changing story elements without major deviation, changing the timeline, or even just changing minor character interactions. Like, let's say we take Snoot Game and we make it so that Anon only interacts with Reed, primarily. Or primarily with just Trish or with Rosa, so on and so forth. Minor character interaction changes. It's an experiment, but it's still the story that you probably know. This is something that people sometimes prefer, sometimes something people leave behind. It's still a deviation from the norm without it transforming into something else entirely. It's still a story that we, as an audience, might know how to understand. Pushing the boundary is just a little bit different. This is full on leaving everything behind, or challenging the norms that you know that the audience knows. Writing what you don't know, creating whole new story elements and beats, changing the genre, like, say, modern to sci-fi or to fantasy, or changing how characters interact with each other entirely. For example, let's say that there's a sci-fi Snoot Game setting where Fang is the only human in Aldano High School instead. Or background character XYZ. Let's say Alvin from Goodbye Volcano High slips into the freaking main Snootcast game and goes off, makes his own drug cartel business, only mentioning mainline characters in passing while having his own adventures. That's a whole new fucking story. That's pushing the boundary. That's taking some of what we know and then just making it into something completely mutable, completely mutated, completely different, and sometimes we can see like that really rock our worlds. For instance, whenever we see OC versus OC stuff in Snoot Fics, I Belong In For You, for instance, is one of my favorites. It's a very good OC thing. So, I do recommend that. Whew. Sorry, had to excuse myself there. But, all the same, authors are varied people. Everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. Some will take to this naturally with a slight change in idea, while others will adapt better to a whole new idea or limited possibility. Don't compare yourself constantly to other people. That is how you will experience the thief of joy known as comparison. Not every person who wants to write needs to explore every little detail so heavily like I listed. But if they can figure out what makes them different enough, that will be what helps them in the end. Afterwards, when they have those ideas, when they have those differences listed, they can figure out if they need to stick with those or build off of those. But, next question. How do we do that? How do we experiment? How do we try new things? And honestly, it's kind of simple. To experiment, to take little changes, we're doing it right now. We're doing it right here. We're joining a writing group, such as Discord. We're at this Writers Roundup. But think of other things you could do. Think of reading, taking books, poetry, other fanfics and other genres, other stories, whatever strikes your fancy. You could submit your stories to proofing/editing from others, which, in the general sense, is a great way for you to get a better story or fic or anything in general. You could also just create outlines and do something unexpected. How would things change if, say, person XYZ and setting ABC did not exist? What if you just throw in an OC entirely, like in the background, in the main cast? Make an outline. What's going to happen? Rolling Stone effect. Now, how about you just kill this person? What happens? Does everyone get sad? Who reacts poorly? Who reacts positively to that little change? You got to figure that out. I'm not saying make a whole story out of it. Make an outline. Figure out why that matters. Changing just one thing can have a domino effect. Create a possible scenario without making it a full story. Say, oh, Fang is now Boy Fang. Well, we know that story exists. Let's say, make Inko blind. Whoop, that story now exists. That's good. We know what to expect from those, somewhat. But the author now has a chance to make things very different for us. It's an experiment. And, like I've said before, people will love that. People might not love that. That's on them. And my personal bit of advice that I love is write outside of your comfort zone. Write misery. Write smut. Write happiness. Write unhappy endings. Get uncomfortable. Get unhappy. Be weird. The best way to really make yourself shine and to even maybe discover hidden talents, go outside the boundaries. Go outside and try something different. When you do that, you might find out that you're really, really good, such as writing at smut or writing poetry. Can you imagine yourself as an author if you didn't try to do something slightly different? Oh, I know how to write a really fun detective novel, but what if I just wrote about the 1920s bootlegging operations for like 2 pages? Is that fun? Is that not fun? I don't know. Let's try it out. But in comparison, what is pushing the boundaries? That gets a little bit more derivative, such as making unpopular decisions. Whenever you kill a main character, ruin relationships, or make things hurt. Yeah, I might have a bit of a bias here because I wrote Lean on Me. Fuck you. And I might have a bit of a bias with Porcelain Doll. Again, fuck you. But these things push the boundaries. They make things a bit weird. And, I will say, it's fun. Make a character you hate into the protagonist. Like, what if we, say, take an entire bit of making Trish the protagonist for 5 chapters in a fic you're planning out? Maybe you're a big Trish hater. Oh well, time for you to try it out. Make her a character. Make us understand why she sucks. There you go. You're done. Or let's go to Wani. Let's say you're going to write from the perspective of Ferris, the whale. Yeah, cool. Weird. Why would you do that? Make us understand why. Maybe we hate him. Maybe we love him. I don't know. That's up to you to make us feel. But the fact that you're trying is what really matters because you might find something that we all fucking love. Now, the fun thing is creating an unreliable narrator. Oh, yeah, this person, he just believes that, well, let's say that this person just believes that, oh, Mia just has the worst background history because she was mistreated. Okay, yeah, cool. But then, oh, whoops, nope, she truly was just a horrible person the entire time with no misalignment of her childhood, no abuse, nothing, no excuse. Instead, she's just an awful person. Making a narrator like that, say a POV of Damien or Inko and Wani, yeah, okay, well, they gave us an excuse, and whoops, nope, they're wrong. Okay, so if they're wrong about this justification of someone, what else are they wrong about? Like, everything suddenly comes into question whenever you have an unreliable narrator because it's a matter of, oh, hey, this personal viewpoint is wrong. What else is different? What have they done that makes people uncomfortable now in retrospect? It's a whole question. It's a questionable theory. Which does feed into the next point of using different POVs and perspectives. One thing I'm a big fan of, such as with Slaughterhouse-5, is anachronistic storytelling. What this means is that you just take several chapters, line across someone's entire life. Chapter 1 is when they're 35. Chapter 2 is when they're 10. Chapter 3 is when they're 49. Chapter 4 is when they're 12. Anachronistic storytelling is fun because it's disjointed enough to make things confusing. However, when there's a singular element that might be strung along through them all, it's a fun little discovery moment for an audience. It's not wholly reliable, such as feeding to the unreliable narrator, but it does create a fun process of what is happening here that is the common theme throughout. What happened here that makes everything click? And from there, we also have the ideas such as unused characters, hidden characters, omniscient narrators in an otherwise flat story. That last point, I mean, think of how a third-person omniscient narrator might be thrown in for a chapter compared to a completely first-person story. We do see this in some fics, such as Ouroboros by Raven on the Tower. Every little bit, there's a blurb that gives a more omniscient third-person perspective from one character, while most of it takes place in first person. It's a neat little bubble effect. It's a way that we can see people interact and then see the real-life consequences of the world around them based on those reactions. So, yeah. It's a little convoluted, admittedly. I kind of word saladed this bit, but basically, go wild. And beyond that, we have word limits. So this is weird. I can't say anything because I've written 12K chapters. However, if you want to write a 2K chapter, do so. Then, limit yourself. Go for a 500-word chapter. See how that fits. Go for a 10K word chapter afterwards. Can you create a chapter that's entirely visible and plausible within 10K words? If not, you know now. But it's a fun experiment. And yes, Falling, I'm pointing this out to you because you wrote an 18K chapter in one, and then you wrote a 5K chapter afterwards. Jerk. And beyond that, very simple. Try different styles. Poetic prose. Dialogue-heavy versus observant detail. First versus third-person viewpoints. Exposition versus no exposition. Whenever we have these, you're going to have some various storytelling elements, various things that kind of make us go, huh, do I as an audience like this? Do I not? Does it feel like an epic saga? Or does it feel like a first-person noir detective story? Every little syntax, every little bit of grammatical detail that you throw into something like this, it makes it different for us as an audience. And as an author, it's great. Uh-oh, someone made fun of me because I did something different. Oh no, someone hates what I did. Oh, what do? I've got haters. Should I listen to the haters? They tell me that I write bad because I did something bad. Oh, I killed their character. I killed their comfort character. Oh no. They don't like how I made two non-canon pairings happen. Oh boy. Uh-oh, what do I do? Fuck them. That's it. The hater's going to come out here and try to tell you what to do. Fuck them. I don't give a shit. They're not here for your story. Fuck them. They don't care about how you write two non-canon pairings. They don't care how you kill a person's character. Fuck them to death. I'm not here to make them happy. I'm here to make me happy. Make my audience happy. Okay, but then afterwards we do have such things as critique. So, critique does actually matter. Critique can be split into two actual categories. We have compliments, which can show enthusiasm and act as a good soundboard for when people say what you did right, what clicks with them. People could love certain elements of a story while not loving others, and that's entirely fair. This can be useful. Understanding more of what your readers enjoy and trying to see how they experience it can give you some really great insight of how the story works and functions as a whole. Now then there is actual critique, which is important. This will happen if someone takes your story, enjoys it, and wants to help. This can critique minor details, it can critique large story elements, and they might just give some general ideas of how to improve. They might say, oh, this character is just kind of coasting through life right now, or this person is doing no wrong. What are you going to do about that? Because I believe XYZ, so on and so on and so on. This really helps people grow. Because if all you're doing is sitting in an echo chamber and listening to people tell you you're doing great, that's not growth. That's not experimenting. That's not pushing the boundary for yourself. That is stagnation. That's plateauing. People telling you what you did wrong and they try to help you and say, hey, what if XYZ happened? Yes, way better, way more important. These people have more investment in your story. If they're willing to tear apart what they don't like, that's what matters. So they might say, tear apart the diction, syntax, plot elements, and even character arcs. It gets a little muddy sometimes. You'll see people say, oh, if this word or phrase is used, it's misconstruing everything. That's fair. Because, language is a tricky little thing. You can't control it all the time. But ultimately, that's important. Listen to them. Your critics are your biggest helpers. Take what they say, see what makes sense, and ruminate. See if you can apply that. When you do that, you're legitimately growing. You might not like it. Sometimes you might get hurt, but that's important to know. That's how you grow. So, let's get into something I like to call personal career advice, called retention. So, readers may not take to everything all at once. If you want to have a lasting impression on someone or a lesson in your story, try to serve it in what I call chunks. So, a chunk is an actual adult learning education theory. The learning theory based off chunks is based off giving solid advice of information and a little bit at a time. These chunks are something that people can absorb through small facets of information, and they absorb it better when it's given on a micro scale, say 2 to 3 little sentences of factoids at a time. It's digestible loads of data that works best with day-to-day memory capacity. Short-term memory, sadly, has a limit to learning new things. This can be described as a cognitive load, what new information/data exists in what an audience generally can intake at a time. If you're doing a new story, and there is an expectation of what you to do, such as Snoot-fic, Wanny-fic, changing little things will catch attention. But you only want to do so a little bit at a time. Because if you try to do everything all at once, it can get a little messy. It can be a little thick. It's like stomping through mud. If the mud is at your knees, that's not easy to go through. If the mud is at your ankles, yeah, you can stomp through it. You can absorb it and go, oh, I learned something new. Cool. And this is actually subjective due to the fact that studies argue the weight of cognitive load. But a general rule of thumb is that you can only really learn 7 pieces of information in any kind of given learning period. This is because short-term memory has an effect on long-term memory absorption. So little things that you know now will eventually absorb whenever you go to sleep at night for the REM, or whenever your brain's doing a reset during, unconsciousness. You get to learn information slowly that way. Absorption has a higher rate of success when the new information is likened or linked to pre-existing data as well. For instance, careers. If you are a mechanic working on a car and you learned factoid 1, 2, 3 yesterday, it's going to be easier for you to then build off of those factoids if there's something new about them in a small-scale environment. And instead, if Vinny, the senior mechanic, says, okay, we're going to teach you how to do a hybrid vehicle engine remodel one day, and then teach you how to do diesel gas tomorrow, you're going to go, oh, fuck, what the hell? That doesn't make sense. Because those things are 2 very different things. But if you just do it, say, at a week at a time, it's easier. Because little bits of information are easier to absorb on the grander scale that way, across time. So, we can see this in plenty of fan fiction titles. People will say change a little thing here and there, such as, let's say it again. Let's go through, say, I Want to Kiss That Snoot by Receiver K. Put on into the Wanny universe. Okay, what does that mean? Little things change. Authors do little changes across one chapter. And then the next chapter, more little changes. We don't change everything all at once in one single chapter, because that is a little bit much to undertake. it's a bit much for an audience to digest in any given sitting. Yeah, you can people will read like say a 12K, 14K word chapter, but it kind of strings along together slowly at a gradual pace. This is because we chunk it together. We chunk things slowly, and this information gets absorbed. Fanfiction writing, or storytelling, more so, does this across chapters because you can hack the memory of your audience by giving them a better recollection of previous facts you've inserted by layering upon them. Little baby steps. It's building blocks. Such as, oh, this character is really good at guns, apparently. So we set that up in one chapter. In 2 chapters, we learn, oh, they went to a range and won a competition. Cool. That's another building block. And then by the end of the story, they shot a bad guy at like 500 feet with an impossible skill shot. That's the third of the building block. We can understand this and it makes sense as an audience because these facts were given to us slowly over time. So whenever you write, try to think of how to introduce things into chunks. Step by step. Build a story, adaptation, whatever you want to call it. And you'll see greater success if you start small and build your way up. And that's how you experiment. That's how you push the boundary. You do little things, one at a time. And when you're done, you can look back, evaluate it, and figure out, yes, that works. Or no, that doesn't. So why am I here? Why the fuck am I actually talking to you all about all this? Why am I the polycock? Why do I make smut? Why do I keep making more and more stories that all of you hate? Why do I keep writing things that people love, they hate, they pay me sometimes for this? I don't know how that actually happens, but fuck it, we're here anyway, we're balling. Well, honestly, the answer is simple. Shit's funny. That's it. This shit's hilarious. You want to see what I've written, people? Here we are. I hate all of you. I've written Misery Loves Company because I hate all of you. I wrote Inko Flow because I'm hilarious. You want to know what happens when you write Gay Chicken? You have a good time. You want to know what happens when you write Ink Flow? It's called spite writing. Yes, thank you, Meister. Right, good timing. It's called spite writing. This shit's hilarious. I experimented. I pushed the boundaries. I made this out of spite. Guess what? People like it. It's going to be fun. And
Sound entertaining.
yes, thank you. Also, porn is hilarious. That's really it. That's why I write smut. Yeah. Guess what? Porn is hilarious. Because what other situation you're going to have where you can say, oh, he's thicker than a horse. Or, oh, he's so round like a tree. That's bullshit. That makes no sense. Porn is funny. And that's why I'm here. That's why I got paid to be here today. And that's why all of you are here listening to me talk and talk and talk ad nauseum. Get used to it. I'm never leaving. Bye-bye.
Wait, you're getting paid?
Hush.
I get paid every month to be here. Face it, babies. Also, we're excited. Any questions?
Professional. Wow. You turned what I was expecting to be an hour and a half into 30 minutes.
I have a presentation. I stuck with it. And, yeah, I have works because I... Say, William?
You stayed within the bounds of what you wrote.
Yes. Because I read these books. I've read both these books, actually. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm a professional, baby. But at this time, I am ready to open the floor to those of us within the the voice chat here for Writers Roundup, or for anybody here on the stream who wants to like raise a hand and or send me a question. So please, feel free.
All right. So what about porn specifically, besides the comparison, makes it so funny? Do you think? Just because we've all seen those things where they're comparing a penis to a telephone pole. We've all seen that. I'd say that's not the exciting point. I think I guess, do you agree? Is half the entertainment value of smut and porn the build up to the actual act?
Okay, so yes, there is such thing as rising tension within a plot element of a story. So the reason why most people prefer smut that we've written, more so than just say getting right and dirty to the action. You'll even see it in professional Hollywood productions. There are story elements because people like rising tension. They like to have a plot as to what's going on. How entertaining is it to see? Oh, this dude's banging this hot MILF on the floor. All right, cool. And then it comes out like, oh, there's a story behind this. She's a realtor who is desperate to like rekindle her lost love life. So her husband told her to take a camera out and go bang the local pool boy in an empty house that they're renting out for Airbnb. What the fuck? That makes no sense. That's hilarious. People love
the guy over
stupid.
there hiding underneath a lampshade.
Exactly. People love stupid stories. We all love to see things happen that makes no sense. And honestly, you'll see that in porn all the time, but you see in smut writings as well. Because, hey, I love emotional investments versus, wow, I'm going to silence you with my cock. That is the stupidest shit line I've ever seen someone say. I love this so much. I'm saving this. Now it's my favorite.
The leather club is 2 blocks down. Fuck you.
But also, I do have to say, like, the spite writing bit and the haters and whatnot, yeah, haters, don't really take much confidence from them. But the actual critiquing people, that doesn't matter. Like, I've written stuff and I've submitted it to some friends and to some other authors and whatnot. That does help a whole hell of a ton. Finding a right story. Not making it too long in the tooth, or not making it jaw on and on and on and on forever. That's boring. But finding the right people who tell you, I don't like your story because XYZ. If someone tells you they don't like your story, that's fine. As long as they're like being respectful and say, hey, I don't like this. That's great. That's important. And I can see that Lunatic Cultist said something like he's talking about me. No, no, you're respectful. I much props to the lunatic. I'm not harsh on anyone in particular. It's more so when people DM me and say, oh, polycuck. I'm like, yeah, okay, well, you're blocked. Or when someone tells me, oh, hey, you should divorce your wife because all you do is write poly. It's like, well, wow, you need to go back to school. Bye. This will happen whenever you try to push boundaries on anything. Like, I've had some wild reactions when I wrote Lean on Me. It's not the best story. I know that for a fact. It's not that serious to a lot of people.
A lot of people cry.
Yes.
Or just like experience an emotion. It strikes those chords very well.
Exactly.
That's where it could be written better, but I think it's a very serviceable story for what you intended. I enjoyed reading it.
Thank you. Yes, that's the point. I'm not here to like reach into somebody's eyeball, squeeze the jelly, and lap up the delicious tears. That's insane. What I am here to do is just go, hey, I want to make someone feel just a little uncomfortable or feel a little sad, maybe a little grateful for what they have. That's fun. And it's fun sometimes to write misery. It's fun to write smut. It's fun to write happy endings. Literally.
You got a better mentality than some other writers that write that type of stuff.
And just to kind of comment on that, especially because you're talking about lean, right? You are, and this goes with your whole spiel about pushing boundaries and everything, is you are not, well, you're probably not setting out to write the greatest thing ever, right? You are not trying to write a magnum opus that you'll be remembered for all time about. You're writing because it's fun and because you want to do it. So if you achieve what you set out to do and write something interesting and it makes people feel, then you've accomplished what you set out to do, and that's awesome.
Somebody's bringing up your work of Sweet Murmurings and how he thinks it's a nice in contrast to the shitposty ones.
Yes, to a stellar accident. I see you falling. I see you there.
Oh, is that the fucking follow-up to my blue
that's
balls?
not.
Oh, that's not falling. Hold on. That's not
falling. That's Arkin.
Yeah.
Oh, that is Arkin. Oh my god. God damn it. Whoops. Misremember the name.
Falling's like Chumbo or something.
Yeah, no, Chumbo is falling in the chat. Whoopsie.
Oh, yeah, he's not.
Well, I'm gonna get hate mail for that. That's for damn sure.
He's going to send you a pipe bomb.
He very well might, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to war with Sweden. That's going to be terrifying.
Yeah.
But yes, honestly, like pushing the boundaries, I do that with smut because it's just funny. It's just like I just figured out, hey, this dude wants to pay me like $40 to write smut about 2 characters that I had no idea how to do. Cool, fuck it, I'll try that out. And then somehow I've written out like so much porn. Like I don't know how at this point. It's ridiculous, but people keep coming back to me and say, hey, good job. I'm like, well, fuck you. I guess I'm doing it right. Ugh. But also, yeah, there's a reason why. I know that. Shush. However, oh, crap. Brain fart. But yeah, honestly, also, real talk. Do make sure if you try a new thing for an element or a story or whatever, do it over time. Small, baby steps. Because, legitimately, chunk information learning theory is something I've written like a master's thesis about. It's legitimately something that has a lot of success if you introduce things in a small amount of time. Small details over a large amount of time. Alright, well, I like to think that people took that story quite well to heart. Any questions? Audience members, rise up. You in the Roundup voice channel, rise up. Come on.
Rise up. Gamers rise up.
Points at somebody randomly.
I mean, shit, did I just like destroy this segment by ending it so early?
Clearly, this chunk was
for brevity, which, as we all know, is the soul of wit.
Clearly, this chunk was far too intense, and it's overloaded our tiny brains.
My expertise, what I know of, and for what I'm into, chunks. not my area of expertise for this stuff. So,
listen, my area of expertise is speculative biology, man. That's something that I research in my off time, and I don't even know enough to go on a spiel about that.
Alright, well, I actually have a author here in the Roundup, so this is going to be actually a fantastic time to actually do this. So, Meister, guess what? You're now on board.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, fine.
Alright, so let me ask you this. How did you start experimenting with your writing?
How did I start experimenting?
Yeah.
So, I would say that, right, if I were to actually pick a point that I could actually look at and say is a definitive moment at which I would say that I started experimenting with my writing, it would probably be Porcelain Doll. Just because that was the first thing that I wrote, and I guess kind of one of the only things that I've written, that I can say that there was a level of intentionality of, I want to try something new. Right? When I started writing Ashes, or when I wrote whatever the hell I wrote before Porcelain Doll, that was there's this story I want to tell, and I'm just going to kind of go. Right? I just typed it out, whatever. Okay, it's going to be this. It's going to contain these elements, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. I started with Porcelain Doll, and I wanted to experiment with not necessarily a wholly unique, right, storytelling or plot element or anything. It was, personally, I've never written a story that was as structured and as tightly focused as what I set out to do with that story. And so that was kind of the thing that I wanted to try to push myself. And then I guess if you want to talk about pushing boundaries as far as narratively goes, I am not aware of any E3 stories where Anon breaks up with Lucy.
Okay, and side tangent, to everyone on the stream, yes, Meister is living in my hair right now. So...
Cool, I'm there now.
Yeah, deal with that. Okay, yeah, so there's the thing, experimenting. That was... Well, that's not even experimenting, that's just straight up pushing the goddamn boundary. That was like doing something completely off the tangent that no one really expected to happen. Even if it's technically an OC X Lucy story.
In the most technical sense, yes.
Okay, but actually, I do see a really good question here on stream from EO and Firefly. So, would I consider chunk writing to be comparable or similar element to promise, progress, payoff of a satisfying storytelling? Yes. I think it is very similar. If anything, wow, voice. If anything, chunk writing is a tool to use for the PPP system. Because promise and progress has build-up of that same building block I talked about earlier. whenever you have a chunk of information given at any given time, it is essentially just a story element that is new. It is the promise of something. And when it progresses, that's the building upon I talked about earlier, which ultimately does lead up to the payoff. Chunking is just really not quite as much a storytelling element. It is a learning method. Whenever you have information given to you in a story, it's going to be absorbed like any new factoid that you learn day to day, like I mentioned earlier with the car allegory, the mechanic allegory. So using chunking as being cognizant of that, being cognizant of micro learning abilities in a short-term memory span is very helpful to use for the promise progress payoff system. Instead of saying, oh, this character fell in love immediately with this person, try to micro that. Say, oh, there's like a little spark of something fun here. Or, oh, this person enjoyed hanging out with person XYZ. It's the micro steps. Large jumps aren't always fun because there's an entire category for that. A metaphor called jumping the shark. What happens when people jump the shark? Shit gets wild. That thing doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, we're going to just have the fawns jump over a ring of shark water? Wait, is this really the same show I tuned into for the past 50 weeks in a row back in the 1970s? Yeah, no. Micro steps, micro learning, microcosm in a way. Keep things contained. Whenever you do things in a small, I've said this multiple times now, I'm going to keep saying it until it gets into y'all goddamn brains. Do things one step at a time. Little bits. Sometimes that might make the story draw out. If it's for your purpose and intention to do so, you'll figure it out. You'll figure it out somehow. Because baby steps become big boy steps. And man, that allegory sucked. So, yeah, thanks, Eom. That was actually a pretty well thought out way for me to kind of transition that. All right. Well, I see that there's at least 5 other dudes in this chat besides me and Meister. So.
Yes, there are.
Well, how about you? How about you? Do you have any direct questions for me? Because you're the star of the show.
Am I the star, or am I just a platform? What is my boundary as a person, and how do I expand beyond that? When I'm being my genuine self, or playing the character that I modify myself into when I'm on a stream, what is the best way I can push the boundary of what I can say without going too far into identity death?
Okay. Interesting. I like that. So I guess the question is, if you can create an outline, where do you want to go with that? Where do you want to push yourself into a new territory? How is it going to make you any different? Say, for instance, your online personality is obsessed with stegos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, how do you build off of that? How do you keep experimenting or pushing the boundary with that? Are you going to be say, understanding every sort of taxonomy and every sort of factoid about them that's been uncovered for the past 100 years? Like the walnut-sized brain, or the Thakomizers, or the cartilageous buildup of their stego plates? Are you going to try to be that kind of guy? Or even more so, they have this sort of culture, and I believe they did this when they evolved to be a bipedal organism from Snoot-fix.
These are both things you've heard me talk about. Genuinely talking about Nicole.
I mean, yes, I'm just giving examples for the wider audience to understand the reference. God damn it. Jesus Christ. You work with me on this, Goats. Work with me on this. But for real, whenever you try to, for anyone listening, for anybody participating in this kind of stuff, when you build an online personality, roll. Literally, just roll with it. See what happens. Sometimes you'll just kind of go, oh, I'm going to make a really bad joke, and it might just get a little insensitive. I should pull back from that. Or, oh, I'm going to expose this part of my real life and kind of lean into it. Such as me being a absolute foodie who makes his own sauces, own hot sauces, and participates in barbecue competitions. That's me, by the way. I'm that kind of guy in the South. So roll with it. Just lean into it. Sometimes I kind of fake play banjo music. Sometimes I'll, let's see. Sometimes I'll just kind of go off into southern tangents against people. They'll say, "Oh, Midwest culture is so fun," and I'll say, "Fuck you, Midwesterns. You don't know how to have taste. All you do is put on cream cheese and butter on everything, yet in milk. God, how fucking sad that life is.
Now,
Why would you even bother living that?"
Barbecue sauce we know today.
I'm gonna start clawing at your eyes if you don't shut the fuck up.
I'll have
See?
you know, potatoes aren't just the only thing we grow.
Yeah, you also have corn. Congratulations.
And wheat.
You're a staple to society.
You
See,
corn.
that's how you push the boundary. That's how you experiment a little bit. You just take a little bit of your attitude, take a little bit of your life, and just say, yeah, time to go balls wild, time to go hog wild. So it's really just a matter of finding your tribe, finding the people, the space that you can do so in, and just getting a little bit fucking weird with it. Don't go on 4chan and do that. That's bad. You could really lose yourself in your identity, and that will fuck you up quite hard. But if you go and say Snoot Cord like this, Humo streams, the workshops that happen on Snoot Club, I guess, all the time, actually a pretty good example as well. Find the right kind of people that you're going to be able to just talk with, figure out what you want to do, and you'll figure out more of who you want to be, and you'll find out more of what you want to write with, essentially. So, yeah, figure that out. Alright, so I'm going to look through the chat real quick.
So was purchasing the Stego body pillow a good or bad decision for pushing the boundary?
Okay, I will say, you push the fucking boundary with that. You push it 100%, man.
I wouldn't call it a boundary. I'd more call it like like how you got a graph. It's kind of like weirdly going up and down constantly.
I mean, okay, in the sense of this stream, Oates, you pushed the goddamn boundary. Holy shit, you're gonna actually give that to someone? My god, man, that is dedication to the craft.
I'm having another one made.
Oh, okay, hold on. I need to clarify this right now. Are you thinking one specifically made of Stella, or of something anyone can win and have a requested
it's a Stella
of?
body pillow. I'm not giving my specific body pillow away. That'd be weird.
No. I get that. I'm saying, would you not be open to someone requesting a different character pillow?
Listen, if they want that instead of $35 cold hard cash, I could probably work with that.
There you go. Okay.
That was one of the prizes was $35, just because that's a funny amount.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. See, that works. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to the stream chat, and we have something from Micro Crocodile. I just think of crocodile the drug in Russia, and I think of the melt flesh. Cool. What's the next boundary I'm gonna push? Well, I'm glad you had to ask, because, man, I have some misery fix I am brewing right now that are going to be fucking awful. One of which, no, I won't say that. For instance, I'm going to make a Lean On Me sequel here in the next few months, actually. I've gotten, a lot of outlining planned out, so I'm looking forward to making more of that pretty soon. Now, see, I've already experimented with smut, because I've written all kinds of genres at this point. I'm not going to get into the illegal stuff, because and I won't do. There's a few limits I won't write. Let's be honest.
If you went into that illegal stuff, I don't think I'd respect you.
Yeah, no, fair. Yes, exactly. I don't really want to go to some niche stuff because that's bad.
Right for scat.
No, no, that's a hard no. I've had people I'm sure
people have offered. People are fucking weird.
No, that one hasn't hit me, but I've had someone hit me up with put the foot inside the butthole and make them walk around like slippers.
Oh. Write a Manhattan Transfer.
Yeah, I don't name names because I refuse to do that. However, that one sticks out to me. That one really sticks out to me, and it's going to live for and free my head. Also, the time someone said, "Hey, go to Barrel Moose and do XYZ pairing," I'm like, well, I don't want to actually. Sorry. You have every right to refuse. That's it. So, yeah, no. Push the boundary, it happens all the time. I mean, I try to write weird shit. I mean, look at fucking Misery Loves Company with Meister and DM After Dark, actually. That was wild.
Did Green Thumb push boundaries, do you think?
It did for me because I don't like Stella. I'll be honest. I don't like her at all. I don't like writing her. I like writing her as a side character. I don't like writing her as a main character. So there's that. Sorry, Oates. I did write it, and I did my best. However, that is part of the advice I give of write characters that you don't necessarily like. And I did not like Stella, but I got it done. And I had some middling success with that. So I'll call it a good little note in the book.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone told me, hey, write like actual Stella smut. And oh boy, I did. All right. All right. So I'm going to go back to some of these comments real quick. If I've read What the Fuck Fang and Consolation, how do you go about finding a good balance for pacing? That's tricky. That's extremely tricky. So, pacing is not something that's easily done. Whenever you have to have pacing, it's going to be something that you have to kind of like figure out what the length of fic is going to be and having the right kind of escalation. If you're going to have, say, a good rule of thumb I have for whenever I've written commissions of smut, for instance, I have a rule of thumb of having at least a 2K word build-up minimum out of an 8K commission. If it's 10K, go for more so... I see that comment of looking to go on a hot dog. God damn it. Okay, I'll get to that in a second. Go for a 10K commission, have at least 4K words of build-up and emotional storylining. That will make it easy to have at least a pace of understanding why the story works, and then you get to have a little microcosm of, I'm going to make something really fucking stupid and just make this really weird with the dialogue when they're in the bedroom. So, yeah, there's that. Okay, and now I see that there's some kind of freaking stream thing of talking about hot dogs and mustard and onions. Yeah, cool, that's basic shit. You need sauerkraut, okay? If you're going to have a hot dog, a bratwurst, or any kind of Polska kielbasa, you need sauerkraut, goddammit. If you don't have sauerkraut, you're just failing. You're failing your own dietary commitment. Also, sauteed onions, thank you, not raw. They need to be beer-based sauteed onions that have been browned to a nice, sweet, wonderful flavor. Also, mushrooms. Mushrooms. Good little bit of butter, salt, pepper, a little bit of cumin, sometimes cayenne. Put that into a little skillet, reduce them, get them all nice and brown and sticky with some little sauce or roux going on. Put that on top of a hot dog, on top of a bratwurst, on top of a kielbasa, and that's how you actually have a proper sausage meaning. Don't be basic. Don't just do mustard. That's insulting. Okay?
I like mustard.
Add mustard to everything else.
I like mustard.
I actually
Exactly.
like the mushroom idea. That mushrooms sound good.
Yes, of course it tastes good. It's amazing.
I'll have sauerkraut on a hot dog, but I almost never have sauerkraut in my fridge. Because that is the one use case I have for it, is on hot dogs. And I don't have hot dogs all that often, even. So, you know what I always have? I have mustard and I have onions, because they are versatile.
I have gained a newfound respect for you, Smooth. You're gonna get a nice head massage for the next 15 minutes because of that.
Appreciated.
Sauerkraut is an amazing, versatile item. It goes awesome on a patty melt too.
It does.
All right, I'll give you that. But mustard is way more I use mustard as just like a regular cooking ingredient for a lot of things.
Okay.
Because it's full of seasoning and vinegar.
Mustard. Don't be silly.
Very
I love
picky
mustard.
on mustard.
Okay, so I'm still the presenter here, so I'm going to get first way of talking over all of you.
Yeah.
Okay, so, 1, Goose, I respect the mustard use. However, make sure you experiment with the mustard too. Go for stone ground mustard. You know, like the little flecky ones you see out there. Mustard French, Stone ground, superior. Also, sauerkraut. I mean, I'm not going to answer that. So, sauerkraut is also healthier for you than mustard. You know why? Because it's a fermented veggie put down with the best possible way to create flavor and then just make something beautiful. Put it on a burger. Put it on a sausage. Yeah, that's wonderful. You know what else you can do with that? Get some schnitzel. Get some kartoffeln. Nudeln. Get some all of that together with a little bit of sauerkraut on the side. Maybe some potato pancakes. maybe some beets, my boy. Just create all a nice little panopticon of flavor together when you have sauerkraut. Don't just limit yourself to mustard. Come on, grow, challenge yourself, push the fucking boundaries, Oats.
Yeah. All right.
Damn, passionate hot dog words.
Damn.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. All right, so I saw Horse put a comment. By any chance, will there be more bizarre experimental concepts in the future, like from different genres, like potentially horror? You know what? That's a good-ass question. I have not actually thought about a good horror for a Snoot fic. I've heard about people talking about that, but I've never actually done that myself. So, I mean, I am experimenting with what would be called a non-canon pairing for one of my fics that people probably aren't wholly excited for, but like I said earlier, fuck them. Do it live. Do it for yourself. So, yeah, there's that. But yeah, go ahead, Deadman.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know if I could cut in or
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Because Cello brought up an interesting thing. Yeah, you don't get to see like much horror theme Snoot game or Wani fanfics, and I was personally interested, and I thought like the best time, because I have an idea that I want to try, and I think it's from the inspiration of the recent like slasher movies that have been coming out, doing a slasher villain in the Snoot verse, and see how the cast could survive that kind of person.
That would not be a bad idea.
Give me Night of the Living Snoot, if it isn't already here.
Or They Live. There you go.
I'm actually doing something kind of like that.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the question is, like, just first create an outline, figure out what works, what doesn't work, and just kind of go from there. Is going to be completely slasher fic? Is going to be with some kind of monstrous, big, super predator like a Carnotasaur or like, I guess, a Gigantosaurus? Or is it going to be like some kind of like little Microraptor or Compy that's going to be the slasher killer? Is it going to be unassuming?
Is not real, Smooth.
Blah, 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 blah.
Meat-eating lizard, we don't have that. Are you
okay,
thinking of Carnotaurus?
Yeah, Carnotaurus. That, goddamn it, yes.
Well, for what I got for this slasher villain, and I hope you don't mind me sharing these ideas. Just, idea machine here. The idea I got for this slasher villain, well, it came from the concept of, like, a noun and Inco aren't, like, the only humans to go to an all-dino school. There's got to be some humans out there that have went there, but maybe instead of one of them just got the bad ending, and they became just a monster from it. That's kind of the concept I was running for. Like, the slasher would just be after dinosaurs because he was wronged in his life by the person he loved more.
Yeah, it really does depend on what you're trying to do with it. It really will matter most if you can figure out what makes it work and what doesn't. You're going to have to, like, literally, whenever you come up with an original story like this, based off an existing setting, you have to, like, start listing out what you want to do with it and how that's going to run conflict/contrary to what you already know exists within the story. So you're going to get a lot of pushback. You're going to see a lot of things work, a lot of things fail, and kind of figuring out how to make them mesh properly. Because, let's be honest, if you're trying to make one character a monster, you got to find a justifiable reason without getting it into melodrama. Such as, okay, Bad Apple making Trish a unrepentant monster, I wasn't a huge fan of, I will say. Nor the schizophrenic delusion of ghost people talking to Anon. And the hell he got better and just pushed them away. I'm not a big fan of that. Everything else, fine. Those two elements, I have some problems with. But that is something I have a problem with that not everyone does. You got to kind of figure out if that's okay with you, if you want to have something that people will pick you apart for. because sometimes authors will carry an element close to their chest that they love and might get prickly about when it's poked even just once. So you got to be able to like go into this kind of things, building up anything from the ground up, and just be okay with the shit talk, be okay with the flensing, because we've all seen it before in other stuff. I'm going to reference the forbidden texts of Sonic Chew, for instance.
Oh God.
Whenever
Dimensional merge is real.
He certainly did push the boundary.
Yeah, he did.
What?
Yeah, he certainly fucking did. And when people poke at that even a little bit, guess what? They flip the fuck out. That's what happens sometimes. We don't need to say much more about that or everything else that happened in that fucking storyline in real life, honestly. But yeah, no, they're a good example of what happens whenever you try to do something very different and very original and get torn apart for it. It's gonna happen. People might like it. People might love it. People will tear you apart for it. I've had people on Snoot Club straight up tell me to fuck off for trying to tell them to read Lean on Me. I've had people do that to my face. So, yeah, it's gonna happen.
It's well written. It's not. I don't know why they.
It is well written. It just hurts me so much.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do this like in a self-praise masturbatory like, oh, I'm so good at writing phrase. It's more so people are going to really not like what you want. That's fine.
Which is why I'm scared of you writing Lean on Me too. Like, oh God.
Yeah, don't worry. Leave that.
Or as Monk said, medium-sized box.
Yes, I love that gif. Thank you, Monk.
Leave that to me to jerk him off, but also I can't wait to proofread the sequel.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be fun.
I'm going to cry so many fucking times. I know it. It's gonna hurt.
It's gonna be multiple chapters.
If you're gonna read it on stream, I'll join you.
I'll take a week off for that.
Yeah, we could do a collab reading.
That will be fantastic. But hold on, I think Arky Boy, he said something else. Hold on a second.
He's gonna start speaking Sonic Shoe medals.
Swinga dinga dinger, gotta speak the Swedish. Okay, so any comments or plans for an OC versus OC on OC non-Volcadera settings? Actually, yes. I've not told anyone about this, and I don't plan to until I have something built up. So sorry. Not gonna happen anytime soon. That is the ultimate goal, I guess, for any Snoot writer, is I'm gonna take this setting and make it something my own entire thing, like a mod. Like, I mean, it's not really hidden to say I'm like on a little bit of a project with helping out at some ideas for Arloc's Worth It. And man, that oh boy, that was gonna be fun to like see happen in real life. I really want to see Arloc take that and just go with it. Me and Meister have already seen some of it happen. It's like, wow, this is fast. Holy crap, Arloc. But yeah, I think the ultimate goal for a lot of writers is to make their own OC story, and that'll happen one day. Not soon, but it will happen. So yeah.
I started working on that sort of thing before I understood any of the tenets of writing anything of quality. As you said.
Yep. Yeah.
It's good concept.
I've helped. Yeah, baby steps. Baby steps is what you got to do.
See, that's all I can say. Is it's good concepts, and that's it.
I mean, there's a section that made me laugh because of what you wrote in there. So yes, there you go.
Well, yeah, but that's probably the shorthand Midwestern. Yeah, I got the beatus.
To be fair, that line that you gave me was so well in tune with what this scene was building off of that it fit perfectly. So, good job. But, yes, I guess that does kind of lead into... God damn it, fucking the stream. Lead into the other bit of, have people proof your work. Have them edit it. It helps a whole hell of a ton. I, for instance, have Swanfather. I've got Tusk / that old games nerd, Falling Sun, and my buddy Orion Necropolis proofreading, editing myself every once in a while. And when I get Meister to do Lean on Me sequel, Stand By Me, that's the actual title of it, by the way. That's what?
Stand By Me by Benny King?
Yes, by Benny King. Yes, I'm a bit of a sucker for making songs into working fic titles.
Such as We All Live Together.
Yes, actually, yes.
Well, I
I was not very-
technically the song is "We All Lift," but yeah.
Yeah, but the lyrics just stuck out to me. I'm like, this is so stupid. It's gonna be the perfect fucking thing for my fic I have for my story.
I mean,
that's the best impact of Warframe.
I unironically have that song in my workout playlist, and I've never played Warframe. It's just a great song.
Yeah, exactly. I have that in my working playlist.
Oh man, I gotta message you, Meister, with some of the other like fucking Warframe songs that come out recently. Man, they're good. They might make other good fic titles as well. Oh boy. Yeah, don't be afraid to also reach out to people. Legitimately, pushing the boundaries is also pushing your own self-comfort. So whenever you talk to somebody, okay, I guess Oates kind of ate his mic for a hot second there. Jesus. We died. Yay.
I'm dead now.
Devoured his
yeah,
mic.
reach out to people. I mean, I know a lot of people have reached out to me about proofing their stuff, editing their stuff, and that's important. Like, sometimes I might not have time for it, honestly. Like, I've been doing so many other stuff, and sometimes I'll give a quick glance, give a quick proofread, and send it back. And that does help. That will help the author, like, in the long run. It makes a difference, seriously. I cannot imagine being any sort of successful without fucking Swan literally saying, hey, can I just, like, look at your chapter before you post it first? And then I did. And then, like, I got 3 other people doing the same thing, so it's great. Or whenever I wrote Lean on Me, if I did Lean on Me without Meister's fucking edit of it, it would have been way worse. I'll be completely fucking honest. Like, there was a whole scene about medical terminology issues that arose that we hit the message back and forth like 30 fucking times to come up to with like a proper dialogue for it, essentially. Like, it would have been way less legitimately done if I had not listened and said, oh, yeah, I'm wrong on this. Also, Arkin, you're right on the money. It's Sleeping in the Cold Below. That's one of the songs I'm thinking of for Warframe as well.
Yeah, that's the other song.
But Jake West also had a pretty good question. Any help for people that not write Snoot fics like fantasy stories? Honestly, same advice. Same advice. Literally. Just experiment a little bit. Write an outline. See common stories that you think of. If you think of fantasy stories, we'll think of, like, say, magic, fantasy settings, different races, or even, hell, like, just fantastical world solutions such as magic-powered steam train engines, or floating island capital cities, blah, blah, blah. Write an outline and figure out why that is, what makes it different, and what makes it interesting. Like, oh, these islands are powered by ancient ley lines of gods that died 20 million years ago and power our entire civilization. Versus, we kill a bunch of kids, and we use their souls to power up the islands. It's a necessary evil. Cool. Figure out what story works. Figure out what story element works best for you. Go crazy first. See what makes it sense. See what clicks. Build off of that. I, for instance, love the idea whenever, like, there's a marginalized group that are sacrificed for the quote-unquote greater good. That shit's wild. I love it. It's evil, and people excuse it. So, yeah, there's that. Yeah. Send me more questions, please.
More questions?
Like, ask me even personal things, like food, I don't care. Drinks, blah, blah.
Is a hot dog a sandwich?
No.
It's a roll.
That's dumb. A sandwich is 2 pieces of bread with something in the middle of it. A bun is a singular piece of bread.
A hot dog
Saying
is a roll.
Yes, it's a roll.
And so is a
It's a goddamn... Yeah, it's like a sausage roll. Just like it's a bit of hollow bread, somehow hollow, with meat stuffed inside. That's a fucking sausage roll, essentially.
Alright, so theoretically, if a woman were made of bread, I'm not finishing the anecdote.
Are you gonna, like, put in a fucking anecdote about hot dogging the woman made of bread? Her buns?
Maybe I lost where I was going.
What's your favorite Pop-Tart?
My favorite Pop-Tart?
Yes.
Holy shit! All right. Oh god. All right. I guess I'm gonna go with the OG of OGs, brown sugar cinnamon.
My man.
Yeah, because strawberry sucks as a pastry flavor. Blueberry is artificial, and then you have like these 20 million other kind of Pop Tarts out there that we as Americans are forced to suffer because we have a problem with sugar addictions. Yeah, brown sugar cinnamon is the best one that's going to be all around out there because you can also top it off with other stuff like syrup on top if you want to.
Yeah. Never tried the.
What's the best type of maple syrup for pancakes?
The real kind?
Yeah? Like maple syrup. What are you talking about?
The best kind of maple syrup is maple syrup.
No, best type, like best brand that you know of.
The kind that comes from a tree.
I mean, yeah, there's all kinds of brands out there, but it's going to be expensive, like, no matter what. Because maple syrup is actual maple syrup. Okay, for instance, let me just put it this way. I know of Anderson's syrup. It's a good little plastic bottle. It's a little jug-like, but legit maple syrup needs you to refrigerate it when you're using it, after you're done. All this, like, high fructose corn syrup shit sits in the pantry even after you open the bottle. That's not syrup. That's just bullshit. Go to an actual store, get something that says expires if not put in the fridge, and that's how you do it. That's actual syrup. Who? Ugh, God. I'm gonna get into a fucking side tangent about food if I keep going like this right now, and we already have a food tangent lined up after this.
Yeah.
That's a good point. You love drink out of the tree for your maple syrup.
That's not how that works.
You know what? Here's a great question. What's a pairing of two different foods that you think wouldn't actually work well together, but does?
Well, my local burger place has peanut butter on a burger.
Cheese and peanut butter, of course.
Wait,
Are you pregnant?
Is it a
No.
chicken burger? Or is it
Just
like...
try it. Smooth on a slice of Swiss cheese.
Okay. I need to explain this first. So there is a local place that does a cheeseburger with peanut butter, egg, and banana all on top.
Oh, the Elvis.
Yeah, it's just an Elvis because goddamn, it's good.
There's a version of it called the Undead Elvis at a place called Zombie Burger, and you should go there.
Also, I'm gonna go for another one. Think of a nice hearty chili, like maybe 4 to 5 beans, good bit of tomato sauce, paste, all the whatnot. Throw in some mustard on there. Mustard and chili go really well together.
Mustard's one of the primary ingredients to my dad's chili.
That's perfect, actually. I can also recommend doing chili with sauerkraut. I'm going to go back to that again because it's great. So think on that. Also, I don't know how this has happened, but I keep talking to people. It's a discovery every time. Do people not know how to put blue cheese on a steak?
Don't you just slap it on there and that's it?
Just throw it in.
Like, because I've heard more than one person on this channel like freak out about the idea of putting anything on a steak, and I gotta say, blue cheese crumbles is perfect. So just try it out, people. I know that eventually this will get word back to falling, and he'll put anything on a steak, including whale steak. The man has actually eaten whales, by the way.
There is not a creature alive I wouldn't at least try eating.
Yes, agreed. I've had chicken heart before, chicken neck as well, goose liver.
Chicken's pretty easy to get and eat. No, I'm saying any creature alive I would try.
Well, yes, but you also
Define creature, please.
Of the kingdom Animalia, not upon the ape lineage.
Okay, that is an important specifier. Thank you.
Yep. Elk is delicious, by the way.
Yeah,
Elk is quite.
I've had elk jerky a few times. It's delicious. Homemade
Swordfish.
in somebody's oven.
Swordfish steak is really nice. Actually, it tastes like just actual steak because the animal is so fucking. It's very muscular. I have eaten like at least 12 different species of duck. They're pretty similar, honestly. Pigeon too. Oh wait, hold on. Got another question from Arky. Man, Arky boy, you are just doing it well today. What made you start writing Soup Fix in the first place? I haven't asked that before, but hey-o. Oh, yeah. I mean, what got me started, honestly, I've said it before on stream, is I finished up the Snoot games, Wani and Snoot game, of course. I got really bored because I wanted more, so I looking into the fanfics because I thought I saw it was like really big. Came across. Okay, so I came across Swan Father's Princess story. I came across Inko Noted by Airlock. And then I came across None in the Chamber by Karma Chicken.
Noted.
Yes. The cardboard pizza story. Yes. And then I just kind of started going off more on that, just kind of reading more and more stories, and I thought, why is Anon such a fucking wimp? Why doesn't he, like, try? Fuck it, I'm gonna make it try. I'm gonna make him try. Fuck it. And then I started making We All Live Together. So, yeah, that happens. What the fuck? Hold on, what's this question? If the world were made of paper and the sea made of ink, what would you have to drink? Oh, it's a joke.
He's trying to get philosophical in this bitch.
Alright, well, I just saw that. Okay, Cello, you're not a little duck. We all know this.
We do not recognize him amongst our kind.
if I could lean into this question with what Arky had said about you writing Snoop fic in the first place and whatnot. I have to ask, what was the... how to word this right? What was the kind of reaction to when you posted Lean on Me out there? When you wrote it all up, you published it, what were people's immediate reactions that you can recall from that day?
Okay. So, the immediate reactions I had were pretty varied. There's a whole lot of people really, really enjoying it, saying it was very sad. But they were glad with how it ended at the very end, with the happy moment between Anon and Amber walking off to church. There were quite a few people asking me to make more, like way more questions than I thought possible. So many people wanted me to make way more of that. So, there's that. And a lot of it, some people did DM me directly and ask me if I was okay. Like, legitimately. Like, it was maybe 2 or 3 people asked me if I was okay after writing that. And I think it came from a good place and not a shit question. But I had to kind of go, I'm fine. I just wanted to write the misery fic. I'm okay. Thank you. Bye? So, yeah, that. But regardless, I've had a few people in Snoot Club, when I recommend Lean on Me, tell me I'm not reading that. And it varies from no thank you to fuck off. Which is fine. Again, people are opinionated, they're welcome to opinions, and these things are going to happen, no matter what. We all face rejection at some level. There was one time somebody was talking about Lean on Me, and I just go to them just saying, like, oh yeah, I hated that fucking fic. As my profile was Smooth Rock, and they just really went off saying, I didn't like how he made them all suffer so much. Why was Fang pregnant but also in a coma? I hated that thing. It just made me want to hurt the author. Blah 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 blah. And I don't think they ever found out if I actually. I don't think they found out I was the author, because I remember the conversation going, "Thanks, man. I had to vent about that story." And I'm like, "Cool."
Wow, that was some...
Jake, you're gonna want to look up AO3.
I just had to let my rage get out.
And that will. Yep. All right. Meister's already got you.
Oh no. Meister in the chat.
Don't leave the stream yet. You can read that tomorrow.
Smooth and I enjoy plugging each other's work, so please read that, and then when you're done, come back to me. I have more for you.
Yeah, that's a funny little thing. Oh, but I am going to actually one-up you, Meister, real quick. Hold on.
I mean, it's your segment. Please do.
So we do a funny little bit of trolling and a funny little bit of promoting people's works. So there is one little work that I want to promote at the stream. We're past the half-hour mark, so I get to say it again. if we're going to talk about pushing boundaries, pushing expectations, and experimenting and whatnot, we have a little thing we like to call Bodhisattva, a gator too far. So that is something that I think people should try out at least once, because it's by our buddy, Falling, and it is a wild little fic that I'm not going to go too many details on, but the crazy Sheck record shop owner that we know as Falling Sun loves to, one, make this really weird fic that everyone likes, two, insert his own brand of music into it as well that he collects from Russian garage band funk songs from the 80s that no one knows of in this Western Hemisphere of ours. So, yeah, go fucking check this out, how Olivia gets reverse isekai'd into the human society and has to live with a neurotic 18-year-old girl that is also Falling's insert into the story. And man, he is going to hate whenever he hears me say that.
Damn.
Oh, also, I got a little question from Arlock, actually. So, what motivated me to accept a writing commission, and did I accept the first one offered, or did I need to work up to accepting offers? So, I believe I mentioned this before in a previous interview with you, Oates, but the first offer I had from somebody was wild. Somebody messaged me about a We All Live Together alternate route. It was after chapter 19? Yeah, 19 in the fic, whenever Trish and Anon have a little moment together. And the alternate route was make them bang. And I go, oh, huh, I never thought about this. And I asked the guy, why do you want me to do this? And he said, I like your writing style. So we have a little back and forth, and he ultimately says, I'll pay you $40 to write at least 8K minimum, like other authors. No, he said $30, like other authors do for other commissioned stories. And I just went, oh, that's rad. Also, I like money, but that's rad. Cool. So I wrote a smut porn fic that's an alternate route of my own mainline fic. Weirdly enough, it has like 2K plus hits already on Archive of Our Own, and people still like it. So yeah, weird little thing, weird tangent. And I found out, oh, writing smut is actually really fun. It's really funny. It's hilarious, actually. This is really. I should make more of these. And then I started saying, hey, I'm open to commissions. And then, like, out of the woodwork, slouched forward these jubilant beasts of pleasure and mayhem that sought to enrich my life, which in turn enriched my wife with a nice Christmas gift that year.
That is a very polite way of describing those people.
These fucking freakazoids and their infinite wealth have decided to grace you with a gift.
Hey, let's be honest. Furries and the subset Scalies have money to burn.
Obviously,
and
money.
Yes, we do.
And then I'll use that money to like buy my wife a nice little dinner, buy her a nice Christmas gift, or I'll send the money to Arkin and other. Oh, Shill, hold on. I've gotten cover art from the wonderful Hugo Electrospector on Twitter. Amazing artist. Very much recommend going to him. He's grown a lot as an author. That crazy dude. Arlock as well. He doesn't take money, so he's a good artist. Arlock, you'll get paid one of these days with food, I guess. God damn it.
I will send you something in the mail.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that because I don't know. That's an overt threat. So thank you, Oates. I guess. Shirotara, he made Return to Monkey cover art for me, which is great, fantastic. I love to death. Arkin in the chat is always making art now, sometimes free, sometimes commissioned. And we saw Misery Loves Company. He made that, and he really enjoyed doing that. And guess what? He'll be there for the sequel as well. So, woo! And I have someone else. Why can't I think of someone else? Fabius R. He is making me something currently for another fic I'm writing. It is something that I cannot describe right now, but all I can say is waifu. Just waifu. It's great. Can't wait to put it out this year.
Don't know
But
what.
I'm not telling anybody until it's coming out, so sorry.
I will say, this is a split
Oh,
second.
God damn it.
Anybody who takes a custom body build being designed over the cash prize, guess what? You're gonna have to wait a while on that.
Also, sorry, Toad. Monk's right. He's blasting me in the chat. Toad14, wonderful artist, made cover art for Barrel of Moose and Blackthorn, which I'm writing after I get done with like at least one of these fics this year. And he's also made all kinds of little side art for me. Honestly, Toad, OG, Toad14, OG, fantastic person, fantastic artist. Has a YouTube channel. If you find him, go out there and donate money to him. He's worth it, sincerely. And let's see. I guess otherwise I'm involved in a little bit of beta profile kind of reading for fossil fuel as well. If everybody remembers what that one is. That's the one by Bando, who's leading the project, about a dino-centric storyline POV where the human is actually a side character for once. So, yay.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. And they just pulled in Blindsight for some of the character art. And they have 7 making the sprites.
I love Blindsight's art.
Everyone loves Blindside art. Legitimately. They're amazing.
It's because they're always on fucking model for the dinosaurs. They don't have the weird fucking, here is a perpendicular tail going into the middle of a back.
Yeah, that too.
Biomechanically, it makes sense.
Yep, nope. Blindsight knows exactly what they're doing. They just made a character art for fossil fuel for the wonderful Shuhan, actually. It's a Therizinosaur who he was running a giant smoothie shop. If you need to find out more, go bother Bando, or bother Shuhan, or I guess go to the Snoot Burrow and look at Blindsight. It's probably there somewhere. I'm just too lazy to link it myself. Whoops. Okay, so I have shilled a number of people, artist-wise and fic writer-wise. Who else do I need to shill at this point? I mean, we already know about Arlok. I mean, that's a given, considering he's like... He's been in the chat, and he like messaged me that question as well. Arkin, I guess we're going to go off of that, or Synthetic Hawk. I just call him Arky because he doesn't like me saying that name, because, woohoo, oh boy. He's got a fic coming up that I'm helping him proofread when he gets to a certain point. So there's also that. I'm looking forward to that quite a bit. Shield thyself. I have shielded myself, Swan. Calm down. I'm here.
He's here. Obviously, he's a player in all this.
A player. Oh, man, I don't like that word. Makes me feel icky.
He's a baller. How about that?
Oh, man, that's worse.
Stage.
What was that, Meister?
All the Snoots a stage.
And
all the Rocks merely players.
Of course.
Yep, exactly. And then I've helped you kind of like figure out a little bit for yourself, Oates, for something yourself as well. Shill myself harder.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's fucking... Oh, boy. Okay, let's go over this then. All right, I'm going to put up my own works. Okay, so going off of what I've written so far, I have at least 13 smut stories. So, yeah, if you want to read some of that, go off of that, because I have 22 fics titles under my belt right now, which is fucking insane, by the way. Me, Meister... Hold on, I gotta go with this fucking list now. Me, Meister, and DM wrote Misery Loves Company. That was fun. That was the gayest chicken I've ever written for a fic. And man, that devolved so fucking quickly when we got together for that.
The poultry was quite homosexual.
You wrote what?
Oh, wait, you don't know this one?
What?
Okay, hold on. It's not smut.
It's better than smut.
Yeah, I'll read that on stream maybe at some point, or not on stream, but just record it for these people.
No, please don't.
Okay, well, I've just... Okay, let me see if I can just, like, move that over there. Okay. Well, I'm hopefully that the stream handles my cover-up of my slide, and instead puts that in there. But essentially, Misery Loves Company is whenever we have the Snoot Sonas of DM After Dark, myself, and Meister meet together in real life, which goes about as well as you expect it to be. Afterwards, we decided we'd make a sequel. So somehow we pulled in together more authors for this, Now we have Swan, Shuhan, and Dat Doge from One Call Is All It Takes coming together now to make a fucking fic. And guess what? Dat Doges is the first fic in the title, and it's a racy base. It is a fun little. I'm just going to share the stream now. There we go. All right, it'll take a second for the stream to update on that one, but
I'm very scared. Oh no! What is that?
When this fanfic,
I'm gonna close that. I'm not gonna look at that anymore.
when this fic came out, I did not know how to feel about this. I was like, what?
I think it's fucking hilarious.
So, I have to make sure this is going on the YouTube stream right now, correct?
Right now.
Okay, good. So, just so everyone knows,
Jesus
I gave Arkin full control over how to make this fic turn out. We give him a prompt of, let's go like a little bit of Pulp Fiction. Nope. It turned to something completely different. It turned to something completely fucking different. It was me apparently as the tallest of the bunch, which in real life is fucking fake, by the way. And then Meister Sage just kind of made things.
Read the story to understand the context.
Fuck is the blonde dude? Why does he look like Don Flamingo?
That is DM After Dark.
Oh.
That's DM After Dark, famous of Keep Your Snoot Out of It.
Oh my god.
He looks like your cliche like villain from like a night who wants to tear down the park to put a mall on it. Like you know the villains that I'm talking about. Like he wants to tear down the
villains. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got that industrial villain vibe.
Yeah,
I hope you all are noting whenever the text goes up that says the code word's been spoken. We've gone through 3.
You're going to 3?
No, we've gone through 3 of the code words.
Oh, yes.
I
Yes, we
hope you're
have.
paying attention to the visuals as well.
Yeah, I'm hoping that people have been paying attention because it's been pretty fucking easy to do so.
Yeah.
So, that being said, yeah, Arkin, I don't know how to keep saying this, but my boy's been, like, following me around like a lonely dog, sending me, like, just all these kind of art pieces, which is pretty fun. I do say, people, give him a good commission. He's worth it. He's pretty worth it. Besides that, Mystery Loves Company, yeah. If you have the time, go ahead, read The Sun, because this is going to get a sequel with all those other authors I already mentioned. Dat Doge is...
Scared to God of what that's gonna be.
Dat Doge is going to be problematic in the best way possible.
Just to put how interesting this is going to be, I'm slated to write my chapter last. I have no idea what the fuck's going to happen. I'm still waiting to find out.
Very nice.
Make a mental note to never write kinds of stuff like this ever.
Why not? That's not pushing your boundaries. That's not experimenting. That's a failure on your part. What the hell was wrong with you?
I'm uncomfortable with writing that, you know? Alright.
Then how do you expect to grow as an author?
I know you can do this, Flippo. I know what you've written for me.
God, if you bring it up, I swear.
I've brought it up. Go look into the collection that Flippopossum has made on AO3.
Oh, boy.
We'll get to that.
I implant my personality into other people's writing. Congratulations, me. I've made people insert me into their fics. It's because I'm a cringe individual by nature.
Never go deuce. It's... Oh, God.
So, yeah, there's that. Just saying, if you have people in your corner based off the bullshit you write, you will find some pretty neat little friends and allies, I will say. So, yeah, don't be afraid to fucking push your boundaries. You're gonna have a lot of fun with this, like I did with this And man, I'm going to preemptively say this all now, y'all. The sequel is going to have my chapter, and it's going to be fucking problematic. Sorry in advance. Mostly to you, Meister. Mostly to you.
Don't feel too bad.
I'm afraid of what it is that you in particular are apologizing to me for in advance, that you actually feel the need to apologize to me for, because I actually can't figure out what you're going to do, and that scares me more.
Well, you have written your character into a corner.
Oh, I absolutely have.
Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic.
I look forward
to it.
So,
yeah. And if you do the same thing I did and just get fucking weird with your writing styles, this could happen to you too. You could have also someone threaten you on a live stream with weird bodily harm / threat to your goodwill on your online persona.
Oh God.
No.
Yeah. Don't be afraid. Always go harder.
Is it worth it?
That's what you said. The value of it's really what you get out of it at the end of the day. Did you learn something? Did you put something people enjoy out there? Have you found a business opportunity? Does this help you contextualize yourself and your personality to the world? It really depends what you get out of it.
I mean, I've had some pretty great success with getting paid to make people feel things. Just saying. But also on a legit note, I have 2 subscribers pay me money like every month to continue writing stuff, and they don't really care what it is. Like I have subscriptors. What the fuck? I that wasn't supposed to happen, but it happened. So yeah.
Oh, you have like a Patreon or something?
Ko-Fi.
Yeah, it's Ko-Fi, so it's less restricted than Patreon, more freeform, and it's more like if you want to support me so I can buy myself an extra cup of coffee and binge write until 2 o'clock in the morning. Cool. If you have a request, I'll listen to you too. But it's not like, God damn it! I said it now. I gotta
be constantly fucking outputting.
Yes.
At a level dangerous to yourself. It's just like a little extra support. It's not. You're not. Ko-Fi makes the person paying a little less entitled than Patreon. I think it's closer to an actual donation as opposed to a transaction.
Yes, exactly. Ko-Fi is more so just like take it easy.
It's also like a way to give money to writers and creators besides PayPal, which sometimes does stupid shit.
Yeah. Honestly, I've had some fucking issues with some of those systems. Honestly, but legitimately, it's like someone told me, "Hey, can you open up a Ko-Fi for me, please? I want to send you at least like $5 a month for like 3 months to continue writing this stuff." I'm like, "You don't have to do that." And he kept saying, "Please, I want to support you, even if it means you just go buy yourself a cup of coffee." I'm like, "Okay, cool. If you want to give me money to go buy a cup of coffee, I'll go fucking do that." And I guess that now makes me a professional writer somehow, which is retarded.
Can you send me a link? I'm curious now.
Oh, it's in my profile pic. Like, if you go to my profile in Discord, you just click on that, and you'll find the Ko-Fi description in the description, I believe.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in the bio. There you go. But no, it's not a necessity to tell me that you want to pay me. Like, that's not why I'm writing the fics, honestly. I'm here to have fun, and I managed to make people have fun as well, and now they're all, like, enjoying themselves. So that's more so what I'm here for, is to make sure people have fun, get excited, and sometimes people say, like, "Oh yeah, your fic made me want to go back to the gym for a bit." I'm like, "Oh, that's amazing. Like, that's actually fucking amazing. Let's go with that." And then somebody said, "Hey, Lean on Me made me really sad. It made me kind of like think about more so how I handled a past relationship." It's like, wow, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I expected, but I'm really, really fucking happy that you said that. That's amazing, and that really is stupefying that it happens, honestly. That's not really what I expected to happen, and I'm not going to continue to expect it to happen, because that's ridiculous. We're here to have fun and make stupid stories about dino girls and dino boys, have questionable relationships with their friends and with their human friends in a weird way. Such as whenever character XYZ, known as Sage, makes beef stew and has an existential crisis and nearly cries himself to sleep. That's cool. That's funny. Oh, hey, wait, there's a Fic About a Beach episode over here. Woohoo!
Yippee.
Pretty girls in dino suits. Yay. Like, it's a mixed bag, y'all. You cannot expect people to do the same thing over and over again.
And that's how the boundary is constantly being pushed. At this point,
Make dino girls real. Yes.
Yeah.
Research. We must plant the trees that our children shall sleep under.
I'll fund that Ko-Fi. Can you send me the link?
What?
Yeah.
The research? Yeah, sure. Go far real quick.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I can technically say, because Alex saying it, that I'm a professional snoot writer, which, God, that fucking title is something I...
Professional furry.
I'm a furry sugar baby.
So, Smooth, I actually forgot to say this while you were talking about smut and like getting out of your comfort zone and stuff. So I wanted to try something different because like I'm always used to writing wholesome smut, which is basically like Inko and Olivia having this sweet moment together, or Emily and Dev. And so I wanted to try something differently. And you were the one who edited it for me. It was basically, and I know how the community feels with polyamory or two different words.
Polyamory.
Polyamory relationships. And sometimes it can be like a bit here and there from what I've seen. But what I wanted to try with this one is try to make...
What are your thoughts on a Royal Crown cola?
Okay, hold on. I'll do things one at a time. Hold on a second. Okay, so one, dead man. Polyamory, you're asking about what exactly is like why I'm doing that, or like what do you expect other people to think about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like how do you feel about it, and like how do you feel like writing smut about that? Because there's like this perception in like in Snoot Club about relationships with more people.
Okay, yeah, this one I can answer pretty well on. It's something I've talked about beforehand, but let me go through this list. So oats, first off, Crown, delicious. It's amazing. Next question, raw. Second, so technically, I did see that fic you sent me, and I only proofed it. Editing, I would have had to hold on to it for at least 3 days and torn it apart. So,
okay.
Yeah, sorry. So, like, I gotta clarify. I did look up your fic. I corrected with like grammatical stuff, minor spelling errors, and things like that. That's proofreading. If you want me to edit it, I'm gonna hold on to it for like maybe 3 or 4 days and blast it apart. Like, I'm gonna look over every little thing, say what I like, what I don't like, remove things, add things, really just make you feel like you didn't write it well, but also give you a chance for it to improve. That's what editing is to me. It's really getting in the guts of a fic and making the author really question what they did. Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
No, I understand. In a professional and criticism way.
Yes, exactly. So whenever I say I don't have time to edit people's stuff, sadly I mean that, I can proof it pretty quickly. So there is that. However, the distinction there is something I like to make sure people understand. Not to like try to neg talk someone, but more so just kind of like make a distinction of, if I'm going to proof it, I'll get it to you pretty quickly. If I'm going to edit it, I need to set aside my own personal time away from my own fix. Which is why whenever I have Tusk and Falling do that for me, I'm extremely appreciative. Because they go through and they really question things I do wrong. And that is a major dedication of time and effort. So yeah, the proofing and editing are very different grammatical things because they will do things. Proofers will just go over it and say, I like this, I don't like this, and not be super descriptive, while also making sure they get rid of minor spelling mistakes, grammar issues, and little flaws here and there. But whenever you say have an editor, like Meister did for me for Lean on Me, I remember there being like 120 comments after only page 5 of editing the thing. So it's a different beast, and whenever you have an editor doing things, it's going to improve. It will improve things vastly. So,
and just to butt in for a moment on that, to give just a time perspective on how much different it takes, right? I actually do have a spreadsheet where I will track sometimes when I'm editing for people how long it takes, and I will average, depending on author and a bunch of other factors, between 5 to 15 minutes per page when I'm editing, and sometimes I will edit stories that are 30, 40
Snoot,
pages
do you
long.
mind if I share kind of what you wrote down for me and my fic? Actually, hold on.
Oh.
Let me open up the. No, don't do it, or you don't mind.
No. I do not mind. I do not.
Doc.
But yeah, go ahead. Meister, finish off your thought, and I'll go back to the polyamorous question afterwards.
Yeah, no, I mean that was basically just saying that when you edit, it takes, minutes, sometimes tens of minutes per page, versus if you're proofreading, you're more just reading through it for content and then leaving comments, as opposed to editing where you are line by line, punctuation mark by punctuation mark, grilling, raking through, making sure that things are correct.
So,
Yep.
I did not know.
At the beginning of the week-ish, I sent Smoothrock a plea for help for how I should structure a scene. And he helped me out a little bit, just being like, these are some beats that you should hit, right? For a scene that's written as bad pornography, where nothing happens in the end. And I haven't finished writing how I'm going to write it, but this is a very nice, helpful thing to have an outline. Sometimes you just need friends to, help you create what your context should be beyond it, so you can make your own thing out of it. But I do want to highlight this fucking banger of a line from a lady who's been smoking a pack a day for 60 years. Now listen here, sugar ass. I know what you young men need. Come over here and let me spoil you with sweet love until I give you the beatus.
Yep.
Real and true.
That was certainly a goddamn line.
One of the lines of all time, certainly.
And honestly, that was like a perfectly placed, like, I just gave you the outline of what I thought might be a good element to get things rolling. And you came up with that. It's like, yeah, all right, you got the assignment. You know what needed to happen. Good job. Okay, so building off of what Deadman said afterwards, polyamory. Okay, so this is a subject that not many people like, and that's fine. It is a preference, because all kinds of little things people have whenever they kind of start building things up in their head. Sure, fine. So I have a bias because I know now of 2 polyamorous groups. They are closed off thruples. So I've known one for 2 years, and they are honestly fine. They're happy. It's still a pretty young relationship, but they have a pretty healthy cohabitation, explanation, understanding, and communication effort between the 2 of them. The 3 of them. Bleh. So that works out pretty well. The other is a throuple that lives in Scotland. 2 of them are married to each other. The other one lives with them because laws. But they own a house and are living together now up to year 10 as of this summer. They're all quite happy with each other. And I've been able to interact with them, understand them, and know these people personally well enough that I understand a bit more of the dynamics between them. I am no expert. I am far from a fucking expert. Do not come to me saying that. However, I'm more willing, I guess, than not, to try to put that into a fic and say, yeah, I'm going to take some little things I know in real life, throw it in here, and try to guesstimate how these characters would interact with each other that way. Because, I mean, in my opinion, the idea that there's only one true love for one person is insulting to the idea of love as a concept and as a whole. Like, the idea that only one person fits you socially and emotionally throughout the entire world is fucking insane to me. And it just insults the idea of love as a whole. So when I think about like people who might be, say, able to extend that love to someone else, I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. And then it's like, oh, well, what if I just try to make this polyamorous? Which is, and I mean this to death, is wholly different than a fucking harem. Harems are not the same thing as polyamorous couples or thruples. Harems are just fucking pyramids. They go up to one person, and the other's at the bottom. We know this because it's in every fucking anime out there. It's in every fucking little weird little side story tangent spin-off of like, I got reverse isekai, blah blah blah. I'm gonna go make a harem out of fucking XYZ group, general elves and dwarf, blah blah blah. What the fuck ever. Polyamory is different. Polyamory is a connection of a spider web between everyone involved, and it is an equal relationship at all times. That's how it succeeds. Otherwise, there's no point to it. It fails. Nothing goes right, and it is a relationship built off of more understanding, more respect, and more communication than a standard bilateral relationship between two consenting partners. So, yeah, that's my tangent on polyamory.
All right.
So, yeah, sometimes I'll have people... I'm still known as the poly writer, which is fine. Some people just don't like to read Walt because of that one aspect. And like I said multiple times before, yeah, that's on them. They don't want to read it, that's fine. But I'm willing to try to make it work because it works in real life. I just try to not fetishize it, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. For me, I hope I'm not like, because with how I've always kind of wrote my smut fix is like, I want to give how is this possible, the reason behind it before getting into the sauce. And when I ever release it, I hope everyone will like it. Again, it is my first attempt at being spicy. I hope I do a good job at being spicy. I know Cello's read it, and they seem to like it.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, honestly, it just depends on if, like, by the end of the day, if you like it, that means you wrote the fic that you wanted to write. If you have doubts, and if you don't like it, well, that's on something that you have to consult with yourself about. And it's always a balancing act of figuring out how to be satisfied with what you wrote versus trying to create value off of something that you've made based off of the reaction of others. Which, to be honest, isn't always the healthiest thing to do. So, you just got to put it out there. You got to learn how the world takes it, honestly. Mm-hmm. It's not going to be easy sometimes. It might be kind of lambasted. Who knows? You can't find out until you try it.
And honestly, I think I did like a good job with writing this. In all honesty, I got my ideas out. I thought what would make things spicy here and there, the reasoning and whatnot. Sure, I'm gonna get some criticism, but I feel like I achieved something, which was to try something new with the wholesome stuff that I've read.
There you go. That's what matters. And eventually, if you do it enough, you like it enough, you make more of it, you'll find other people who think the same thing. That's what matters.
Honestly, I was given a surprise when someone kind of pinged me and told me, "Hey, when are you going to do a epilogue or a continuation with one of my smut fics?" And I was like, I never really thought about that. Maybe I will. Who knows?
Congratulations, you're in the long haul now. There you go.
Yeah. You're stuck in here. Stern-Gerlach? That was a good segment. Now I have a word from one of our sponsors.
Hey guys, it's me, Meister. I'm ready to start my stream. Am I streaming now?
What?
It's me, Meister. Can you start my stream, my segment? Am I live right now, Goose? Am I good to go?
Yeah, you're live.
Alright, good. Hey guys, it's me, Meister from Sage Makes Pickles, and I wanted to tell you that all that shit is really unnecessary, and I've come around to just eating them raw.
What the fuck?
Did he just eat a whole
I'm so sorry about that.
without?
What the hell just happened?
I don't know.
Dude, why were you just so silent there? I thought you were gonna say something, but you were just like, "This is to Meister. This is to Meister." You were just so quiet. Like,
What the fuck?
What?
I guess it was pickle time.
Yeah, it's pickle time. Obviously, that's what our sponsor.
That was impressive.
He just eat a
And
whole.
he just ate the whole fucking pickle like it was nothing.
We should probably check on him to see if he's okay. Like, he said it was a raw pickle. Is that healthy to eat like a raw pickle that's been unpickled?
I mean,
Do you know
Wait.
what a raw pickle is?
it's just a fucking pickle.
It's
There's
a
no-
cucumber.
It's always raw.
Oh,
Yeah, cucumber. So, fun fact: cucumbers grow raw on the vine. They don't grow cooked.
I just know the pickles are supposed to be in jars and stuff. I never. Okay. That's. Oh gosh, I made myself live on stream, not knowing that how pickles existed.
Right. Well, whenever actual Meister goes over his fucking fermenting bits, I'll have to be able to I'll be able to talk about my own fermented hot sauces and whatnot. But fucking God, Goose, what did you do?
I got a sponsorship real quick. That's all. I was given $5.
I knew it. I knew it. I thought like, hey, here's $5. Let me do something. And Goose was like, all right.
I am going to send a fucking pizza to your house covered in pickles, and there's nothing you can fucking do
please.
about
Yeah,
it.
let me give you my
Actually,
address.
hamburger pizza sounds nice.
I already have it.
Let's
God damn it.
You don't have to look for it.
Oh my
I could
gosh.
use once on somebody else.
This has been the pickle hour.
Not yet. It hasn't. Okay, I guess. Just okay. Is there any closing comments? If not, I'll just fucking go. I don't even know how. That's a fucking. I don't know how that blindsided me. That blindsided me, and it threw me off my rhythm.
That is
I
one
will
of the
admit.
most impressive things I've ever seen.
I pride myself on being able to eat pretty fast, and that was genuinely impressive. I mean, that's almost. Okay, wow.
My man absolutely devoured it.
Man was
Complete
hungry.
savage.
I feel disgusting. I write smut where like rim jobs happen, and I feel disgusting.
I don't know why he was wearing a mask. I feel like the mask was like.
I
I
mean, it's right. It's for the same reason, right? Gimp masks have zippers on them because you only need access to one thing.
Oh my god! Come on. Oh. We probably lost some viewers. But I would like to say something smooth. I think your segment was great. And hopefully this inspires a lot more people who want to do fanfics to write their fanfics and get them out there, to accept criticism, to break boundaries, and get some new stories out in this community. And I think you did a good job of trying to inspire those people or trying to help those people.
Thank you.
In wake of that, only 5 viewers are gone, and I think it's mostly people who are going to come into the call. So we've lost nothing.
Good. Good to know. Good to fucking know. Okay, I guess that works. That works. Oh Christ! All right. Well, thanks for having me on here. I guess.
Interviewer.
Woo! When I first interviewed on here, there's like only like 76 people on your subscribers. So hey, you've got numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Shit,
I'm going to
numbers.
Shit, this one doing numbers.
It's doing numbers.
142 separate individuals have at least clicked on.
There we go.
I like to think we got 20 people.
I like to think I got like 5 of those people just because of my name. Just 5. That works.
How many do you think the Snoot Club announcement got the other day?
Oh, plenty. All right. Well, I'm going to go get myself some water. I'm going to think about this and how I was hungover as fuck this morning, and I feel like this kind of just tops it all off with this as an experience.
The ibuprofen that you needed.
I get the ibuprofen, yeah, and I'll be sitting here nice and quiet while you ride my hair and talk about your pickles next, I guess. Woo! Alrighty, well, passing this along then to... Oh yeah, the sprites, by the way, the sprites of me and Meister here, they're from Arkin as well. So, Arky, good job. Once more, Jesus Christ. Done.
I hope somebody clipped that, by the way. The event.
Oh boy.
I think someone did.
I hope somebody did. They better have.
Okay, so I am. Oh boy. Okay, I just need like a moment to compose myself. Oh dear. Okay. So now I have to follow that up. I had the show stolen from me by a fucking. I think that was like a Serbian. Do we just let random people into the server now?
Yeah, if they give me money.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. You said he paid you off.
That was a paid sponsorship.
I have pickle. I'm going to shove in mouth and eat for your entertainment.
Was it not entertaining?
I had myself muted. I was howling with laughter. God damn. Okay. All right. Well,
how I kept it so calm, frankly.
I think everybody was just watching in horror.
Well, I knew it was coming,
is the only way
so
I can
of course
describe.
I wasn't in horror.
Well, of course you did. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna.
How did I keep that in? Is it because I'm masterfully stone-faced?
I'm just gonna get my fucking. Hold on. Get my presentation ready. Put it on the first page so we can all enjoy. Okay, so I have to share. Oh boy, this is gonna be a bit of a boomer moment.
You see that little screen icon that has an arrow inside of it? You're gonna want to click that.
No, shut the fuck up. I know. I just want to make sure that you can see. Hold on, wait. Make sure that you can see the right screen. So it's the full size screen here, right? It's not the other one.
It was the full size screen, but now we can see all the slides. Click your present button from beginning, or from current slide. There.
Okay.
Certified boomer moment.
Aren't you like an electrical engineer?
That doesn't mean I'm good with computers. That means I'm good with sand that thinks.
So computers.
Why? Okay, yeah. Wait. Why is it showing? Okay, there we go. Wait, no. Now it's showing the whole thing. Oh, wait. Is it doing that thing where it bounces in between?
Buddy, we can see every single slide you have.
Yes, I know.
You had it for a second.
Okay, wait. What if I do this and then I go this? Is it still doing the same thing?
Yeah.
Why?
Did you share your screen or did you just share the presentation?
Oh, I did that. Okay, I did that again. I remember we had this exact same.
I'm back.
Wow, holy shit, I'm stupid.
Hold on, I don't know how to use the computer box. I have no idea how to use the big rectangle thing.
Okay, now this should work.
Kyoma is still in the call, waiting for something of intelligence to be said, I'm sure.
Okay, is it working now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank fucking Christ. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Meister T. As my namesake, I am literally pouring 212-degree water into a cup that contains a sachet. The sachet contains several herbal substances that could be known to the common man as tea. And now I am walking back to my computer where I will begin to talk about home food preservation methods, because that is what I am here to talk about today. Alrighty, so I have, let's see, I think I have like 38 slides or something. 39 slides, so let's just fucking get this started. So I always like to start off with just a little broad overview of what we'll be talking about today. So, obviously, right, food preservation, duh, but specifically, just a little bit going over why the fuck do you care? Right, obviously, why do you preserve food? It's a pretty easy answer, but, you know, there's other reasons why you might preserve them in specific ways. Then we'll just go through a little bit of a crash course on microbiology. I would like to point out I am not a microbiologist, so this will be very high level. Then talk a little bit more about mechanisms to counteract said microbes, so antimicrobial stuff, some mechanisms and methods by which you can achieve antimicrobial environments, which leads into, right, all the different kinds of foods, jellies, jams, fruit preserves, different kinds of fermentation, specifically focusing on alcoholic and lactic acid fermentation, and then ending talking about pickling. So you might be wondering, all right, if I'm going to sit here and talk to you about food safety and food preservation methods, why should you trust me? I'm just some random fucker on the internet. I have no visible credentials, except I have brought my resume, and I will say that I am practically experienced in fermentation. This is a small selection of photos that I've taken over the past, I want to say 2 or 3 years, regarding home food preservation, right? So everything from alcoholic fermentation, vinegar-based pickling, making my own yogurt, pickling eggs, making salsa, jellies, jams, hot sauces, tepache, wines, meads, ciders, Brussels sprouts. I think I see one from there. Yeah. So I have a decent amount of experience. So I like to think that I know what I'm talking about. But also, I'm not just coming at you with this as, oh, this is what I've always done. This is how it should always be done. When I do, especially when I do something new that I've never done before, or when I do something that I think has any level of risk inherent to it, which when it comes to home food preservation is most of it, right? There's a tiny amount of risk. But you always want to make sure that you know what you're doing, at least right coming at it from kind of the more, scientific angle. So there are plenty of sources, especially, right, I'll get into some of them later on, but lots of good research and resources have been done into the topic of food preservation. Obviously, humanity has preserved food for a long time. So, there's a lot of USDA documents. There's research from institutions in the United States and abroad. Plenty of people have done copious amounts of detailed research so that you know exactly what you need to achieve to make sure that you are preserving your food safely. So, I'm not just doing this from what I know, I'm also backing it up and supporting it with plenty of, evidence-based research. And lastly, you should trust me because this isn't quantum mechanics like the presentation earlier was. This is something that you can very easily and realistically achieve by yourself. Humans have been preserving shit for thousands and thousands and thousands of years using various different methods. If they can do it, so can you. It's really not that hard. So with that all being said, why the fuck would you bother? Why bother doing your own food preservation? I can just go to the grocery store and I can buy pickles, I can buy, beer, I can buy all that stuff. Why would I do it myself? Well, it does give you access to a very nearby and easy source of different kinds of food all year round, right? That you can just have in your pantry and not just necessarily, having the food itself, but having the interesting types of food, right? It's interesting, it's unique, it's tasty, it's different. Because, right, yeah, you could go to the grocery store and you can probably buy, blueberry, strawberry, grape, jelly, jam, whatever. But can you go to the grocery store and buy strawberry rhubarb jam? Can you buy black raspberry jam? Can you buy black currant and red currant jam? Can you buy spiced wild plum jam with plums that you picked from your local park? Right? There's some things that you just can't as easily get your hands on that if you make it yourself is much easier to have access to. I kind of skipped over one there. They are great for gifts, especially jelly and jam, right? I have found very few people in my life that don't appreciate getting a little jar of jelly or jam as a gift, right? Either on the holidays or just because they did a solid for me and I want to give them something small to show my gratitude. Usually very well received. People like sugar, people like jelly and jam. And of course, lastly, at least I think it's fun. There is a level of satisfaction and just joy that I get out of making my own food. And especially when it comes to making these things that I can then put on my shelf or in my, kind of jarring cellar. And then at any point in time, right, especially when you make this stuff in the summer and the fall, in the dead of winter, when it's all cold and everything sucks and it's dark, you can go and pull a jar of applesauce or a jar of pickles or some salsa, and it's just it hits different in the winter when you otherwise don't have as easy access to those tasty things. So, all right, so now we're going to get into the shack meat of it, so to speak. Start out with a little crash course on microbiology. So, everything's covered in tiny organisms. You are covered in tiny organisms. The desk that you're sitting at is covered in tiny organisms. The chair, the floor, the bed, everything, every surface of everything that is not a sanitized clean room is covered in tiny little fungus cells, yeast cells, bacteria, viruses, all kinds of shit. Everything is covered in tiny shit. So, that being said, there's a lot of different kinds of tiny shit. Like a lot. Like, there's kind of entire phylums dedicated to classifying tiny shit. And all the different kinds of tiny shit need different conditions to be able to thrive, proliferate, reproduce, not die. And we could, this in and of itself isn't just a whole presentation. This is a whole field of study, for God's sake. So we'll just kind of break it down into some very relevant types. We'll say there's aerobic microbes, there's anaerobic, there's thermophiles, and there's acetophiles. And just to kind of break that down, so aerobic means they require oxygen to survive. Anaerobic means they can survive in oxygen-devoid environments. Thermophiles mean they are resistant to either high or low temperatures. And then acetophiles means that they are able to proliferate in very acidic environments. Right, these are just some very, very broad categorizations of microbes, but relevant to the discussion that we'll get into in a couple slides. So, this is probably the worst microbiology 101 class you will ever attend, so thank you for coming. Now we're going to talk about how to kill these little fuckers. So now we're going to talk about anti-microbiology. So, right, if you have microbes who like environments that are acidic, that are not acidic, that are salty, not salty, hot, cold, oxygenated, not oxygenated, the way that you kill them is you create an environment that is hostile to them. And the way that you can create environments that are hostile are either by outright killing them, so methods that directly kill the microbes that you don't want, or you can create conditions that prevent the reproduction or growth or proliferation of those microbes. Those might sound like the same two things, but really quick example here is if you take a pot of water and you boil it really hard on the stove, you will kill everything in that water, but then when it comes back down to room temperature, it will no longer be a hostile environment, and if another microbe comes along and it gets into that pot of water, it could then, start reproducing and doing all kinds of stuff in there. So you kill the existing cells, but you don't prevent growth. Now, if you boil the pot of water and then you, as it cooled down, put a antibiotic or an antimicrobial, I don't know, you put a bunch of liquor in there, you put a bunch of vodka in there, and you bring the alcohol content up to 10%, and then you seal it in a bottle. That will prevent the growth of future microbes, and you will have a sanitized environment. So, kind of talked about it a little bit, but, right, antimicrobiology. How do you do this? How do you kill them? How do you prevent... Apparently, because there's no noise coming through my headphones, they will shut themselves off every once in a while, so I just want to make sure everybody can still hear me.
We can.
Okay, cool. All right, yeah, so how do we do this? Well, like I mentioned, you create environments that are hostile to the life of whatever it is you're trying to kill. So you add or you remove their source of food. Well, in this case, we don't really have that option because we're trying to put food into a jar and they're going to eat whatever we put in there. You can oxygenate or deoxygenate the environment, which is also not a great method. You can remove water, which is a great method. You can heat it up really hot to kill them, or you can chill it down to inhibit their reproduction. You can raise or lower the acidity. There's other methods as well, but these are kind of the main ones that we'll focus on for the purposes of talking about food preservation. So, going forward with a couple terms that we want to talk about, because I'll mention them as we get more into the details of talking about food preservation. One of them, and this is probably one that most of you are not familiar with, but is very important, is something that's known as water activity, sometimes abbreviated as AW. Water activity is the ratio of the vapor pressure of the food itself versus the vapor pressure of distilled water. Now, that probably doesn't intuitively make sense to most of you. It didn't really make great sense to me until I looked at a picture of it. So there is a wonderful diagram over here on the right. Basically, what it's saying is if you take a pot of distilled water and then you put it into a sealed container and then you measure the vapor pressure of that, right? That's a vapor pressure of 1. It's normalized. And then you measure the vapor pressure of what substance you want to measure the water activity of in another container, and then you take that pressure and then you divide that pressure by the pressure of distilled water. That gives you your water activity index. Basically, it is a measure of the viability or of the availability of water, H2O, in the substance that you have. So basically, right, extreme example, if you took, right, let's just use something stupid, sand, completely dry sand, and you put it into one box and you measure the pressure of that, and then you measure the vapor pressure of distilled water, you would get a water activity of 0 because there is no water. So just to kind of put some numbers to it, a water activity of greater than 0.95 is considered sufficient for the growth of basically all microbes. So you definitely don't want to have water activity greater than 0.95. And another important index is, or another important kind of breaking point is a water index below 0.85, which is going to inhibit the growth of most microorganisms. Now, there are certain types of microorganisms that are known as extremophiles. Extremophiles are going to potentially be able to exist in these conditions that we're trying to create that otherwise would prevent the growth of most microbes, but they are a extreme exception and they are not the rule, and most extremophiles are not going to be commonly found in your residential setting where you're going to make these things, so you shouldn't have to worry about them for the most part. Right, just to give an example, right, extremophile, thermophile bacteria, a lot of those live in hot sea vents at the bottom of the ocean, and they're not going to exist outside that environment, so you don't really have to worry about those getting into your food unless you're trying to can, like, sea worms or something. So, another term, and this is one that most of you are probably a little bit more familiar with, or you have at least heard, is acidity, which is measured on the pH scale. What most of you probably don't know is what pH actually means. So pH is a measure of the concentration of positively charged hydrogen ions in a substance. It's measured using this equation here. Basically, it's the negative log base 10 of the concentration, or sorry, negative log base 10 of the number of hydrogen ions in a solution. And on the pH scale, right, that goes from 0 or 1, I forget, all the way up to 14, every step up or down represents a 10 times dilution or a 10 times concentration of the number of hydrogen ions. So a pH of 7, I believe means 10 to the negative 7 hydrogen ions. And then if you go all the way down to, say, a pH of 1, that is a concentration of 10 to the 1 hydrogen ions. Or sorry, 10 to the... I'm getting my numbers mixed up, but essentially it represents, right, every step that you go up or down on the pH scale. So from, say, 3 to 4, that is going to be a 10 times more acidic solution. If you go from, say, I said that backwards, from 3 to 4 would be a 10 times dilution, from 4 to 3 would be a 10 times concentration. So you just have, right, far more acidity as you step up or down 1, 2, 3, 4, so on and so on. Okay, it does range from 0. And one of the most common ways that you can measure the pH of a material is by using indication strips, pH indication strips, also known as litmus strips. Here pictured, I have a litmus paper that ranges from 0 to 6. This is very useful for home canning, specifically because this is the range that we're interested in. If you have something that's a pH above 6, you really don't care. And if you have something that's a pH of 0, you need to get that out of your house, because if you look at it funny, it might kill you. All right. Now we have to talk about, and I have a couple slides on this, before we... I believe this is the last topic that isn't specifically related directly to talking about food, is the scary microbe that everybody fears that has ever done any kind of home canning or that has done any kind of research into this. Mr. Clostridium botulinum. You've probably heard the term botulism. You definitely know what food poisoning is. And if you know anything about botulism, you know why I'm going to harp on this very, very hard. Clostridium botulinum, which I'm going to just call CB, because I don't want to keep saying that word because I'll keep pronouncing it wrong as well. It is a bacteria that creates a toxin that causes botulism in humans and other animals. Botulism is not a nice condition. We'll get into why that is in a couple slides here. CB forms structures that are known as endospores. Actually have a gram-positive staining photo of one on the right. So those black rods are the actual CB cells themselves, and then you have those little clear ovals that are known as endospores. Basically, what an endospore is it is a kind of a genetic subset. It is a small, hardened, non-living copy of the genome of the bacteria itself. It's not an egg. It's not the primary mechanism by which the bacteria reproduces. It is a spore that is formed when the bacteria encounters a condition that is very hostile but does not outright kill it. It is a survival mechanism. The reason that these spores are important and that I'm talking about them is because they are able to survive conditions that will actually kill off the living cells themselves. Now, I believe I might be speaking incorrectly by saying that the spores are not living. They might technically be classified as living things. I am not sure off the top of my head, but suffice to say that they are a hardened shell that under correct conditions, under more ideal conditions, will turn back into a living botulism cell, or a living CB cell. And just to kind of make it a point here, while the actual living cell itself will die in the condition of boiling water, say 212 Fahrenheit, 100 Celsius, the spores are not. Very specifically, they are not killed. You can boil botulism endospores all you want. They are not going to be destroyed. And CB will proliferate in environments that are moist, oxygen devoid, and in that should say high pH environments, not low pH environments. That is a typo. My bad. So might be asking yourself, if you're not super familiar with CB, why am I choosing to talk about it so much? That is because, at least in the United States, insert your own joke about this, but improperly home canned goods are responsible for greater than 90% of all food poisoning cases in the United States every year. Now, food poisoning is not explicitly caused by CB. There are a ton of other things that can cause food poisoning. But the difference between the type of food poisoning that CB causes and that most other bacteria, fungi, yeast, or microorganisms cause are that those types of food poisoning are usually not life-threatening. They're not fun, right? They're not great. Some of them might require hospitalization, right? Like salmonella, or I believe listeria, or say E. coli. But they are not nearly as pressingly life-threatening as opposed to CB, which the CB cell produces something known as botulinum toxin. And botulinum toxin is, to known science, the most dangerous form of food poisoning. And just to put a number to that, when properly treated under ideal medical conditions, there is about a 5% lethality rate, so flip that around, 95% survivability rate for cases of botulism. And just to kind of differentiate, when I say botulism, botulism is the medical condition that is caused by ingesting botulinum toxin that is formed by CB. I might switch around my words because I actually had to train that out of myself when I was practicing this presentation, because I will sometimes just refer to, the spores themselves as botulism, even though that's not correct. But when you talk about it, people usually know what you're saying, right? Botulism is a scary word. You don't want it. So if I haven't scared you enough, now we're going to go over a little bit more about the actual disease itself, botulism. So I said that botulinum toxin, it's a toxin. Specifically, it is a neurotoxin, which is not great. Neurotoxins are usually pretty nasty substances. Symptoms of botulism include muscle weakness, double vision, facial drooping, postural hypotension, constipation, nausea, vomiting, involuntary loss of muscle control, disruption of automatic nervous control, dyspnea, cessation of respiration, and eventually, potentially, death via hypoxia and or central nervous system failure. So it's not like you just get a stomach ache or you throw up and you get some aches and some shakes and then you feel better. No, it is a acute neurotoxin, and if it is not properly purged from the system and treated using modern medical methods, there's a very realistic chance that even a completely healthy individual could die from botulism, basically because eventually it causes you to stop breathing properly and then you suffocate. So, that being said, an alternate title for this presentation could be "Don't fuck around when you're dealing with CB, because it can fuck you up and you may die." Probably not where you thought this presentation was going, but I find this all to be very important. You might say, "Teat, you're scaring me." Sorry about that. I promise that botulism really isn't as scary as I'm making it out to be. And the reason for that is because it's actually very easy to control the environment that botulism normally propagates in. And so now we can actually start to get into kind of the more food-related side of all of this. So how do we control the environment for CB? And when I say this, right, I'm focusing specifically on CB, but by creating an environment that is hostile to it, you are also creating an environment that is hostile to most, if not all, commonly known microorganisms that would potentially be harmful to you as well. So if you follow the guides and steps to prevent the formation and proliferation of Clostridium botulinum, you will also create an environment that is hostile to most other things that would be able to make you sick. So we harp on it but that's because it's the one that if you fuck it up, it can kill you, versus the other one, if you fuck it up, you might just be sick for a day or two. So you make the environment hostile, obviously, right? That's kind of what we've gone over. Even slight disruptions to its ideal conditions will massively impede its growth. And then going a little bit further, you will create an environment that is outright completely impossible for it to exist in a form that is dangerous. And when I say the vegetative form, that's a term that is used to describe the cell form, or the form that actively reproduces, produces the toxin, produces endospores, I'm not talking about the endospore form. The endospore form, in its isolation, can be consumed safely by people who aren't infants. All right, so you control it. You can have high oxygen levels. CB is, I forget the word for it, but it is a mandatory or necessary anaerobe, I believe is the term. Basically what that means is that under normal atmospheric oxygen concentrations, so basically room ambient oxygen concentrations, these cells will die. It is unable to survive at normal room conditions. So say if you leave a bowl of water sitting out on your counter, botulism cannot survive in that. So, right, that's why botulism isn't nearly quite as scary, and why it's not necessarily everywhere is because it can't survive in these conditions. Now, the spores can, but botulism itself, the part that's actually harmful to you, it cannot. Right, and so necessarily anything that's dry, anything, any dried goods probably can't survive in that as well, because those have very low water activity, which is right what we talk about here. So if you have water activity under 0.93, that will also destroy living botulism. If you have acidity that is below 4.6, same thing. It cannot survive in this environment. And then the last thing that you can do is you can actually use methods that eradicate spores. Now, I've talked about these spores as though they're indestructible. That is not true at all. They're just not destructible using, I would say, more commonly accessible methods, right? You can't destroy them with acidification, can't destroy them with low water activity, can't destroy them by boiling. However, if you raise the temperature above boiling, specifically to around 240 Fahrenheit, 250 Fahrenheit, which is around about 115 to 121 Celsius for our non-imperial friends, you can destroy the endospores of botulism. So, I've vaguely mentioned processing in hot water. I've vaguely mentioned pressure canning. So now we'll talk a little bit about that. So hot water processing is the method by which food is packed into glass jars. A rubber gasketed lid is added to it, secured with a metal band, and then it is placed upright in a boiling water bath that is not pressurized and is boiled at 212 Fahrenheit for a differing amount of time, depending on what kind of food it is, and also depending on whether it is hot packed or cold packed. And what I mean by hot pack versus cold pack, that just means what you're putting into the jar when you seal it up and then you put it into the boiling bath. Is that substance already hot, or is that substance already cold? And there are reasons, specific reasons, depending on what type of food you're making, why you would want to do hot pack versus cold pack. So to kind of give an example there, right, like if you're making and jarring hot sauce, that's probably going to be a hot pack because you've probably cooked it beforehand, right, if you are choosing to cook your hot sauce. And then you would put it into the jar hot, versus if you, say, just cut up a bunch of cucumbers and then onions and other stuff, put them into jars, and then you put your brining solution or your vinegar solution over them and then seal them up. That would be a cold pack. And hot pack versus cold pack also changes processing times, logically following. Hot pack needs to be boiled for less time. Cold pack needs to be boiled for more time. But again, that will vary significantly depending on your specific recipe. There is no blanket amount of time. And obviously you don't want to process for too long, because if you process for too long, you'll just turn what's inside into mush. And if you don't process for enough time, you won't kill all of the living microbes inside, and you might have things that survive, and you don't want that. Very important thing, and I feel the need to say this again, hot water processing that is not pressurized does not kill botulism endospores, and it requires other mechanisms such as low pH, low water activity to ensure that you do not have proliferation of botulism spores. turning, into living botulism cells. I mentioned that you can eradicate those cells, and that is with, like I mentioned, pressure canning. So pressure canning is basically the answer to the question of what if we killed everything, including the endospores, in what it is that we're trying to can. And if you do this, you actually don't need to maintain acidity levels or water activity levels. You could take a raw piece of meat and you could put it through pressure canning methods and then seal it into a jar, and it should stay good for as long as that seal is valid. It might not be tasty, it might not be great, but you could do that because you would kill every last living thing inside of that jar and then prevent new living things from getting into it, and it would not rot, mold, be consumed, form noxious things. It would be safe to eat for a long time. There are other mechanisms of spoilage, but I'm not going to talk about those because those are very long-term weird things. So pressurized canning, as I mentioned, allows you to take the temperature of water above 212 Fahrenheit. There's a whole thing of chemistry and pressure and why if you keep the vapor pressure above water, above 1 atmosphere, the boiling point of water increases. I don't remember why that is, but suffice to say that in a pressure vessel, you can reach temperatures of up to 240 to 250 Fahrenheit, or slightly higher. That's just the number that you need to reach to kill botulism endospores. So, slight warning about pressure canning. I know my presentation is full of a lot of these. I apologize. We will talk about food eventually. Pressure canning and pressurizing hot water is kind of fucking dangerous. Well, no shit to you. You need to make sure you use a properly rated pressurized vessel, and you know what you're doing before you do this, right? This is not something that you should just do on a whim. You need to make sure you have specialized equipment, because a inadequately used pressurized vessel or a improperly maintained pressure vessel, you are building up a high concentration of pressure inside of a container on your stove, and you're heating it and you're heating it and you're heating it. That's a bomb, right? Pressure cookers, pressure vessels usually have safety release valves that would cause it to vent before then, but suffice to say, pressurizing stuff can be a little bit more dangerous. So just make sure that you know what you're doing before you go and do this one, especially. Alrighty. So you might be listening to all this and saying that, okay, I'm talking about these different environments that you need to create that are hostile to CB spores or other endospores, and saying that sounds a lot like a lot of types of food that I know. And very astute observation, viewer. Good job, gold star. That is what basically all shelf-stable foods outside of using chemical preservatives do. That's how they are shelf-stable, is they follow these methods that we've kind of gone over and explored from the ground up to ensure that they are shelf-stable for long amounts of time. Again, right, as I've mentioned, till I'm blue in the face, food preservation methods tend to focus on the prevention and growth of CB, and by extension, right, other very similar bacterium and microbes. I already said that. So, holy shit, 20 slides in, or 19 slides in, and we can actually finally start talking about food. I'm going to take a sip of tea and see if there are any questions.
Outstanding.
All right.
Outstanding.
Huh?
Oh, I'm just saying outstanding.
Oh, yeah, I've been pacing around as well.
Calmly learning.
All right, well, now we can talk about food. So, first thing we want to talk about is, I would argue, one of the simplest. This is the first one that I learned. So, I mentioned I have a lot of experience, showed photos from the past couple of years, specifically regarding fruit spreads, jellies, jams, marmalades, preserves, that kind of stuff. I have been making this for as long as I have been able to reach the stove and help my parents do it. So I've been making jelly and jam for at least 20 years. So near and dear to my heart, love this shit. I probably couldn't name all the different jellies and jams that I have in my canning cellar right now. So anyway, kind of a couple different categories of them, right? Jelly, jam, marmalade, preserves, right? All basically roughly the same idea of you take sugar and you take fruit and then you cook it down till it kind of turns into a nice, syrupy, sappy, sugary, thick concoction. And then you pack it into jars and then you hot water process it. And then that can sit on a shelf for years and years and years and years, and it'll be perfectly good. Sometimes you might get tiny, tiny bits of oxidation on the top, but that's not inedible. It just might change the flavor slightly. In most cases, it doesn't taste horrible, but you do want to prevent that if you can. But what some of you might be wondering is, what are the actual differences between, right? You probably hear jelly, jam, marmalade, preserves, butters, right? What the fuck is the actual difference between all these? Well, jelly is made from fruit juice, and jam is made from mashing up that fruit, the whole fruit, and then cooking it down with sugar. Right, jelly you cook down with sugar as well. Preserves are when you have large chunks of chopped fruit, right? So if you took strawberries and cut them in half, and then you cooked those down, and then you made that into something, that would be preserved. So you have large chunks of the fruit that remain. It's not mashed into a pulp. And then marmalade is you make jelly, but then you reintroduce chunks of the rind. Specifically, this is done for citruses, right? So lemon marmalade, the one that you're probably more familiar with would be like orange marmalade, lime marmalade. You could technically make grapefruit marmalade, though I've never had that. And then last one that you've probably heard about is fruit butter, which is kind of like jam, but the difference between fruit butter and all of the above ones is that fruit butter has far less added sugar, because unlike the other ones on this list, you don't cook it down, or you cook it down far further. So all the other ones on this list, you usually don't want to get rid of too much of the moisture that's in the fruit, so you don't cook it for a super long time. Whereas butter, fruit butter, you literally cook the fruit down till you turn it into a pasty, pulpy goo. And then at that point, the sugars that are naturally occurring in the fruit are concentrated enough to give it a sweet flavor. So you don't have to add additional sugar to it. So usually fruit butters are actually a lot healthier than the other things here, because they typically have a lot less sugar in them. Right, less added sugar. So it's, it's more akin to eating the fruit itself as opposed to eating the fruit itself and then downing, 10 spoonfuls of sugar. So the mechanism by which, right, fruit preserves, so you've probably started to put things together as I had that whole 20 slide spiel before this of, right, how do fruits actually, right, how does the preservation method actually work? Specifically regarding, fruit preserves, fruit spreads, whatever. Big thing is that high sugar content will lower the water activity, usually to, 0.8 or lower. And then fruits themselves are naturally quite acidic. So in most cases, fruit actually has a natural pH that is below 4.6, which already means from the get-go, you have a substance that is not going to allow the proliferation of botulism. There are some recipes, a lot of recipes will usually have you add a little bit of lemon juice or a little bit of citric acid powder just to buffer the acidity, to add a little bit more to it, right? So, instead of it being 4.5, kind of right on the hairy edge, you add some lemon juice and you knock it down to 4, and then you're, almost a full point of pH lower than where you need to be. It's just for safety. But also, more acidic solutions do prevent oxidation over time, which that's not for safety, that's just for retention of flavor and color, and there's other reasons why you'd want to do that as well. So, there are some fruits that naturally are fairly low acidity, like apricots, plums, figs, dates, mangoes, those sorts of fruits. Those ones you absolutely do need to add more acid to. You do need to add lemon juice or something else, or mix them with a fruit that has a lower pH, because those ones naturally are, pH 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6. When in doubt, use your pH paper, use your pH meter, right? Use your litmus paper and check it. And then also, if you don't have that, when in doubt, add a little bit more citric acid to buffer it down. And just know the pH of the fruit that you're working with when you go and do this, right? Follow a recipe. Don't do this by intuition, if you've never done it before, especially, because then you don't have intuition, and your intuition is probably wrong. And then, like I said, this is processed using hot water cannon. So that was fruit preserves. Now I want to talk a little bit about fermentation. So fermentation, just a quick definition here. It is a redox, which is just a type of chemical reaction where the oxidation number of one of the compounds involved gets reduced and the other one gets increased. Basically, it's just a type of chemical reaction. I probably explained that slightly differently, and if there are any chemists in the chat, they're probably going to scream at me, so I apologize. I'm not a chemical person. It's a metabolic process conducted by microorganisms in which organic compounds are broken down, specifically in the absence of oxygen. So that is one of the other definitions. Is fermentation, by definition, is an anaerobic process. It does not take place in the presence of oxygen, or it does not take place quickly in the presence of oxygen. So there are two primary types of fermentation. One of them is alcoholic fermentation, which I have a little diagram over here that just kind of goes over a very basic pathway. Don't worry about focusing on that. I just kind of have it there for posterity's sake. And then you have lactic acid fermentation, which same thing, little diagram over here, basically just showing that you take glucose or some other organic sugar, and then you break it down, and then you have byproducts, and then you end up with your desired end product, which is either ethanol or lactic acid. Technically L-acetate, but same thing. All right, so first one we'll talk about is alcoholic fermentation. So alcoholic fermentation is primarily conducted by yeast, and you've probably heard the word yeast a lot in your life. You've heard it used, regarding bread and alcohol production. You might be wondering what the hell yeast actually is. Yeasts are single-celled microorganisms that are actually in the fungi kingdom, interestingly enough. They are not protozoa or in a different kingdom. They actually are fungus, right? So as opposed to hyphae or mushroom-forming fungi or molds, they are not a network of organisms. They are actually single-celled, so eukaryotic organisms. And just on the right, two common forms of yeast. The one on the left is kind of like baker's powder, right? So that kind of weird crumbly powder stuff. But then on the right is a bulk yeast cake. So that would be used in large scale fermentations, industrial scale fermentation, right? So if you're making a giant, multi-thousand gallon batch of beer, you would use a giant yeast cake. Whereas if you're just, making bread, you'd use a half teaspoon of active dry yeast or something. So, as I mentioned, sugars are metabolized and turned into ethanol and byproducts through this more simplified diagram here. So, you have your glucose, you have your yeast, feasts on the glucose, and then you get your desired product, ethanol, and then you get carbon dioxide and you get heat as byproducts. As mentioned, anaerobic process. It's also a self-limiting process, and what I mean by that is, it's not it is a process that will rate limit itself at some point, right? Almost all chemical reactions are, right, unless you have a completely out of control reaction. And the limitation of the process is that the yeast needs food, obviously. It needs sugar. If you don't have sugar, the yeast don't have anything to eat on, and they'll start to autolyse or they'll start to consume other things, which is not desirable because then they won't produce ethanol. They'll produce other things that you don't want. And that can be dangerous or that can be nasty or both. But usually the thing that will limit or that can limit if you're not careful is the actual environment for the yeast itself. So when you first pitch yeast in a alcoholic fermentation process, you usually have the environment be something that is very hospitable to them. But even though the yeast are producing this ethanol byproduct, eventually they will produce an environment that is hostile to them. And they will slowly produce less and less and less until they reach an equilibrium, and then all the yeast fall out of suspension and go dormant or die. So that can either be due to too much acidity, too much carbon dioxide in the solution, too high of an ethanol content, or too hot. All of these things can kill alcoholic fermentation. So, as I mentioned, there are a lot of byproducts, right? So, obviously, yeast in an ideal world would just eat the glucose, and then they would just produce pure ethanol, carbon dioxide, and heat. So the is that the yeast will eat a lot of different stuff, and when they metabolize other things, you get all kinds of other byproducts. You might have heard the term fusel oils or non-desirable fermentables. They produce all kinds of weird and interesting different flavors. There are so many different kinds of yeast. You could spend forever talking about them. I don't want to go into too much detail, but here's just 4 yeasts that I've personally worked with in fermenting stuff. An example of a unique byproduct and flavor, specifically the type of beer that is known as a Hefeweizen. It is made from, Smooth, correct me here if I'm wrong, but I think that one follows the Bavarian purity law, where it's just wheat, barley, wheat, hops, yeast, and water.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, and even though it just uses those 4 ingredients, Hefeweizens are notable for containing flavors that can be associated with clove and banana, which makes no sense because there are no cloves and there are no bananas added to Hefeweizens. They are byproducts of the fermentation process of specific types of yeast that will produce those notes. Those are those desired byproducts.
So can I type in that real quick? The reason why it tastes like banana is due to the presence of a little alcohol as acetate, isoamyl acetate. That happens during the fermentation and the alcoholic runoff byproduct.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I believe that can also be isolated in a lab, and that's what they use as artificial banana flavor. So in Laffy Taffy.
Yep, that's it.
So, and different yeasts will produce different byproducts. Different yeasts will be able to survive different alcohol concentrations. Some yeasts are more resilient. Some yeasts are more sensitive. I could do a whole 2-hour presentation on yeast alone, but I don't want to do that. So we're just going to keep moving along. So you might be kind of wondering, this initial pitch of stuff when you're making alcohol is it's a low oxygen environment, and it doesn't have a very low pH. It's very wet. That sounds like it's a recipe for growing botulism. Well, no, obviously no, because alcohol exists in many forms, and I have never heard a story of somebody getting botulism from alcohol. And as far as I was able to research, I actually did try to look at this. I couldn't find any stories or records in the United States of that happening either. But wort, mash, and must, which is just the initial uninoculated form of the wheat, the barley, the fruit, the honey, the whatever, the stuff that you want the yeast to eat to produce your alcohol, that is often acidic by its very nature, It contains fruit, it contains honey, it contains malted grains or roasted grains, which are more acidic, and then that's often sterilized or pasteurized. So either cooked to kill off all existing microbes, or it is pasteurized where it is heated to a level that kills off most but not all microbes. There's reasons for doing one versus the other. And then the byproducts of fermentation actually will sometimes, depending on the type of acid and type of things being, or type of yeast and type of must or stock being fermented, will cause further acidification. So, and here's just a picture of a carboy, I believe, because this is bottom fermenting, that makes this a lager. I don't know why they're lagering at room temperature. That's kind of stupid. And then, there are some additives that have their own microorganism or their own antimicrobial properties. One of them, big common one, being hops. There are compounds in hops that are hostile to a whole slew of different microorganisms. And then the last and biggest one is that with an ABV above 4%, the proliferation of CB is greatly slowed. And then once you get above 6%, CB is unable to reproduce. So for any alcohol that has brain fart. Any alcohol that has an ABV above 6%, or any drink that has an ABV above 6%. Wow, I'm sorry. Diffuse thought. You can't have proliferation of that above 6%. And then if you're between 4% and 6%, you probably have a more acidic beer. So you can think or a more acidic alcoholic products. So you can think like ciders or like a tart beer or, a Saison or a farm ale or something like that. Those will have a pH below 4.6, but they might have an ABV that's only, 4.5, 5.5%. And that's how those can be shelf stable and why you don't have to worry about the growth botulism. So, mentioned that there's another type of fermentation. That one is known as lactic acid fermentation, and that is done by Mr. Lactobacillus. Is a genus, so not a specific species, but a whole genus of bacterium. They turn sugar into lactic acid as opposed to turning sugar into ethanol. And that produces all matter of tasty stuff, like yogurt and pickles and sauerkraut and all kinds of good and tasty and wonderful stuff. As mentioned previously, or kind of the same thing as alcoholic fermentation, it's an anaerobic process. It's self-limiting, right, based on available sugars and the environment that it's put into. So I do just want to take a slight detour and put some respect on the name of Lactobacillus. So we've talked a lot about, CB and other nasty little microbes, and you might be thinking that I have a hard-on for hating microbes, and that could not be further from the case. Lactobacillus is fucking awesome. So it's a genus. There are over 260 known and categorized species of Lactobacillus. One of the ones that some of you might stand a chance of knowing or having heard previously before this presentation is Lactobacillus acidophilus. You might have heard of this because Lactobacillus acidophilus is one of the primary lactobacillus organisms that is used in the production of yogurt. And I mentioned this previously that, microorganisms are everywhere. Lactobacillus is literally everywhere, and I mean everywhere. Inside of your mouth right now, there are probably several species of Lactobacillus. There are other orifices of the human body that contain Lactobacillus as well. It is present in your gut fauna. It is present under your fingernails. It is present in your belly button and in your armpits. It's present fucking everywhere. Lactobacillus is scarily prolific. It's not spore forming. It is acid loving. That's actually where Lactobacillus acidophilus comes from, because acidophilus is a specific acetophile type of Lactobacillus. It is non-toxic and it is a probiotic, so it is completely safe to consume, and your body will not have a problem with it, as long as you're not eating straight colonies of it or anything. So, as opposed to CB and other nasty microorganisms, Lactobacillus is your friend. He fights for flavor. He fights for food preservation. Do not fear Mr. Lactobacillus. So, time to talk about food again. That was a little bit too much down in the nerd shit, so I'm just going to show some pictures. So this past week, in preparation for this presentation, I actually kicked off my own set of lactic acid fermentation. So I got some green cabbage, chopped that up. I got some peaches and some mango, and then I got some peppers that I had frozen from last year, and then I got some cucumbers and some onions and some garlic. And what I did was I added a little bit of salt to all of these, and the reason that I added salt to them is one of the ways that you can make an environment that is very hostile, not just to CB, but also hostile to other types of microorganisms, is you can slightly salt or salinify the thing that you want to ferment. And Lactobacillus doesn't mind a salty environment to a point, usually between about 2 and 5% salt by weight concentration is what you want when you're trying to kick off a lactic acid fermentation. So another thing to note is when you do alcoholic fermentation, you sterilize and then you pitch your specific yeast because you want to control what type of yeast goes into these. I did not do any of that for lactic acid fermentation, and the reason for that, as mentioned previously, lactic acid bacteria is literally everywhere. The lactobacillus that exists in cabbage, in the skin of peaches, in the skin of cucumbers, in the skin of onions, in the skin of basically any vegetable, under correct conditions, is sufficient to kick off natural fermentation. That is because, again, Lactobacillus is everywhere. It's very prolific. It's a very strong microorganism. So if you give it the right conditions, it will grow. and it will outcompete all other microorganisms. And because it produces lactic acid, it will naturally acidify the environment that it is in, which by definition will make it hostile to CB and other nasty microorganisms that you don't want to consume. So basically, the lactobacillus creates an environment that is nice for it and other companion bacterias or companion microbes that are also safe to consume as well. So I did not inoculate these at all. And actually, when I worked with them, I specifically work without gloves so that I kind of add more bacteria to the food as you're kind of processing it and getting it ready. That sounds a little nasty, but that's just how that works. I mean, microbiology is kind of gross if you think too much about it. So I just have a little bit of a day by day. So this was day 0. On the left, we have potato wedges. In the middle left, we have cucumbers and onions and garlic and then some spices. Right of that, we have cabbage and carrots. And then to the right of that, we have that pepper mango peach mash. So after about 24 hours, this is very common. Cabbage is a notoriously easy fermenter. After about a day of activity, I was starting to see bubbles in the cabbage. And you'll notice that all of these have vents on the top of them. That is because one of the byproducts of fermentation is the production of carbon dioxide. And if you seal these, they will become bombs as well. So you don't want to do that. So these lids have vents on them. But you can see that the cabbage was active enough that it pushed liquid up and out of the airlock. So it's starting to burp and vent juice already, which is an indication of a strong and healthy fermentation. So I just have some pictures of the progression. So day 0, day 1, day 3, day 7. One thing to take note is specifically on the ones on the left, the potato wedges and the cucumbers, you can see that the liquid slowly gets cloudier and cloudier. That is also another indication that you have microbial activity, right? Is basically they will start to flocculate. They will become suspended in the liquid, or sorry, flocculation is the opposite. They become suspended in the liquid. They make it cloudy. They make it hazy. So you can tell that there's all kinds of stuff going on in there. And then if you look at the bottom of the jar, I don't have pictures of this, but you can see the accumulation of dead microorganisms as well. And they'll kind of form like a white ring of kind of like a pasty, gloppy substance at the bottom. That's just like dead cells. Dead yeast cells, dead lactobacillus cells. And that's also kind of partially what forms that cloudy medium as well. So also what I did was, right, we talk about acidification, we talk about that. This is another way that you can track the health of your ferment is you keep an eye on the pH. So I took readings every 24 hours, sometimes a little bit sooner, sometimes a little bit further apart, but roughly every 24 hours. And there I have the botulism safety line of pH 4.6. And you can see that after about 3 and some change days, 3 of my ferments were below that. So the cucumbers, the cabbage, and the peppers are all well below that now by day 7. The potato one I will talk about in a second, but that one was kind of stupid. I have a theory as to what happened there. Another important thing to keep in mind is temperature. Right, lactobacillus is very prolific, but if it gets too cold, it will not be able to proliferate well enough, and it could allow the formation of other things, other less desirable microorganisms. So a temperature between about 60 and 80 degrees, I think 80 Fahrenheit is ideal for most forms of lactobacillus. But also if you get it too hot, you will get other weird flavors. So I find that a temperature of about 72-ish degrees is pretty good. And you might wonder, why the hell is it bouncing around for the first 3 days and then it goes to 72? That's because I realized I was being stupid, and I have a sous vide machine that I can use to just keep the temperature of the water bath that I had these in at the same temperature. So I just put that in, and then it kept a stable 72 degree Fahrenheit fermentation temperature the whole time. Another reason you want to keep stable temperature is that if you have fluctuating temperature and it swings too wildly, that actually can stress the microbes and you'll get weird flavors, versus maintaining a stable temperature where you will get a more characteristic and more uniform kind of flavor. And then this is just showing, right, the pH versus temperature versus time, just putting them all on the same page. You can kind of see that around day 3 to 4, where that pH really started to take a nosedive, that was also at the same time that I bumped up the temperature by about 6-7 degrees. So the activity of the lactobacillus really kind of rocketed off. Just to comment on the pickled potato wedges, what I think happened there, if I go back a couple slides here, you can see the potatoes, they are large wedges, whereas all of the other things are much smaller pieces. And my suspicion is that fermentation didn't kick off properly for those potato wedges because they were large chunks and they didn't have enough surface area exposed, which meant that the access of microbes to the sugars contained within and the starches contained within the potatoes was more limited, which caused fermentation to kick off much slower. And accordingly, the pH kind of didn't really drop too much from 6 or greater than 6 over time. It kind of meandered around 5.5, 6. And I did see evidence of microbial activity, right? Flocculation, and then the dead cells at the bottom. But it actually kind of smelled slightly more alcoholic. So my theory is that I actually had an unintentional alcoholic fermentation, not a true lactic acid fermentation. That being said, I still fried them up in hot oil that would be hot enough to kill. Okay, and we're back. Sorry about that. Headset turned itself off again because I'm yapping too much. Anyway, the potatoes tasted fine. I ate them. They were good, but
I have a question about the potatoes in
Yes.
the pictures of them.
Yeah.
So it looks like they kind of shriveled up on day 3, and then at day 7 they like puffed back up a bit.
So something I didn't talk about here is if you look on the top. So look at day 1. At the tops of all of them, I have weights. They're glass weights that I put on top of all of the mashes,
Gotcha.
and that's to keep all of the solids underneath the liquid. Because the problem is, if they rise above the surface of the liquid, then that becomes exposed to oxygen, and then you can have aerobic processes, right? You can have fermentation or proliferation of microbes that respirate in an oxygen environment, and that's usually molds, right? That's how you get mold, is you have something like this where you have chunks floating on the surface, and those will grow mold, and it'll be spoiled and it'll be ruined. So that's just because I would go in every day and press down on the weight to remove some of the bubbles. And on day 3 and day 7, I had the jar spun differently, or I had pressed it differently, and they just kind of move around. So I was actively messing with these when they were fermenting. So that's why.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I've recently fermented quite a few eggs.
Yeah.
And I've weighed them before. So I noticed that they looked a little scrunched, and then 7, they were popped back up.
Now, one that you can see more clearly is where the cucumbers, those do get crushed down and they don't come back up. That's because those are bruising and those are kind of breaking down slightly. All right, let's get through the last part. So I do just kind of want to blitz through this last part and get to the Q&A, but thankfully I only have about 5 more slides, so I'm making good time. So I just want to go on a bit of an axe grinding tirade here. So people talk about pickles and they say pickles and they think that cucumbers are the only thing that pickles are. No, there are 2 major types of pickles. There are those that are driven by a lactofermentation process that we just talked about, which is a microbe-driven process. It's an active process. It relies on living organisms. And then you have vinegar-based pickles, which is a chemical, individual chef or, you-driven process. It's also more of a passive process, right? Whereas lactofermentation actively acidifies your vegetables, and it needs to be kind of a little bit more actively maintained. Vinegar pickling is a more passive process where you create the environment that the pickles are in, you seal them up, and then you forget about them for 6 months, year, however long. And then this is just a picture there of, on the left, lactic acid pickles, and then on the right, those are some lime pickles. And when I say lime, I don't mean lemon lime, I mean calcium hydroxide lime. I could do an hour-long presentation on that as well, but I only have so much time. So, all right. So this is actually the side that I meant to talk about, ranting about pickles. That pickling is, by definition, just the preservation of food using acidic solutions. That's all that pickling is. That's all that pickles are. There are many, 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 many types of pickles that are not cucumber pickles, right? You can take tomatoes, you can take mangoes, you can take apples, you can take pears, you can take eggs, you can take beef, and you can put it into an acidic solution and then boil it to kill off the microbes, and then have that sit on your shelf and be shelf stable. And that is pickles. Those are pickles, right? You can have pickled meats, you can have pickled herring, you can have pickled eggs, pickled this, pickled that. People say pickles and they think cucumbers. There is more to pickling than just cucumbers. There is everything. Just about any food could be pickled. You could be pickled. And I think I've insulted people, and I've I have threatened people by threatening to pickle them before, and you could pickle a human being. I'm not recommending you do this. In my FBI...
Isn't that a very similar process?
What?
Isn't that kind of wouldn't that do a similar thing to mummifying somebody?
That is embalming, but yes, it would be a form of preservation.
It would be closer to bog bodies.
Yes. Yes, yeah, right, because bogs have a low pH and a cold.
Bog bodies.
You should not eat bog bodies, and you do not recognize the bodies in the bog. So anyway, couple last slides here to round out. So talked a lot about food, talked a lot about pickling and doing all that stuff. If you do want to do this yourself, and I do highly recommend it, I will leave a couple closing notes here and say that quality in, quality out, right? That's a mantra that can be applied to a lot of things in life, and with food preservation is absolutely one of them. You want to use quality base ingredients if you want to get a quality product out. So my best advice to you is get to know your local farmer market, or go to a farm, or buy things that are in season, or go pick your own shit or grow your own shit, because that is how you're going to get the freshest stuff to make your pickles out of, or your jams or jellies or whatever in the first place. And that is going to lead to a better flavor down the line. If you cannot get access to these things fresh and in season, the next best option would be to find fruits that are picked at the peak of their ripeness, or vegetables that are canned at the peak of their ripeness, right? Sometimes they're flash frozen. There are other methods, right, where things can be picked at the peak of their freshness and then used. That I have as a separate one, because it's not as ideal as having the stuff fresh, but I digress. The last thing to kind of leave you on here is that shit will happen, right? I just kind of talked about all this stuff, and I, threw my resume out, and I've talked high and mighty about this, but you will fuck up, right? You'll have a jar break. I had it happen. Here's a picture of it. This was a peach mango salsa that I was making. Actually, those are yellow tomatoes, so it's a peach mango, yellow tomato salsa. I had a can shatter, right? Unfortunately, sometimes that'll happen. It's not very common, but you will have things happen. You'll be processing it. It'll break. It's sad. It sucks. Don't get discouraged. You might have something go bad. I made a plum wine, or tried to make a plum wine 2 years ago. I picked 10 pounds of plums from a local park near me, and I pitched them with sugar, did the whole proper pasteurization process, followed all the steps. Fermentation, fermented for 3 months. It was looking great. It flocculated nicely. I was able to rack it. It was really clear. It was really wonderful. And then here's a picture of my review of that plum wine. It was nasty. It was vile. It was horrible. I don't know what happened. I think some of it might have just been the base ingredients weren't as good as I thought they were. Some of it might just be that the plums I used weren't great to make wine out of, right? You're going to have fuck ups. Keep trying. Don't get discouraged just because you fuck up once, right? Trying to make something, you make your pickles and they turn out soggy. Well, look around online. There are ways to ensure a more crisp pickle, right? Maybe you overprocessed, you boiled it for too long and it broke down. So my throat is starting to hurt because of all these pickles that I've been shoving down there. And so with that being said, does anybody have any questions, or I can just kind of open it up to the floor? And I also do have plenty of sources as well that if you want to take a look at any of these, I'll leave them on the screen. I realize that people watching on YouTube can't click these links, and I apologize for that. But if you literally search for USDA Complete Guide to Home Canning, it'll pull up a 193-page document. The National Center for Home Food Preservation, I believe it's managed by the University of Georgia. That's a great website that has very surface level information on most food preservation methods. There is something called the Noma Guide to Fermentation, which is a very nice book. That's about $45. If you want it, it's kind of more cool just to read. But if you want just kind of the bones of it, you can actually find a predecessor to it. If you type in Noma Guide to Fermentation, you will find, I believe it's just called like Noma. It's a PDF that you can find online that was released back in 2016 for free that basically contains the essentials of that book. And then you can't click that one, but that was just one that I found from a University of Clemson source. It's a reference table for pH of common raw foods, right? So, apples, bananas, pears, vegetables, you name it. It's got common pH levels for those kinds of foods. So that was an hour and 10 minutes.
What is the easiest vegetable to pickle?
Sauerkraut.
And your favorite?
Or wow, sorry, easiest vegetable. The easiest vegetable is cabbage, and the reason for that was those aforementioned reasons. Of cabbage grows very close to the ground. It has a lot of folds in the leaves, and when it's growing and forming, it will trap a lot of dirt and soil, and therefore lactobacillus cultures in its leaves, and also it has a very high accessible sugar content. So you don't need a lot of salt to kind of start it off. And all of those things contribute to cabbage fermenting, lactic acid fermenting very, very easily. So cabbage sauerkraut is by far the easiest. And if you're going to start this, do sauerkraut as long as you follow a recipe for it. I'm not going to say it's impossible to fuck up because I did fuck up sauerkraut once. It is very hard to fuck up.
And what is your favorite vegetable to pickle? Now, let's make it right. What's your favorite thing in general?
Yeah, it's probably between cabbage and cucumbers, though I will say that I think I lean more towards it's kind of a cabbage, onion, carrot, and spice medley that I've started making. It's just kind of like sauerkraut on steroids. Right, I use like a little bit of a celery seed, and I think I put like oregano in there. There's a couple of other flavors, and it's almost more like fermented coleslaw. Actually, now that I think about it.
Have you thought about taking that fermented mix and putting in some mayonnaise for a mayonnaise-based coleslaw?
I have now. That sounds. I actually had that thought forming in my head as you said that. It's like that actually sounds really good.
Summer's here. Try it out.
Whew. Okay, I'm gonna. Evil. All right, now I can check the chat here. We've probably got a lot going on here, so let's scroll back. Yeah, because I couldn't see the chat when I was doing this. So let's see here. What the fuck? Was that pickle Rick? It's just a cucumber. Raw pickles. All right. Does anybody here have any questions before I just start perusing the YouTube comments?
Now, you mentioned you brought up wine. Have you ever done fermentation on honey?
Yes, I have. In the presentation, in that first slide that I showed, there actually were a couple jars of mead. I actually have fermented honey. I've done mead before. Now, it wasn't just honey, right? It was honey and fruit. And then I could go into a little bit more detail there, but right, yeah, there's more to it, but yeah, I have done mead. It's quite good.
So
yeah, I have some that me and my brother made still. I don't know how successful we are. It smells like alcohol. It tastes like alcohol.
Can everyone hear me?
Flavor's not great.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hey,
awesome. Howdy. Just making sure my mic's all good before I try to go talking. So like 30 minutes, and it's just pure silence.
All good.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you've talked about your favorite thing. What is something that it worked out completely fine? It was, a successful fermentation, but you just didn't like it.
So this isn't that I don't like the food itself. It was just something that I made that didn't turn out quite right. Was making my own kimchi. And I believe the reason for that was in commercial kimchi production, right? So commercial sauerkraut. Right? I'm talking about home preservation methods, specifically with lactic acid fermentation. I rely on naturally occurring bacteria, which does kind of necessarily mean that I am up to the random chance of what specific blend of lactobacillus cultures exist in the vegetables that I buy, or that just happen to be in the air that day, or happen to be on my skin that day, right? All that stuff. In commercial production, they have specific strains that they inoculate their vegetables with to kick off fermentation to ensure that they get a more consistent product, more consistent flavor. I have tried to do kimchi several times, and it just doesn't turn out right. I like kimchi. I really like kimchi, but doing it myself at home, I just haven't gotten it down pat. I don't know if it's just me or if I'm missing something, but I have not been able to make a good kimchi that I like better than stuff I bought in the store, as opposed to sauerkraut, where I have made sauerkrauts that I do prefer over store-bought stuff.
The only time I've had a successful kimchi was quick pickling.
Yes, well, which is right. Quick pickling is vinegar pickling. It's not fermentation pickling, which is a whole different beast. Yeah.
But yeah, I've had a similar outcome where it's just like, I did everything right. Why isn't it good?
Yep. Well, and so some of that could be that, right, if you do have too much exposure to oxygen when you do the pickling, the fermentation, you'll get aerobic respiration, which there's a very common bacteria known as Aerobacter or Acetobacter, which form acetic acid, which is not a great flavor, because acetic acid is the acidic form of the acetate ion, which in its basic form, I believe, is acetone, which is a very aggressive, right? You know what acetone smells like. Acetic acid is similarly pungent to the nose. It's not unsafe to consume in small quantities, but it's not a very tasty thing, and you don't want it in your food, right? A little bit of it will smell and taste very wrong. Safe for work jars. Why is it when I tune to the stream, there's a bunch of jars on screen? Meister swallows a mouthful of pills, effortlessly chasing it down with a swig of vodka. He then speaks in a nonchalant tone. Today's lesson, genocide.
Oh,
yeah, basically.
That message came in right after the paid sponsor.
My cat is named Marmalade. Do I need to put her in a jar so she stays fresh? I wouldn't recommend it, but I'm not your father.
So, here's a question for you, Master.
Yes.
What are you going to try to make Hikari? Fermented shark.
So, I'll answer that with something that I actually am considering making, and that is garum.
Oh my god.
Fermented fish?
Woo.
Yes.
Roman
So
sauce?
Yes, sir. So I will not try to make a curry because I don't even know where the fuck I would get shark around where I live, nor do I have interest in pickling shark.
Well, mind you, it would be specifically the Greenland shark as well, one of the most famously rotten-smelling fish around.
Yeah, I'll take a pass.
Are you gonna make some stromsterning?
Stroming.
No, because I don't have access to whatever the fucking little weird-ass oily herring shit that lives in the brackish waters between fucking Gotland and Stockholm. And just because of that, Arkin's going to jack up his rates on me. Yeah, whatever. But, right, I have considered making garum. I did only talk about fermenting vegetables. Fermenting meat is a whole other, much riskier ball game. There are ways to safely do it. I just have never tried. And the thing that sketches me out more about it is I have less confidence that I would be able to detect if something went wrong because I'm more familiar with fermenting vegetables. And when things go wrong, it's more obvious to me. In the case of something like making garum, it smells and looks pretty nasty. So it would be hard for me to look at it and go, yeah, that's wrong. As opposed to just, yeah, that smells like fermenting fish.
What about natto?
Explain.
Fermented soybeans.
Yep. You just mean like tempeh.
Well, no, natto is different than tempeh. Tempeh is like a solid brick with a bit of culture on it. Natto is just like it's gooey.
Huh.
It tastes very meaty. It's delicious.
Yes.
I love it.
Yeah,
Great with some cheese.
I would probably try to find it and try it first before I tried to make it myself, but I'm not opposed to it.
And my last question, for a little bit at least, what is your favorite food to put fermented hot sauces on top of?
Honestly, I'm just going to give the cop-out answer and probably say just about any breakfast food. I think breakfast foods are not objectively, but they are uncontroversially a very, very strong contender for the best food to put hot sauce onto. So eggs, burritos, potatoes, right? Just about any breakfast food that is savory can benefit from a liberal application of tasty hot sauce.
Yeah.
Knowing look who's okay, yeah, there's comments in chat talking about yes, gets shit from farmers markets. Yes, please do. What's the easiest fruit to preserve? Asks Mr. Chumbo. Easiest fruit to preserve? I mean, honestly, any of the stone fruits or drop fruits, you can make them into jelly and jam very easily. Making jellies and jams that are shelf stable and safe is honestly probably one of the easiest preservation methods. It's also very straightforward, and because it doesn't rely on a fermentation process, it's very quick, and you can be very confident that you're doing it correctly as long as you add proper amounts of sugar and acidify it with proper amount of, additional citric acid. It's very easy to do. You don't need a pH meter, right? You don't even need litmus strips. My parents never used them. I never used them. You just use fruit that naturally has a low acidity, and then you add a little bit of lemon juice to buffer it. And that's the other nice thing about canning stuff is as long as you seal it and you get a good seal, and it's very obvious if you have a good seal, the top will not pop back. If you ever do have something come back to life and start to produce gas, botulism or other microorganisms, the jar lid will puff and eventually it'll explode. So you will be made very, very aware that something has become alive again. So very, very easy to do. Just about any type of fruit, honestly. Would you ever pickle the entirety of Finland? Maybe just the islands. Arlock says, "Wow." Real Donnie Trump says, "I think Sage is the best Snoot character. Truly the best Snoot character, folks."
I think he was gonna build a wall around the Sage
and
make everybody else pay for it.
Make Trish pay for it.
He's got an unnaturalized Sage.
Monk says, "Coward, make some curry pickled herring. That shit is delicious." I will add that to my list.
So we're going to talk about food for a little bit longer, right, Master?
Well, I mean, we have 4 more minutes till my time is up, unfortunately, but...
Okay, well, that leaves me to let you finish this little cherry on top with the best story for all of us. Can you explain the struggle meals?
Oh, boy. Okay. So, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think it was around, it was around the end of February. I had a craving for some dessert, and I didn't want to make dessert. I did have... hold on, sorry, there's something in chat here that might be relevant to us. So our next slot...
No, the next slot's going to be fine, I'm just...
okay. Oh, right. I was going to say, right, yeah. The next slot is voided, so never mind. So I had a hankering for dessert, and I didn't have any dessert, but I did have pancake mix, instant pancake mix, which is decently sweet, a little bit of tanginess, raw flour. So I just took some, and I took some water, and I mixed it up, and I put it into a bowl, and then I started to eat it. It was pretty good, pretty tasty. And then I sent a picture of it to Smooth and Falling and Arlock and Swan. And Smooth, I believe rightfully so, started going off on me about it. And he was concerned for my health and well-being and sanity. But then it got worse because several days later, I may have opened up a box of Kraft mac and cheese, just like the crunchy noodles, and poured them into a bowl and then poured the powder packet over top it and just started going at that with a spoon. And these are now immortalized with the names of Struggle Batter and Struggle Craft. So these are the Meister Struggle meals that I have consumed over the past 2.5 months or 2.5 weeks. I assure you, everybody, I am fine. I do eat normally, I promise. But I've had some special moments, I guess. So, yeah.
What do you mean Kraft is mid? That's some of the most bottom of the barrel shit. That's too high of praise for Kraft mac and cheese.
Let's put it this way: whenever my wife somehow saw the Discord message about the Kraft struggle, the struggle Kraft, she oddly went, "What the fuck is that?" Over loud enough for Meister to hear it.
Yeah, and apparently Arlock's wife also made comments to the offensiveness and that it's a disservice and an abomination to Kraft instant dinner everywhere. And I don't.
Meals, and when I say hi, I mean take a toke. They're a thing that just happen without drugs involved every now and then.
Yes.
Sometimes I just man, all I have in my fridge is ketchup and eggs and pumpernickel bread.
And you know what? I might have been drunk when I had the Struggle Craft, but that's beside the point. I do that and I'm sober.
Yeah.
That makes it worse.
Yes, I know that makes it worse. And also, closing thought, I think that ketchup will go on just about everything that isn't sweet. I will put ketchup on just about anything. Fight me.
Even a steak?
That would probably be a bridge too far, but I wouldn't be opposed to trying, but that wouldn't be a preference of mine.
I mean, my parents and my brother put ketchup on literally everything. Like one of the things they love to put ketchup on is popcorn. Sometimes they do it on their rice.
So, that is weird, but I see that working. So I can't dog on it.
Yeah, I never understood it, but to each their own.
I can picture it in my mind's tongue. So, all right. Well, it is 3:30. So,
you keep ketchup off a steak. You hear me?
Yeah. Whatever, Swan. All right. Bye.
Oh man, he just wanted to make sure you knew.
Yeah. I know. Keep me in line.
Damn.
All right. Well, I will pass the torch over to you. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in for my food segment. DM me if you want the presentation. I'll post it. Notes server. Go ahead and take it away, Mr. Prawn, Mr. Shrimp.
Hello, everybody. It is I, your favorite nobody. So, I did not prepare for this too great. I've been slammed with work completely, not with work, but with homework and tests. But I managed to slap together a very, very bland presentation, as we can see here. Now, how do I full screen again? I haven't. Oh, wait. No, not record. Damn it. Shoot. I know there was a
beginning button right there, and make sure you're streaming off of the presentation and not your entire screen.
Okay. Just make sure that this is good. Is everything?
Are you streaming your entire desktop or just the presentation?
I think I'm streaming the presentation.
I mean, we can see the slides, but the same issue with Meister.
Jeez, I should have prepared this beforehand.
Yeah. So when you go to share your screen, hit this. So you'll see there's 3 tabs. There's applications, screens, and capture devices. Hit screens, and then you'll just want to set it to the screen that you want to capture, and then set it to like the presentation mode, and then we should be able to see.
Okay, so stop streaming and start it again.
Yes.
It's okay. So just screens.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so now we can see your screen. So now you want to do slideshow and then full screen from there.
Alrighty. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Here we go. So, character interaction 101. People always, well, they don't ask me specifically, but I see them ask a lot, how can I make my story better? Or how can I make my characters more interesting? And all of those struggles, all of those problems come down to character interaction. So, let's start off with a very easy but very fundamental question. What is character interaction? Character interaction is the way that characters engage with one another, whether it be in dialogue, action, change in emotional state, or lack thereof. A lot of times, what people sometimes get confused with is that not having an emotion or not having a reaction is a reaction in itself. Alright, so this is the meat and potatoes, though. Why is character interaction important? So, character interaction can pretty much do everything you want in a story. It can help with characterization. It can help with world building. It could help with plot. It could help with setting up themes and motifs. And I'll be going into each one of these points specifically with examples from Snoot Game, mainly because that's the only story I really know off the top of my head. So, let us start with characterization. With characters, the most important thing that you want to get down, especially for newer writers, is you need to learn how to show and not tell. It's one thing if you have a character announce that another character is nice, or they're mean, or they have some arbitrary character trait. For example, we could tell that Fang was a troubled individual from our first interaction as Anon with her, where she's shouting, screaming, going ballistic, all off of misgendering. And we could tell that either they are a jerk, or to the very least, they have some issues, because we're shown that she is, or they are having outbursts at that time. Wow, man, this is so much harder than I thought it was going to be. And if any of you have questions, please stop me, because that would make this a lot easier. And I lost my train of thought. Everyone can hear me, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just freezing. Sorry. Fuck, I should have a script. So when we think about characterization, when it comes to character interaction, we are able to use the way that characters see one another or talk to one another to get down who they are as people. You know your bullies or your friends are your friends because of the way that you treat each other. You say hi, you're friendly, sometimes you give each other high fives. For people you don't like, you insult one another, you sneer, you try to disrespect them, etc. And using these kinds of interactions can be very helpful for the reader to nail down who these people are. with character interaction, characterization becomes incredibly easy, and it's very hard to characterize people without character interaction. If you have a character like Anon in a vacuum, how much could you really tell about his personality with him just going on his phone and doom scrolling through 4chan? Almost nothing. When you see him interact with Fang, with Trish, with Reed, you see different sides of him, and it gives you a sense of who he is. You can see that he is a hothead. You can see that he is a racist. He's a sarcastic joker. He's also a guy who's pretty empathetic. And someone who just, at the end of the day, yeah, Anon didn't really have any goals aside from being alone. But at the end of the day, he didn't know what he really wanted. I think I covered what I wanted to talk about with characterization. But yeah, I think that was pretty much it. Plot and conflict. Okay, this one is... I do have the example on hand. So, we see that throughout Snoot game, Trish is just a dick. Just completely and utterly a dick at every possible opportunity. And, in fact, every interaction that Trish has with Anon pushes the plot or conflict further. With when you have character interaction, it's a very boring story if everybody gets along, or if everybody is happy, or if everybody is indifferent to one another. So, with conflict, your characters can interact in a way where they disagree or they have different views on something. You can't just outright say, I don't like you, and then just go off and do whatever you want with the plot, because it's just not going to make sense. It's not going to feel real. When the way the characters interact with one another, you need to... First, you have to establish their characters, their characterization. And once you do that, you have to establish why these two characters, or multiple characters involved, are having said issue. Fuck, wow, I can't speak. Man. Wow. What was I saying again? Right. Right. Conflict and plot. So, the big crux of a lot of people's fix that I see sometimes, the big thing that kind of puts it all, that kind of disrupts things, is that they try to have character interaction either without plot or conflict, or they try to insert plot or conflict without any prior character interaction. You can't just go from 1 to 100 off rip. Trish didn't just dox Anon the moment she saw him walk through the doors of Volcano High. It's something that builds up over time. It's them constantly butting heads, constantly getting into disagreements, in conjunction with Anon getting closer to Fang with their various character interaction. As their relationship evolves, so does his relationship with Trish. and it grows to a point where Trish feels the need to dox him. And that made for a pretty interesting conflict. I think that's all I have on that. Right. World building. Now, while characterization and conflict are very big portions of a story, character interaction can also help with world building, ideally with communities. So, a good example of this in Snoot game would probably be Anon, like at his first week in Volcano High. So, the school itself was surprised to see a human there. That tells us several things. That tells us that humans are pretty scarce, at least in that area, because there is no other human besides Anon, as we are told later. It tells us that there may be some. Is it racism? I guess it would be. There are some racial undertones in the community that he lives in. Seeing how seeing people in a community, how they act with outsiders and how they act within their circle can help make a world feel more alive. You see this a lot more often in fantasy novels, or I guess if you wanted to bring it to a more digestible form of media, isekais. Any good isekai anime, they would establish how the community or how the village or kingdom or wherever the main character finds themselves, they establish how they see outsiders or how they see different cultures. And you can do that easily by seeing how they react or how they interact with with the main character, with somebody who is different. Not only could you build into their cultures, for example, some may view others with hospitality, others may have a culture of just straight up kidnapping and sacrificing the first person they see. Because when it comes to fantasy novels or isekai, literally everything is on the table. You can you can build your world by showing how different groups of people act with one another. Themes and motifs. So, this is, I guess, more of the overarching plot of Snoot Game, or the overarching theme of empathy. This is mainly what themes and motifs are talking about. Throughout the game, Anon is given multiple opportunities to stop and think about how other people are feeling and how to navigate certain situations with either care or with apathy, essentially. These different kinds of interactions that he could have establishes the theme of empathy. Seeing how he makes characters happier, or how he makes them feel better, or how he, in Trish's case, makes them feel worse with his actions, establishes the theme of empathy. Thinking about the other person, as Anon did, and how he interacted with those characters with those thoughts in mind. Having your characters interact with each other gives you the ability to convey ideas and themes that you might not otherwise be able to if you don't think about having two characters so much as just sit in a room and talk together. I think Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, that's pretty much it. If anyone has any questions, please do not be afraid to ask.
All right. So when you are when you're establishing a new character, I've had advice for this before, but what is your first step if you were to establish a new character?
Like in a story?
Yeah, for your story, a character that's just for you to use.
All right, if I wanted to establish a new character, I immediately want them to get talking. Right? A very good exercise that I try to use is how does your character, if you were to go to the grocery store with your character, how would that journey go? Would they be comfortable with all the other people around them? Would they be open to asking the store owners or store associates for directions? Would they be dismissive of people around them, etc.? So what I like to do is to try to get them talking as soon as possible. Because while you can convey a lot through description and through subtext, you're really going to understand what the character is all about by hearing them talk. So getting them conversating is my go-to when it comes to establishing a character. Again, I am really sorry I did not have too much prepared.
Oh, that's fine. I don't know if we want to. Oh, we could probably play a game.
Hey, no, it's still fun, man. You brought up some interesting points. I would like to say I would say forgot about something is that the world can also play a part in character interactions too.
How do you mean?
Well, you could have a character react something that's going on in the world. Like, for
Say
example...
there's like a hurricane or something.
Yeah,
do they shelter in place? Do they loot? Do they go out to help others?
Right.
Or, example, a movie's coming out. Do they talk bad about the movie? Do they like, oh god, I'm gonna be the first one to go see that movie and...
Do they act like a hipster and be like, this shit is so derivative?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's all sorts of like fun things the environment can play into. But when characters interact with each other, it's fun to see. You have a very good knack for writing out chemistry, I've noticed, and that's something I'd like you to talk a little more about.
Oh yeah, chemistry. Yeah, I guess that is my sort of thing. So I guess relationships would be the overarching thing. So when it comes to writing chemistry, the biggest challenge that I have is trying to make up their dynamic. You have two characters, right? And in ideal relationship, they both have their own personalities, their own hopes, fears, and dreams, but they also have an identity with each other as well. So I guess a very good example of that would be Stella and Anon. When I started out writing on the cards, I had to establish Stella's character. Because it wouldn't do Stella justice just to make her a MacGuffin or just to make her an extension of Anon. It wouldn't feel like a real relationship. So the dynamic that they have, she is more bubbly, naive, more outgoing. While Anon is still a decent guy, he's a lot more reserved. He is, I guess, more protective in that sense after what happens with Trish. But they have the dynamic of introvert-extrovert, essentially. And seeing how those two traits clash with each other and how they grow with one another helps a lot when it comes to writing romance stories, because at the end of the day, that's what people are there for. They're there to see the characters interact with one another and grow as people together. So they have both an identity separated, but an identity with each other. I guess another example would be with Heather. I had to also make her personality from scratch because otherwise she'd just be a big MacGuffin or like a reward at the end of a story.
Yeah, Heather in
So
Tells doesn't get a whole lot of information about her besides she's nice.
yeah, so what I had to end up doing, I pretty much maxed that out, gave her a few more character traits, gave her a flaw, and what I'm pretty sure that's all I did, really. And then just gave her a few more, like, character traits. Not character traits, but little things about her here and there. Additionally, I do have to tweak Anon every time I make a fic like that. Because while you could make a reasonable case on why base Anon could get with this character, it'd be a lot harder, or you would lose out certain interactions.
Base Anon is geared very specifically towards a certain thing, and that's to be mean-spirited and shitposty at the very beginning of Snoot Game.
Yeah, and you
I
could
would say
still
he's
have that.
mean-spirited at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely.
For
Which is
all the
kind-
cards, he's a lot less mean-spirited. He's a lot nicer of a person at the beginning of it. And heaping helping of Heather, well, he gave him the background that he grew up on his grandparents' farm.
Yeah,
Which
and
allows
now
him to have a deeper connection to either of those two girls.
and now with Judy, I'm having Anon have two things: a good relationship with his parents, and having him coming in with the knowledge that both of his parents they're in poverty, and they're working incredibly hard to keep him in to give him that apartment in Skin Row. Because that is one thing I was kind of thinking about. You know, it's kind of like a trope in the world of Snoot, in the Snoot community, where Anon just has shitty parents.
I don't think they're shitty. Are
Yeah,
they good
but
parents is the argument. Do they care?
Honestly-
There's no argument there. They do care. If they didn't care, they wouldn't have sent him away from where people were attacking him.
Yeah, not only that, right? But they leased an apartment for a year. It's not like they're homeless either. So his parents are essentially, at bare minimum, renting two different apartments. And one of them is specifically for their son because they did not want to see him suffer. Are they good parents? I'd say so. And it's not like
a hell of a lot, at least.
I'll probably say they're at best like okay parents. Like they have their flaws and stuff. Like Anand's father, who's kind of suffered a lot during the war, and also if we factor in like our worlds, kind of how we treat veterans and stuff, then I can imagine he's just lived such a hard life after the war.
Yeah, and even past all of that, I mean, if I'm sending my kid away to live in essentially God knows where to get away from bullying, I want him to make something of himself. So he simply gave him the two most consistent options to being a valued member of society.
Mm-hmm.
He was going to college or joining the service.
I'd say there's a secret third option known as construction.
And honestly, judging from how Anon reacts to Skin Row, it doesn't look like he wasn't informed of the condition that Skin Row was in. He knew what he was getting into.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't like freaking out that he had to walk through a very shady part of town to get to his rundown apartment. He knew what he was getting into.
Ah, shit, better have my knife.
Yeah, he even had a whole knife and everything. He knew exactly where he was going.
I mean, the knife is wide. Deposit Anon is Midwestern. You will not find a grown man out here that does not have a pocket knife on him.
Yeah.
Well, that's my experience of shaping the character.
Yeah, I had a commenter on my newest chapter give a very strange critique where I had the same issue as a lot of fanfics where I changed Anon, and I don't know, I guess it kind of stuck with me because I thought isn't that kind of the point of fanfics, tweaking small things and then seeing their consequences play out?
Yeah.
That's one of the main things. And also, like, I'd say in this case, take Smooth Rock's advice. Fuck them. If they're not constructive to you, fuck them. They don't matter.
Yeah. Yeah, although right now I do want to take the time to say that after this fanfic that I'm writing, I will say that this is the last Snoot fic I'll be writing for the foreseeable future.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, I pretty much wrote everything I wanted to write when it came to this new game. With Wani, I feel like there's a lot less wiggle room to really write with, if that makes sense. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm still going to be writing. I got a project that I've been working on since I was 16 that I abandoned a while ago that I'll be going back to. But yeah, this is after Judy gets her route. Oh, wait, hold on. I think we have a question from
Iomi.
Yeah, Iomi. Let me pull up the live chat, please.
I can just read it.
What is
your take and advice on how to convey a shift in character interaction over the course of a story? The ups, the downs, that forge a changing identity between the characters.
Ooh, what is your take and advice on how to convey shift? So, the way I tend to convey changes between characters is having slight moments or events that kind of inch them forward. I've been really working on this in Hearts Held Up by Strings, mainly with Schizo's and Anon's interactions. Having Schizo going from being completely distrustful and dismissive to being still distrustful but slightly intrigued, to being on the fence whether or not they trust him, to kind of trusting him. I'm having little events play out from the start of the story to where we are now. So, if you're asking me, I would make sure to try to sprinkle little events between the two characters that would change them in that sort of way. So in this case, which would be Anon and Schizo's relationship, the main hinge, the main crux of the relationship is how much is Schizo trusting Anon. So, if Anon were to ask Schizo from chapter 1, hey, could I join your club? Absolutely not. It would have not ended well at all. They had to have had a lot of time together. They had to talk. Schizo had to be vulnerable in front of him just for her to consider having Anon in the club. So, having small moments allows you to build up that change organically. You can change how they talk too. For example, I have Schizo be straight up hostile. Why are you here? Please leave. Calling him a skinny, being derogatory. But as they continue talking, the conversation gets lighter. They start joking around. They start calling each other slurs playfully. So having them change along with the events in small ways makes the change feel more organic. Baby steps is very important. Baby steps.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I do have to ask, what are some fanfics that you wrote? Because I might have heard some of your fanfics, but I'm trying to.
So the two that I've completed is All on the Cards, which is a Stellar route, and A Heaping Helping of Heather, which is the first and only /Heather fic ever. Which is very surprising. And also very sad because I can't see the Anon/Heather tag in AO3. Here, I'll post them in...
I mean, I can probably say what that is comfortably. It's because we don't have enough information on Heather for a lot of people to take that running.
Yeah, I know. It's just, it still kind of hurts when I see someone, or like a character that could have a lot of potential, but there's just not enough on the character. And not a lot of people are super into coming up with all this new lore for a character that they barely know. Alrighty, these are the two ones that I've completed. I'm currently working on a /Judy fic called Hearts Held Up by Strings. Damn, here we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm working on a Judy fic called Hearts Held Up by Strings, and that one's going to be my last Snoot fic. Although I may come back to write Tiffany if the people from Devlog don't do her justice.
You mean Mimi?
Oh no, Tiffany.
Yeah, no. Tiffany's and Mimi.
Yeah.
The blue T-Rex?
Yeah. Oh, that's me? Oh.
Hold on to me.
Yeah. I could have sworn that one of the mods were saying that they were gonna write a TIFF fic. And I said that if they never got to it, I'd come back and just make one.
Wouldn't be too bad. I think that'd go over pretty well.
Yeah.
Monk says it's a shame that we won't get a schizofic from you.
I'm thinking about it. Because the thing is with a schizofic, it'd most likely just be it'd be a branching path from the fic I'm already writing. Because it'd be really similar. All the way up till maybe chapter 10.
Yeah.
And then from there, I just write maybe 5 extra chapters, 10 extra chapters. But if you really want a schizo fic, we do have one in the works. Someone is working on one. I just don't know the progress on that. But there is one out there.
I see them around every occasionally. Somebody comes out with a schizo or Puppet Pals fic.
Yeah. I guess the thing is with schizo, they either write her as actually being schizophrenic or having some sort of mental issues, but in reality, she's perfectly fine. It's just a persona.
Yeah, I think it's some elaborate form of masking for schizo, Frank. That's my opinion on it, at least.
Yeah. According to the creator of Schizo, she is perfectly fine. It's just her reputation that she doesn't care to correct. Which I find pretty interesting.
Also, I have to agree there with the Wana kind of fanfics because sometimes this can be a little bit hard creating a new wanna fic or a different perspective of a of it, you know.
Yeah.
You can't make
Yeah.
a good Wani fic without either A, waiting for, this is after they've graduated and they're adults, or B, throwing it wildly off course to where Inko feels out of character.
Yeah.
Yeah, the story is very structured and very on rails. Like the four endings feel organic in their own ways, but
I'm a big fan of Receiver, what he did for Wani.
oh yeah,
I
what
really
Inko?
liked that. I mean, I bought the book, didn't I?
Oh, you're talking about I want to kiss that snoot.
Yeah, I have that textbook in my kitchen right now.
No, yeah,
I don't know if
thing,
you all know
yeah.
this, but it is the size of a college course textbook. It looks like a McGraw-Hill published book.
Seriously?
Yeah. It's fucking huge, and I love it. It's so goddamn funny.
That's a big fanfic.
That is in fact huge.
Well, like the text is also scaled up and easy to read, but I think it's like somewhere near, 400,000 words total?
400. Oh, that's right. He did write a hell of a lot, and there's bonus chapters,
including
right?
bonus chapters, I should say. Monk, I don't think you understand how big college textbooks are here. And yeah, no, it's wild. I love that book. It's great. I need to get my brother to read it. I think he'd enjoy it.
You can't. Oh yeah, that is something I do want to talk about. When it comes to being a writer, a snoot writer, it becomes really hard to talk about around my family. Like they know I write, but they don't know what. Yeah, it's.
There is a 20% chance my mother is watching this right now.
You see, and that's awesome. You got your mom knows and supports what you do.
My dad probably clicked on and then clicked off because he didn't know what the hell I was talking about or what anybody was talking about. He probably stayed for the pickling segment, and that's it.
Yeah.
He's a pretty practical guy.
It's fair. Oh.
Well, do we all want to play a game before we figure out if Kevin can't make it and I need to kidnap Prism?
Sure.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Prism said she'd come. Alright, do we want to do Gartic or do you want to do like Quiplash?
Let's do some Quiplash.
Fuck yeah. Give me a second to set it up. Or talking points, which is kind of what we're doing already. If you really think about it. We're just... a good amount of live streaming is knowing how to bullshit, which, I mean, I'm getting better at constantly. And, when I say bullshit, it's just, like, be able to talk for a long time. Anyway, I will throw our code in the chat.
Oh, hello, Ivy. All right.
There's a few people who, off the cuff, could just explode out with detail on things that I know.
Let me turn off.
Save yourself some bandwidth.
Yeah, save myself some bandwidth and embarrassment.
Yeah.
Good lord. Yeah, I could not.
Alright.
Man, I could not presentate. Jesus.
Hey, it's a skill you build, right? It's a skill I'm still building. If this somehow helps me in my professional career, I will be shocked, however. Because that means I've made it to, like, PM or something. Project manager. Either that or I've jumped ship from careers and gone into broadcasting, which I doubt that'll happen in my lifetime.
But imagine.
I'm just trying to play Quiplash.
That's a Jackbox game, right? Hit us with that code when you're ready.
Alright.
Jeez. Maybe I shouldn't have slept in that long.
You know, I woke up at 7 o'clock.
Where should post the link?
I'm putting the code in jackbox.tv.
Jackbot.
Come on, Jam, I know you
Jam! No! Oh god, we lost Jam!
Where's this link?
Oh, it's in the VC voice chat. Come on, chat. Join in. The 10 people who are watching. Oh, you're in.
God damn it, I love Quiplash. It's so much fun.
Well, howdy do. It's Quiplash 3 and the wind whispered Quiplash. I'm Schmitty's stunt double, Schmatty. I promise you can't tell the difference. By the way, if you didn't get in the game, you can still vote as an audience member. Type in the room code to join. Time for round 1. You'll answer 2 prompts on your device in any way you want, and then each of your responses will square off against someone else's. The remaining players vote on their favorite. Easy, right? Oh yes, points. You score points based on the percentage of voters who like your answers. Clear enough? Sure hope so. Let's go. Okay, let's see what you've wrought.
Damn, I had some bad prompts.
Let's set it off with a lighter, more romantic sequel to Crime and Punishment would be called Blank. Okay, choose away. Next on the docket, the only safe sex is blank. Decisions. Choose your favorite. Next up, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it blank. Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Damn.
Next, everyone was sad when they saw the piñata was full of blank. Time to pick the one you like best. So that was round one. Let us never speak of it again. But hey, let's see those scores. Feeling warmed up? Good, because it's time for round two, where all points are doubled. Doubled, I say.
This is one of those good training games to make you quick on your mental feet.
Let's make some noise.
God damn it, I love.
And here's your first prompt. A new feature of the iPhone 37.
Hello.
Vote away.
You're all goonies. How dare you? How dare you? I took offense to that comment.
You know, I'm glad that people are on the same page for that.
Yeah! Double points, baby!
Next we have the name of a rom-com where two fishermen fall in love. Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
Oh, come on, that's way too easy.
And next, a college degree that will be surprisingly useful in 20 years. Okay, choose your favorite. Without further ado, she's a cop. He's a celebrity chef. This summer, they're... And now it's time to vote for your favorite.
Unbelievable.
Round 2 is through. Let's see how things shook out.
Bless you, Ivy.
Prepare yourself for Quiplash. One last chance to strut your stuff. I'm going to send each of you a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. Okay, player 2 looks a little freaked, but you'll do great. Tick-tock, time's almost up. Okay, let's do this.
There comes a point where random is better than nothing.
The 3 things we all need to do to save planet Earth. At least one of you did the work. Enjoy some points. 3 things you want to touch right now.
Yeah, just feeling a little sick.
Now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
What are the charges? Enjoying a meal?
A succulent Chinese meal?
I cannot live with this tension. Show me the final scores.
Nice. Holy shit!
You did it.
That did it.
Not afraid to beware. Code phrase for this segment: be not afraid, but be aware. Man, would you like to go into
Hang it up in for a round. Is this overriding someone's segment, or like was this planned? Okay.
Yeah, this is
There
an
is news that Kevin is likely not to make it due to big ass storm. But I do hope that
Gotcha.
So if you'd like to play,
Who the fuck took my one that I wanted? I wanted that one that looked a little bit like a Starman. Oh, this guy looks like a star. Okay. Sure. Starman.
Yeah, there we go. Give me difficulty.
there we go. Rolling.
Finally.
You can give control because you're faster than me.
I thought it just said I was the VIP because I'm, so incredible. I assumed that. Oh.
Sit back and enjoy Quiplash 3. No Way Out. I'm Schmitty, and you're you. So, that's settled. Ready? Ready for round one? You'll rake in the points based on the percentage of people who
I'm
did
sorry.
your response.
I also am getting hit by
Got it?
storms. I'm in the
Great.
south. I've been kind of on and off. Alabama.
All right. You're in a single book, Kevin. Similar, not the same.
Almost out of time. Don't forget your safety quips. Let's do this. Let us set sail with what the coolest grandparent slips into a birthday card. It's choosing time. Next one up, the worst ringtone to play on your phone during a work meeting. All right, vote for the one you like best. And next is the worst thing to write inside a Get Well Soon card. And now, pick your favorite. And here we have a surprising thing to find caught in the spider web in your basement. All right, people, it's voting time. Let's see how they handle. You know you're rich when you have a room just for blank. All right, choose your favorite. Round 1 is in the books. Let's see how the scoring shakes out. Round 2 is here, and the points are doubled, so stop talking about round 1 already.
Double points. Points.
Just a few seconds left. No turning back now. Kicking things off. Realistically, the third little pig should have made his house out of blank. All right, vote. Moving right along. 2 good emojis to send when breaking up with someone. Time to pick the one you like best.
That was just instant goal. Well done. Oh.
Let's see the next one. What would you do if you were only 2 inches tall? Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Ah, damn. Okay. Nah, that was good.
Oh, yeah.
All right, check this out. A brutally honest theme for a valedictorian speech.
Oh, God, that's...
Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip.
I thought it said ventriloquist.
Oh my Jesus God. And you still got it, you dork.
Let's keep
that was
going.
still the baller move for a valedictorian.
You know the dog is basic as when. All right, vote for the one you like best.
Quality.
Okay, only one round remains. Let's see how it's shaping up to this point. right up to Quiplash, a final round stuffed to the gills with points. You'll each receive a prompt that requires 3 separate responses. That's triple the ha-has. And you know what an odd number of players means. You'll be going against me. How about that? Time's almost up. Hurry! Let's see what you've done. The 3 things you need to start that new society of yours.
Already after
this now it gets real. Pick your favorite.
All right, well, it was a pleasure having you on YouTube, Goose. Glad that you finally glad your career can end with a bang. Goodbye. Yeah, boy, I wonder if that was the robot. The fucking most boring milquetoast answer.
Oh man, I thought I had that one. Summarize your last romantic encounter in 3 words.
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, choose your favorite.
Sorry, dead man. That's unfortunate to hear.
Yeah. Don't worry, it happened in
Based on
high
your
school.
deeds, the 3 most likely things you'll be reincarnated as in your next life. And now, pick your favorite.
Okay, that one. That is so funny.
You rocked it! But did you rock the scoreboard?
Ah, I got last. Starman won.
No, I did it. What did you get? This is my first game. What's?
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit retarded.
You're a little sleep deprived. You're not even halfway through this bitch.
Yeah. We'll be fine. We'll be fine.
Are we playing again, or what are we doing?
Yeah, let's play. We got more time.
Yeah.
Are we... Okay. New players or same players? I'll do new players. I'll do new players. You take over the ownership. I don't know. I just want to deal with this. You do it. Join. Yeah. There you go. It also didn't come through in the final product. I did write a proud African American in all caps. This is not going to get you demonetized. So who was your sponsor earlier you just mentioned? Who? What the fuck? What do you mean don't worry about it?
Wait, I have a clip.
Oh, Jesus.
It was Meister. He sponsored this stream.
Oh, Meister?
Yeah.
That's fun. Was that him, like, sending you pizza or something? Is that what I heard? Oh.
Yeah, it was the second one was Meister and the other one was Meister. He was so generous.
Sorry, that was a sponsor that happened? I saw that. What do you mean that was a sponsor? What do you mean?
Gave him $5. You can give this man $5 and he'll let you do anything you want.
Wow. You really have sold out. Alright, let me get my PayPal.
Just take a... Run.
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 Run. Run. Run. I've got prawns of steel.
Shrimp.
Jambalaya meat.
Gumbo.
Quiplash.
You have arrived. This is Quiplash 3, Havana Nights. Some call me Schmitty, but that's the doctor's name. I'm Schmitty's monster. Okay, round 1. Points are awarded based on the percentage of people who went for your answer,
There's
so
no
make them
option
count.
for, Quiplash. I can just get close to the mic.
Ooh.
Does that help?
Oh.
Times. What do you say, shall we? At the front of the line is... Name a snack food for mummies. Okay, pick one.
Boo! What about raps?
The
Okay,
weirdest
rap?
video game,
Alright.
Blank Simulator. Decisions. Choose your favorite.
A decision that will surely benefit me.
Ah, damn.
And next is, against your better judgment, the thing you really want to put down, the garbage disposal.
Me? Yep.
All right, people, it's
Why?
A little too easy. A little too easy.
and
Oh, pizza
next,
time.
a group of tax attorneys is called blank. And now it's time to vote for your favorite. Round one is done, but not forgotten. Let's check the scoreboard.
Pizza that Meister sent me has come in. On aroma alone, I can smell a lot of acid.
Ready for round two? I hope so, because it's ready for you. Some of the prompts are a bit crazy, so the points are doubled.
I could also just turn myself up on my mini face. My prediction was correct. Ah, it's because of banana peppers. Selected. Hopefully that makes good. Yeah, that was
Tick tock, time's
loud.
almost up.
Yep.
You excited? I'm excited. First in line, a radical new use for a gravy boat. Have at 'em. Next up, serious question. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy? Here's the fun part. Pick your favorite quip. Let's see the next one. The most depressing New Year's resolution. All right, people, it's voting time.
Shit, I forgot to vote.
Next on the docket, passive-aggressive ghosts are always writing blank on your wall in blood. Okay, choose your favorite.
Certain things happen away.
We lost Starman. Oh, Starman's back.
And round two is history. Let's see how it'll be remembered. Welcome to Quiplash, where points flow like honey. I'll be sending each of you a prompt that needs 3 separate responses. Pretty cool, huh? better. Let's proceed, shall we?
Audio interface.
My mom won't call it a butt. She calls it blank, blank, or blank. Time to pick the one you like best.
I don't think there's a mother in the world who calls it a brap factory. The fuck is this?
You never know these days.
Bunch of horse shit.
Three ways to take your next book club meeting up a notch.
Pork pepper with ham and pepperoni.
Okay, everybody, pick your favorite quip.
Good work. Just the easiest answers you could possibly write. You just write Dino Women for every answer. Wow, Dino Women. Super fun. Yeah, great job.
Yeah.
Fucking dumbass.
Of course.
Why would you try to be creative with a thing and actually make it comedy? It's like, oh, let's do Dino Women.
Because I do
monkey
this sort of
brain.
reaction.
Monkey brain go.
This is the first time I've read Dino Women.
I'm telling you, full of shit. Shut up. You're a liar.
I'm no liar. I'm an honest man.
Alright, next round of running Dino Women for every answer. I don't give a fuck how much context it makes. It's gonna be great.
Wait, what?
Wow, Dino Women, look at that.
Welcome to
My
Quiplash
fucking
3.
Stella body pillow.
The importance of being stupid.
Slightly used Stella body
You're
pillow.
I'm Schmitty. You'll be hearing my voice throughout the
Oh,
game,
boy.
unless you put me on mute. Here's round 1. You get
You ready for
points
some
based on the
knee
percentage
slappers,
you
gentlemen?
your answer. Off we go.
Ready for some common gold? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wait, do you still want me on?
Oh, you just want
Do you still want? I'm ready to go.
Yes, we will.
I set up like 4 little guys.
All right, let's begin.
Heal could probably vote on a couple of them.
Let's
Or at
break
least
the
one of
ice
them.
with... That horror movie was so scary until
Or
the
you guys
killer
could.
turned out to be blank.
Alright, I think we'll finish this up.
Now vote.
That's alright?
Don't throw up on me, please.
No.
Oh, come on!
What comedy gold it was!
Next
That's so
one up.
funny! Did you see the timing on that? That was
Walk up
great!
to the blackjack
was so
table and yell,
funny.
blank.
Wow! Oh, gee whiz!
All right, choose your favorite.
Wow, what a funny game this is! This is great! That fucking figure! Can you believe it?
Next we have what the U.S. president counts at night instead of sheep.
Oh, comedy
Now
gold,
it's
man!
real. Pick your favorite.
It's just that easy, gentlemen. It's just that easy. Why would you, Deadman? Why would you put effort into this game? It's
A
stupid.
sure sign that your tits are way too hot.
I didn't know that was the plan.
Now,
I
pick your
can't stop
favorite.
laughing. This is incredible. Wow.
You just had a giggle roll.
Oh, go figure. Oh boy. We solved the equation, bud.
Oh, I'll never forget you, round 1. But
Solve
now
the
it's time
equation
to look
for
at the
world
scores.
They're the same answer.
Oh boy, who's annoying? Wow. Go figure.
It's amazing.
So if round 1 was an appetizer, round 2 is a substantial meal. Double the points, double the indigestion.
If for one of these prompts I got, somebody doesn't write Dino Women, I'm gonna be pissed off.
We need more Dino
Don't
women.
let me down.
Also, Maestro in chat, I'd
Let's
say.
start.
Finally? What she
Your
got?
spouse is keeping a terrible secret. Their blank isn't real.
Oh my god.
Okay, time to choose.
Oh boy.
This is hard. You know what else is hard?
No else. Good dead man, I'm proud of you. You got that vote from me.
The new This Player doll is perfect. Every time you
Oh
pull
my
the string, it says blank.
Oh my god.
All right, vote for the one you like best.
Hey, honest. That's for me.
All right, check this out. What's the hardest part of fighting a killer doll? Decisions, decisions. Choose your favorite.
Viewers, look at that.
And here we have, why did Pac-Man and Ms. Pac-Man eventually split up?
I know why.
And now, pick your favorite.
Neither of these are Dino Women. I'm abstaining. I'm not gonna vote.
Is the last one a reference to Waka Waka A?
I don't know.
I believe it's a reference to Pac-Man.
By abstaining, you only guaranteed me my point star, man.
I don't care.
Now that you've laid waste to round 2, let's survey the damage. Get ready for Quiplash, the end you've been quipping towards.
Being serious.
Jesus Christ.
Unbelievable. This game knows. He knows.
God damn.
God, motherfucking day.
Okay, it's time.
My sussy
3
little prompt.
secret off-menu items you can order at McDonald's.
What
the hell?
Yeah, you know what?
Here's the fun part. Pick
I know
your
who's
favorite
winning.
quip.
They're both good. They're both great. I love them both. Every single one of these is amazing.
I know who's winning. That was obvious.
I'm really impressed.
The 3 steps to bringing back the dinosaurs.
It's good new.
Oh god!
Okay, choose your favorite.
Throw me to the dinos, my
I beg your father.
Damn. You were afraid of me for I speak the truth.
What are you talking about? I said the same thing, just in better words.
Nothing to do now but see those final scores.
God damn.
Wow, I think you found the first rat star, man.
Look at that. I told you, in every time it wins. All you need is Dino Women.
You just have to know the community that you're in.
It's Dino Women and tits. That's about the only two things you gotta know.
Anyway, Prism.
Yes.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Let me get the X going. So, Prism.
You ready, Prism?
What's going on in Alabama?
Oh. There's a bunch of storms in the south. Yeah, I'm getting hit with. I had some tornado warnings earlier, and right now it's just heavy, like severe thunderstorms.
Alright, audience, today, Kevin couldn't make it, so we have the illustrious Prisma.
Let me open the reference.
Alrighty, and I'm not gonna. Y'all have a good one.
See ya. I really like this.
Prism is doing just a live making of some famous shitposts that she does.
Beautiful. Simply beautiful.
Especially important work here.
I see that you got our boy Reed ready.
Yeah, I figured if it would Reed, or I could do Damien if you guys want Damien instead.
No, give us the Reed. Give us the
we're
Reed.
just gonna keep doing auditory shitposting for a little while now.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, on the YouTube stream they even gave you a little thing, Prism.
Yeah, what little guy did they pick?
The one of you chucking the monster cam, and when you speak, it's you going, I forgore. That's fucking awesome.
Okay, here we go. It's I usually start with just trying to make it look like it's Reed, because otherwise it doesn't look like Reed. I don't know if I want to give this one closed though. Do I give him close?
I can still hear the I think it was Jackbox you guys were playing earlier on the stream.
Yes.
Yeah. No, it was just Jackbox doing that.
Yeah, I can see. Okay.
Should I keep the shirt?
Yeah.
Potentially.
Let's see.
Prism, what do you find are the most important characteristics for these shitposts that you do?
That I can actually modify them to make them look like, even if I don't keep them in the actual image itself, it's still like something that I need to be able to mess with, and I don't have to like completely redraw the whole thing because I'm lazy.
Fair.
Could I redraw a whole thing where it's a little frog and I could draw a whole tiny fang? Yes, I could. But instead I'm going to trace, if it's a good image of a frog, I'm going to trace over the actual frog head and put her on the frog.
Does this follow the Wonder Bread blonde businesswoman logic, where if you spend more than 30 minutes on a shitpost, it's unironic?
I don't even know about that rule. But
do you know about blonde women cutting down endangered
I
forest?
have a version of this somewhere saved. I don't remember where.
I also really
that
like
includes
using
one
colored
of my buddy
lines
Noble's
for them.
characters, where he sent me an image. He made me the mistake of sending me a PNG of his character, and so naturally I put it in the Wonder Bread aisle.
And then I usually pick like a line art that's not too big, is too big but not too small either, because I don't want to do super detailed stuff. So like, yeah, that might be a bit big, but it's not that big.
Now, With this, I believe it's an iguana. Are you just gonna keep Reed biting the towel, or are you gonna give him something else to chomp on?
I'm just thinking it would just be. It's actually a girl's hoodie.
Oh, I see the sleeve. Yeah.
That's a sleeve right
You
here.
should put a little, like a little blunt at the corner of his mouth, and still have him keep biting on like a hoodie or something.
Maybe perchance.
Still funny.
Maybe change it to a noun's jacket.
Change it to Trish's sleeve.
Yeah. No, just have Reed bite Trish's head off or something. There you go.
Try not to change the entire image, but yeah, I mean, Trish's sleeve wouldn't be a bad one I could fully do. It is hard.
It's just
you
yellow,
just
but
don't
yeah.
want to change too much, otherwise it's like a full complete, and then it
Yeah.
looks weird if you don't do all this background area.
Yeah, that makes sense. You still want to keep elements of like a draw over, so I get that.
Because if I did this whole part, then it's like just this part's like the background, and it looks kind of out of place compared to if I just draw him. He looks like he's placed in there. I'm also gonna just like, does he have like little spikies on him? I look at.
No, he does not.
He has feathers on his tail.
He just has feathers on his tail. He doesn't have them like on his arms or his neck or anything.
I think I'm gonna just do like that.
I can send you all of his sprites if you want, Prism. But
No,
the one
I
you have there's the one you have there's pretty accurate.
And then I try to make the clothes work out like clothes. I also kind of hate drawing clothes. Don't tell anybody.
I'm gonna tell every single person no.
I hate wearing clothes.
Isn't that the natural state? Is we don't like to wear clothes, but we have to live in a polite society.
We live in a society where we have to wear clothes.
I prefer the society where you all have to wear clothes.
Well,
I mean,
but then what about my?
I don't know if I'll get along with you then.
I don't know. It's too cold up here to not wear clothes, so maybe it's needed sometimes.
You know, it's pretty temperate out. I'd be pretty comfortable without clothes.
Yeah, but like a few weeks ago it was like -20. So yeah, we need to wear clothes.
So then I just go like, if it gets too like where it's a too close up area, if I think it'll look weird with the thick lines, I do go thinner, but this kind of makes it look like he has big lips.
I mean, big lip.
Big lips would be very funny.
I'm really
Like
liking
Wazowski.
that.
Yeah, he got the big char flips.
Mike Wazowski.
Mike was house key.
You guys got some charf?
And oh no, he needs his hair. Sometimes I forget my lines. Yeah, there we go. Now. And then,
I should also mention the game's still on. It's just the segment doesn't have a code word.
I could make up one,
If
but
you
then I
want.
can't play.
Yeah, but then you couldn't play.
Oh wait, we were still playing Quiplash?
No, not Quiplash. The audience participation game.
Oh, okay.
And sometimes I.
Yeah, they got till Monday.
You
to,
could pick
give you
one,
the list.
or you could pick one.
Oh, hello, Ron Riker.
And then
I know that you're gonna want to play this game and get you a Stella body pillow.
And then usually to add shadows and stuff, I will do my kind of detailed line art where I add shadings and stuff to make it all like smoother. So if you want to know if I actually cared about something, if you don't see this done or you don't see these ends of the lines more like this, and you see it the way it's like originally done, means I didn't care about it that much.
You don't care about Reed?
But if you see it just randomly in an art piece, it's probably because I've missed it.
Reed is often nowadays treated as a little worm
You
to be
you
crushed
truly
between
did
their
forgo
boots.
Worm.
Little
And
worm.
so
Oh yeah, Jasper, you're the worm guy. I forgot.
I am the worm guy. I do it because it's funny.
And then there is times where I do forget because
I
I straight up got a drawing tablet for all the worms.
He did. He did.
Yeah, I actually like it now. I used to hate it. Now I like it. It took like a
Yeah.
week to get
And
used to.
I do all of this part first before I clean up all the erasure.
But of course.
Because it's really annoying to switch back and forth. Fun fact, I draw with my finger. Lots of people don't do that.
Finger.
They usually have a pen.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
I draw with my finger?
Yeah, I thought you had a pen.
No. I did have a stylus, and then I believe it broke because it was one of those like regular pressure ones, and so eventually after using it so much, they will rip.
Do you
So I had
want
to
a
get new
stylus?
ones.
Or are you just so used to using your finger?
I'm like, sorry, I'm taking a drink. I'm like full on to the finger mode now.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm gonna add these in there too. It sometimes gets really tiring, but otherwise, for the most part, it doesn't really seem like a big difference. But it seems to weird people out.
I mean, I suppose it's unique and maybe slightly unorthodox, but it also makes sense.
Yeah, and I just make sure I did all my like little line shadings before I just switched to the other pen and clean up these. And they don't have too much cleaning because if they don't look perfect, it's fine. But I also know that stuff like this stands out and it bothers the fuck out of me. Can I swear on
Spin
here?
your wheel before coming in here?
No, I did not.
You just
I mean,
chose
it's
real?
on YouTube, so choose your words carefully, I suppose.
Why? What's on the wheel?
No, we're on YouTube. I was just telling Prism to choose her words carefully because I was asking if she could swear.
I said a swear word.
Prism said the fuck word.
Verbal profanity.
Why would you say it again?
No, that's okay on YouTube.
We're well past the 5-minute mark, okay? It's fine.
You can say the fuck word. You just can't say oh.
Yeah, you just can't go on and rant about Trish and all that.
Oh, yeah, and then it's always if I have like 2 lines in the hair, and that's it.
I love those
forget
cutouts
two.
there. That was great. Excellent comedy, you two.
Yeah.
And then for this part, I usually just take off the image. They end up looking like that.
It kind of looks like Randall from Monster Inc. a little bit.
I don't shade these because that would take way too long.
Oh, do you shade afterwards if you... Oh, wait, you don't shade your daubers at all?
No.
That makes sense.
Because I feel like lighting with them would take a long time. So we're going to color him in pink first.
Then he
It's a
has
pink
those
boy.
white bands on his arms and I guess
Yeah.
part of his snout.
Is that not on his normal one?
No, that is part of his normal design. I think the pink is a little bit darker on the base Snoot game.
Let's compare the two.
Alright, because I looked up his rough sheet and I was like, fuck. Okay, so we're gonna go here and here. So that's where that's going.
It looks like a skull to me. His face.
Yes, them. And then...
The little slash mark.
Yeah, the OG Snoot spread is a little more pale. Yeah, looking at it.
And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. In Allmeyer, I like to map out their drawings like this for their markings first. And then okay, so I'll probably put a little bit of it here.
Gosh.
And then then I guess we could do to make it more seamless, if you just do these. That's that color. Let's see what it looks like.
Netflix live adaptation of Free.
It looks like a piranha.
I'm a piranha. Alright, let's get this hair. Oh, and that's so cute. He's got little purple eyes. Let's see if I can get it. See if I can get it without zooming in. It looks like I can't. Fuck.
Damn.
Just grab his jeans for the color.
No, I try to. No, and then I'm gonna just give him white teeth because I'm assuming his regular teeth are white.
They're probably
let me find that.
very yellow because he is.
Let me find the angry read image. Yeah, I mean, healthy normal teeth are slightly yellow anyway.
They probably.
I was just doing white to make it easy.
Let's take a look. There is one spline, I'm pretty sure,
just
where
had
he's
an
like,
idea to add
wearing
to
his
this
teeth.
that I thought of when I was sketching and I forgot, and I remembered again.
All right, but why is he not wearing pants?
Because he's a lizard.
Because he lives in a society, remember?
First y'all complain about clothes, now you want the clothes.
Listen, the pants without shirt is respectable. The shirt without pants is downright devious, I think.
I forgot I made this sprite, or I edited the sprite to that.
And then... Oh wait, I'll do that in a new layer.
Field.
And then
You got that fat doinky.
The Dark Evil Pack. Shit's purple.
Actually, Prism, you should make his eyes like a slight purple if he's smoking. Or not purple, sorry, pink.
no, the person's smoking.
Oh, never mind.
Smoking a fat doink.
Smoking a fat doink.
And then all I do for this, because I added it later, I didn't like measure it, I guess. I'll just make sure it's not weird where it is.
I'm seeing they're all brushes you made on that side there.
No, those are brushes that came with the program that you can download. I might have labeled them differently, but they're still all the ones that they made.
I should probably do that instead of just
Like there's a
remembering
certain
everything.
brush I really like doing for my hair shading and blending it. So we want a darker brown. So I just labeled it hair shade, and I just know what it is now.
That makes sense. I wonder if there's an option for that in like Krita and stuff, because that's what I use. It probably
And
isn't.
then if I didn't exactly get all correctly over, I will take my airbrush and like, oh, those are my lines. I didn't lock the layer.
Oh no. You gotta start over.
No.
We have the technology to fix this.
I've done that a few times where I draw on the completely wrong layer and I had to start over.
Everyone does that.
No.
I have destroyed a lot of Photoshop projects by just not paying attention.
Yeah.
So anyways, back to this. I go here. See how you can still kind of see it? Just
YOLO.
go here. Blend it out. Because this one has a shadow. I'll get some from the shadowed area.
Actually smart. I should do
And
that.
I'll just even like make this a little shadowed. And put those in there. You can't even tell as some apparently they didn't fill in all the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues happening.
Technical difficulties.
Nature of the beast.
Teeth. And the eye. Do better.
I don't know why I didn't fill in. It's very clearly a opening, so I don't know why I didn't fill.
You know.
Sometimes it'd be like that. It'll detect like 1 or 2 pixels in the way.
I hate it when that fucking happens. Though I don't use the fill-in tool that often in Critic because it's garbage.
But yeah, I'll just add like this shadow here, and then probably add in lighterness here. And I'll try to add it to all of parts so it kind of looks more seamless.
That makes sense, yeah.
Because if you just add it to one area, it doesn't look as right.
Now, who
This one I
decides
could
to let
even...
their iguana creature just bite them like that? What kind of psychopath does that?
Whoever this person is.
I feel like I still can't blend it out because like you can still kind of see the spikes. Let's see.
Within the program I usually use, Affinity, I have a material patch brush, which doesn't
Just
always
cover it
work
with
well
like
in some
a
areas.
Stella body pillow or something.
Yeah, no, just add
There you go.
the Stella body pillow that I have next to me.
There was an edit I did of the ending one hallway scene, and I got lazy, and I just covered part of it with an Olivia plush. So just do that.
Jasper, what is a body pillow if not a large cloth worm?
Damn, I never thought of it like that. No, it's too square to be a worm.
You ever heard of a flatworm?
That is true.
Alright. And then probably a little here.
With a hydra worm, where you start splitting its head in half and half and half, and it just grows more
Dang it.
heads.
No!
And funky worms. I need to expand my
Okay,
worms.
and then I especially love doing this now because it pissed someone off on the Buru.
What, the logo?
Oh, hold on, I got this because I get these off of. I got these off of Instagram, so I have to like fill in like the sides sometimes.
No, what you gotta do is if someone ever insults your logo, you just keep making it bigger until it covers the entire image.
Oh. And then to make it look more believable, I'll kind of fill in like this side. I didn't do a good job with that one. Look nicer to look at.
That works, actually. I should take note of that.
And then I could do a top layer and cover this part, but I'm not. That's not there. Kind of just an extra thing
So that's
to
just
make
to
it.
aggravate people by having it cropped that way?
No, I just. What you mean, like not putting this on here?
No, like it's cropped in such a way to aggravate people on the side.
No. It's just cropped weird because of how I get it. I get it from Instagram normally.
Oh, yeah.
Well, they don't always fit quite right on the canvas, so 'cause sometimes they're different shade. Because some of them are square, some of them are not. Sorry, my thing doesn't show when I grab an image.
My god, who was that?
And so then I just take my watermark, and I thought like that's kind of on the art,
So
but I keep it
if
out.
I were to give you an image, and by that I mean throw one into chat here.
It would depend on the image. I have to.
I like that one.
But yeah, I'll just put my little guy right here.
I might actually steal that one. That's a funny one. Yeah.
Let me see here.
Let me put that in edit ideas.
Oh my god.
Or
Okay.
you could have the nefarious leech.
That's another worm idea.
I had stepped away for a minute. Is this Reed just being drawn shirt cocking it?
I suppose.
Sure, cock in it.
Yeah, he's letting it air dry.
Hair dry. Okay. So, and then I just save it to my cloud because I save everything to the cloud and I pay a premium for it. So
Inside there are two
Is that how you'll like sketch things out at work? Do you also save that to a cloud and you can just pull it up on your computer?
Oh no, those I send to myself on Discord, babe.
Oh, that makes sense. I meant to ask you about that. I was just curious how you did
So
that.
since we have, unless we want to work on like maybe this guy or this guy.
Those are great. I do have a question for you. So I know you're just doing these as memes or whatever, but does anyone ever give you shit about essentially just tracing? Like, do they ever like complain at you about that?
I don't see it as tracing because a lot of these are just pictures of animals.
Well,
Okay.
it's in the form
Like-
like you're tracing photography, but
Yeah, you're not like
It's-
tracing over
there
someone's
is
art,
some
except for that. That's a
artistic,
painting.
merit to it still,
Yeah,
I
this
think,
is a
because you are
painting.
completely changing it.
Yeah, this is a painting, but most of the ones I do are either like this where it's a full animal. Or let me open for my cloud here.
They're all
Again, I'm
they're
sorry.
like 95% animals you just find.
Yeah, a lot. I also did this one of it's loading of Reed.
I forgot
And
about that.
yeah,
That's
it's over SpongeBob, but I did redraw the whole hair and the eyes and the face. Is all me. Like, so I did
SpongeBob's
basically I
gonna
just
sue you
got
now.
the shape and the scene
Mhm.
from SpongeBob. But
They're
everything
gonna
else
sue you
I
now,
do.
Prism.
So
Oh, no. I was just curious because I do a similar thing when I do like my meme drawing stuff.
I never
and it kinda-
open like
Mo.
anything like how my like serious stuff and be like, oh yeah, I have this.
I forgot about that
Uh,
sketch.
I never open like I wouldn't open like I would never open this and like
Yeah.
draw over it.
No, I wouldn't do that.
Because it's someone's actual art and it's not like a picture.
Mhm.
Now
I
because
won't
this
draw
is
over someone's art, but I'll ask to edit.
because this is a Renaissance painting and it's gonna have I'm at least gonna be doing the head redoing the head a lot of it for because I'm thinking Olivia.
Oh god, why couldn't it be me?
That one could also be a Stella one. That kind of resembles a Stegosaur.
That's true.
I think the
Know your audience.
Olivia would be good.
I think.
Oh, Mo's gonna
That
be
would
like,
work.
make it Hannah.
I don't know.
Honestly, I was about to say make it Hannah and string cheese as well.
Okay.
Oh
that
my
actually would be funny.
god.
That would actually be funny.
All right.
So also, Prism, when you get a chance, can you send me the one of the leopard gecko with the hands and feet on it? I want to
the bearded
do
dragon,
something with
babe.
it. Yeah, same thing.
They're not the same thing.
No,
But I also
not
really liked this one because I was looking at it and I'm like,
Nefarious leech.
and see now I look at it and see what it is you have it's just my brain process because I look at this and I'm just like, if I make a head right here, this is Emily.
You can make it Ben as well too.
Yes. Yes.
Why would I make it? I'm not gonna put the arms. It's just gonna be her head and her whole
You
neck.
could have that second
Just like-
arm placement where it's like you can see it off the main body as like a tongue.
Yeah, almost like that. Basically, that's what I do. Like, yeah, I could put any character here with the arms and stuff like that. But when I immediately saw this, I was like, this would be an Emily one.
Well, I think of Ben because I think of the bath, and you just put like stinky boy goes in the stinky bath or something like that. Because I know how much you love Ben.
No, do my girl Emily. Do my girl Emily. She's...
And then if I have to add stuff at the top, like hair, I try to like lower it down even if I'm not keeping the text. Because I don't like putting it all the way at the end. But yeah.
Are you gonna make an Emily lamp one, or is that just gonna be Champy?
No, that was just because Champ Lamp.
You're not gonna start up the devlog lamp lineup merchandise.
And then if I've done a character before, I will also just pulled up one of my other drawovers just because I don't want to look for a ref because I'm lazy. Actually,
Emily's
this one might
not
not
hard to
work
draw, though.
because I need to see her hoodie.
Oh, do you want her hoodie?
Not this one works. This one
Okay.
shows her hoodie.
Yeah, it's literally just like a 4 screen. Leaf.
It's always the one here.
It's always the evil ones that you suspect, isn't it?
And
Evil
I'll also do
Emily.
this sometimes where I'll just like lower the opacity for a bit because
Evil Emily has her hair.
Yeah, I do that for my lines as well, just so I can see them a little better.
Okay, this is Emily, and so for Emily, I usually just start with the. I try to keep the head in the same area, but because these aren't going to be arms, we're gonna keep her like. I want to do like eyes like this.
Gonna make them gouge out a bit.
So-
Have her tongue stick out.
So, like, we're gonna. What does her mouth look like?
Is Dev's hand just gonna be
Um,
around her fucking neck?
It's kind of like that, actually. No, you actually did a pretty good job. Here, let me find her sprite for you. I'm just gonna send you one of her floating faces.
You know, my favorite thing is just to do like a Discord call is watch people draw.
Yeah, that's fun.
We're surrounded by
Oh
some of the
wait,
most
I
talented
remember
artists in the
because
world.
her
I will
eyes
make this
will not.
claim, by
Her
the
eyes
way.
won't actually be visible in this chat.
I believe some of the current most talented artists in the world are just the furries and scalies of the Snoot community.
Here's another one. It's just her head.
So because she is just always with her hair down.
I mean, her eyes are green. There's like one art piece with her eyes in it.
I like to think she has green eyes.
Yeah, I think they are green.
Oh.
I don't know if it's official, but there is one fan art of her eyes.
No foot, and
I don't
I'll
know.
try to
I'll
just
ask
go.
Zach in like an hour and a half.
Zach, what color are her eyes? I need to know.
I need to know for reasons.
I think it's the only one that has it.
And I think because the hands don't really make sense in this, we're gonna keep the hands out. So this one would be one where I draw what I want out of the picture. Because I do it like my reference itself is one that I'm drawing out of the picture. And since I decided to do that, I'll make the head bigger.
Yeah, I feel like the head needs to be more bigger.
Just make it a huge head.
Yeah, can you just make it cover half the image?
Yeah.
Why is it not letting me transform?
Bring back the nefarious leech. call Emily the nefarious leech.
That's her.
That's her Instagram.
online. That's her online name. Yeah.
The nefarious leech.
Why is this being dumb?
What? Cretaceous Technical Institute, I think.
It was CCC.
Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. That's why it's me that's dumb, chat.
Colombo Community College.
And I know a thing or two about Colombo. Wow,
Okay.
it's almost as if I'm that guy.
Well, oh my God, are you the creator of Colombo?
Yeah, just one more thing.
And because we won't be needing the image. Though we could, just for fun, just put a hand there.
You could make the hands like Dev showing her off or something like that. Like he's
Just
pulling her out of like
strangling
I don't
his
know,
girlfriend.
or like pulling her out of like a hat or something. I don't know.
Or you could do it like the Loch Ness Monster where she's coming out the water.
That's actually a good one.
Yes.
Has that been done though? I feel like I've seen them.
I think that's Nessie.
No, I've seen someone do a draw over of not a different Stu character. It wasn't Nessie though. It was someone else.
Liz.
Might have been Liz.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't care enough to look.
The Liz
because
monster. Oh, you don't appreciate my wordplay? I see. My talents are.
No, I didn't hear. No, I didn't hear what you
The
said.
Lizneck monster.
Oh. I heard something monster.
Not the only white monster in my car. I reached into my pants and I pulled out a second white monster. Drink.
Oh, saving it for later.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah,
I keep the body color or the line art color, something related to the main character's body color.
Emily is my joy.
Can't believe they put blue Emily and
Rocket,
Wani.
I'm so sorry for you. Yeah, no, that tornado knocked out Kevin's internet.
Jesus.
So, yeah,
I mean, it stormed really bad up here last night.
Look after his family.
Yeah.
Look after your family, and we'll just talk later.
I should be like, I know you just had a tornado hit you, but are you
Hey,
open for
you gotta
commissions?
think why you really do art. It's for me and only me, right?
Yeah, that's for me. I need you to actually draw me Stella real quick.
I need a Stella real fast. I'm hitting critical lack of Stella levels. Yeah. I'm gonna fucking die.
And it's gonna be your fault.
Specifically your fault. Yeah, you know, I gave you money to make an oil painting of Stella for me. I'm gonna need that now.
Oh, yeah,
no,
was
no,
that Kevin?
Kevin, if you're watching this, go make sure that everything's fine for you, dog.
Yeah, go make sure everything's fine, and then.
And only then can you even think about doing last year's commission before mine. I know what order you're in.
And then sometimes I want to do extra, and they're like, nah, just keeping it simple is good.
Sometimes it's nice just to have a very silly-looking person, you know?
Honestly, I just thought of an edit for that prism. You know how in like the front of like Viking ships that have like a character? Yeah, I just immediately thought of that. That'd be funny.
Viking Emily.
Viking, this guy needs to calm down.
I don't know. People might like that too much.
Be right back.
I could see Emily doing that as like a cosplay if there's like a thing in that in devlog.
She's a ship from Final Fantasy, so she just lifts her head up as like so her head is still the figurehead, but the ship's actually flying.
Yeah, like her body's like one of those, like it looks like one of those like foldable costumes, like this, where you're a sriracha bottle and shit. Her body's a boat, and then her neck is just,
I was just about to say she has like a cardboard boat costume she just picks up and carries with her.
And then she makes every time noise, you can hear a faint going.
And then she makes Dev follow behind in like a stupid, shitty Viking helmet.
No, he's a bridge.
Boat
bridge. So she has to go under the bridge.
That'd be funny. That's actually a funny art idea.
Hey, do you guys know that in some sects of like the Korean native religion, I forget what it's called, they see General MacArthur, or let me make sure I have the right name.
We were just talking about him last night.
Yeah, General MacArthur.
General MacArthur
We were
is
just
the
talking about
avatar
how
of their war god.
Yes, we were just talking.
I love that
Sorry,
shit.
what?
Yeah, General MacArthur
Yeah,
is an avatar of the Korean
It's
war
a
god.
war god of Korea.
I heard about this, but I don't know much about it in detail.
It's exactly that. They have a
This
god
is
of
the
war
first-
who chooses an avatar on this earth every now and then, as far as I remember of their religion. And for that stretch of time, it was General MacArthur who said nuke them all. Yeah, let's make this 50-mile long stretch in no man's land permanently. Make it irradiated.
Why is it not like in the lair?
I don't like the purple. It's too purple.
The purple's dank.
The Emily is so beautiful.
Really get this guy some help.
No! All I need is Emily.
And like for this one, because of it being something that's so easy to place, I would make a transparent version as well.
And then you can just have Emily hanging out wherever the hell,
That's
including in the
that's
Soviet
basically
Union.
so people could, yeah. Where is my folder? Here it is.
You could
So
put her in 1930s Germany theoretically.
Oh no.
But because it's my own art, and I don't have to. I do not care if it bothers you. I'm gonna put my watermark there anyways.
The nefarious worm.
If you don't like me putting my watermark there, cry
Should've
about
paid
it,
for it.
liberal.
Cry about it, liberal.
Oh my god, what a horrifying watermark. I'm going to complain about this.
I'm
There
going to
is
complain
someone who
about.
actually did though.
Who do I,
Yeah, there's
who do I take this up?
no. There was someone that made a comment saying like, "Do you have to put your ugly watermark and everything?"
Yeah.
And I told her to make an edit where it's just covering the entire page in response.
And I like the guy who does the I'm roaching it for his like camera.
Yeah, I don't know, something obnoxious. I had an example I made. Let me find it.
Yeah. I mean,
And then-
like, nearly every artist I meet, they put their watermark on all their artwork, which is their right, unless I pay for it, in which case they're like, it's yours.
Yeah, so this one
I still
isn't
put my-
mine.
Oh, sorry. You're good.
No, I said this one isn't mine, but I said like just do this.
Throw a
Something
huge,
stupid like that.
obnoxious watermark on it.
Yeah, just like that.
But yeah, then I'll just make a
Make it
little
so the art is like
background.
entirely obscured, like you can't.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
You know, I think it actually adds something to that art there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this weird haze coming over the room. I think that's really important to whatever character. I can't even tell who that is.
It's my Snoot
Is that
character.
Mars?
Yeah,
really
it's Mars.
brings the art together.
Really
Yeah,
brings
he's
it
evil.
together.
I really like how Renee put poster and then poster, but yellow on the wall.
That's a pretty good bit right there. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Doesn't this guy his canon ending? He gets like shot or something, run over.
I
by a
mean,
car?
I was joking about it, but maybe I don't know.
I don't know. It seems like everyone likes it.
Yeah, I might. I've debated about writing something about him.
Listen, I have my own set of OCs that I have no art of them existing.
Oh, I have like
right now.
5 that I have no art of.
OC,
This is just the only one I have art
So
of.
we got a
This is my
couple.
OC, don't steal. He's really cool. He's
Do
the
not
reverse
steal
boxer,
it.
Megalosaurus.
He's
Oh my god.
he's Australian. Don't steal
He's
him.
got
He's
a really
already
stupid
suffered
fucking
enough.
name for his first name and like a regular ass last name. He's so unique and quirky. He's extremely autistic all the time.
Wow.
Do that one, but have it be Stella eating goose.
You know, maybe.
This is my OC. He's just like me, except everyone likes him.
Everyone likes him.
You know, that's admitting that nobody likes you. That's admitting defeat, Starman.
I had a picture of Roach, just like his face, and I drew a stick figure body and arms and legs. I said, "This is my Roach OC. Don't steal it."
Into the Roachverse.
Into the roach.
Is anyone watching the YouTube thing? Maybe the YouTube people should decide.
Yeah.
There's people watching. They just haven't been commenting because reasons, I guess.
Oh, maybe I'm boring. I was feeling like
It hates me.
I just feel like Olivia would be the best one.
Olivia.
All right, but here,
You could
hear me
also-
out. It's Tracy, and have that be a hot dog out of her mouth.
Actually, that's not a bad
What
idea.
even is Tracy?
I don't know.
Let's
No, I got a better
Miscellaneous
idea.
dinosaur is what Tracy is because that was her in her
You-
own game.
I have a better idea. Do Sage eating a pickle?
For $5.
Yes.
For $5.
For $5.
God, that was actually an impressive sight. Listen, you gotta admit that was impressive.
He deep throated that thing. He's got experience, okay? That man knew how to work his way around a sickle-shaped shaft.
Hey, Starband, those 4chaners might clip you.
Who cares?
Sure. Yeah, it'd be funny. Don't care.
Who cares about what 4chan thinks?
Or if we can't agree, we could try this one.
Just the fucking hands.
Yeah, I just don't know who that would be, though.
That's Olivia.
Yeah, that's kind of my dilemma right now.
That one's Olivia. That's a flat one right there.
Olivia. That's Olivia right there.
That's a flat fuck who definitely can't walk.
Yeah, do a drawer of Olivia, and then under it just put the caption, "Hey."
Double cheeked up, no pants.
No pants.
Just whatever you do, make sure you draw her slippers on. Ignacio might be watching.
Ignacio,
you better excited. We all know it. We all know he would.
They're fake feet. They're not her real feet.
You think that matters to a man like Ignacio?
Like I'm not gonna draw on the feet. The feet are still gonna be plastic.
Or you could just throw Jotch in the queue.
Like I am specifically just changing the lizard part.
Oh no! Oh wait, no, I got a better idea. It's Olivia doing
cosplay.
Yeah, it's Olivia doing a racism.
Look, Anko, I'm just like you now.
I can put that on there. Yeah.
1 second, I'll be back.
There is one part of Olivia's design I can really appreciate, and it's the fact that they said, yes, angles. Let's make her very angular. I am sickened by how soft a lot of character design has become. Not really. It's up to the artist's own desires, what they want to do with their art, but I like the angular style of older cartoons, or of, like, Bruce Timm.
Like this one, I've completely is redrawing the head, even though it's an animal draw over.
Well, yeah, but a beardy doesn't have the necessary flatness for a gator girl.
No, I definitely could have just traced over its face, but I feel like this would be more expressive and better.
It may
overall.
be a disservice to the shitpost. Anybody who says that there's no effort in shitposts is just incorrect. Also, did Purple change his name to Zach's Pitbull in parentheses?
No, I think
Princess
Zach
in there?
did. Yeah, I think he did when in like a VC with Zach. You should ask Zach about that.
Zach, can I pet your Pitbull?
You might have to also ask someone else about that.
No, I think he'd be fine with it. Mm-hmm.
I think you should also ask Purple's partner.
Can I pet your dog?
Yeah, you could just message them on Discord. Hey, can I pet your dog? Should I give her pants?
No.
To be honest, in the other ones I've done of her, I haven't given her
ass
pants.
out, bare feet.
Oh, in one of them I gave her pants. Let's see here.
It's a huge.
Oh, and all of them I've given her
that
pants.
she wasn't
Actually,
wearing Crocs.
She's gonna be wearing pants. I gotta give her. But my thing with
People get too
Olivia,
excited if she doesn't have pants on.
Freaks be among us.
Freaks are definitely amongst us.
whenever I do a draw over of Olivia, because it's an animal, I can't really.
Oh, Jasper, did you see it by the way?
See what?
What Zach did in the channel?
Yeah, they made a new channel.
Yeah.
Specifically, probably because of terror.
Because of terror exclusive.
I thought it was funny.
But instead of
terror is really salty about it.
Because you can't give him a wheelchair. I just like to give her little wheels.
Yeah, just for a little. There's a few images of where I've seen people do that.
Yeah, like they just got little wheels on.
Didn't you do that for the taxidermy one as well?
I did it for. I believe I did it for all of them.
Help me find the taxidermy image. I love that one.
I try to make the wheels make sense. I don't know how much they make sense.
Oh, Prism, you have exactly 100 uploads now on the Baru.
I'm so popular.
No, you uploaded them, bro.
Shut up.
Yeah, that makes him popular. That's all I got.
Don't cry, little Snoot fan.
All you need.
There you go.
Yes, Sarge. I love Sarge.
I see like 3 variants of it now.
Yeah, yeah.
And
It's a good shitpost. Of course, there's gonna be copycats.
It is. It's great.
So since we've done all the important parts, we'll go back to lining it. And for the different parts, I'll line them in different colors if they're like I'll try to if there's a lot of different sections. Or will I? I don't remember. I might do it all in one color. I don't know.
Who's to say?
I'm a little cooked.
You're cooked.
I'm so cooked.
Make her
Here you go.
vaguely
Here you go,
green.
Father. This is for you. Father Oates.
I feel like I might have some idea what this is before even looking.
Here in VC chat.
No, I think I mean I see that it just says image posted on my thing. I'm just trying not to show the chat on the thing.
Oh, it's the Nachosaurus. It's just the
Nice.
Stella. I just
Yeah,
encountered
I'm
it
not
again.
sharing, by the way.
My ankle was sore.
I'm not sharing Stella.
My ankle is sore.
Not sharing.
My ankle was sore.
I like how suspect her eyes are in that image.
Yeah, she's kind of there.
She says this is awfully suspect.
We're doing the skin potatoes voice in here.
He's not even in this VC.
No, he's not even in the server.
Yeah, he's not even in the server. We're still mocking him.
It's not as fun.
I hope he doesn't see this and is like, oh.
My name is Skin Potatoes.
No, he's very brave. He came out yesterday, apparently.
He did. He came out.
You went
yesterday.
outside?
Yeah, he went outside.
You know, I don't know enough about skin potatoes to make fun of him.
No, he doesn't even really talk like that. We just started doing it for no
we
real
just
reason.
started doing it, and he just kind of accepted it.
I don't think he really cares anymore.
It's just harmless fun against the boys.
Yeah.
Did somebody say the boys? I hate that Amazon show.
The boys.
Wait, did Riker copy paste in the emote code for a very specific Stella sticker? I think he may have.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I cannot see it.
Oh god, I found a cursed image on the Baru.
Is it my art?
It's really not
No, it's like one of the newest ones.
People want to curse me into my downfall. Alright, Prism, but real question. Can you Vancify a Snoot character?
What does that mean?
Oh, the JD Vance thing.
Oh. No. I can. I will not.
Jake West says he thought the boys was gonna be about orcs.
Would have been spelled with a Z if that was the case.
the boys!
The boys is coming!
The boys cast the jump! Needs more decker.
We're gonna need a bigger boat.
Here, have a suspect image.
Oh no.
Of core drilling.
Drill.
Drill away. Drill. I sure do love my hammer.
Why didn't Zach name the new chat Terror's Special Area or something like that? Should have.
Riker just
spot.
Riker just sent me this image, and he called it the Stella and Cynthia family road trip playset.
This I gotta see.
This
Stella
I
and
gotta see.
I'm gonna need
Humble
this
or
in my
crowbar.
mailbox by tomorrow morning. God, I love that black cats just become any shape they're around.
That's just black cat energy.
The
Also,
humble
here
crowbar.
you go, Mo.
What?
My ankylosaur.
I twisted my hip with this in my ankle.
I love that.
The grilled cheese one is also really funny.
I could do more of those if people wanted them for as commissions. I could do more of those. I love that iguana.
Funny. Oops.
Yeah, it looks good. Great. I'm totally not wasting my talent.
No, this is great.
No,
Let's
you were
draw all the
put on the
Snoot
earth to do
characters.
exactly this.
It's fine. It's
This
fine.
is what God wanted.
Yeah. God
Born
wanted
to-
us.
Homelander versus the boys would be great. Wah!
Born to draw, forced to snoot.
That's not the colors I need. I need your hoodie color.
Purple.
Does anybody seen that that one picture of Olivia wearing braces where they just attached
Yeah.
random parts from Ma and didn't give her teeth?
I actually liked that. I thought
Yeah,
that was actually
I thought it looked
interesting. Yeah.
I mean, it's a
Wait,
cute
show
piece,
me.
but there's
I
no
haven't
teeth
seen
in
this.
the image. It's
Let
just
me
part of
find
her
it.
jaw.
I
Yeah, find it
haven't
real
seen
quick.
it
I've
either.
never seen it.
I will find it for you. It was like a week ago, so it's not too far.
It's not super old by any
No.
means.
To be fair, Olivia is uploaded like 10 times a day.
At least.
Yeah,
At
it's
least.
either Fang or Olivia.
Let's make it easier. I know it's a safe one, so let's just turn off that tag.
And then again, we're gonna make her teeth white.
There it is. No, that's a rubber band.
Yeah, well, that's what holds the braces together.
Yeah.
That's like the whole thing. It realigns your jaw with the bands.
Yeah, I know.
But like,
I had
it's
3 of
attached
them.
to just her lips basically because they didn't draw any teeth.
Oh, yeah. They made her. I see what you mean. Yeah, they made her teeth like in her jaw one thing. It's still nice though.
Oh, that's cute.
Oh, it has a lot of upvotes.
That's indeed a cute image.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm arguing. I'm not arguing whether or not it's cute. I'm just saying it's kind of strange.
You should leave a comment be like, actually.
Actually, were her actual teeth? Actually.
Those outside protrusions are not actually her teeth. Those are just like
What device to give her a cheeky smile without drawing teeth all the time?
My dad is a dentist, and he said that this isn't accurate.
My dad's a dentist, and he says you smell bad.
He says you're not flossing enough. You need to floss more.
Yeah, you're bleeding because you don't floss.
I think I'm bleeding because you keep stabbing my gums.
No.
Based dentist.
You don't seem to be
comes in with a
flossing
chainsaw.
enough.
You see, you're bleeding because you don't floss.
Actually, no.
Actually,
You're not. You're
drilling. You hit me in the tongue. You piece of shit.
Nah, I drilled your tongue. It's because you're not flossing enough.
I'm doing this out of spite because you don't floss.
Because I know you
Teach you,
don't.
little bastard.
Oh, I forgot you were drawing your finger. I'm like, how are you just putting those dots down so quickly? Like, oh, you're just poking the tablet.
You could do that with a pen too.
No. Then I would see it like track across the screen.
Oh, get you a girl who's got ass freckles. Oh,
You know what? I'm not gonna say no.
I mean, they are on the upper part of her tail, so
You can only assume that since that skin is likely very similar, yes, Olivia would probably have ass freckles.
damn.
No, I'm not happy about it.
You're gonna make people go. You're gonna make people go fucking crazy, dude. And during that are watching this.
We're gonna.
You know, no. You know, what you should draw a person that people would absolutely love. You should draw fan kids. People love those.
Gross.
I have no disdain for them.
No, I don't really care. I think people are sometimes just haters, but I really don't care.
People are haters to hate on things, you know? It's just like, do you really have the free time to do something unconstructive?
I mean, if you're getting hate comments, that means you're popular. That's how I
apparently
see
I'm
it.
popular enough for people to shit on me, so that's cool.
Hell yeah, there you go.
It means I'm making it. Definitely not inflated numbers from hanging around people that people already know they like. You know? Definitely not inflated numbers. from Roach and Starman summoning entire surface to my stream. Definitely not inflated at all.
Yeah,
This is all natural.
Oh, what? You want to summon the degenerates?
I mean, I did already post in Lounge. I posted the YouTube one, but I can't exactly tag everyone in it. I do not have the power. Actually, no, I think I can do the racist one. All racist. Go watch Prism on the stream.
Yeah, all racist. Come in here. We need you. Oh, I'm sure.
Hell,
Miguel
why
and
did I
Jack will
just get
come in and
pinged?
do
What just
that.
happened?
What? Huh?
Why did I just get pinged?
I don't know.
It was a joke about the pinging racist. All right, never mind.
Oh.
No one laughs at my jokes.
Follow along, class.
I'm not reading through that chat. I don't care
I
enough.
love you and I miss you.
Oh. The classic.
And then I might take the line art color and make it a bit different.
You know, 256 unique individuals have tuned in. That just comes on with 9/11. 9 hours and 11 minutes.
9/11.
It's only 2.5 hours. Plenty to reset the stream to make sure it all VODs correctly.
You should draw really small guts on her shoulder or something, Prism.
No, if we were going to do that, that would have happened way earlier.
Damn.
I'm going to take the watermark.
Just slap the guts PNG on there.
And we're going to put it like right there.
Yeah, the one who's flipping you off.
Tis the time of day where everybody is with their families.
Look, Inco, I'm doing a racism.
Segregation.
I'm a skinny, just like you.
This turned out well, but the watermark is not big enough or
Yeah, I'm gonna need to
non-translucent
double
enough.
that at least. No, triple
Double
it.
the size, make it much less translucent.
Double it
Really?
just the next person.
Yeah, can you just put 3 watermarks
Really?
on there?
You think it should be huge?
Yeah, no, just cover the entire thing and make it less translucent.
Cover the entire thing.
Just...
Based. Alright, now bigger.
Yeah, can you have it cover her face?
Oh.
More!
More! More! Here there are!
You guys just want to piss off that person, I guess.
Absolutely.
I love pissing people off. It's great.
Yeah, it's fun to mess with people.
It's hilarious.
So yeah, later watch my posts on the Buru. Let's see if I get yelled at again.
Uh,
And if that's you, viewer, fuck you.
you should commit toaster bath, perchance.
Cry about it, liberal.
I have my coffee mug ready to catch your liberal tears.
So we got. I mean, it's already 6. How long do you need me to go?
I mean, you can go as long as you want. I think before Miguel and Zach show up is another hour.
Yeah, they show up at 7 our time, Prism.
Oh, okay. Well, we got this little guy.
Little fellow.
I'm getting Indian food tonight. It's gonna be great.
Oh, see, like right there, I forgot to
it's toilet
thin out
flavored?
that.
Yeah. It's not authentic.
I forgot to thin out that line, but we already decided it was done, so we're not doing it again.
It's perfect.
Prism, can you turn an F-16 Raptor into Fang?
Yeah.
No, I'm still feeling Olivia, but if you guys can decide on who this should be, I'll do who it is. You guys decide.
Who is the least liked OC?
Draco.
Oh yeah, do Sloppy.
Okay, but who's eating?
Sloppy being eaten by Stella or something. I don't know.
What is the chat deciding?
I don't think. No.
There's not a lot of people in
Sloppy.
chat. It's the lurkers right
Well,
now.
what do you guys think?
Sloppy being eaten by Draco.
Sloppy.
I don't know who
Sloppy.
that is.
Draco is the worst OC ever.
Okay, well I'm not drawing a worse
Let me
OC.
take a look. Oh, that guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that from a fic?
Oh, Jake West
It
says Mo. Mo should be eating Sloppy.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well,
Mo
that
having
means we have to
some
make it
sloppy seconds.
Hannah.
I still think it should be like Hannah eating like or eating like a string cheese.
God,
The chat decided, babe, that it's gonna be Sloppy.
Damn.
And then again, I'm not gonna look up a whole new ref of Hannah.
Okay, I want to point out something. See how I didn't say anything, yet Hannah gets brought up constantly?
Hannah.
I haven't said a damn thing. It happens on its own organically.
Well, Hannah's just such a well-written character, obviously.
Oh no.
And so what we're gonna do is here's her eyes.
I'm gonna draw
I'll put
Mars
on the-
killing Draco now.
On the actual image. I do not want to draw on that image.
Respectfully, of course.
So we're gonna do the eyes. They used to draw very human eyes on animals.
Yeah.
Which is very weird back then. That always freaked me out.
Well, they just
Have you seen those things? Have you seen those things where it's like, hey, do you know how to draw a cat? Yeah, and that's like those pictures of cats with like human faces.
Please, yeah. Who said who was going to draw Draco dying?
Me. I don't know what fic they're from, but I don't like them already.
Yeah, no, it comes from a very terrible fanfic that the creator of the OC wrote. It's called Imperfect Green.
I just don't care for bringing him up.
Let me add that to
He
the
wants the
list.
reaction.
Yeah, that's just
He
not.
wants the reaction. Another one, the dust.
Another one, dust.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah.
And then for Hannah, I've just started doing like little bangs
Hannah.
and a bun.
The bun is essential.
Yeah, it needs. You must have the bun, or it could be anyone. It could be anyone without the bun.
And then I gotta do her little nose holes, and then little feet. Ooh.
String cheese.
String cheese.
Chat wanted it to. Everyone wants it to be sloppy.
I don't want Hannah anywhere near that creature.
She's eating him. She's killing him.
Yeah, but you don't know what kind of STD she could get from it.
Isn't Hannah a fucking herbivore?
No, she eats fish. I think she's a
Yeah,
hybrid.
And
she's a hybrid.
they're like near water.
She's a piscivore. Yeah, and
She
Sloppy's
thinks Sloppy's a
fish.
Favorite fish.
Who the hell is Sloppy? Like, when did he come to existence?
That is
Miguel's OC that he draws in very promiscuous positions, or he has people draw in promiscuous positions with people's favorite Snoot characters. Just because he thinks people take it too seriously.
Because they do.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It's a little too serious.
See, while I'm writing the time period I'm writing, it's important to know that this is back in 2012 when she was 17. So
I don't think
that keeps Miguel away.
Yes.
Man eating is
No,
age
she's
limit.
She's just hungry. She's just taking a bite.
She's the hungry guy. You know, kids, they're growing and they need food and
She's a
sustenance.
growing girl. Listen.
Hannah tires of cheese. She craves flesh.
She hungers Sloppy's top.
No.
Not his feet. Listen, Mo.
She's
Chipotle
heard of
can
Sloppy's
legally not
crimes.
charge you for double meat if you pat your tummy and say, "I'm a growing boy."
She's heard of Sloppy's crimes and she wants to punish him.
Mm-hmm. I got a phone call.
Phone call.
Get the phone, baby.
Thank you, Miguel. Very cool.
Would Miguel say?
Just looking at one of the comments he posted on the brew.
I don't know. I think you're the original idea of her just choking down a huge fucking slice of string cheese with his fun.
Honestly, I don't know. String cheese just felt like. Also, I was eating string cheese when I suggested it. I buy it and bring it in my lunch at work all the time.
God, string cheese is a delightful snack.
I also just really like mozzarella. It's like my favorite cheese.
Mozzarella.
Especially fresh mozzarella.
Munster is better.
Munster's, I like that on grilled cheese. But just by itself, I like mozzarella.
Bun.
Ben.
Hey, what do you people think of the trend in like parkour themed games where they just like paint all ledges you can climb yellow?
That started off in the early 2010s, I want to say.
Yeah, but like even in
I think
games
I'll
where
start
it
an
doesn't make
Assassin's
sense for there
Creed.
to be yellow paint there, there's just like here's some yellow shit.
Yeah.
Climb here, Squidward.
In God of War,
It
the
just insults
2016
you
one,
as a player, I think.
I thought they did it really smartly. Like every ledge you could climb had like white chalk or something on it, or like a handprint, and I thought that was done really smartly.
Oh, okay, I see what you guys are talking
Like
about.
I understand like doing a lighter coloration. Yeah, I guess the chalk makes sense because that means that somebody chalked their hands to climb, and that's where they've been climbing anyway.
Yeah, mine have always been like paths where, like, on the ledges, there's like it's been worn down kind of thing.
Yeah, the rock would get lighter as it's worn. That makes sense, but like the bright fluorescent yellow paint I've seen in some games, stupid.
Dying Light. Dying Light. Ugh.
Yeah. Assassin's Creed doesn't do that as heavily, but like it still telegraphs, hey, you can move there.
Honestly, Assassin's Creed, especially to anything that's remotely sticking out the wall, is something you can climb.
Yeah, no, but you can find it easy enough, and it doesn't fucking telegraph. Like, it doesn't give you just yellow fucking paint.
Yeah, true. I need to play Assassin's Creed 2 again. I love that game.
I've seen Hannah. Oh, she's cute.
Yeah.
Hannah is a fantastic character. Jasper, or not Deadman, you should read Of Clay Hearts.
I'll give it a shot.
I highly recommend it.
That man sounds like he can't read.
I still gotta
get to the read.
So why do you need to just give it a shot?
Yes, I love having these devlog people in here. It's great.
Bullying this poor person.
It means I am going to read it.
Right.
More.
Right.
Yes, it kind of helps. It looks stupid too. But he's talking about the fucking the yellow goddamn paint. I hate it. I hate the yellow paint. Okay, I don't think that's a controversial take.
I think
it looks retarded. Show me wear patterns of people previously climbing. Show me fucking bird shit on a ledge. Why is it yellow?
It's not Trish.
I like the ones where it's at least like
Trish 4.
If you ask for like hints of like where you're going, if you get lost or something, it'll kind of light off the path, like, or show you a direction. That is nice. I like that.
Other roads, if you ever just see yellow paint in like the real world, do you just like have a fucking meltdown? Just like, I hate
it's a
this
stupid color. I get it off the bollard. Crash your car into the building.
You're just like,
why is it on the ledge?
Why the fuck is it there?
He's gonna see it
on my
sidewalk.
walkway. We're safety orange in this bitch.
He's gonna see it on the sidewalk. He's like, I know I can walk here. You don't need to tell me.
Fucking retard.
The edge of the curb, they just paint it yellow, and you're just like, oh, I hate this so fucking much.
God damn it.
Do they think I don't know how
this is so
sidewalks
stupid people
work?
can survive longer. You don't think I know how to walk on the side of the road? Gets hit by a car. Nice.
I like how you captured the Renaissance painting eyes for Hannah. Just staring straight ahead.
I mean, this is probably what they originally thought when they found dinosaur bones back then.
To be fair, this is not my first Renaissance draw over. But it's also not the one I did before wasn't a complete draw over.
No, this is what they thought back then. For fossils.
They were magical unicorns.
It's like a fucking combination of like 10 different animals.
They're doing their best.
Oh yeah, that's right, Hamma. Let me find the Hamma image.
Again, I didn't even have to say anything, and she's in the conversation again. That's so wild.
Is this Trish 4?
I mean, she's literally getting drawn.
Unknown guy, I'm going to rip out your intestines. Like, dog, I get it if like you're doing a tutorial in your game, that's fine. Oh, you're trying to be a little more interactive? Alright, well there's some controls that are so common across all games that you can kind of infer, yeah, it's either going to be control or shift to run, and whichever one of those is not used will be your crouch button, usually, in a lot of games. Or it'll be B for some reason. Spacebar is jump, unless it's Oh, what the fuck game was that where spacebar was not jump by default? Space Engineers, I think?
What are they doing in devlog? Let's take a look at these peons.
I don't know. The capital city of my state went to the bank for a loan of $500.
Should I post in lounge?
Does she remember the scar?
Yeah, I was about to say, don't forget the scar. Otherwise, that could be anyone.
Where's her club? Do you have it? Yeah, you do. Never mind.
So a Thagomizer is only on Stegosaurus.
Let's just post this.
Yes, correct. The Thagomizer specifically refers to a grouping of 4 spikes at the end of the Stegosaurus tail. Or at the end of a tail of a Stegosaurid.
Gave Hannah the Roblox limbs. Honestly, at the moment, it kind of just looks like Hannah's eating like a pair of socks.
Socks.
Make sure, yeah, I'd put an arrow in there just saying sloppy or something like that.
This counter shading offers no tactical advantage because it's the dark on bottom and light on the top.
Eating sloppy has no tactical advantage whatsoever.
It's just the morally right thing to do. I hope he decides that Sloppy's last name is now Joe.
No, I was telling Miguel that his last name is the OC, and I said you should make Sloppy's dad named Sloppy Joe or something, like the whole slop verse or something.
Enter the fucking schlop verse.
I don't know.
Into the slop.
I don't think he's gonna take it that seriously, but I feel like it'd be funny if, like, I don't know, he has like Sloppy the OC sleeps with all these people's OCs. Sloppy's dad
Right,
just
there you go,
does the same thing.
Here's a image nobody's seen yet.
Ooh, secret image.
Yeah, her eyes are different sizes. What of it?
Because she's so because she's looks like she's like just staring off into space. She's not even paying attention. She doesn't even realize she's eating sloppy. She just is.
Nom nom nom.
The flat colors do. By the way, the flat colors actually work really well with the painting.
The rest of the painting, yeah, this is great.
Because they didn't really use shading in those kind of paintings. Shading wasn't invented by John Shading yet.
John Shading.
I think to like get rid of these text messages up here and to like blur it out better so I can still use the background.
Yes, Hamna.
Yeah, that's my favorite edit.
I need Hannah with the hammer eating ham.
Hamna.
That's just an original at this point. I saw those. I thought those emotes were cool.
Who the hell did those?
I don't know. I want them though.
I must find them.
I can find them. I had them pulled up earlier. I was looking at Prism. I was like, Prism, Mike, we can get matching emotes, and she's like, no.
They cost too much money.
It's like,
how much?
It's like $15.
Fuck, I'll pay that. Shit, I need him. I need Hannah that style.
They have a few different platforms. They have a DeviantArt.
Listen, I have the best stickers in the business. We all know it. I have the best stickers in the business.
You could commission Father Oates. I love the kissing so much.
I don't make them. I just collect them.
I made one of
Oh yeah, I made the hit connections one. I forgot about that with receiver. Let me find it.
If I said Odysseus, you fat bastard, would you know what I mean?
That sounds vaguely familiar.
All right. And of course, the pièce de résistance, this one.
Pizza.
My actual father.
Why is everyone's dad bald?
It's just
a dad thing.
It's just a dad thing.
My dad's not bald.
My dad's not bald.
We're the children of the generation that created male pattern baldness.
Rogaine.
Children of the bald.
Mm-hmm. You know whose art I really, really like? Joe Obama.
Omna.
Or Jandis.
You mean Joe Mama?
No, I don't mean Joe Mama. My good, my pal in Bavaria, my buddy. Yeah, no, that's the Midwest thing. After the first meeting, you're now just my buddy. Yes, leave it that size.
My chum.
No.
Hannah's sending him to hell.
And I gotta save a regular one for Mo, or else who's gonna yell at me?
Oh. Have her say the words nom nom nom.
No, because then it gets into the Vor territory. And that's
Yeah.
so much worse.
Isn't she already Vor?
It's not Vor, guys.
God! There's no blood. It's Vor.
No, she's eating him.
No.
She's like a snake.
No, put some blood in there. You gotta clean it up.
Swallow
You
that
gotta
sloppy feller whole.
No, please, God, no.
Hell
This is what I
yeah.
wanted to avoid, and now it's coming to fruition because of Prism.
Prism, how could you? Oh yeah, I forgot I made this.
trusted you.
I forgot I made that one.
Ketchup.
It just looks like
All right, so Hannah has like really sharp little teeth, right? Since she's a piscivore.
Yeah.
Even that has Vor in the name. It's Vor no matter what. If you
like
eat,
it.
by the way.
Oh, hello, Miguel.
Hi, Miguel.
No!
Oh, what a great time to join the stream.
Oh, I hate this so much.
Was Mo talking shit?
That's
No.
right. Sloppy
Look at
is
him
eating his end.
Look at what Prism's drawing.
That's right. Look at it.
It's glorious, isn't it?
Look at it. I thought you don't look.
We want you to see.
Jesus
What's
Christ,
great?
dude.
It's great. It's fantastic, Miguel.
It is great.
It is
This
the
is
greatest thing
disgusting.
in the world.
I'm leaving. I'm
Sending
gone.
him to hell, and it's 4. I hate it so much.
It's not. She's eating him like food.
I mean, it is kind of Vor.
No.
No.
You're
It's
drawing
Vor
Vor.
in a non-sexual
You're
context.
drawing Vor, Prism.
No. She's eating
I'm
for
gonna-
sustenance.
I'm gonna let everyone in the devlog server know that you're doing this.
No.
Oh.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna let my cats out of their prison real quick and see if they knock the power out to my computer again. And if they do, I'm eating them.
Like Hannah. Woman.
Why are there just pickled peppers in a bag?
Thank you, Prism.
Is Hannah a carnivore though?
She is now.
I mean, I guess.
After eating sloppy.
She has teeth. She's a piscivore. She has like sharp little teeth because of her daddy.
We're just gonna have to see if my cat's not got the power again. That's just what's gonna happen.
Alright, this is the last one I got. This is one of my shit doodles, my shit draws, I call them.
Yes, you just had to make sure that the gay nightclub knew that Prism was drawing Vor.
Damn,
I'd
Prism.
rather
Now
send
you
a link,
got
so
the
that
freaks
they
are
know.
getting after you now.
The gay nightclub?
No, what? Sesto, why would you want me to draw that?
Prism, look at the door you just opened.
Beaver.
You did this to yourself.
No!
I told you to draw Tracy eating hot dogs, and you didn't want to do that.
I said string cheese. But no! It had to be sloppy.
No!
No, this is on you.
No!
She did it to herself.
Freaky.
Now, it would have been better if, like, one of the feet were on the ground.
That's not how the painting was! That's not how drawovers work, damn it! Follow the original.
I apologize greatly, Prism. My apologies.
Alright, I have returned.
So, Miguel, what are you up to?
Just the usual.
Or what have you been up to? Let's rephrase the question.
Usual Saturday night, just arguing with Zach over really pedantic shit. What else is new?
Arguing with Zach, insulting his dog.
I haven't even mentioned anything about a pit bull in weeks.
He has a pit bull?
No, he doesn't actually have a pit bull.
Why are you talking about purple?
So the joke was that, like, people of lower incomes tend to own a specific breed of dog.
I like pit bulls.
Yes.
But Zach does not have a pit bull. He has a beautiful German Shepherd.
I have 3 of those bastards.
German shepherds still harm about as many kids as
Killed
pit
the stream
bulls.
3 times this morning.
Yeah.
3
How do
times
they kill
this
the stream?
morning, my black cat killed my stream by unplugging my power cord.
What a bitch.
German shepherds are basically as dangerous as pit bulls.
Yeah.
So here's the weird thing about my German Shepherds. So I got them in a trade for working because before I got this job, I was a contractor with my old man, and we were fixing this lady's house, and her German Shepherds were about to have puppies. So in exchange, I said, you know what, I'll take 1. And then that 1 became 2 because you can't just have 1 dog by itself. That's cruel.
Yeah.
And after the job is complete, we take it. A year goes by, and the dog's pregnant again, and they had 1 leftover pup. And asked me if I want it. Turns out, this pup is the most inbred thing on this planet.
Oh god.
He's so retarded. But I love him so much because he's the German Shepherd with the straight ears. He's like the prime example of what a German Shepherd should be. But
Somehow we got to a conversation now about whether or not Vor was around in the medieval era.
Oh, please. I'm trying to change the subject off.
As you do.
It was invented in the year of 1440 by Jonathan Vor.
Yeah, but back then it was terrifying to be eaten alive.
Yeah.
Now it makes
The
me...
witch.
I mean, apparently, except for the people who got off to it.
Yeah.
Nah,
And those
the
people got to
the
read.
witch in the woods would eat the children whole.
Yeah, I
That
was about
was
to say, it was...
That was terrifying.
Whoever wrote Hansel and Gretel was apparently into Vor, dude. I'm just saying.
Apparently they were
Ah, it
freak.
was a story about the Jew. Come on, big nose, lives in the middle of a shack, eats children.
Mo, I'm gonna need you to stop talking about that kind of stuff before we get banned.
Yeah. You're right.
Hey, it's my neck on the line, you know?
What do you mean? They
apparently
can't
you keep
cancel me.
going.
I don't do anything. I'm kidding.
Miguel, have you
For those in the
made
audience.
Devlog aware of the fabulous prizes I'm offering for those who are playing the game?
I have not.
Yes. The answers are Body Pillow, $35 cash, Starman's book.
What's Starman's
Starman's book?
Yeah.
I thought we were talking about prizes.
I don't know
No
what the
offense,
hell
Starman. That was the low-hanging fruit, dude. It was easy. It was right there.
What the hell's this
Yeah.
book?
That's Bonds, right?
No, his new one.
Oh, okay.
The one that's coming out soon.
I mean, years and years ago, I wrote a book, but I wrote it under a pseudonym so people can't find it and bully me for it.
The Adventures of Sloppy.
No, this was long before I was into Dino Women.
Yeah, it was called Mein Kampf.
Jesus Christ!
Oh shit! She went there.
I prefer the sequel anyway.
The sequel.
Minecraft?
No, so there actually was apparently an unpublished sequel that I guess he was working on when he decided to anti-hero himself, and it's even more unhinged than the first one.
Oh, good. My favorite.
Wah.
The Geishi.
Yeah, the voice in that meme was the second guy this morning. God, he has such a fantastic voice, I think.
Yeah.
Very relaxing. I mean his regular speaking voice, of course.
Don't cry. Don't you worry, little Snoop bro. There's enough family pictures for you, everyone.
Arsenic, I swear to God, if you go back there again, I'm gonna kill you.
So, have you guys ever seen the YouTube channel called Curiosity Archive?
Yes, I'm subscribed.
I'm subscribed to it. It's really good. His voice is relaxed.
Sorry.
Is this just Fang doing a blep?
Yeah.
Yeah, she just drew it at work one day, along with the Champy lamp and the other Emily image.
She's kind of round. She looked like a little fucking chicken.
She,
He's a little guy.
I mean, she is a bird, sort
yeah,
of.
she is kind of a chicken.
I mean, it's not far off.
Is this ending when Fang thinking about shit?
She is a noun's chicken.
She's whose chicken?
A noun.
Anon.
Oh, that's that fucking weird
guy.
That morph suit guy that everyone draws with my wife for some reason.
Yeah, that's your competition.
Suit guy.
Yeah. That's that weird OC.
Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. If
Miguel, have
that
you ever
freaking
thought about
cat-
making a overhaul to Snoot game where you literally just replace Anon with Sloppy and just replace all word mentions of Anon to Sloppy?
That'd be kind of easy, honestly. You just
It would
swap the
piss
sprites
people off.
over. Yeah, Control F. Every instance of the word anon.
And all you do is edit a non-sprite with just black hair and I guess what does he wear, like a blue jacket or something, or a blue shirt?
Sloppy, just wears black.
Yeah, just change everything to black and boom, there you go.
Yeah,
that'd be
Easy
funny.
enough. I'd also change the CGs though too.
Yeah. You know.
And then
they'll
ending
pillage my
4, you
other
just
writer.
insert every single image you have of Fang with Sloppy.
My second writer that was working with me, you also have now.
Farin?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Farin wrote me on his touch list like 147 times. I don't know if you saw that.
I'm sorry,
He
his
should be
what
honored.
list?
His touch list.
Some of the most beautiful handwriting I've ever seen, by the way.
Yeah,
Yes,
it got
it's
progressively
good.
more unhinged. Let me find it.
It's like so good.
It is good.
And honestly, he could get paid to just write people like letters for people.
That used to be a viable job path.
It is still a job path.
Is it? Is it really? Is it viable?
Yeah.
Left that part out.
Here we go. Here is.
The
Here,
hell
here
is-
you go. Here you go.
Hell's glue log.
Blue log.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
it's everyone in a glue trap.
Okay, but why?
Because Mo wanted it.
Yes, he,
Oh yeah, and I put Roach in there too.
Banner, are we?
No, I don't know. What the fuck is your sugar banner?
Honestly, I'm pretty impressed that he spent this much time writing down your name like that.
Yeah, and then I and then I fixed it. Let me find the fixed one I did.
Japper. But no, my server banner is just everybody in a glue trap.
What the fuck? That is like some serial killer type
Yeah, and there you go. I
shit.
fixed it. Except for the corner, ignore that.
Touch list. Touch list.
Yeah, he's the toucher.
Yeah, he is the toucher.
Yeah. Yeah.
Think at it real quick, see what he thinks.
So I I changed his name. I made a edit of Schizo with I made her thighs bigger, but I posted the wrong one, and it was too late. He wrote my name down too many times. That's essentially how that started.
You made Schizo thick, and he was like, "I'm gonna touch you."
It was a horrible edit
This is
too. I spent maybe
absolutely not.
10 minutes on it.
Did she have 2 or 3 on her head?
3.
Depends on the version.
2 for GVH, 3 for Snoot game.
Remember, they hate the 2 or the 3.
You should put 4 in actually.
Yeah, just put 4 just to fuck with everyone.
I don't know, man. People might think it's AI if you do that. Fang being a wee little bab.
Fang being
Oh yeah,
adorable.
Miguel. I think that Farin will like to see the paid sponsor that I got from this fucking random Serbian guy. If you would like to see it, and then send it along to him.
Hello.
Let me
I'm-
grab it.
Hello,
Who's
boy.
joining us? Hi, Blake.
Hi.
Welcome to the stream.
Stay hydrated.
Thank you.
Miguel, could you send this over to Farian?
No. Farin, what the fuck?
I'll see why not.
Oh, he's already in chat.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I summoned him. He's thinking I wrote that for some reason.
Damn it.
He's tweaking.
Sorry,
He's
I'm
being
being
funny.
retarded.
Yeah, it says I can't access. Ooh, woo.
Ooh.
Huh?
Oh.
I'm so sorry. That was unprofessional.
It was.
I'm so sorry.
Pretty sure I'm poking the bear, but I'm gonna say I cleared his touch list.
There. Yeah, that.
Alright, gotcha.
So is the devlog talking gonna start?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a little bit of time.
Are you just gonna reveal the entire plot of devlog?
Hey, what color are Emily's eyes?
Yes.
Black like my soul.
Ah, you fucking evil
No, the
bastard.
answer is yes.
Do they change color depending on her mood?
Yeah, it's like her neck. It's like a quantum superposition of different values. So, like, they're every color at once.
Oh, they're gamer RGB?
Yeah, sure.
She got the RGB eyes.
The super gay gamer RGB? Yeah, hell yeah.
I'll say this for legal reasons. I'm just kidding. I don't actually know the answer. And by legal reasons, I mean Zach gets very touchy about that kind of stuff. So
He beats me.
you can ask
talking
him.
about Emily's eyes, guys.
You can ask him when he gets here.
Miguel, does Zach beat you?
I guarantee if you ask him, his response is going to be, "Wouldn't you like to know?"
Wouldn't you like to know what a boy?
No. Listen. That's my best Zach impression.
Listen, okay.
Aw.
I like the, looks like she's kind of sitting on a blanket or something. Prison.
Little guy.
Little fella.
Bella. She kind of looks like the little bobble, one of those little bobble figurines or something.
Doesn't Fang have like a choker or something on too?
Yeah.
Right.
It looks like she's wearing a black wife beater.
It kind of does.
She ate too much of those dinosaur nuggies.
Yeah.
It's like someone just bought like a frozen chicken, thawed it out, put a fucking black wife beater and
she's
I don't know, a black
flying.
plastic bag on it, and just made it blep.
That's funny. I like that.
Guts giving the middle finger.
I have been conscious now for 12 hours, by the way.
Gross. Samurai.
Wake the fuck up, samurai. I have a city to burn. Gosh.
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 Gosh, Mickey.
That is cute.
Yo.
Gosh.
I didn't kill him.
I'll fucking do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
I'll fucking do it again.
I'll do it again. Yuck.
I probably
Right. No,
found
I
out.
didn't divorce her because she's very silly. I said she's fucking goofy.
I said it probably won't be on that long because I gotta go celebrate a birthday.
Ah, yes,
birthday.
Yeah, and I already have basically no time.
Damn.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
You
I
sound
can
like
maybe
you're
stay
dying.
for
Are
like.
you okay?
Huh?
You sound like you're dying. Are you okay?
Hey, can I get a denim weightlifting belt, please? The gelt.
I'm gonna go for right now. I'll see you guys.
Alright, see you.
Bye, Blake.
Bye.
Bye.
I can stay for maybe like 30 more minutes, then I have to start getting ready for work. Work time.
What do you say? That's wage cuck.
Yeah. I make the money, then give it all to devlog.
By devlog, you mean Prism?
Yeah, Prism too. Prism is, she swears she's giving it to you guys. Where's Zach's money, Prism?
In Miguel's bank account.
She Prism pwned you. Get pwned, noob.
Oh, I've been meaning to ask actually. Does Zach have control of the Ko-Fi and Patreon, or is it kind of shared between you and? Okay, I thought so.
The Ko-Fi and Patreon are all him.
All right, I thought so.
Although, again, to be fair, I do know he spends way more than he makes off of those each month on art and stuff.
Oh.
You gotta have those Cheetos edits, right?
Oh wait, is he paying for all of Shido's edits?
Yeah, so all of our artists and writers and everything all work on commission. So they get paid up front, and they get paid, regardless of the success of the game. I mean, we could literally just cancel the game tomorrow, and everyone's square, everyone's been paid. Me and Zach are the only ones that are just spending money out of our own pockets.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's,
I'm trying.
It's good to
I
make sure that you
swear.
are paying them up front. But I can only imagine it's just a lot of money. I'm sure, crazy amount.
Oh yeah. And again,
just one more chapter, guys.
Because you got 10 guys on roll.
Yeah, so it is fortunately in a way that between me, Zach, and the crowdfunding, we have enough capital to invest into the project to make something with the best quality that we can come up with.
Mm-hmm.
But each person is paid per job, so each CG is paid for. The music we get is paid for. A freelancer does that. But in terms of are we paying them regularly? Are we paying 10 people the same amount each month? No, it depends on the amount of work they do. So we have one guy who did a couple of the early backgrounds. I don't think he does any of those anymore, but he's still kind of part of the team. So stuff like that. I think Emo's even technically part of the team, and I don't think he's done anything for us in a while.
Yeah.
He's too busy on Reddit.
Yeah?
He's poning the trolls on Reddit.
Poning trolls?
Oh, he has a weird obsession with Reddit, actually.
Oh.
So do so many people. God, I hate Reddit.
Unfortunately, that's the source of information.
No, the fuck it is not.
The human collective lives there.
Come here, Sneaky.
I get my news from iFunny, and I only know what God wants me to know.
I
get my news from /B, like a cultured man would.
Listen, iFunny is shockingly fast.
It is.
News. Goddamn.
I used to be on iFunny a lot more in high school, but I barely am on it anymore. Maybe
I feel like the cat
once
might
a
knock
month.
out the stream in a second, so be careful.
The Indians are taking over. They're ruining it. They got
They're
hacked
roaching
a
it.
couple days ago, right?
Yeah, I know.
Someone was just mentioning that.
That's why I have a burner email equipped to it.
I don't know what I have equipped to it.
No, he hacked it just to make a point.
Probably just my phone
he
number.
thought he was so fucking cool, but everybody was fucking laughed at him for being a dickhead.
Hello, Zach.
Hi.
Oh no, he's here.
I didn't realize that iFunny was hacked.
Oh,
a while.
yeah, it was hacked, and then he deleted everybody's profile pictures, and that's it.
Man, what a...
Yeah, my iFunny account's old. I have 1,902 days on it.
That's rough, buddy.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
I hear they have medication for that now, though.
I'm not on it as much anymore.
I don't have any silly icons for you Devlog guys except for receiver.
Hey, you got me, I think.
No, I mean for Miguel and Zach.
He's talking about the people that matter, Mo.
Exactly. The only ones that I care about, of course, are these people who agreed to
I always
for me.
knew this is how you treated me.
You didn't give me the secret keyword.
I'm hurt.
You forgot.
He forgot.
You forgot about it.
Miguel, you didn't give him the secret word?
We didn't decide on the secret word.
It's fucked up.
Pretty sure we
fucked
did.
up. Listen,
What
there
was it?
is a Stella body pillow, $35 cash, and Starman's book on the line, and you didn't make a keyword?
Miguel said it was roaching it.
No, we can't do that. Rich gets very sad if we do that.
Also, you kind of said it, so now the whole chat knows it. Well, just don't tell them that the word is roaching it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's two words.
Everyone watching, it is not roaching it, just FYI.
Listen.
What an amazing subversion if that's actually the word.
Yeah. Truly fantastic subversion.
Well, it has to be like just one word. Like you can't just have it as roaching it. It's all one word.
Or shunting.
Yeah.
But what if you just take a backspace to the space?
No.
Yeah.
Truly a dilemma to end all dilemmas.
So Oates, what are you gonna do if
My
no one
cat
gets
knocked
anything
out the
right?
stream temporarily.
Rip.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill him.
Oh,
No.
So can we say the N word in here?
There's a nice Chinese restaurant near me. You can,
Jesus.
No.
China.
At least it's not
Yeah,
Korean.
no, it's just it's just one of those things that happens occasionally, man.
killing your cat or the stream?
It's just one of those things.
You didn't answer the question.
It's kind of gay. Anyway, I'm waiting for the big TV to fucking restart and then we can start rolling. Also, are we waiting for a receiver to come in?
I don't know. I told him about it, but he didn't respond.
Damn. How very, very unfortunate. There we go. It's back online. Cool, cool, cool. I don't know why you like this.
Funny.
I fucking guess.
Zach, what the fuck happened today?
What?
in
In the
Discord?
NSFW? It fucking went crazy today.
Everybody went fucking nuts.
Those people are gross.
Yeah.
Wait, are we talking about the separation of the gay channel, or are we talking about the whole Pokemon thing?
Both. They kind of go hand in hand there.
Wait, what happened?
Okay.
I think
So-
Mo checked out the Not Safe
so
for
what
Work
happened
channel, seen a
was-
bunch of gay porn, started questioning aspects about himself.
No. The argument was, do Pokemon consent to those
Okay, what the fuck?
That's
And
what I'm
That's
saying.
Zach. This is why I was asking you earlier. Why, like,
I don't
Yeah,
know.
people
like,
were
if there was a
posting
way I
anything.
could slow down that channel.
Yeah,
and
they
then
were posting
Just tell them to
everybody.
fucking stop. What the fuck?
Everybody lost their fucking mind, and then Terra started like spam
Hey
posting.
guys, I have like
girlfriend.
a normal conversation for you guys. Can animals actually consent?
See, no,
That was the
Zach.
argument
what
that was happening.
Zach, no, that's what it was. Actually, there was multiple people.
Are they animals? If they,
They are animals. Pokemon are the animals, bro.
Bro, we ain't doing this shit again.
Can we not? Can we not, please? Prism, shut up. Zach, stop antagonizing her.
I didn't fucking say anything. Fuck you.
I was just there listening, just watching. It was funny.
Wait,
It
and this was
insane.
happening in the devlog server?
Yeah.
In the NSFW chat.
What? Oh, okay.
And they were
Can I explain what
they were
happened?
really
No.
arguing.
I'm gonna go with probably not.
Please don't.
Not here, at least.
Not while we're live.
One hell of a conversation you started, Mo.
Truly.
Here, not in the Not Safe for Work channel.
It's the first devlog drama.
The Pokemon incident.
Right, now I'm gonna look at this new tab that's been made, apparently.
It's Terror's special place.
It's Terror's
Gross.
Very good, very good. Anyway, you two gentlemen have a thing to talk about. Theoretically.
We do?
He does?
Miguel, do you have something to tell me?
Zach, I'm pregnant.
I knew it.
Damn.
The impregnator got pregnated.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I mean, I've
I
been
flew too
telling you
close
guys
to the
about
sun.
Slappy for a while.
Oh.
Slappy?
Or no, sorry, Plappy.
Yeah, it was Plappy.
Plappy?
Sloppy sister Plappy.
Oh my god.
It's fucking vile.
Oh my god.
I wish we didn't bring that part up.
Oh, yeah,
it's
the-
too late
the
for that.
previous
We
one
brought
was
up
so much
Sloppy a while
better.
ago. Thank you, Prism. Thank you. Listen, I'm, of course, loopy. I've begun the spiral into loopy, by the way. This is just how it is. So this segment is very much up to you two, how you want it to go.
I mean, we
Miguel
could
just
tell
told me
everyone
that we
about.
were, like, doing something today, and I don't even know
Yeah.
where I am right now.
Yeah, we're gonna tell them about Devlog. We're gonna tell them how it's like the best fan game ever, and how
Are you going to put examples up so I can throw them on the screen? Just stream examples of things?
No.
I mean, we can show you some CGs we're working on.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah, I'll stop streaming. Boop.
Prism, thank you for coming in on such short notice.
Yeah,
Very helpful.
for the
since,
last moment.
God did not want this to happen, apparently.
Yeah, I had like 3 other reservations. I had to
Thank you for
cancel.
blowing those off.
Kevin Yord
really
was
shows
too
you
powerful.
how
God had to
important I
intervene.
What?
Huh?
What?
Oh.
Huh? What? Who?
Your mama.
Oh.
Kevin couldn't make it because of his inner got knocked out by tornadoes.
You tell him to stop it?
I did.
Yeah,
tell
did
him
you
that
tell
he
him
should
not
stop
to
the
have a
tornadoes.
tornado?
That's rough, buddy.
Go, hey,
Yeah,
you
it
tornadoes, just stop it.
My girlfriend turned into the moon.
We're gonna kick you in the nuts.
No, we've all seen the way that you deal with tornadoes is that you shoot at them with your shotgun, and then they
Yeah.
stop.
Yeah, scare them
Just tell
off.
them no. They legally
They
can't
learn
take your
real
shit
quick.
if you say no.
Just say I
use
don't
the
consent.
lasso?
No means no.
Or a tornado can't ruin your house if you say no, guys.
Use the lasso, maybe?
Here we go. Here's the CJ. So this is coming from one of the future chapters. This isn't going to be in the next demo, but since Miskits is doing it, I feel like I gotta kind of humble brag by posting this up.
Oh, that is beautiful.
You know, I'm a very big fan of
Dang.
Abigail. Out of the 3, that's probably my favorite. I get it. I'm a minority.
Surprisingly, we did do a poll on Twitter that showed, well, Emily and Becca are in a pretty close running with each other. Emily usually landing on top. Abigail's pretty far behind the other two.
Yeah, Emily's a bit of a
Well,
top.
I know why it is. It's because in the first demo you don't really get to spend any time with Abigail, versus the other two have like I think 2 encounters apiece. She gets 1, and most of that is taken over by Jack Black.
I'm trying to think. I know in the last
Mr.
demo we
Jablinski
released.
makes more impact in that first scene than she does. I will be
Yeah.
honest with you. But that's just
We're
the
trying to
nature
like
of the beast.
slowly.
You're
We're
like-
trying to slowly introduce like her whole like character arc and like her personal situation, the struggles she's facing that are gonna kind of tie into her route, and depending on how you address those challenges, gives you, one of her 4 endings, which could be either
Can I get
absolutely
the Jablinski route?
no,
About it yourself.
which could be absolutely abysmal. I mean, we could do an amazing Abigail E1 where she just blank blank censored blank, or we could do an Abigail E4 where she gets married to Dev and lives happily ever after.
Mm-hmm.
Has her family finally understand her?
Her whole
Uh,
issue with her like parents is pretty big there.
So, one question is, in the endings with one of the girls, are the other girls gonna be like happy about it for you?
Are they going to be affected by it?
Yeah, like if you get E4 for Emily,
That's a good question, actually.
Is it just gonna be an
Olivia
E2
and
for
Abigail
Olivia?
gonna be like salty?
Yeah, they're
Olivia.
gonna
Making a whole different game, apparently.
Oh yeah, Rebecca and Abigail.
Rebecca.
Yeah, are they gonna be salty?
She gonna get the E2?
Or are they gonna be like, oh,
you
we
get
never
the
thought
E4
about
for
that?
one of the girls, the other girls will try to beat them to death on screen, and you have to complete a mini game in order to make sure that doesn't happen.
It's a zero-sum game.
It turns into a battle royale.
Is it gonna be like a little? Is gonna be a Street Fighter? Or beat 'em up?
Yeah, and if you don't level up your dev throughout the game, you can just fail. So you got to really work hard on getting them combos working.
Well, look who decided to join.
Yeah, I had a quick question. Why do you hire such subpar writers for your project?
I guess the fact that he's here means that he received Jack.
Well, we try to
Jack's
go with the cheapest people we can find to really make sure that we can get this out quickly.
That makes
sense.
Make sure you can afford it, I forgot to press the transition button for the Abigail art. My apologies.
But kind of adding towards Prism's question, a while back, me and the guys, we were discussing about the endings, or what we think were going to be the endings for devlog, and some of our conversation kind of came up with like, will dev cheat on one of them? Like you're thinking
Oh
about
yeah,
going-
can you like cheat on them, like go from
Yeah.
one to another?
Yeah, and would you consider that to be an E2 ending, or
I think jumping routes might lock you out of E4. That'd be interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. You get the cup
So-
ending or something.
I feel like that'd be
Yeah,
very
we really-
complicated to add, though.
We really, I mean, it's hard to answer a lot of these questions without spoiling anything, but I will say that we're really not into any sort of NTR.
Yeah.
no? Yes, of course. I don't mean like the full the NPR. I meant so as a way like,
You mean,
hey, I
Can
was
you swap routes partway
yeah,
through?
can you
And
swap
on the other
routes?
hand,
Or if
know,
there's, or if like maybe you accidentally kind of chose like a romance path, like, oh, these options I like, but they actually got you to the romance path to this girl, but you were going for this girl.
So once you're locked into a path, you're locked in for the rest of the game.
Kind of like how they did in the other two.
Now we have talked about how, I guess, overt it's going to be. Like if someone's going to end up realizing, oh man, I'm in a Rebecca route, but I wanted to be with Abigail. But we are going to
It's
have.
gonna be pretty obvious. Like it's not gonna
Yeah.
be where it's hidden
There's
that
gonna be an obvious point of no
I think
return.
is how receiver told me.
Makes sense.
It's
Kate, what-
subtle. Well, what scene?
The cable scene from Snoot.
What?
Oh, he's talking about the
where
cable
you
choice.
Trust a stoner with electrical equipment.
Yeah. So
Oh.
nothing like really subtle
I
like
was like
that.
going like completely brain dead. I thought that you meant like they were watching TV or something.
Thought that fucking too.
I'm literally the cable guy.
The choices to get into your route are subtle, but they're also in a way where
figure it out.
ideally you're not gonna fuck it up. You'd have to be almost trying to, or just really dumb.
And then at the end of the day, there will basically be some sort of overt message or check to let you know what route that you're locked into.
You dream of Beethoven.
Yep. No, it's like you dream of getting mad sloppy
Dev
toppy
subconscious
from
will let you know.
Sloppy mention.
Sloppy.
God, this guy. Every time you say the word slop, it doesn't matter the context.
Don't worry, we already talked about how he is
Hannah
actually
already
currently
bored sloppy.
pregnant.
It's fine.
Yeah. You missed the four, Zach.
Miguel fucking perks up like a dog whenever you say sloppy.
No, that's not what happened. She killed him.
Pavlov's experimentation.
eating anything is vor. Hence, why everything is called a vor. Omnivore,
It's a
herbivore,
cannibal
carnivore,
for some reason.
piscivore.
I hate that. I hate that you said that.
that you
Mother.
told me that.
You know, Oaks,
So
I'm
to
recording this
get
right
off
now
the
just for saying
subject of
that.
war, to get off the subject of war, and back to what we were talking about, another thing I was going to mention is that one of the criticisms I had, and apparently a lot of people disagree with me about this, with Wani and to a lesser degree Snoot, is I felt
doppelgangers. Yeah, I get it.
I felt the choices were kind of a little vague sometimes in what could be construed as the correct answer or the bad answer, and I feel like we want to be a little more transparent about what that is.
Yeah, some of those options I didn't want were like, stand up for her, and then you just call me a slur.
Yeah, that one was just dumb because it's like
standing up for her was like
it would be
hey,
different
you're being
if
like there's ways to stand up for something without being like, well, actually.
Yeah,
you just,
exactly.
You
It'd
yell
be
at them,
different
hey,
if
stop being a dipshit real quick.
yeah, it'd be different if it was like
enough, most
even
likely.
somewhat respectable of how he did it. It was much more like he's like, you know, bullying's wrong. It's like, okay, this is the wrong choice then.
Right.
This is
Yeah.
obviously
He's like, look at this guy.
So you kind of want to make the choice a little more vague.
Look at this
I
fucking
guess.
nerd.
So it's not quite as clear, or
I really want to make it more
It kind
clear.
of ranges. Yeah, some of the choices
So that
Zach
you
and
know,
Miguel
it's
want it
obvious
more
what's gonna
vague,
happen is what
or
you chose to happen.
the
that
immediate
makes sense.
outcome isn't immediately, oh, this is good or bad.
that makes sense then, yeah.
Mostly because we are aware that a lot of people tend to do the whole thing where it's like you go through the story, you pick an option, and then because of the fact that you want to get the good option, you like will scroll back if you think that it's giving you the bad one, where it's like, you know, you pick something and then immediately the reaction is, wow, you're such a fucking douche. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I just put it wrong.
Oh no.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, are you guys thinking about when you say like you're going to make it obvious? Are you going to like, because like in games that give you choices, they usually have like the heart icon. Are you going to do like icons or
No, like
No?
it's just more dialogue focused
More
more,
dialogue.
than anything.
Okay.
I think a better way of saying it, rather than saying that it's more obvious, is that like what you're presented in terms of the choice is way closer to what the actual thing that you're gonna say is. I mean, it's not nearly as bad as like something like Mass Effect, where you can have the dialogue be, or like the dialogue option say one thing, and then like what your character says is just completely different. Or Fallout 4 is probably a better example of that.
Convince them subtly, and then you call them, listen here, you rot skin.
Yeah. Or
I've
the
tried to play
famous,
it.
Or the famous yes, no, or wait, it was yes, yes, but sassy, and then yes, but, or no, but actually yes.
Yep.
Which were
Or
most
Fallout
of the
4.
options. Yeah. But, no, like what we're trying to do is make it more clear that, you know, what the actual outcome of your selection is going to be. Again, it's hard to kind of give examples without spoiling things, but
I can give an example of how I fucked up for something we didn't do. I used to do it where, let's say, two of the options were tell her how you feel or tell her what you're thinking. There's an implied difference there, but they're too close. There's not really a
Okay.
what the fuck does either mean.
Yeah, if I were presented a choice like that in Wani or like Snoot game, I could sit here and think about it all day, and I wouldn't be able to tell you what the right answer is.
All right. So then, I gotta ask, with you guys, I understand you can't reveal much, maybe revealing some vaguely, but have you guys actually started with the process of thinking about the E1 endings for each girls? And
Yeah.
the E2 endings?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've outlined the whole story basically all the way through to varying degrees of detail.
including possibly some bonus chapters.
Yeah, including possible bonus chapters. And while there are some endings that still haven't been fleshed out yet, for the most part, we at least have a blurb written as to what we want to happen in each ending.
Such and such
there are
does
some.
thing with whoever.
Yeah.
Like, it's important to understand that whenever it comes to any game development, even, something more simple like a VN, you should never consider, like, what you have written down in, like, your game design document or your plot Bible as, like, 100% set in stone. There's always going to be something that you find as you're developing the game or the story that you probably are going to have to change, either because of time restraints or, you just can't do that, or even just, as you're actually writing the script for the story, you might realize, oh, wow, this actually doesn't work, or, this scene actually would work way better if we did this. So,
of course. Of
so
course.
pretty much everything is kind of, I don't want to say loose guidelines because that means that we're not really, like, I feel like that sounds like we're not really taking it super seriously, but like,
we got a pretty concrete
malleable
outline, but yes, it's pretty malleable. And then particularly for the endings, I wouldn't be surprised if what we have put down changes because, like Zach said, as you write, you start getting different quirks to the characters, different angles to them. Maybe what we have for Rebecca's E1 isn't going to work out because of this scene that implies something slightly different,
Yeah, there's going to be some changes here and there. So, like, it's totally understandable. It comes with, like, working on something big as this. Like, you have the rough ideas for the ending, but sometimes when you're working through each of the chapters and whatnot, sometimes that ending changes. So I totally understand it. It's more so you guys are putting more thought into what ending does this game deserve, and what ending do these characters deserve from the choices that the main character has made.
Yeah, we know what we're working towards. We have some do's and don'ts, particularly just for what constitutes an E1 versus an E2 versus an E3. But
even,
other than
like,
that,
what that actually means, like, what is the actual difference between, like, an E2 and an E1?
I feel how I put it is something E1 is always something that can be a societal tragedy.
we haven't talked about it
and then
since Farian
E2
joined, but
would
he has a
be
lot of
personal tragedy.
opinions.
Right?
Yeah, we did have a lot of debate over this, actually. For me personally, I believed an E1 was something that was basically irredeemable. It was basically the nuclear option, something that the protagonist cannot go back on. They're done with.
It should be pointed out that, like, I basically agree. The only difference is, or the only sort of, like, addition to that would be that, like, it doesn't have to be a choice that the character made. It can just be something that happens. So even in something like Wani, as bad as Inko was in that, and he was pretty fucking shitty throughout the whole thing, like, the actual big thing that happened was an accident, but it was something that is complete, like, you can't go back on that. Once that happens, you're probably going to be permanently screwed, just in terms of, like, your mentality, and obviously, what happened to Olivia is probably going to be permanent. It would be very weird if it wasn't.
Yeah, because even in a Snoot game E1, I just like to point this out because I don't know how much people think about it. There's no coming back from it, but Anon during it is a lot nicer than even E2.
Yeah,
he's more passive,
realizes.
like the.
Well, no. E1 he like realizes, oh shit, this is on a really bad track, but he's completely powerless. E2 he's just a dickhead. He's like, I don't give a shit at your stupid
E1's like he
non-binary
didn't
shit.
do enough. E2 he did too much.
Even the E2, like, it wasn't like him himself making an active choice, as he was drinking at that time. So it's like,
he was drunk.
It was, sort of his actions, but it was also like, it kind of goes a little bit into possible accident because of, not being.
I'm just saying, even in an ending like E1 where it's something that's out of your control, it doesn't mean the protagonist has to be a willing participant. Anon definitely didn't want it to go down like it did. He tried very shittily, and it was too far gone to sort of reverse it.
Yeah. I'm going to say this, in drafting the endings, I personally feel that the E4s have actually been the most difficult, in my opinion, to draft. I feel like
they're all three of them at the
It's hard to come up with a happy ending.
Yeah, more or less.
It's not just that, it's also, like, how do you keep them original as well? Because, like, let's be real, if you think about, like, I like to call the E4 like the hallmark ending, where everything ends well and everything. There's surprisingly, like, a very clear sort of, like, script that most people probably would follow whenever you're gonna do it. It's like, oh, they live happily ever after, they get married, they have a kid, they have a little house, that's all nice or something like that. It's like very standard stuff, but you need to make sure that the ending is very, centered around that character, something that kind of clearly makes it shown that they've grown as a person and kind of like not just like that they're getting a good ending, but like they kind of deserve it for all of the growth that they've gone through.
All right, so
Yeah.
I would argue that E3 is actually the hallmark ending, where it's the traditional guy gets girl and they get to live, and it's all very sappy and sweet. And E4 is the Wayne's World ending, where everything goes well for fucking everyone.
You also
no
have
matter how
to.
small a part they play, everything goes well for everybody but one guy who is the antagonist.
I kind of disagree. E3 Snoot is very clearly bittersweet. There's undertones of like they're not the same people anymore. And then E3 Wani, I fucking love the final frame. I think it's way better.
Yeah.
That should have been. It should have gone that into E4.
I remember you were saying that E3 Wani is a lot more realistic.
Who said they
I
can't
mean,
remember E3 Wani? Shoot that man.
Me.
Like
Me. Yeah, shoot me, dude.
I guess the point is that like for E3, it is like a bittersweet, but it's still considered kind of like a soft good ending where you see the sort of potential, as in yes, things are not super great right now, but there's a very clear indication that things very likely could improve.
Yeah,
It's
like things.
gonna take effort.
Yeah.
Things can get better.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's how I felt because I when he showed me E3 for Snoot, I was like, that's a nice ending. He's like, well, no,
Yeah.
she's broken, and I'm like, yeah, but broken people don't stay broken forever.
Well, I also had to explain to you like how broken she was compared to like
Yeah,
E3
but-
Wani.
If you think about it, though, she's so broken because no one was there to support her.
Just to be clear, are we fine with like talking about spoilers for the games? Because I mean, most
I mean,
people probably played it, but like,
I would hope so. I would hope so.
Really surprised. Yeah.
I mean, if they weren't here, I would be surprised if they.
I've
found
also
a
said
way
it
to
before.
Server without playing either of them.
Spoiling, I mean, only does so much. I think that's a really good picture that I just posted. But at the same time, you gotta see it in context.
Yeah, you gotta experience that because
I have
like
to still go through E3.
because I've been.
see, there you go. You're spoiling shit.
I mean,
don't give a shit. Play the game.
I skimmed through it. I just don't know the
I've
details.
been spoiled a little bit by the fan art and stuff, but I have learned that once you play the game and experience it, it doesn't ruin it. The experience, you still get that experience.
I don't want to say you're obligated to see literally every aspect of a piece of media when you enter its community, but if you're in the community, you're kind of playing with a loaded gun. So
yeah.
I try not to like do massive spoilers, but that art piece is like even not the inspiration, it's the outline for the OST.
Yeah, I can see what you mean.
Yeah.
Alright, I have to hop off. I have to get ready for work. So have a good night, everyone.
All right.
Good
Good night, Prism.
So, so I'm very. Another thing that me and my friends also talked about is dev and alcohol. Since you introduced his parents kind of being alcoholics in a way, and I don't know if you could tell. Again, sorry if this is like a question that you can't really answer fully. But do you have any plans for like with Dev and how he interacts with alcohol and how maybe the cast kind of like see it like, oh, hey Dev, why aren't you drinking with us?
Why aren't you partying? I'm 18 years old. That's illegal.
It will be touched on. It will definitely be touched on. It's actually come up while writing scenes that involve alcohol, how Dev's going to interact with it, and what his tolerance or desire to drink would be.
Yeah, it's not going to be like a every route thing, I don't think, and it's not like E1 is always going to default him to some alcoholic bum, but it is going to be important to him.
Here's my question: are we going to see his parents? Because We haven't seen parents in other.
Are they also faceless and bald?
Parents are illegal in Snoot, so I don't know.
Well,
It hasn't
what?
been confirmed.
This ain't
but
Snoot, is it?
Snoot adjacent.
Yeah.
Well,
so Mo, shut up. It hasn't been like definitively confirmed with us yet, but I do have an ending drafted that involves Dev's parents.
I think E4 in general would have them.
I mean, the big problem with a lot of that stuff is just the amount of characters. Because, I mean, yeah, they are part of his story, but his story is kind of separate from them. I mean, for example, it'd be very weird if, in the E4, all of a sudden they show up and they're like, Dev, we're completely sober. We've been sober for a whole year and we're never going to touch alcohol
There's
again.
a much more subtle, non-committal way to do that.
Yeah,
but
like Olivia's
if they showed
dad
up, I
in
imagine like
E1.
literally one sprite for each.
The only
no
time we
emotion.
ever see Olivia's dad is
show up and they're like, Dev, they hit the Pentagon, Dev! They hit the Pentagon!
we had to fly all the way out here.
Pentagon! Fuck.
There was a second
I could see them making an appearance in some of the better endings to kind of juxtapose their sort of path in life and what they've chosen with whatever sort of success that Dev has enjoyed in that ending.
I mean, even like a possible bonus chapter that kind of goes over like Dev's past is. I should point out that we whenever it comes to the bonus chapters, and actually even just kind of story in general. I guess this is another thing that we could talk about. We kind of want to have it where. Learning about different aspects of the characters and all that isn't just like, if you want to learn about Abigail, you're not going to get all of the information in just Abigail's route. You're going to get little tiny bits in Emily's route or in Rebecca's route in different situations that they're in. And likewise, some of the characters, the background characters, or even the main cast might get fleshed out more in some of the bonus chapters, because we kind of view those as like stuff that wouldn't fit in the the core plot that we're kind of going for, because
Yeah, so to get ahead of the allegations, people criticize Kavenon because the bonus chapter is like, it's just a band-aid for all the issues people had with the story. It's not for us. We're planning to use it for stuff that just realistically we don't want to ham-fist in.
Stuff that wouldn't necessarily come up.
You're planning
Stuff that maybe would, but off screen. Like,
You're
Dev
planning-
and the LI might have a heart-to-heart, but
You're
we're not
planning
gonna
to
show all that.
use these as like building blocks for these characters. In a way.
Yeah,
I think that's kind of accurate. I think I try to view the bonus chapters as kind of like a more lighthearted way of addressing situations that don't really have a place necessarily in the story. Like if you think to yourself, hey, it'd be fun to see Dev and Emily in this situation, see what would happen, but we don't have a spot for something like that to occur in the story, that's what we'll use the bonus chapters for.
Yeah.
What if Dev and Abigail went and played paintball during the winter, and oh god, Abigail becomes a Finnish sniper, and the other team is a bunch.
Jesus. Way to put the white death in your game.
We're gonna basically make it a 1-for-1 recreation of Snoot of Darkness.
No.
Yeah.
Alright.
It'll be unfinished. No.
Or Black Hawk Down.
All right, Blackie.
Saving Private Ryan. There's a lot.
I'm
of
your
more
biggest fan, Miguel. Okay, I've never been a detractor.
as well.
You sure about that doppelganger receiver?
I only want the best for my
No
little
one will
boy.
fucking understand that reference.
I'm not fucking going
That's
into it
the
either.
point, that's
You
the
can
point.
join the devlog server and harass us there.
No, receiver, I think I'll harass you here. Where I have control.
I very lightly criticized one of his mods. If we get too into it, he's gonna start yelling at me again.
We have an abusive relationship.
To get off of that topic, one other sort of way that we've been working on more recently, and it should be in Chapter 6, is we also kind of want to have ways of engaging with the game, like outside of just going through the story, because for the most part the story is it's, I don't want to say that it's linear as in it's like, oh, you just press a button and it just goes forward, but
It's like any other visual novel. We definitely have a bit more choice than say Wani and Snoot.
Yeah, but the thing that we're trying to add in is like basically a phone that acts as a way for you to engage with the characters outside of that story as well. So you'll have like throughout the story, you'll have like little text conversations that pop up either in like group chats or private chats with the characters that are just kind of like them shooting the shit and kind of having conversations.
And you can just choose to ignore them the entire game, and then they
Yes.
stop inviting you to things because they think you're an uncomfortable person.
Well,
that's how you get easier, I'm sure.
Well, like the bigger point is that like it's more like seeing how they kind of interact, even outside of the story. So you're able to have these little unhinged conversations that they have.
And generally speaking, it can be ignored. It's not like you need to, I don't know, check every message.
There's
you
not
get
going to be
from-
something hidden of how you get the E4 in any of these texts. Let's put it that way.
No, I think you have to deal with it fully to get E4, so you grow as a person.
Could I ask if you ever respond to these text message, do you think you could also get like a bonus option to when you're talking to that individual person? Like there's like a new option, like, oh, there's a new option. Because sometimes
I can see it affecting dialogue.
Yeah, like it's possible, but it would be like completely bonus stuff. Like Receiver said, it's not going to be where like Emily asks you a question in a text and you ignore that text, and then all of a sudden you're locked out of the E4 because you didn't answer whether or not she likes nuggies or not.
Oh, of course. I don't mean it being like impacting or whatnot.
If we did what you're suggesting, it would probably be
Funny
like at
enough,
the very end.
One of the sources of inspiration, because this is going to be a fully interactive phone that has various apps you can go in and out of. And funny enough, one of the sources of inspiration was actually GVH's Twitter-based system, where as the game goes on, tweets pop in that you could scroll through and view and all that good stuff.
That's another thing that we did want to try to do is have like a little Twitter. So you'll have like because I don't know how much people have like been paying attention to our server. We're trying to have it where like there's background characters rather than just like the silhouettes that you see in Wani. Like they're not going to be like part of the plot line or anything like that, but they just kind of are meant to flesh the world out. Like those guys might pop up in the Twitter, saying something or talking about what's going on at school or so on and so forth.
Because one of the only good parts of GVH's writing was the unhinged shit as the meteor was coming down.
On top of that, I've also been able to work a lot of mini games into some of the projects I've worked on with RenP, mostly Snoot mods, and I'd like to kind of incorporate that into devlog a little bit too. So mini games here and there that will, actually have some sort of an impact on at least dialogue, if not the actual story. But that will be in there too.
Oh, we might be able to tie it to an achievement, getting a perfect game of X, Y, or Z.
Yeah, you're playing paintball with your boys, and then if you fail the paintball minigame, Theo does get shot in the dick and he dies.
I was going to say, if you nutshot someone, instant game over.
No.
It immediately cuts to the E1 of whatever character you're on.
I mean, we have started rolling out Easter eggs like that. I mean, the Snoot boop. I mean, look at that. We could have that impact something.
Kevin,
Exactly.
did the storm pass over you? Are you safe?
It's a small break in the weather. It's supposed to hit even harder in a few hours, but my internet just came back, so I'm popping in.
Make sure you throw rocks at the storm to scare it away.
I only have bricks. Will that work?
Sure.
Maybe a bit overkill, but you gotta do what you gotta do.
What?
Were those bricks part of your house, or were they just in a pile in your yard before it?
Conveniently placed stack of bricks.
They were hidden under a layer of sod, like in my backyard. When I bought this house, I did not know I had a patio made of bricks.
So
Dang,
free
you
bricks?
get free bricks.
Free bricks.
Miguel, I actually have a question for you real quick. You mentioned
like you want to bring like mini games into like dev. Like, can you give an example? I know you said like a paintball one or something, but are there like other examples?
Are you gonna put the tier of games like isn't Did Dinosaur with double D's?
I mean, I haven't played that.
We're trying to get him to play it.
Yeah.
It was a magical experience.
I'm thinking, for example, one of the earlier mini games I did was like a rhythm mini game, so stuff like that.
Okay.
You know,
So we're gonna
possibly
mod
like a
GVH.
clicker mini game, possibly like an item search mini game. I have something like that worked on in Snoot of Darkness right now. So yeah, stuff like that. Interactive scenes too, like for example, what we did in Snooty Doo, or we're trying to do in Snooty Doo. Stuff like that. I think I'd like to see take a pretty larger presence in devlog.
Okay, that's cool.
Or even I mean, I don't know if you would count it as a mini game, but I did the whole like character creator thing in
I'd say so.
Chapter
Zach
3.
loves his character creator.
Yeah, and if you make Sloppy the OC and the character creator, Dev will comment that it's the worst thing he's seen in his entire life.
God,
Do we actually have an option for Sloppy? I don't think we do.
I thought we did. I thought we talked about that.
I don't know. We definitely have a no, because someone said the word slop in one of the options. You're like, "Is it a sloppy reference?"
No. Wait, I
It's totally gotta be an Easter
It was
egg,
because
And then he blew
it was
his load
because
everywhere. It was very messy.
because Dev says it doesn't just look like some generic bad OC or something, and I was like, we should replace the word bad in just the sloppy instance with OC slop. Instead of just some generic bad OC, some generic OC slop. It'll just be a joke for me, even though I'm the one writing it, so it wouldn't really surprise me or anything, but I would be
Miguel
satisfied.
shills this idea like he makes money off of it.
He might just.
I mean, at the end
he
of the
burns
day,
money on it.
a lot, yeah. And according to a lot of on 4chan, that's where all the devlog funding is going. But I gotta say,
mean,
man,
it's like how
come on.
all the Columbo mod funding is going straight to Stella feet pics. So.
Jesus Christ.
Which
I don't like any part of
say
that.
almost no dollars.
I was fixing to say you haven't ordered any feet yet.
He paid a homeless guy to like draw some grippers, and then he said, "Yeah, paint them green."
Oh no! I don't like any of
Is
this.
this real?
Huh? No.
This is a real character trait. You should believe everything you hear
Yeah,
all
you
the
should.
time.
You should every negative. Throw out every positive thought you've ever had about me, and only take the negative. That's the real me. I'm evil.
I'm gonna work on them right now. I'm gonna do that
Kevin
right
has
now.
a sniper rifle pointed at my head. And he says,
I'm gonna
if I
make
tell
Stella
one
feet
lie,
right now. You can't stop me.
If I tell him one lie, he's just gonna shoot me.
I hate it so much.
Make that the banner when he does that. By the way,
I'm gonna throw up.
It'll be clean.
Mo, are you sober
No,
or
no,
not?
the
Are
fun
you
part's when
fucking?
there's shit on your feet.
No, I am sober right now. I didn't start smoking yet.
You know, I have not
My
started
feet are
drinking
just
yet.
fucking disgusting. I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. Fuck all you. Feet are disgusting and.
Listen.
Don't tell Ignacio, okay? He's
Okay,
we don't want to
so
spawn with him.
the
He'll
further
jump this
away
close so fast.
from the scalp you get, the more disgusting people find the fetish. Except for the scalp, which they're just like, "What the fuck, you?" And
I'll be
yeah,
real, I
concur.
kind of zoned out for a moment there. I have no idea what you're talking about. Something about scalp or something.
I don't
Feet and
either. I'm just
scalping.
saying words. The lower you go on the person, the more yuck it gets. In general, is what people
Oh,
think of
that's
it.
that's false.
Yeah, I'd say
Starman,
it's
you mind
kinda-
explaining yourself.
Yeah, tell me someone who has an ear fetish. Someone who sees ears and they're like, oh.
Anybody who stands Ashley from Resident Evil.
Okay, an ear fetish is worse than a boob fetish.
Whatever you do,
I'm not
don't
sure
look
if
up
boobs
your
are a
fetish
fetish.
Reddit.
That came free with your birth.
Okay, Starman, what about
Let's
an
go
armpit
through with my
fetish?
Happy Meal.
That's weird.
That's
According
also pretty
to that
weird.
train of logic, though, an armpit
Exactly.
fetish would be more normal than a big booty fetish. And I just don't see that.
I never claimed that was a normal
Evolutionarily false.
person.
This is a poor premise that Oates has presented.
Listen, Let's see.
Your dialectic is flawed, sir.
The further you get from the torso, how about that?
Reflex the streamer. Let's go.
Well, if it's further from the torso, then armpits would be much more popular.
I'll say
Sorry,
the torso
default.
is though like a large portion of the body. You're just talking extremities at that point.
Yeah. All right. Well, you know what? There are people with hand fetishes, and I'd say that's pretty weird.
Hey, there are people with fetishes with the absence of certain features. You know, like nuggets.
Yeah, I know a few people like that actually.
Wheelchairs.
Well, we've learned from devlog apparently how many people have a muscle mommy ab fetish, and apparently it's a lot.
That's been getting popular. That's been getting very popular.
Yeah, in recent years.
I've read.
Well, you know, we are goons.
Yeah. Okay, so.
And it is just buff. Everybody likes a buff lady.
Yeah, the amount of times that in the notes Miguel's written homolomongodogus for boobs, I think twice at least.
Which is like, you know, it's weird that it happened twice.
But it's less than I would normally do. So I gotta say, I've really dialed it in this time.
He's improving.
He's
Hey,
really
can we get a
started
Mousely
working.
reference somewhere in devlog?
No.
Mousely.
Yeah, the mouse version of Ashley.
Yeah, can you have a mouse say cheese to meet you?
Yeah.
Or
like, comment
you
on how
don't
much
dare
cheddar
take
you
the
have
name
in
of
your pocket.
Texas in vain.
Someone pays us $1 billion, we'll insert their shitty
consider it.
furry OC and immediately kill them.
Don't do that to Hannah.
You're gonna pay us $1 billion?
Is the furry OC?
I meant like full-on anthro furry. We're not going to explain how they got there, and then just immediately kill them off.
Can we kill the fox?
So
That's what exactly what I was thinking of.
I was gonna say, like, is this
so basic
related
to
to a
that,
certain
too.
mod that we played last night?
Yeah. Would have been way better if she just got hit by a bus at the end.
Yes.
So also speaking of devlog development, our hope is to kind of be able to get out 2 chapters roughly each month, and we brought on now 2 more people to do coding. We have currently Receiver and Farian doing writing. So the hope is, I guess, that each.
Fuck you.
Barely.
I mean, I guess.
Not only
but-
do they have devlog and their own fix, but they have the vastly more important duty of writing Columbo for me, obviously.
And only one of those things is going to give us a future. So I'm sorry, Zach, I got to take a step back.
Yikes. Yeah, we have also Zach. What's like Arloc's official role? Is he just like an advisor or
He's
consultant?
like a contributing writer.
Yeah, well, more just like consultant, I guess, to helping us
Oh,
work
yeah,
with
that's
the.
Now we speaking of coders, Jack was the first one I reached out to because he's gotten really good at Ren'Py. And Soul is also going to start helping us out too. So between me and Zach also helping with coding, I think we got a pretty good team.
Yes, and of course from his work on Anonymous
Devlog
Sender,
is the
Jack
fan
is
game
the
that I'm
star.
most excited for because it seems like your team is managed very well.
Oh, I thank you.
What the beatings
as
are for.
as much as people over Discord can be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like
You're
you
getting
said,
things
like-
done at a pretty quick pace, at a high quality.
Yeah,
And I think another good thing about it is too, between the community support, myself, Zach's contributions, and in the near future also merchandise sales, I really don't see funding ever being an issue with this project either. I really think that we have, we're never going to be budget limited with this as long as we keep it to the scope that we currently have planned. Which we had some people criticizing us for starting to branch out into merchandise, but that's
And they're going to
primarily
be
the
right.
reason.
They're going to be the most right people who don't make $1 billion.
Pavement on, right? I don't think so.
No, they're going to be right. They just don't make $1 billion.
I'll give them this.
Well, they're
I'll
also
give them
hypocrites.
this. Maybe the body pillow is a step too far, but hey, if I can make
I-
money on it,
Is
I'll
it
do
though?
it.
I don't know about that.
Is it though?
If I can make money on it, I'll do it.
I don't think there's. I'd be really interested. It's one of those things where as soon as I hear it, I'd know. But like, I don't think there is a line for what would be too far for merchandise.
Fleshlights.
Maybe
Yeah,
sex
The best
toys.
dragon.
But that would be like
fuckers would still buy it though.
I was gonna say, well, like it's not like we're a Christian game community server or whatever, so it's like that's still on the board. Maybe
Guys,
after the
put in
game's
the
out.
chat if you would like us to reach out to Bad Dragon for an official Emily.
We've had a lot of people.
No, you secured that deal.
I would say that the worst that's gonna like be a nail in the coffin is you just start doing NFTs with this.
Oh, that'd be too much. That's too.
Are those even like those aren't even a thing? Like even if
No,
we're
well,
talking about like
like-
making money, I don't even think it's possible at this point.
Well, they're still a thing, but yeah, no, they were always a scam, and they're definitely on.
Yeah,
Except for that,
I mean, there comes a point where grifting allegations start to hurt your reputation significantly.
But
And I
if
think
you were to
eventually-
like,
an NFT
if you
for
were
its
to sell,
exclusive NSFW scene.
See, my NFT of Rebecca has a shoe missing.
yeah, I think like
Miguel Ignacio.
Ignacio. Yeah, Ignacio would
pretty
bid on
decent
that.
starting point, you know.
He'll buy it.
Honestly,
for
I'm more
the,
concerned about her walking,
billion.
dude. I mean, with a shoe missing, bro, she's gonna be fucking like stumping around like
Off
crazy.
balance.
you know?
Have her take off the other one too.
He has,
no,
like,
but,
fucking
I
6-inch
think-
platform
I think she should take off the other shoe, and she her feet are very stinky. So if they touch my feet, that would be funny, guys.
Add
It'd be
me
real
sniffing
funny.
it, please.
That would be
Thank you.
funny.
Anyway, I think like the shaker cup is like a really good like starting point for merch.
Why did we think of that?
So right now I have everything set up to produce stickers, basically just vinyl gloss stickers. The infamous body pillows are almost finished. The design process is almost finished, but I've gotten a couple prototype designs sent over to me from the manufacturer, and honestly, they're pretty good quality from what I'm concerned. So.
Of
he
course,
definitely,
I
tried
can't
to,
buy any of
make
these
sure
body
that you
pillows
were-
because I have a brand to uphold.
Or he did the quality
I think it'll
assurance test.
work.
Hey, I can't
gangbusters
replace
in
my
your future.
Fang body pillow, okay?
I can't replace the Stella body pillow.
I think the images you're using for stickers would still work really well for keychains.
Yeah, keychains are somewhere on the list. I know you
And of
suggested
course,
enamel
like
pins too.
T-shirts are the classic thing.
Enamel pins or acrylic pins.
So
Would also
T-shirts
work.
are more difficult because the thing is that unless you're going through a manufacturer, it's very difficult just to deal with like the just like how many you need. Just everyone has different body sizes. You can't really account for what you're going to need for a specific size, and thus you might have to deal with like over ordering one over the other or anything like that. I mean, I assume that in the Snoot fandom we're probably going to have to order a crap ton of XXXXLs, but
I'm
Damn, he called you fat.
expected to my doorstep next
Damn,
Tuesday.
you should
Okay,
have said that. on
listen, listen here. I feel personally called out, you son of a bitch.
I wanted to say, in regards to the fact that our team seems so strong, I want to say it's because at least the core, which is us three, and not to dog the others, it's just we're all very autistically committed to what we do. Obviously, Zach and Miguel are very business-minded, and Miguel bought an entire fucking sticker press, and he's fucking full force into the Twitter, which is getting a lot of people. Zach is making assets like fucking crazy, and he'll say like, "Oh, we could use this like single asset this one time for this one scene," and he'll make it, and it doesn't like slow down production. And then of course, I'm able to put out chapters. Now Farian is able to help with that even faster. I think the main part is we also don't hate each other. I don't know if the other teams do. I don't want to say that. It's just we like each other, so there's no real friction.
Well, hey, if you're looking for more sticker design slaves, I'll do it for free.
Go.
I mean, I'd possibly be down. Right now, we have like 6 designs. No, I'm sorry. 2 designs of all 6 cast members. So 12 total designs, and we could obviously expand on that a lot. But
Can I get at least one design of the counselor, dressed as Big Boss? Oh,
Get
thank
that
you,
off my
Kevin.
screen.
Now the
Get that
stream
off my
sees the
screen.
goddamn grippers. Thank you.
We'll make some Stella grippers.
Well, we
How do I
actually.
know- how do I know there's some man grippers?
I'm doing those now. Hold on, I'm getting it. I'm getting there.
I don't want to see this.
Can we make
Yes,
this
you do.
the channel
Shut your eyes,
banner,
Mo.
please?
Ban this man.
No, he's too important to my way of life.
We do have gremlins of more than just the 6 main characters. So I can expand on that.
I know that Sam has a gremlin.
Yeah, her Champy does too. And whoever we don't have, one of the people working for us is I don't like to use the term art slave, especially when they're from Eastern
Not in
Europe.
public.
So I'm gonna call them an art serf. That's the term that we usually use. So this little Belarusian dude does a lot of our art.
Sorry, Riker, I don't have enough subscribers
and he does it for only a couple turnips at a time. So I'd say we got a good ROI there, you know.
Could you hook me up so I can get a gremlin? I just want a gremlin of my OC.
No.
So bad.
Anyway, so
anybody? I mean, I'm willing to help if anybody needs something.
how about this for moral support? I need some sloppy DOC art. That would really boost my morale.
I have provided that for you multiple times.
Yeah. But this time it's to support the team. You know, give me a
it's moral support
boost.
this time.
Sometimes Miguel has some bad mental days, and he just
for everybody.
He needs some
We'll put him in the college's cheerleading outfit.
Funny enough,
says receiver, please do the Fang voice, and I'm like, I can't do that.
There you go.
I love it when
Make it
receiver
work.
does the Fang voice,
Yeah,
dude.
I see those grippers. Good job, Kevin.
Live goose gooning
Fang
session.
voice.
Nice.
Well, that's
no gooning in VC.
Well, that's for Goose later.
Yeah, I'm saving this for a later date. A rainy day, if you will.
Yeah,
It's like how I have
it to
color
his
art,
research
I don't have
redundancy.
people constantly
I'm gonna
making me
go
Stella
blow my
art.
brains out. Goodbye.
Hey, if it makes you
was
feel any
about-
better, this isn't Wall Stella. This one wears shoes.
You could just color them purpley,
Kevin, you
like
know
pink,
I don't
like
mind
for
Wall
Becca,
Stella
and
at
then
all.
just sell it to Miguel. Not Miguel, Ignacio, for $300.
Oh, Ignacio.
I don't think Ignacio has much money. He's from a third world country, I think.
Yeah, he only has
I
Chilean
think the rain's
pesos.
picking back up.
He's from
I'm
Chile.
gonna go ahead and
Do
dip.
they even
I
have
think you're
money
getting
like
my
that?
next
Do
Yeah.
they even know what the concept is?
Don't they
real
trade
money
in
is.
beads or something? Honestly, that's kind of
300
cool.
of
I'm
his
glad though
finest
that
beads.
his lasting impact right now is just the green grippers. I think it's funny.
Horrendous.
Also, I've been noticing some art of background characters you made, and I found this one on Snootboard.
You might need to be careful with what you're sending us.
Yeah, you may want to be careful.
Yeah,
Don't worry, don't
It's immediately whatever you put in chat immediately shows up on screen. By the way.
Yeah,
It wasn't-
nothing
well,
too saucy.
It's nothing too saucy.
Zach, do you remember me drawing for you the Impreg Theo?
Here it is. Just-
No.
Yeah, that's douchebag slut.
Wait, that
No,
went
that's
out?
Vanessa. My boyfriend drew her. Let him name her.
That was
It's up to Zach.
That's not how that works. That wasn't part of the contest.
Either way, her speaker definition will still pop up as douchebag slut. There's
Technically-
arrogant
Family
douchebag,
name.
crayon eating douchebag, and douchebag slut.
These are very important character traits for them.
Douchebag, that's great.
He drew her topless.
Sort of?
Oh.
Just because he's not that good doesn't mean he didn't do it.
But yeah, so this is kind of like a tertiary character for Chapter 5.
Well, I like her design, and I can't wait to see what more background characters that you might have in the future with making devlog, because a part of Snoot community is sometimes there will be people in the community that will take a hold of these background characters, make something more out of them, which kind of continues the growth.
And I kind of like that too. I
That's
do
kind of
hope
our
we see more of
intention.
that.
However, I do have to warn you guys that by having so many background characters, this does mean that we will inadvertently infect the Snoot community with more fan kids. So that is a byproduct of that, and I am sorry for that.
Yeah, don't
Sometimes
touch
you need a
that.
little terrorism.
Especially considering
A price I'm sure you're willing to pay for.
the recent strategic shift towards Latin America.
Yeah. It's one
yeah,
of the
listen.
constants of this community. There always will be fan kids.
We have great community outreach to Latin America.
Yeah, great
no one on our team. No one on our
out.
team is hated by them at all. There's no bad blood.
About our community, we have a really large population of like secret ties. They're hiding.
Like TIE fighters, or like Siamese people.
I think you're just gonna laud our great community.
Thailand
There's people. There's people in Thailand.
Yeah, we got a lot of those.
Thailand is Chinese people?
Taiwanese. No, not Taiwan. No.
Thailand.
No, I'm retarded. Sorry.
Between Cambodia and Burma or whatever.
You know?
I'm not gonna fact check you on that. I thought you were just gonna say our community's constantly talking. There's people in VC right now. It's almost never empty.
I'll catch it empty every now and then.
Yeah, but almost never.
All the time.
Yeah, everyone look at the VC right now.
Hey, how about we
I'm
compare that
not.
to
I'm
another
just
server?
awake
What's
at
this
goddamn
hold on
fucking
to
construction hours, and nobody else is.
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Lander.
I think they mostly forgot about Montezuma.
You know.
Do you think so?
Yeah,
That
dude,
wasn't
I've
a
heard
lasting impact.
Yeah, I mean, I did get a couple death threats, but I mean, I haven't gotten any sort of vitriol from it in a while. Ever since we kind of, rigged the whole vote for the fucking.
I don't know what you're talking about. We
the
earnestly won.
the annual fucking thing that Ignacio snitched on. Still salty, by the way.
Snitch.
Well, now they don't get Snoot Jam, so.
Yeah. Okay, I kind of feel bad about that.
That was their choice.
Yeah, I feel like we bullied an entire community into no longer doing Snoot
Listen,
Jams,
the lack of a Spanish Snoot Jam just means that opens the door for a devlog jam.
Look,
the
problem is, much like all of Latin America, there was corruption at the core. So they didn't like when the big, strong Americans came in and installed their own corruption.
Listen, we made it into a banana republic.
So ever since I started managing the Twitter now, that's kind of what made me realize just how many pesos there were to be made in appealing to the Latin American community. Because all I get in the Twitter feed is I get...
peso signs.
Yeah, and dude, I've learned more more Spanish managing the Twitter for the past 2 months than I have on Duolingo in 1,520 days, apparently, now.
Right.
So,
it's so many different slurs that he's learned.
I do have a question I wish to bring up to you guys. So will also some of the chapters focus on college life? Life living on a college dorm room.
Mm-hmm.
The partying, the trying to figure out where your classes are.
Is there going to be a reference to Transformers 2 from 2009?
It's one of those things where it's definitely going to be a part of the story, on the peripheral. There might be more focus on certain aspects just because of how the story unfolds, but obviously, while that is true to college life, beyond his first day troubles and so on, we don't want to just make it a boring scene of him trying to find a class and unless there's something deeper to it.
I've tried to incorporate a lot of this stuff I learned over the years. One of my personal things is I spent an unhealthy amount of time in college because I kind of went there for free for a while. So because of that, I'm uncomfortably familiar with the workings of college and all that shit. And
it's true. Ever since he started doing the outline, about maybe 20% of it is his own trauma and personal experience. Just sort of.
Actually, that's not inaccurate, dude.
I know. that's why I went for 20% instead of the joke of 90.
Not just about college, though. I mean, look at
There's a lot of comments about his wife in there, which is kind of weird.
Are you going to include Dev's obligatory job at Starbucks?
No.
He's worked everywhere.
Yeah, he has worked in a lot of different places. But we did recently make a map of the CCC campus, and I actually based it off of my undergrad school, and just kind of did.
I do want to kind of have a map of. Actually, I don't think we've talked about it. So, there is going to be a town that's near the college that the gang will every once in a while kind of go to. It's a little bit out of the way, so it's not like them just walking down the street to it. But yeah, so it's a little ways away. It will pop up.
The distance between K-State and Aggieville.
They take the bus to a lot of places. One might say that it's a literary metaphor for the transitioning between different stages in your life.
That's fucking gay, dude. I just made the door blue because it's blue, okay?
I just use the bus because it's convenient.
Anyways, like we'll have a map of that as well. And what I would like to do at some point is try to get like a sort of landscape painting for both the college and the
You peed in the
town.
living room?
Hell yeah, I peed in the living room.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if the bus is a literary metaphor, what does the shit piss in the third row of the bus stand for?
That's the problem for society, man.
Society treats the public transportation system like a cesspool of shit piss. It's the author's criticism.
Is like a equivalent of the government who doesn't really care about you and just ignores you and shits on you constantly.
The homeless man is like the Freudian id, you see.
Jesus Christ, receiver.
And the
You're
bus driver,
bringing back PTSD.
he's like our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who transports us from our destination to where we need to go.
You guys ever see the placeholder bus driver from GVH?
I don't think so.
It was like a meme. As much as those kind of people can meme, it was actually kind of funny. And
Jesus.
Were they trying to do like the fucking point to the sign meme with him?
And I feel like we should design a bus driver based off of their like placeholder bus driver. It was just this really poorly sketched like black and white dino that was just kind of basically a blob, and Fang smacks him with their wing when they get on the bus at some point. Actually, I think that scene was cut from the game, funny enough.
It absolutely was.
Wow.
Why is everything they cut sound significantly better?
What we actually got? Who knows?
I have some bad news. The writers of GVH may have been hack frauds. This may come across as a surprise.
By Talos, no.
May.
By the Emperor.
It's so hard to get a real like view on what went wrong. I mean, obviously, so much did. I really do wish. Obviously, there's the tribalism at play where they're never gonna like Snoot game. I really wish there was a GVH that was good.
Oh, some of them.
I mean, I should make it clear that like we do like I mean we've kind of had like a whole playthrough of GVH even in our stream.
Made it better.
There's actually I'm pretty sure we have it all recorded.
Fish probably has it, yeah.
Although I will warn you that it's probably like 36 hours long or some shit like that. But
by the way, in like 45 minutes here, I'm gonna need to reset the stream so that it all archives properly, just to let you know.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah. But we make fun of GVH. I like it from the perspective of like what it could have been. It has a lot of problems, and you know, it's very frustrating that a lot of those problems they seem very surface level and things that they could have easily fixed. But at the same time, you know, I do like the world. I do like a good deal of the art in it. You know, there is some jank here and there, but it does have its charm. The music is objectively phenomenal.
Best part, easily.
And I mean, even even if they didn't hit their full potential with things like the voice acting and the animation, like the very fact that they even tried to do that is legitimately impressive. It's difficult to kind of get around that, but it's
They're the potential man of AAA visual novels.
GVH fan could still get it.
Yeah, like I don't want it to seem like we're like
Stella.
Yeah, like I don't want it to seem like we hate the game or anything like that.
I
like,
shit on GVH only because I see the potential it has. I just wish it were better. It's not
like a very healthy relationship. He beats what he likes or he loves.
Also, the ending sucks.
Trish.
Yeah, I mean,
they just all die in the end.
It's not even like you can't have that. It's just I didn't feel like by the end they were friends, so it kind of just felt like they were a bunch of strangers dying on a roof.
I kind of felt like this has been a big point of contention with a lot of like the GVH fan community. I personally felt like GVH Naomi was a really overt narcissist, and everyone disagrees with me.
I don't even know how you could disagree with that.
Yeah.
Like it's like the level of narcissism that like borders into like some sort of very clear mental illness where she just seems completely unaware of people around her.
Yeah.
Because I mean that famous scene of her, again spoilers I guess, but her like going up to all of her supposed friends and basically saying that they're all worms under her feet and that they had no future.
There was also another example that, like, I think this was the first huge red flag to me, is when Naomi met with Fang for the first time in that alley.
that was...
and
yeah.
when Fang says,
creepy.
Fang is like, all right, I don't know if I'm ready for this. And instead of like respecting her like emotions and whatnot, she just passive aggressively says like, oh, that's fine. I'm used to waiting for you anyway.
Yeah, she's like,
I'm like, wow.
You could have absolutely had
me.
like, yeah, you can absolutely have her disappointed over like the outcome because.
But that's
I mean,
so manipulative, you know?
Yeah, like it's just like actually like manipulating someone who's like clearly going through some shit, especially someone that you apparently care about. It's very self-centered and like I mean, if you're a normal person, you should understand that the situation is fucking weird. Like you both kind of like created your relationship through some sort of stranger texting sort of thing. Like it's extremely creepy.
And this really came to a head when I was debating, like, what to do with When Worlds Collide in terms of, like, the good endings and whatnot. What happens with GVH Fang? Like, who does GVH Fang end up with? Like, you know, I don't want to say spoiler here because, I mean, I don't know when this fucking game's actually going to be finished. But there's 5 endings to When Worlds Collide, and there's one ending where you end up with one Fang, an ending where you end up with another Fang, a bad ending, and then a good ending. And when I said to people like, hey, I don't think GVH Fang and Naomi belong together in the good ending, I basically got told like, all right, well, you're wrong, so do it anyway. And I'm like, no, I don't think that's a healthy relationship. And they're like, oh, well, you should probably put your personal feelings aside and just make sure they end up together anyway.
That's the problem, is it's not even a personal feelings issue. It's if you look at the story, it's totally if they weren't all going to die. Like, that's the only justification I can imagine they're together at all.
If I knew my ass was grass, dude, I want to get laid by whoever's, like, right there, you know?
Yeah, like, fuck it. This bitch isn't that annoying, you know?
Yeah. That power grip, though.
That moment when,
like,
clearly
it's
Naomi
hellish.
is, like, 10 times more tolerable
Wait,
than GVH Naomi.
Isn't Worlds Collide that crossover mod with, like, Snoot game and the cast of Goodbye Volcano High?
Yep.
So yeah, that was actually the first mod that I started working on once I got like involved in the community, and it's kind of just, you know, like a lot of mod makers. Even though it was my first project, I bit off more than I could chew, and
Miguel's
just kind
done
of
a lot.
like
I didn't quite realize. I played his Happy Birthday before I even knew who he was, and that was easily the best of that Snoot jam.
I did Happy Birthday, Snoot of Darkness.
I mean, clearly, the Boner in the Dark was the clear winner in that.
Boner in the Dark.
I did Snoot of Darkness, Happy Birthday, Motsuzuma's Revenge, Snooty Doo, When Worlds Collide.
I also helped on some of those.
Zach was my sidekick with a lot of those, yes. So give him credit.
There we go, you're forgetting Boner in the Dark.
Boner in the Dark?
Yeah, you forgot about that one. You forgot. Or did you make, was it Beaner in the Dark?
No, dude. No, I made Motsuzuma's Revenge. Beaner in the Dark was another mod from that gem. We were the two English-speaking teams that submitted
and
mods.
that's the one where Fooly Cooly comes out and starts trashing them all, right?
Well, no, that's like an updated version of whatever the
of the original. Yeah.
Yeah, like that was made by like the community as like a response.
Okay.
For
some reason I thought that was all attributed to you. Okay.
We did have references to Dino in the Dark and Montezuma, though. I mean, at the end, you know, again, I don't want to say it's spoiler because I mean, fucking whatever, it's a mod. But they have to
very family-friendly story.
They have to escape back over the border in the back of a truck, wherein a certain type of Lunara rubs up against Trish in the dark in a manner similar to Dino in the Dark.
I have no idea why people had a problem with this whenever it came out. It's,
Oh no, that's not what got us to death threats though. What got us to death threats?
And then it cuts to
no, there
Rosa
were
being
some.
taken away
I
by
remember,
ice
like
agents.
they were a minority of the hate, but there were people that were mad that we had the trans Lunara.
Yeah.
My favorite part is
not
when
even
we were
like
playing
people
it.
that hated trans Lunara. It was people that were like pro trans Lunara that thought that like we were making fun of her or something.
We actually did get a predictable amount of hate from the Argentinian people regarding
Sorry,
the
I had to get
Falklands
up.
jokes.
I missed some things because I've been sitting on this couch all day.
But what actually got us the death threats was the two scenes of Naomi being propositioned for sexual favors. That was apparently what crossed the line.
That's just the thing.
Yeah, when you look at the Spanish community, what is their favorite girl? It's not Rosa.
It's Numer.
It's the fucking Parasaur.
Well, the funniest part of playing that was right as they're going back across the border. Miguel's like, "Yeah, I don't know this next part. I guess sarcasm just doesn't translate into Spanish." And then we play it, and it's the
I
most
thought it was fine.
the most xenophobic.
I thought I was
thing,
having a
but-
moment there.
I mean, it was hilarious, but
Yeah,
I could see easily why they were mad.
I wanted it to be one of those like I learned something today moments. And
yeah, she backs off.
Yeah,
Then she
the
backs
I
off of
learned
it
something
right
moment
after.
was like her sitting there saying, "You know, I learned something today. Brown people, they might actually be somewhat valuable
Maybe they're
to society."
humans. And then they get off the truck and they're like, "Well, what about all that shit you said?" Oh, I don't know. Fuck them.
Yeah, I mean, and that was supposed to be the humor in it. That they
I
have
mean, it's
that, like,
hilarious,
they have
but
that
I see
moment,
why
and
they're
then
mad.
as soon as they get out and Fang realizes that she's mint again, she's like, "Yeah, fuck all those guys."
Look,
let
I
them
think it's
die."
absolutely thin-skinned. It's bizarre. There's like things that cross the line.
Oh yeah, the
mod-wise.
Goku scene.
The
was it?
Halloween one.
I loved reading the Goku stuff.
They loved the Goku scene, but they
Well, that was
hated
awesome.
everything else.
I loved reading that.
And funny enough, in that mod jam, Montezuma, we didn't rig it on this one, but Montezuma did win the popular vote, but they kind of like just had to finagle and negotiate things and be like, all right, well, what if we take away like points because like they upset us with their jokes? Like, you crossed the line, you know? So
We also never figured out what that even means. So it's like there wasn't like a point system in the voting. It was still, from what we could tell, like the normal like voting. So it's like, were they like removing votes based upon like the negative reception, or like was it like a percentage thing? Like what that even means, we never actually figured out.
I honest to God think what it boiled down to is them saying whatever place that this mod gets in the rankings, we're going to bump it down one. No matter what. It could be first place, we'll bump it down. Second place, we'll bump it down.
That doesn't sound.
And then you
Ah.
gather
That's what
at
it
the
is.
hall to go harass the Spanish Snoot Cord.
We would never do that. We are
No,
like,
no.
nice community.
You didn't do that. The community just did that on its own.
It was
that
a
was
grassroots
just,
movement.
that was
We
an
were
immune
unaware.
Any accusations that Inacio has against us is false, and we completely disavow anything he says about what we did with the voting.
You were all such
Or,
darn good sports.
or anything he says about Rebecca's feet.
I don't know
Unless
why
it's
you had
positive.
Oh, okay. The more I just hear about the Spanish community, it's just like, oh god, it's like.
Listen, they're a different beast, and so are the Russians.
They really are. It's very different.
Listen, they do some good things, real good things, but boy,
Dog, I look
Yeah.
at some of
You
the Russian
get some
shit
pretty-
posts, and I'm
pretty
just like,
cool
that
Russian
has to
mods,
be hilarious.
No.
There's no way that's not funny.
What's
I
a
just
cool
don't
Russian mod,
understand
Zach?
it.
No, I don't think. Have they made any? Like, they don't have a.
the only one I
with
can
the Russian guy beat up
the
Mia.
Halloween Trish one.
Yeah, there's that
was
one.
not. No, the Halloween Trish one was not like a. Like, that was a whole like, that's a whole beast in of itself. That's
It was
the.
originally in Russian, is what I mean. A Russian made it.
Yeah.
Yes, but the guy who made it is also like. I can't remember his name. He's the guy that made the one Trish mod that's like really weird.
Purple game?
But he's Russian. So.
Wait, are we? Yeah, let's say, are we talking about the Purple Game guy?
Yes.
I don't
know. He's
sweet
Spanish.
Jesus, that
Yeah, I have no idea about that, but from what I understand, like you're talking about the Halloween like Snoot Jam mod with like Trish's sister and Anon and a specific topic. Yeah, that was from what I've heard the guy that did Purple Game. I might be slandering
that's him.
him, but yeah.
No,
so,
that is him.
Yeah, so
it
like that
explains a
wasn't the
lot.
Russians.
Yeah, no.
And it's just really weird that he changed his name to like Mr. Twist at that exact time too. I don't know. It strikes me as incredibly uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Wow, you're saying that having a character group
that and the name thing, Zach.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm be real, when Humo was playing that one generally made me uncomfortable.
Oh god, Humo played that? I feel really bad. That's
I'm gonna be honest, I think that mod's the reason why he hasn't done the Valentine's Jam yet.
That's
actually,
you need those shit screened.
Well, like just to point it out there,
Wait.
the what the fuck? What did Anonymous Sender? That was from like the
Anonymous
last...
Sender was pretty great.
Yeah, I would legitimately recommend you guys play it. We played it last night. We went in not knowing anything about it or having any real opinion on it, and it's like probably one of the best mods that we've played. So
it was pretty fucking great. Jack really
That's
blew it
the
out
one.
of the water.
Yeah, that's the one Jack made.
Shout out to you, Jack.
What is this?
You're ours now.
Uncomfortable Halloween mod thing? What?
I mean, we can tell you what it is, but it's pretty rough.
Sure.
Yeah.
Tell me.
There was a mod for the last Halloween Snoot Jam where the whole plot is that essentially Anon grooms Trish's sister into getting images of Trish nude for him because he in this one has like a thing
He's
for
like
Trish.
obsessed with her.
Yeah, and there's
for fuck's sakes.
And at the very end, like after you complete it and it goes back to the title screen, there's like a like crying, which is implied that he like
Did some not
You
chill
know.
stuff.
yeah. So
There's
it's,
also like a real quick flashing of images that suggests like he violently assaulted Fang and she like called her father on him.
no,
Yeah.
that was supposed to be Trish. Like it was the other way around.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's that he like aggressively attacked Trish and did things. Like that was the whole reason why there's like crying at the end of it.
Very
Yeah,
bad.
And
It's not even scary. It's just her, like, just disgusting.
Those Russians.
Yeah,
don't they
it's
know?
It's not
disturbing.
Russians.
Disgusting.
Like we
when you
I'm
said-
still gonna blame all of Russia.
There was a
When
frame
they
in there.
attacked Ukraine, I did not care. But when they did this,
There was a frame in there though that like was on the phone with whoever's father it was. And I don't know. I assume that was supposed to be Ripley.
You know, when you said Halloween, I thought you were talking about like the Danganronpa parody one, and then I just
Well, that one's funny.
boy, that one's funny, yeah. But like, I got that confused in my head for some reason. Fucking
I do want to
Christ.
make it clear because like this is like a a very serious topic and it's pretty fucked up that a mod was made about that. I do not, knowing what I know about the guy, I do not think that it was like the guy had any sort of ill intent. He may have. I don't want to make any accusations towards the guy. I don't want to like slander the dude, but like yeah, it's still a weird mod even
not a good
without
look.
like
That's,
yeah.
no, you don't do that, man. Like, come on.
well, it's also like if you have a clear preference to a character, and then you make a mod about that character being not chill stuff done. It's a little, really worse.
Yeah, I don't like even though that I don't like Triss. That was icky. That's
yuckers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Well, you're in
not
good company.
great.
Zach hates Trish. He'll go on any chance he gets for a tirade.
Oh boy!
And Zach's
Let me
not the only one.
grab
Zach could
something.
grab Schmoopert right now.
So we're
Oh
gonna
God,
make
we
how
get
can I
two
make a
Trish
post
hairs.
How can I make a post that says
I'm
Zach
just-
hates black people?
Christ.
Mr. Zach Devlog, opinion on this image.
It's pretty
It is
funny.
very humorous.
Frieza Trish. That's fucking great.
Stupid.
Bro, has it already almost been 10 years since Harambe died?
Oh
Jesus
fuck!
Christ.
Wow.
No, it was 2016, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
almost.
2 years. So
What
it's
year
almost
is it?
10 years.
It's 20.
That's or 1 year. Sorry. Yeah.
What a cursed timeline we live on.
You know,
All because of
without
Harambe.
Harambe, we probably wouldn't have gotten Snoot game.
Huh?
This is what a
You know
sacrifice
what?
is for.
You know
Well,
what?
I mean,
Yeah.
I
Good
should
job,
point out that
Harambe.
supposedly the whole idea for Goodbye Volcano High apparently came out like around 2016. So there's a non-zero chance that that's true.
I mean, even if it wasn't directly inspired, there's like that butterfly effect type shit where
Yeah.
it's like, I don't know, maybe I
It's the-
saw Harambe on the news and I'm like,
original
whoa, monkeys are
Butterfly
crazy.
flaps its wings
What about
in China,
dinosaurs, though?
Canadian jacks off to feet. You know, it's like it's a whole butterfly effect. You know.
Wait, what about that?
Huh?
No, you know butterfly effect. Shut up. You don't ask questions.
No,
This guy gets it.
blackface.
Is Sierra here?
Yeah?
You spin.
Hi, Sierra.
Hello.
Oh,
So Zach, do you want to show them that scene we've been working on?
I think you have the final, so you would have to do it.
Yeah, hold on.
Did you see my
Nobody
comments
actually-
about the text on it?
Harambe died because we were
I
in
did,
the Weasel
but-
dimension.
I mean, it doesn't have to be final right now, but
I did see that receiver, but yeah, that I can't change right now.
hey, Oats. Should I show some artwork?
While they do that, I would like to announce our community night on next Friday.
Oh,
We will be playing Halo Infinite. Private lobby.
oh. I understand that. I'm
I wish
sorry.
you the best of luck to actually get those private lobbies to work in Infinite.
I will participate.
I have actually managed to do it.
You hear that,
Holy
everyone?
shit, that's a first.
Zach,
I
can
am
you-
sorry.
The Devlog team will be playing Halo Infinite.
Yes. I think if you go into Receiver K's interview, there is a link to the devlog Discord. Make sure you bloat that as fast as possible. Anyway, back into it.
And spend
I'm actually
and
gonna-
spam how much hot Emily is.
I'm gonna share the screen recording I took of that
Yes.
scene since I can't stream it from this computer, but I'm gonna put that in chat if one of you guys wants to stream it.
Oh, bro, there's a roach in my lo mein.
sorry, what the fuck? Halo Infinite's campaign costs money.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be fair,
I
they-
mean,
like,
yeah,
multiplayer's free.
okay, yeah. It's
Son of a
still.
bitch. Zach, I literally just have a roach in my food. Son of a bitch.
What?
I ordered Chinese and there's a
Is he
roach
having-
in my food.
Is he having an art contest in there?
No.
I'm gonna have to make a call. Excuse me.
Did he tell you to go fuck yourself?
Alright, the video should be in the chat now.
Yep.
I don't know if it's I don't know if it's playing
Playing?
or not.
Let me open up the YouTube strap. The YouTube strap.
It's playing the section of it. Yeah.
You can full screen.
That is a very well made video there.
Holy shit, you guys are fucking killing it with this shit.
Yeah, so you guys can probably tell from the art style that was what's his name, Biscuits.
Miss Guts. Baseman.
Let's go.
Not so
He does crazy
goddamn.
good work.
We've hit the shit gets real section of the game.
You know, that actually reminds me, when I asked, like, so you said, I forgot who said, you wanted to get, like, 1 or 2 chapters out every month?
Yeah, so since we have Receiver and Farian, that would be basically each one of them doing a chapter a month. And then in terms of coding, we have Jack and Soul Sound each kind of just doing the basic code, getting all the sprites, the background set up and everything. And then me and Zach would go in and do stuff like what I just posted here. Just kind of polish it up, make it look nice,
Now, I do
add
have a
sound
question.
effects.
When are you going to accept my my volunteering as your official dinosaur autist?
No.
What would that what responsibilities would that role involve?
Making sure that dinosaurs are accurately labeled, telling
Oh.
you about diets and whatnot.
I should point out that like the existence of hybrids kind of makes any sort of like autism regarding them extremely like pointless.
Oh,
The whole
I would
hex
argue
mod thing still
otherwise.
fucks with me too.
Let's go hybrids.
Let's
I would argue otherwise, Zach.
Yeah, Zach, you ever fuck a lizard?
You ever fuck a dino woman?
But yeah,
think
so,
so.
there's that. So like, I don't know if you like went over this yet because I got here like a little bit late. You how many like chapters do you guys plan like having for divergences for like the routes and everything? Because like this is like if we can keep this pace, you guys can keep that pace up. That's quite a fucking workload.
There's
Well, already-
gonna be a
already
pretty,
blown
pretty
the snoot
easy
out.
amount, like about 337 chapters right now planned. You know, not too many.
So, we're currently aiming for is roughly 25 or 26 chapters total. Of
That is
those,
a little bit misleading because the last three
Yeah.
are technically like there are major divergences in the last three to the point where they could probably be considered like have like multiple versions of each of them.
yeah, each love interest's final 3 chapters, which will be considered the ending for that route, are basically unique for each ending. So, yeah, that's going to add significantly. Aside from that, all the chapters leading up to that, there will be some chapters that are, basically standard regardless of the route that you're in. Chapters that involve working with the team, college life, whatnot. And then there's chapters that will diverge significantly depending on whoever you're romancing at the time. So one chapter, I don't make it up, chapter 16, you'll go on a date with Rebecca to one place, or Abigail to another place, or Emily to a third place,
Yeah, just like based on like I'm guessing like on a point system, you just choose who you want to hang out with on those leading up chapters, and then the final 3 are the big divergence ones.
So the divergence for the 3 love interests will depend on which route you're locked into at that point.
Okay.
Yeah, so for example, you've in the first act, your choices will impact whichever girl you end up, dating, essentially, whichever route you're locked into. And then from that point on is when the game starts to develop, what, Wani would have as Olivia versus Inko points, or Fang versus Anon points. We'll have something like that from that point on. But there's also going to be other metrics as well. It's not just going to be simply, a 2-dimensional table that determines the outcome of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's great. Great stuff.
For example, one other metric that we have we've been kicking around is basically like a kind of a team score, since the whole underlying premise of the game is for everyone to come together as a team to make a video game, and that will also have a pretty huge impact on the outcome.
Okay.
And then another kind of thing in that vein that we've been kind of trying to focus more on is small little detail-oriented divergences throughout the game. For example, one thing that people have started to notice is your choices at the very beginning of the game have dialogue and even sometimes art implications throughout the story. For example, one of the very first lines, Dev has to make a choice as to which school was going to be his dream school. And whichever one you choose basically defines whatever set of skills that Dev is going to have throughout the game, whether it's art, music, cooking, and from that point on, for example, anytime, if you choose, say, for example, the Cooking Institute, from that point on, anytime Dev eats food or, analyzes the quality, taste, texture, whatever, he'll have more insight on it. There's one scene where instead of just bringing junk food, he actually cooks a meal, and that translates into the art. So stuff like that will actually... Interesting stuff happens if you choose to eat cheese at the cafeteria at the beginning.
Calling it cheese route. It has its own ending.
The cheese route.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I did a minorly retarded. My bad.
Yeah, I was gonna say you had a definitely has a pretty good example. I would say in chapter 2, where I'm pretty sure you could choose if Dev wanted to go do writing and stuff like that, and he would mention it to Becca that he would do this kind of same thing that she did, and they would get you a different expression from Rebecca and all that stuff. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, a lot of small things like that you'll see changes on, but some of them will be prevalent throughout the entire story. It'll continue. Stuff like the cheese route will probably only affect a couple chapters. But if Dev chooses basically a school that corresponds with a skill set, that will have lasting implications throughout the whole thing. And we have the writers basically working that into the script as they make it.
Okay, yeah, that's great. That's great.
I'm trying to think of other things that we're kind of implementing here.
Expand off that. The cool thing about Dev, unlike Inko and Anon, they have other established characters. Obviously, Inko kind of less so. There's not really much going on. But in this case, while you get to choose for Dev, and that obviously expands on how he interacts with the world, he still has his own character. So it sort of lets you tailor yourself to your love interest, because you'll get special little moments where you can actually bond over something with them like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you think Rebecca cooks?
Yeah, just like how you told me, hey, you should choose the music school so that you can do this character that I think you're really gonna like.
Sorry, you said special little moments where you can do what?
Listen.
Bond with them.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Oh, Rick.
Wait a second, you just asked
right,
that.
doesn't mean you were right to do that.
Damn it. Receiver, you got sloppy, man.
All according to Kikaku.
I missed that connection.
Do you have dementia? You've been missing a lot lately.
We need to make that connection pronto.
Gosh, I'm very excited to see this all play out, because when I start playing this game, my first strat's going to be with Emily. I just love Emily. You've made a great girl. I would talk about her all the time. I would talk about her a lot. I can't wait to see what you have planned for her and stuff, and the future chapters and whatnot.
All I'll say is that you're probably gonna never be able to emotionally come back from our E1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You're probably going to destroy me, or something bad's gonna happen. Which
I've said it before, but it's great to see how so many people, even though we're only a couple chapters in, and this was still the case for chapter 2 when all the characters were introduced, there were immediately lines drawn, and it wasn't people. I mean, there's obviously a preference which kind of shifts with each chapter, but it's nice to see people still going for every character. Emily's going to be great. Abigail. The worry was that Rebecca would get too much focus, but
yeah. Rebecca's definitely the most interesting one to write, though, which I think
she's
has
the most fun
contributed a lot
because you
to
can just make her be a complete shitter. The other characters have their own personal nuances that people are just going to like if they like.
Yes, it is very, I would say, unanimous that all of the girls are S tier that everyone thinks. So
what I think really sealed the deal for me is when I went on the threads one day and saw somebody comment "Oh man, Devlog's making their main girl, a muscle mommy fetish," and someone else being like, "What are you talking about? The Finnish girl isn't muscular," and they're like, "What are you guys talking about? The main girl's the little skinny raptor chick, right?" And so there was literally 3 people who had conflicting opinions on who they thought the main girl was. Yeah. So I'd say that worked out pretty well.
Yeah.
Now, also,
the issue.
Go ahead, Receiver. This will be a whole thing.
Okay, well, I guess mine will be a little quicker. One of the issues with writing that we're facing is we obviously want to make the routes equivalent, more or less. Like, I don't want to focus too much on one or the other. But there are just sections that will play out shorter, differently, and it basically comes down to as long as we do it well and people like the characters, that's what matters. You can't really... It's hard because we can compare, say, one route to Snoot game, and, we might be doing it better. But then if you start comparing routes between routes, that's where it gets messy. But I'm confident we'll have good routes for all of them.
I have a really hard time writing Emily. I'm going to be honest.
It's a little difficult. I think we've got a good balance so far, but hard without words.
But speaking of upcoming, future of development, Zach, do you want to tell them about how that we plan on releasing the game, or do you want to keep that under wraps for now until it's more solid?
Probably keep it. We'll wait until we're further into development, as we're still a little ways away from that.
It will be on Steam, though. It will be on Steam.
Oh, awesome!
What's your price point? Do you plan?
Right now, so I guess one thing that we can say is that because of the, because originally, whenever I started it, I made the whole point that we would probably release one route at a time, just because of development limitations and all that. At that time, it was mostly just me doing the stuff. I would get help from people here and there, but it was mostly just me working on it. But now, because of just how massive the team has expanded and the amount of support that we have, all of the routes will be in the game at launch. So we are aiming for something like $20. I know that that's a lot for some people, but we.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say this. We have gotten people
other less
criticizing.
expensive visual novels going for $40 currently, so.
We've had people criticize that, oh man, they're trying to ask more than why, bro.
If you're doing this quality of game, I think it's worth it.
You have triple the content of Wani.
Yeah,
theoretically,
maybe even more with assets. I mean, just
honestly,
Like I said, Zach will make something for a single moment.
And
the way I see it is you've got triple the content, triple the production of even Wani. And Wani is eye candy. So charging $40 for it? Yeah, no, that's perfectly fucking reasonable.
Not to mention, again, I honestly think a lot of the people we have on our team are some of the most talented people in the community. I mean, say what you want, K-Banon has done some great work, but I mean, it's not like they had a community pre-existing around, Snoot game before it existed to pull the best people out of.
Well, I mean, even with Wani, they did sort of have the community, but I mean, even Wani pulled in a whole bunch of extra people as well. So
they also don't really choose to interact with the community.
I'm pretty sure they even said in one of their blog posts that they
Yes,
deliberately
they make
go
a
out of
point
their
of
way.
it.
Yeah. So I mean, we definitely are trying to find the more talented people. We try to, work with them as closely as we can so that we can make sure that stuff that we produce is as good as possible.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Jack was even joking. He's like, that anonymous sender is the mod that won him a role on our team. And I was like, I mean, not just that, dude. I was friends with you long before that, but I mean, I could see how far he's come and how good he's gotten at modding. I mean, obviously, we have Receiver, Arlock, both very talented writers. We have Soul Sound, who's, obviously made a lot of really fucking good mods. We have Blackie, helps out every now and then, too. I don't think he's currently helping us out with anything, but,
Forgetting my boy Farian.
No, I see Blackie every now and then. He gives me feedback on little things when I do modding stuff.
I'm going to be honest with you, I actually, aside from the few times I've interacted with him, I don't really know, jack shit about Farian. His past.
He doesn't really share much. He does, but when he's in calls, he's a little jokester. He's great.
Gotcha. Actually, funny enough, too, another person who's helping us now is Kai Lulu, the guy who's making the Bianca mod. He's helping us with a lot of promo, marketing, website development, all that stuff. So,
yeah, I was gonna say for arguing for like the value of this and everything else, but like 3 round, but like if you like guys keep going like this quality and with the video that you shared as well with Abigail, if like that continues and carries on throughout the whole game and like it is very different for each route, and I would argue that this could surpass Wani. I would argue.
I honestly think easily so. That's my opinion. I'm an optimist here, but assuming that we have the same momentum as they had, and that we're kind of working on a community that's been established by Wani, I personally think that that's a pretty attainable goal. Personally. Also, one caveat I want to add to what I just said about Kai Lulu a minute ago. That does not mean that he is no longer working on the Bianca mod. He is still very much hard at work at that too. He's just helping us.
Yeah, we
out
like
too.
to keep him around to bully him sometimes.
Just me.
He's
just
the
me.
punching bag.
You're not allowed to bully him, Mo. Just me.
I know.
I've kicked him a few times while he was down. Sorry.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta tag Mo in. I'm like Debo. He's like Smokey. I knock him out. He comes in there to rub it in his face.
I'm gonna reset the stream real quick, okay? Just so we don't lose anything.
All right.
All right.
Quick, everybody, you can see a slur now.
Damn. I'm on my way. Let's do it.
Jew.
Give me an N.
Mossad.
Give me an